This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Return to the top hotel before the Doomsday. Ah. On the soft big bed, Chen Yu suddenly woke up, and sweat had already soaked his whole body. His hand unconsciously touched the bone knife on the bedside, and looked around vigilantly. When he saw Fang Jing next to him was still sleeping, he was relieved. Since he was reborn from the Doomsday, he has been haunted by nightmares every day, and all he dreams about are the scenes of his tragic death in the Doomsday. He is a reborn person, reborn 3 months before the outbreak of the Doomsday, because he had experienced the horror of the end of the world. He knew how important supplies were in the end of the world. So, for more than 2 months, he had been trying his best to stockpile supplies. Fortunately, he had a portable space after his rebirth. Otherwise, there would be nowhere to hide so many supplies. It was also during this period that he met Fang Jing. Fang Jing is an ordinary police officer. Because the temperature has been rising recently, everyone seems to have realized the coming of natural disasters. People in the city are already restless. Fang Jing received an assignment from her superiors to maintain order in the city. No one knows how long this terrible disaster weather will last. In addition, the special police team has been facing the most dangerous environment and the most dangerous enemies. So Fang Jing really feels that he is in danger of losing his life. The desire deep in her heart was constantly magnified. Therefore, Fang Jing came to Qingyu, wanting to give her precious first time. Qingyu had been betrayed before, so he was still a little wary of women. He refused at first. He didn't want to repeat the same mistakes and fall into the hands of love in his new life. Especially now. There are only 2 days left before the end of the world. But Fang Jing was not defeated. She just wanted to taste the taste of being a woman before she died. Just sleep once, without any emotional ties. After saying that, she took off her clothes. She was not a very stunning beauty, with an average appearance, but her figure is great. Chen Yu is a normal man. How could he remain calm in the face of such a beautiful woman who threw herself at him? Besides, the other party had already stated that there was no emotional bond. So, he strode over, picked up Fang Jing by the waist, and quickly walked into the bedroom. After a night of hard work, Qin Yu thought he could have a good sleep. Unexpectedly, he was awakened by a nightmare again. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and fell asleep again. It was a little after 9 in the morning. Fang Jing was wearing Qin Yu's big t-shirt, with 2 bare white legs, and even without shoes, and was busy in the kitchen, cooking and humming a song. She was in a good mood. Her face was always bright red, and her eyes were moist. There was always a smile on the corner of her mouth. Although Qin Yu was 2 years younger than her, he was definitely a big man in front of her. Unfortunately, there was only 1 day of happiness. It would be better if it was a peaceful time. At this time, it was hard to say whether he could survive tomorrow. So Fang Jing understood Qin Yu's decision not to be distracted by any woman's emotional involvement. Forget it. With this day, my life is worth it. No matter whether Qin Yu is a good person or not. In her heart, he is a real man. Fang Jing is a special police officer. In this disaster period, she actually became the target of more people sniping. So, Fang Jing had already prepared for death. Soon, 2 heart-shaped fried eggs were completed. Freshly squeezed soy milk was also poured out. Suddenly, the bedroom door opened. Qin Yu lazily walked out of it, wearing nothing, and walked straight over. Fang Jing blushed. She turned away shyly. She had just changed from a big girl to a little woman, and she was still a little bit uncomfortable in her heart. But Qin Yu didn't care about that. He walked over leisurely, looked at the breakfast on the table and asked in confusion, "You can also make these things? You shouldn't have time to learn this in the special police team? I learned these when I was a child." When I was a child. Fang Jing turned around with a red face, secretly glanced at Qin Yu, and whispered, "My parents are farmers. They grow crops. I am an only child. They go out to work during the day, and I am alone at home. So I learned to cook for myself when I was very young." "Oh. So. Then your parents." Fang Jing smiled quickly. "They are fine. On the 3rd day after the disaster, my parents were taken to the centralized resettlement point in the village. They were the first to leave. My identity is still a little helpful." "Yeah. I see." Suddenly, Fang Jing listened carefully. "Listen. What's that sound?" Chen Yu listened carefully. The next second, he suddenly cried "ah," and ran towards the secret door. I almost forgot my general. General. What? Fang Jing looked surprised. Soon, she saw Chinyu bringing back a puppy from a distant corner. In the previous life, the puppy was a stray dog. When Chinyu was bullied by everyone, it was the only one who stayed with him silently. So, when Chinyu saw it again, he took it with him without hesitation. The puppy might be hungry. It was so fierce. It yelled at Fang Jing. Ah! What a cute puppy! Fang Jing shouted with joy, and went over to pick up the puppy and hugged it in her arms. Originally, the general was hostile to Fang Jing. After being hugged, he sniffed Fang Jing carefully for a long time, and probably smelled Chinyu's scent. So he immediately became docile. He began to have fun in Fang Jing's arms. Chinyu looked at her like a puppy and shook his head. Look at your little achievements. Happy times are always short. Fang Jing stayed in the hotel for a whole day, not leaving. Whenever she had time, she would stick with Chinyu. The two never talked about love. It was getting dark. The police intercom outside rang. It was brought by Fang Jing. Someone was calling her. Fang Jing quickly jumped down and quickly picked up the intercom to make a call. After just a few words, she blurted out in surprise, "What? You said Sister Su killed people? You said Sister Su slaughtered a whole building of people? How is that possible? Where? Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology? How is that possible? You said Sister Su confronted our people? How come she is not a special police? Okay. I will return to the team immediately." Fang Jing slowly put down the intercom. She looked at Chinyu in astonishment. Chinyu also heard her constantly mentioning Sister Su and the University of Science and Technology, and asked in confusion, "Who is Sister Su?" "She is my team leader and my instructor in the police force." Su Qing. Chinyu frowned. She slaughtered a whole building of people? Su Qing is Su Ya's sister. Some time ago, Chinyu witnessed Su Ya's tragic death. Chapter 2 Super Tsunami. It seems that she learned the cause of Su Ya's death and went to seek revenge. Su Qing is different from Fang Jing. Su Qing is a real SWAT team expert, an elite in the police force, and has been promoted to the level of team leader. Chinyu has no doubt that she can massacre the people in an entire building. But what does it mean that she confronted the SWAT team? Chinyu, I have to go. Our people blocked Sister Su downstairs of the chemistry building of the University of Science and Technology. But she refused to come out and confronted our people instead. The SWAT team is seriously understaffed now. So you go. Chinyu nodded without hesitation. Can I come again in the future? No. Chinyu looked at Fang Jing and said calmly, Fang Jing, don't let me down. Don't come again. Remember our agreement. Also, 2 days later, stay away from the river. The farther the better. Fang Jing lowered her head. She gritted her teeth, turned around and started to put on her clothes. Soon, after getting dressed, she turned around and found that her gun had been placed on the table, and Chinyu had already walked to the dining area and didn't look at her again. Fang Jing's eyes turned red, and a tear flowed down. She wiped it away quickly. She took a deep breath, picked up her gun, turned around and hurried out of the room, leaving without looking back. In front of the bar in the dining area, Chinyu took out a bottle of beer, knocked off the bottle cap, and blew directly into the bottle. After a few gulps, he suddenly turned around and looked at the general curled up on the sofa and smiled. Little lazy dog. Get up. Let's go out and move around. Ah. When the general heard Chinyu talking to it, he immediately barked twice, jumped off the sofa like he was having fun, and ran over quickly. Chinyu picked it up, looked outside and murmured, there are still 2 days. Go and search for some more resources. 20 minutes later, Chinyu drove the Big Mac Knight 15 out, continued to search for oil tanks in the city. These are all valuable resources. Along the way, from time to time, someone jumped out to block the road. But Chinyu didn't stop at all. The heavily armored motorcycle rushed all the way. And even if someone piled up a few scrap cars on the road to block it, he would knock them away by stepping on the accelerator. Driving this thing is fun. 2 hours later, Chinyu smoked another gas station. When he stopped by the roadside to smoke a cigarette, a building in the distance suddenly exploded with a rumble, and flames shot up from the roof. Chinyu looked back. It seemed to be the direction of the University of Science and Technology. Is it so intense? Did Su Qing really fight with the special police team? If it is true, then her blackening is too thorough. Is her sister so important to her? The image of Suya's corpse flashed through Qinyu's mind. Although the corpse's face was disfigured and even one of its eyes was missing, that face vaguely resembled Su Qing's. Could they be identical twins? Qinyu shook his head. He didn't want to get involved in such matters. Just live your own life. Qinyu finished smoking and drove off again. After working all night, he basically cleared out all the gas stations in Jiancheng. He also raided the Jianbei market and several hardware stores. When he rushed back to the hotel, it was another morning. It would rain today. Qinyu stood at the window of the rooftop suite, looking at the sky outside. It was terribly gloomy. This was the first time since the disaster that the sky was full of dark clouds. After a while, it began to rain outside. The raindrops were very large. They hit the windows and made crackling sounds. Outside, many survivors ran to the streets and began to shout and cheer wildly in the rainstorm. Everyone thought the disaster was finally over. Only Qinyu shook his head and sighed. At this time, the glaciers in the north and south poles should have completely melted. The last ice sheet collapsed, and all the glaciers in the entire pole entered the sea. After 2 days of brewing, a super tsunami that affected the world was born. Suddenly, the general on the sofa next to him kept barking outside, wagging his tail, and turning around excitedly. Qinyu glanced at it. Do you want to get wet in the rain too? The general stuck out his tongue and wagged his tail very fast. Qinyu smiled, turned around and picked him up and walked towards the fitness area. When he renovated the top floor suite, he also knocked a piece of the top floor of the fitness area and made a skylight, just to see the stars. Now, let the little guy go and play. When he came to the fitness area, Qinyu opened the skylight directly. Suddenly, heavy rain poured down. The general jumped down excitedly, biting back and forth in the heavy rain, having a lot of fun. Qinyu didn't care about the rain coming in, because it wouldn't flood the room anyway. The air conditioner was on for a long time, so it was actually very dry. The temperature was recovering slowly, so he just raised the humidity. Qinyu turned back to the dining area to prepare breakfast. At the same time, almost all cities in the southeastern coastal areas of Xiaogua received emergency orders from the highest disaster relief command center in the capital. Within 2 days, evacuate all residents of the city. Move to inland areas. The reason is that a super tsunami may occur at sea. According to experts' predictions, the extremely hot weather for more than half a month has melted all the glaciers and frozen soil on the earth. All glaciers entering the sea will inevitably change the atmospheric turbulence. By then, the sea level will rise by at least 60 meters. All coastal cities will be spared. When this news came out, the leaders of the southeastern coastal cities were dumbfounded. More than 60 meters high? Wouldn't that mean more than 20 stories high? Is this true? Moreover, wasn't this news announced a little too late? Just 2 days? Evacuate the whole city? The temperature has just dropped, and every city is in chaos. It will take some time for the authorities to stabilize the order. Evacuate the whole city at this time? What's the fuss? But if you don't evacuate, you can only wait to die. Since it is an order issued by the highest command of the imperial capital, it should be correct. So, almost at the same time, deafening city alarms sounded in the southeastern coastal cities of Xia country. Each city used the limited resources at hand to try to pass the message to the survivors. After the message was passed, the city became even more chaotic. Those who believed tried every means to escape the city. Those who did not believe tried every means to grab resources. There was chaos everywhere. For 2 days in a row, the major cities along the south coast of the Yangtze River continued to export population. On the roads leading inland, there were almost no vehicles, only people walking, because the extremely hot weather destroyed almost all motor vehicles. The trains and high-speed railways were paralyzed due to power outages. People had no means of transportation. They could only walk. Any bicycle that appeared would cause a scramble, not to mention private cars. The city gradually became quieter. That's it. At about 10 o'clock in the morning on the third day, abnormal weather conditions occurred in almost all coastal cities in the southeastern coastal cities of Xia. The seawater in the offshore area disappeared strangely. The seawater seemed to have been drained. The entire coastline of Xia was exposed at least 10,000 meters away from the shore. Chapter 3: Huge Waves. This phenomenon is too scary. Almost everyone living by the sea understands this. Why is this happening? There must be a super tsunami at sea. The huge waves, driven by ocean currents, come from the deep sea to the shore. As the waves get higher and higher, they will drain all the seawater in the offshore area. And this time, the scale of the draining is so terrifying. How scary is the scale of the tsunami? The people in the city, who haven't had time to leave, finally went crazy. But they have no chance to escape. 3 hours after the seawater was drained, huge waves hundreds of meters high swept in. That scene was like the backflow of the sky, when the huge waves hit the land and swept away everything in the city like a rotten wood. Human history finally ushered in this second devastating moment. The rainstorm poured down. The rainstorm 2 days ago has never stopped. There were lightning and thunder in the sky, and the wind was howling. At a certain moment, there was a rumbling in the distance, and the earth was shaking. The top floor of Jianbei Hotel. The general kept screaming at the outside, as if he was going crazy. The sixth sense of animals is much more sensitive than that of humans. So, it has already sensed the danger. Qin Yu has been standing in front of the window, silently looking at the river in the distance. At a certain moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his hands involuntarily grabbed the window frame. The river water is flowing back. Good thing. In his previous life, Qin Yu had never seen such a terrifying and spectacular scene, because in his previous life, he was in school when the river water flowed back and flooded most of the land in Jiancheng. The University of Science and Technology was actually flooded. Many of them were desperately trying to save themselves at that time. They were not in the mood to pay attention to this. Now, he looked down from a high place, looking at the white river surface in the distance, flowing back from the downstream, and all the places it passed were flooded. The waves roared. The earth was shaking. The window frames of Jianbei Hotel were rustling all the time. In the front of the river flow, even skyscrapers could not withstand the impact, and buildings collapsed and destroyed along the way. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Fortunately, Jianbei Hotel was not in front of the river flow. Otherwise it would definitely not be saved. The building was shaking more and more violently. At a certain moment, the general suddenly ran to Qin Yu's feet and bit his trouser legs desperately. Qin Yu bent down and held it in his arms, touching its little head. "It's okay, General. This place won't collapse. Believe me." The general stopped barking, curled up in Qin Yu's arms, even tucked his tail. In the face of natural disasters, no matter how fierce the animals are, they are useless. Time passed by every second. Half an hour. 10 minutes. 5 minutes. 2 minutes. 40 seconds. The backflow of river water came. Although it was not a direct impact, the aftermath of the torrent, which was carrying countless construction waste, hit the Jianbei Hotel hard. Boom! Gaga gaga. The whole building shook violently. The walls creaked and even cracked. Many windows were directly shattered. This terrifying impact? Qin Yu held the window frame firmly with one hand and stood by the window to look at the situation below. A vast ocean. The slightly dilapidated old buildings were all collapsed by the aftermath. It was terrible. It is really hard to imagine what the scene of a super tsunami on the seaside would be like. Maybe it would be more terrifying than in the movies. The wave passed, but the building was shaking constantly, because the violent river current swept too many things. Various fishing boats and construction waste kept hitting the walls of the hotel. Qin Yu looked at the room nervously. This impact lasted for more than 2 hours before slowly disappearing. Phew! Finally held on. Although in the memory of the previous life, Jianbei Hotel always stood on the ground. But Qin Yu still had no idea. After all, this life was a rebirth. How he was reborn, he had no idea. If this involved the theory of parallel universes, or the chaos theory, either one might change the reality because of his rebirth. Therefore, Qin Yu was also worried. Fortunately, no unexpected situation occurred. Jianbei Hotel withstood the impact. Qin Yu patted the general's head to comfort him, then put it on the ground, stood up, and leaned out to look out the window. The ground below could no longer be seen. The river water probably flooded the height of 2 floors, and the hotel below the 3rd floor was submerged in water. It was really scary. Jiancheng is still an inland city. It is just adjacent to the Yangtze River. It can be imagined that the coastal city should have sunk to the bottom of the sea at this moment. Those coastal cities that once brought glory to Xia country have all become history at this moment. At night, the heavy rain is still falling. In the room, Qin Yu has put all the air conditioners and extra generators into the space. The air conditioners are no longer needed. In order to save resources, the extra generators are temporarily put away. There is only one generator left in the room. Provide power for the refrigerator and kitchen supplies. As for lighting, just light a few arm-thick tallow candles. The later it gets, the more primitive people's lives become. Just get used to it. Chinyu stood in the dining area and took out a few pig's trotters. Stew some pig's trotters tonight. It was stormy outside, and the temperature had basically dropped to the normal temperature level. Very cool. The whole city was silent. Apart from the sound of the storm, no other sounds could be heard. This wave of reverse flow of the river actually drowned many people. The land on both sides of the river was basically all submerged in the river water that was 7 or 8 meters high. Chinyu took the bone-cutting knife and chopped it. He chopped the pig's trotter into small pieces. He picked up a piece and threw it to the general on the cushion next to him. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that the general has grown a little fast in the past 2 days. And it seems to have grown a lot. And the hair has become thicker. It gradually turned black. Especially looking at its eating posture. It is getting more and more wolfish. Its appetite is also getting bigger and bigger. Chinyu retracted his gaze, found a pot to boil some water, and remove the blood from the pig's trotter. Then stir-fry some base ingredients. Pour them into a casserole. Throw in the pig's trotters. Add onions, ginger, garlic and other seasonings. Add light soy sauce and dark soy sauce. And sprinkle with rock sugar. Done. Start stewing. After doing all this, Chinyu walked to the bedside, took a chair and sat down, looking at the heavy rain outside the window. He searched in his personal space and finally took out a black box of cigarettes. This is a box of very high-end cigars. The 40th anniversary commemorative edition of the Koba Tobacco Company. The Kohaibabhike cigar. This thing is a real luxury. It is said that the fermentation time alone is more than 5 years. Each cigarette is rolled and packaged by a tobacco expert. In 2006, the price of a cigarette reached $500. What about now? Because it is a commemorative edition cigar, only that batch was produced that year. So it is rare and valuable. And it has become a collectible. The price marked on foreign collection websites is $80,000 per cigarette, equivalent to 640,000 renminbi per cigarette. Chinyu took a cigarette out of the cigarette box and took a look at it. This thing is really expensive. Chapter 4 Leisurely Fishing. If the Doomsday hadn't come, I probably wouldn't be able to afford to smoke this kind of thing in my life. Right? Foreigners all like to smoke cigars. Chinyu has never smoked this thing before. To commemorate the second time I experienced the backflow of seawater and the impact of the river water flowing backwards today, I smoked it today. One puff costs tens of thousands. Chinyu picked up the matching cigar cutter and cut off some of the cigarette butts. Then he took out a matching long stick match, lightly struck it, and lit one. A few minutes later, the cigar was roasted and lit. And he took a deep breath in his mouth. Fuck. This taste is intoxicating. A puff of green smoke was sucked in and then sprayed out. After a cycle, Chinyu actually felt dizzy. Awesome. I've heard people say before that people who smoke cigars for the first time will feel drunk. Because the cigars are full of ingredients. Very strong. It's totally different from ordinary cigarettes. So, Westerners don't smoke the whole cigar in one go. They basically just take a few puffs. If they smoke it all, they'll probably be ruined. Chinyu leaned against the window, occasionally taking a puff of cigar, looking outside, looking at the increasingly desolate and quiet city. In his previous life, he was always displaced. There was no time to see this kind of scene. In this life, I feel like an outsider. I can always see this disaster from the perspective of God. That's good. It's not tiring this way. No psychological burden. Time passed slowly. An hour and a half later, the pig's trotters were stewed soft and tasty. Chinyu returned to the stove, added a little salt to season, then turned off the fire, served a bowl of rice, and took a hot white steamed bun. Let's eat. After dinner, Chinyu went to bed early. In such weather, listening to the rumbling thunder and the sound of the rain, this natural white noise of nature makes it easier to fall asleep. The next day, the rainstorm stopped. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, revealing the long-lost sun. The sun now is almost the same as the sun before the disaster. The light and heat have dropped to normal levels. In addition, all the bodies downstairs were washed away by the river. So Chinyu got up early in the morning and opened all the windows for ventilation. Downstairs, the river water was still flooding. Not only did it not drop at all, but it surged by 7 or 8 meters. Now, the water level has approached the 7th floor. Looking around, there is a vast ocean everywhere. The south bank of the river should be flooded. Only the high ground on the north bank of the river is still exposed. Chinyu simply washed his face, ate a simple breakfast, and threw a piece of meat bone to the general. This little guy is a purebred Tibetan Mastiff. Don't look at the small size. The appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Chinyu didn't plan to feed a dog food or anything. Just let it eat meat. Can a Tibetan Mastiff that eats dog food still be called a Tibetan Mastiff? Will it become a local dog in the future? Then, there is no point in taking it with you. Anyway, there are still a lot of fresh food in the space. And one person and one dog can live for many years. No worries. Outside, the city was completely silent. Even the sound of gunfire could not be heard. I don't know how many people died in this wave of disasters. Chinyu looked at the rolling river below, and suddenly he had an idea. He searched in the space for a while, and took out a set of fishing tools. Looking back, I saw the general gnawing on the bones happily. Forget it. I won't take it with me. Chinyu carried the fishing gear, left the room, came to the balcony of a room on the 7th floor, kicked off the guardrail, put a small stool at random, and sat there. Open the fishing gear bag, take out the fishing rod and put it in place. Pick up some bait and hang it on it. Raise the rod and swing it. The hook is thrown far away. Living alone, you have to find your own entertainment. Let's go fishing in the morning. There is river water below. There should be fish. Right? Chinyu started fishing. He sat on the small stool steadily. The fishing rod was fixed on the ground. There was a bucket next to it. On the other side was a large water cup, in which some chrysanthemums were soaked to reduce internal heat. At first glance, it looked like the retired old cadre of the community. Outside, there was a vast ocean. The high water level submerged some old 6-story buildings around. Various debris were floating on the water. From time to time, you can still see corpses floating in front of you. The scene is very miserable. In fact, it affects people's mood very much. Fortunately, Chinyu is reborn. He has seen more miserable doomsday scenes than this. So he is numb to everything in front of him. No feeling. His attention now is only on fishing. A few minutes later, the fishing rod sank suddenly, and the float sank directly. Chinyu was immediately happy. He quickly grabbed the fishing rod to stabilize it, slowly lifted it up, and then quickly shook the rod to reel in the line. Soon, the hook floated to the surface of the water. The result was a leather shoe. Chinyu was black. He pulled off the leather shoe, threw it into the water, and rehooked and continued fishing. 10 minutes later, the fishing rod moved again. Chinyu pulled the rod again. As a result, this time it was a backpack. Chinyu persevered. The third rod hooked. A few minutes later, a pillow came up. The fourth rod hooked. It hooked a computer desk. The fifth rod hooked a bed. As a result, the fishing rod broke. He changed another one and continued to hook. The sixth rod hooked a car directly, breaking another fishing rod. Chinyu was simply laughing and crying. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. The undercurrent was so turbulent that even the car was rolling forward in the water. If a person fell in, it would be basically impossible to swim up. The reason why there was such a strong undercurrent was still related to the super tsunami at the seaside. Imagine that huge waves hundreds of meters high are transmitted from the deep ocean, hitting the land, and transmitting to the inland cities. The force of the seawater backflow is too terrifying. All the river tributaries must be washed upstream by the seawater. And this momentum will continue until the power brought by the super tsunami disappears completely. This time will last for about 2 months. Chinyu is also indomitable. Anyway, there are plenty of such things in the space. When I emptied their warehouse from the headquarters of Alibaba, there were really all kinds of things in it. There are hundreds of fishing rods alone. So, Chinyu changed another fishing rod. This time, not long after he cast the hook, he suddenly heard shouting from afar. Chinyu turned his head and saw a figure floating up and down in the turbulent water. Every time he tried to stabilize his body, he would always bump into various things underwater. So he kept sinking and floating up. When he came up, he tried his best to ask for help. Soon, he rushed to the front of the hotel. When he saw someone fishing at the window of the hotel, his eyes almost popped out and he shouted desperately, "Help!" He sank again. Gurgle gurgle. When he floated up again, He had been swept away 7 or 8 meters. Chinyu looked at him silently, and did not move. Because the man was beyond saving. The undercurrent was too fast. And every time he sank, he would be swept far away. You could not catch up with him without a speedboat. Sure enough, as soon as Chinyu's thought fell, the man never floated up again. Chinyu shook his head, and continued to stare at the hook. He didn't know what he was fishing for. Chapter 5. Fugui Fish Farm. There is no way there could be any fish in this undercurrent. But Chinyu really likes this kind of lame state, which allows him to empty his mind and think about nothing. Just a few minutes later, there was another cry for help from the upstream. This time it was a girl's voice. Chinyu looked up again. It was indeed a woman. She was a little smarter, holding something black in both hands, which looked like a hollow rubber product that allowed her to float on the water. But only her head was above the water. When she was washed to the front of the hotel by the current, she suddenly found Chinyu fishing there and immediately screamed, "Save me! Save me! Please! Save me! I'll give you money!" Chinyu's face darkened. Is this woman stupid? She even mentioned money? She shook her head. She turned around and fished it out from behind, then threw it directly. A huge life buoy was thrown out and landed right next to the woman. The woman was overjoyed. She quickly used all her strength to hold the swimming ring, and tried to turn over and climb up. Her whole body was finally exposed, and she was panting tiredly. When she remembered to look back at Chinyu, she had been washed away for a long distance. The woman hurriedly shouted, "Thank you." Chinyu still looked down at the position of the fish float, muttering, "You're welcome." A few minutes later, many people rushed down from upstream one after another, but most of them didn't make it to Chinyu and sank directly. Chinyu frowned. He looked up and looked upstream for a few times. Why did so many people suddenly fall into the water? Could it be that a shelter was flooded? Just as Chinyu was puzzled, the cry for help came again. Oh my god! This time, it was a huge door panel. There seemed to be at least 6 or 7 people lying around the door panel, and a woman put her child on the door panel with her head, in order to prevent the child from falling and to stabilize her body at the same time. The woman used her head to support the child, and her face sank into the water from time to drink a few sips of water. The situation was very critical. The group of people quickly rushed to the front of the hotel. A man found Chinyu and shouted anxiously, "Save my daughter! Please, save my daughter! Come on! My daughter can't hold on any longer! Help! Save us! Save us! Woo! I can't hold on any longer! Help!" Seeing the huge door panel about to rush in front of him, Chinyu turned and walked into the room, and then quickly walked out again. He took something in his hand and threw it into the water. That thing swelled up instantly. It turned out to be the kind of automatic inflatable lifeboat commonly used for seaside first aid. Soon, the lifeboat was inflated and floated. Everyone lying on the door panel was stunned. Damn! What a good person. He actually threw out such a precious thing. You know, there is a vast ocean on both sides of the river. Now there is a lifeboat or a small boat, which is a treasure for survival. So, everyone desperately climbed onto the inflatable lifeboat. The lifeboat thrown by Chinyu was quite large, and it could accommodate at least 10 people. So, these 7 people were successfully rescued, including the woman with the child. After everyone on the lifeboat escaped, only the woman was in tears, kneeling on the lifeboat and cowed out in the direction of Chinyu. She shouted weakly, "Thank you. Thank you." Chinyu looked at them silently, and sat back on the stool. It seemed that something must have happened at a gathering place for survivors upstream. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people falling into the water suddenly. Chinyu picked up the water cup and drank a few sips of chrysanthemum tea. After putting down the water cup, he took out the cigar he smoked in the morning, lit it with a windproof lighter, and took a deep breath. After thinking about it, he felt unsatisfied. He searched in the space for a while, and got a bag of spicy strips and a can of beer. Smoke, eat spicy strips, and drink beer. Cool. Just when he was leisurely, the sound of the engine came from upstream. Chinyu was stunned. He turned his head and took a look. He saw a speedboat rushing down from a distance. There were 3 people standing on the speedboat. Soon, the speedboat rushed to the front of the hotel. The 3 people on it all saw Chinyu, and they all widened their eyes and looked confused. Oh my god! Is this a ghost? In this doomsday disaster, they actually saw a man sitting leisurely on the balcony fishing? He was also drinking chrysanthemum tea. He was also eating spicy strips. He was also smoking a cigar? Is there any law? Seeing that the speedboat was about to rush over, the man driving the speedboat suddenly came to his senses, and quickly slowed down and turned, circled in front, and drove back to the front of the hotel and stopped outside the balcony. The driver turned off the engine and asked the people behind him to drop the anchor and fix the speedboat there. The three people stared at Xinyu, the cigar in his mouth, and the bag of spicy strips on the ground with more than half of it left, and the can of beer. Xinyu had a blank expression on his face. He took a puff of the cigar, exhaled a puff of green smoke, and asked casually, "What's the matter? Is there something wrong? Dude, where did you get these things?" Among the three people, the relatively young guy looked at the cigar in Xinyu's hand greedily. "Did you search it in the hotel? Is there anyone else in the hotel?" "No one. This was not searched in the hotel either. I bought it before." Xinyu put down his cigar, took out a spicy strip and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it with big mouthfuls. The three men couldn't help drooling. The oldest one suddenly jumped from the speedboat to the balcony, staring at Xinyu with a fierce look. "Young man, give me a cigarette." "No more." Xinyu glanced at him. "No more." The man's eyes gradually became fierce. "Give me the one you smoked. Take out everything else on you." As he spoke threateningly, another person jumped onto the speedboat. In the end, only the young man was left to guard the speedboat. The two people who jumped onto the balcony, one on the left and one on the right, sandwiched Xinyu in the middle. The man who came up later simply pulled out a small sword from Sakurajima from his waist, drew out the blade and gestured twice. "Brother, be smart. Just take out the things. Let me tell you, we have both killed people. Killing one more of you is not too much. Hurry up. Take out anything else." Xinyu finished eating the spicy strips and wiped his hands, looking back at the man with the knife. He asked, "Those people who fell into the water before were forced out by you? Is that right?" "So what?" the older man said in a fierce voice. "From now on, the Jianbei area belongs to our Fugui fish farm. All the resources in this area belong to us. Do you understand?" "Oh, Fugui fish farm. I get it." Xinyu nodded. He really knew Fugui fish farm. Chapter 6, Have Faith. Man can conquer nature. In the last life, after the second wave of natural disasters, the population of Jiancheng was reduced by half. The south bank of the river was basically flooded. The last remaining urban area on the north bank of the river was divided into 5 districts, one after another. Among them, the Jianbei district. That is, the area within a radius of 5 kilometers around the Jianbei Hotel, is the territory of Fugui Fish Farm. The reason why Fugui Fish Farm was able to develop its initial power is because they have boats. There are 103 boats. So, Fugui Fish Farm was the first force to develop after Jiancheng lost order in the early days. And it was also the largest one. Chenyu knew a little about the power of Fugui Fish Farm. This group of people relied on the large number of boats to gather almost all the fishermen who lived by the river and formed a huge community. They often sailed to the south of the city to look for living supplies from the flooded areas. Relatively speaking, the supplies in Fugui Fish Farm were more abundant. Therefore, these fierce fishermen relied on the flooded southern part of the city to expand the community by searching for supplies and compete with the other 4 large forces in the northern inland area. This confrontation lasted for more than a year. The older man swung his long knife threateningly, pointed at Xinyu and said fiercely, "Hurry up and hand over everything to me. Then jump into the water yourself. And this Jianbei hotel will also be ours." Xinyu turned his head and looked at him. "What if I don't?" "What?" The man was stunned and blinked. "What? I didn't explain it clearly? Or do you not believe that I dare to kill you? You, Suddenly, Xinyu stretched out his hand. There was a gun in his hand. The man was immediately dumbfounded. "Damn! There is a gun." The man with a small sword on the other side quickly stepped back and hid the sword behind him, looking embarrassed. At the same time, the man who had stayed on the speedboat turned back and tried to start the engine. Xinyu pulled out another gun from nowhere with his other hand and pointed it at him. "Don't touch my speedboat. If you dare to touch the key, I will shoot you." The man on the speedboat also froze. At the same time, he was terrified. "Your speedboat? How did it become your speedboat?" At this time, the older man stared at the gun in Xinyu's hand carefully, and tentatively said slowly, "Brother, don't scare me. Is it a real gun or a fake gun?" You don't look like a member of the escort team. Can you shoot? Chin Yu slowly turned his head to look at him. Bang! A gunshot. The older man's head fell back, and a burst of blood spurted out. The man fell headfirst into the water. Dead. The man with the small sword and the man on the speedboat were so scared that they squatted down at the same time, holding their heads and shouting urgently, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't kill me! Give me a chance to live! Brother! Give me a chance to live! I still have children to feed!" Chin Yu turned around and looked at the man with the knife. Put down the knife. The man immediately threw away the small sword in his hand. Then, Chin Yu went over and kicked him into the water. A splash. The man struggled in the water and screamed in fear. "I can't swim. I can't. Gulyalu. Save me. I can't. Gulyalu." He sank to the bottom. Chin Yu had a blank face, and finally looked at the man on the speedboat. "Can you swim?" "I can. I can," the man shouted loudly. "Then you'll have better luck and jump in by yourself. Or I'll kill you first and then you fall in?" Without saying anything, the man turned his head and dived into the water. After rolling twice underwater, he floated up again, and he had already rushed out 7 or 8 meters away. From his appearance, he really knows how to swim, but his ability is limited. He struggled desperately for 2 times, trying to grab something to stabilize his body. As a result, he was suddenly swept by a rapid current and crashed into a roadside electric pole. There was a loud bang. The man's head was tilted, and he couldn't move. He sank to the bottom of the water soon. Chin Yu shook his head. "Your luck is so bad. You deserve to meet me." After that, he found a pole to hook the speedboat to a nearby place. He jumped on it and searched. There were really a lot of things piled up inside. They were probably searching for the group of people who fell into the water before. Chin Yu was not polite, and put all the resources into the space, and finally put away the speedboat. Then he sat back on the balcony and continued fishing. In the following period of time, Chin Yu caught all kinds of miscellaneous things. 10 fishing rods alone were broken. He didn't care. He enjoyed this kind of leisure. At about 11 o'clock in the afternoon, a person floated down from the upstream. He was sitting in a simple kayak. When they were about to reach the front of the hotel, the person on the kayak found Chin Yu, and after a slight pause, he suddenly threw a rope from the boat and put it on a protruding steel bar on the window frame with amazing accuracy. After the kayak was stabilized, he jumped up, grabbed the balcony ground, and jumped up with a flip. His movements were neat and tidy. Chin Yu did not move, but he was secretly surprised. This guy is not an ordinary person. This skill is too neat. The man who came up smiled at Chin Yu friendly and said hello, hello, hello. Chin Yu nodded. The man began to collect his kayak, dragged it to the balcony and put it aside, sat on the ground, and stretched his shoulders and neck muscles. "My name is Zhang. What's your name?" The man turned around and stretched out his hand to Chin Yu. Chin Yu glanced at him. He didn't stretch out his hand either. Just replied, "Chin Yu?" Zhang smiled slightly, took back his hand, and then sighed and said, "The country can't do anything about the current disaster. The situation in each city is similar, and people have lost the most basic trust in each other. Alas, human nature cannot stand the test. It has been like this since ancient times." Chin Yu said silently. "Indeed." Zhang also nodded, but still smiled. "But I always believe that there is still truth, goodness and beauty in the world. After the disaster, the country will rebuild, and the order of human civilization will continue to prosper." Chin Yu raised his head and squinted his eyes, looked at the sun in the sky, and murmured, "After the disaster? Have you seen what it looks like after the disaster?" "How could I have seen it?" Zhang leaned against the wall. "No one has seen it. By that time, it is unknown how many humans will be left on Earth. We must have faith. Man can conquer nature." Chin Yu turned his head and looked at Zhang in confusion. "What do you do? Are you a soldier?" "Oh, you can guess this?" Zhang smiled and said, "Yes. I am a soldier." Zhang. The 38th Army of the Xia Kingdom. The Special Forces Combat Brigade. So you can trust me. I am not the kind of person who will stab you when you are not paying attention and then rob you of your resources. Chin Yu's heart trembled. It turned out to be a member of the Army Special Forces. He didn't say where he was from. However, there is no large-scale garrison around Jiangcheng, so this 38th Army group is definitely not Jiangcheng's army. He is from another place. He is also a member of the Special Forces. He probably came with some kind of mission. Zhang Yang's series of actions of jumping from the water to the balcony made Qinyu alert. This person must be extraordinary. Qinyu put all his energy on Zhang Yang and replied casually, I know a member of the Jiancheng Guard. Because his biological sister was tortured and killed. He left the guard in anger and slaughtered the people in the entire building. Zhang Yang was surprised and asked, From the Jiancheng Guard? Yes. Chapter 7 saved a little girl. There is such a thing. Zhang Yang muttered. Then smiled, but you can rest assured. I am not that kind of person. After that, he took out a pack of compressed biscuits from his pocket, tore open the package and ate it. No water. Eat dry. Qinyu ignored him, silently fishing. While fishing, eating spicy strips and drinking beer. Very quickly, Zhang Yang ate the whole pack of compressed biscuits. He must be very thirsty. But he never asked Qinyu for water. Just stood up and tidied his clothes. And asked casually, Do you know that there is an internet cafe called Sun Island in Jiancheng? Qinyu was stunned. He looked up at him and said, Sun Island Internet Cafe? Yes. You know it? Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. Yes. Qinyu pointed to the distance and said, It's on Jinghua Road in the South District. However, it's flooded now. The deepest place is more than 10 meters. Are you still going? Good boy. Zhang Yang scratched his head helplessly and asked, Are you a college student? Yes. Which university did you graduate from? Jiancheng University of Science and Technology. I haven't graduated yet. Zhang Yang asked quickly. Then you should go online often. Right. Have you seen a post on the internet called If Sunspots Explode, Mankind Will Face the End of the World? I have seen it. Qinyu nodded, but suddenly realized in his heart. This guy is probably here to find the poster? That was a post Qinyu posted after his rebirth. The original intention was to give people a reminder before the end of the world. Because he couldn't openly tell others that the world would usher in the end of the world in the near future. It would be strange if he was not arrested and put in a mental hospital. So, he came to find himself? Zhang Yang looked at Qinyu seriously. Little brother, I won't hide it from you. I came here to find the poster of this post. According to our intelligence information, the IP address of the origin of this post is in Jiancheng Sun Island Internet Cafe. Oh, Qinyu said. Zhang Yang continued to ask, Do you locals in Jiancheng have any local information? Has anyone paid attention to this post or even found the poster? I haven't heard of it. Qinyu shook his head. No news at all? No. Alas. Zhang Yang sighed in distress and muttered to himself. It seems that this mission is bound to fail. Why are you looking for the poster? Qinyu asked in confusion. Oh, that's it. Zhang Yang explained casually. This is not a secret. I will just tell you a little bit. If you know anyone who knows about this, you can tell me. Since you have read that post, you should know that the phenomena mentioned in the post are now being fulfilled one by one. So, our experts analyzed that the poster should be a genius scientist. He may have a set of models that are specifically used to analyze this disaster. The country hopes to find this genius. We hope to provide him with comprehensive protection and give him a better experimental environment so that he can try to predict all possible disasters in the future. In this way, we can achieve precise protection and target our efforts. As for me, I came from the imperial capital. I came to Jiancheng specifically to find this poster. Alas, it's a pity that the car broke down on the way. And then we encountered a super tsunami, and the rivers flooded. I finally got here alive. After hearing this, Qinyu suddenly realized. So that's what happened. When I posted the post, I did write it from a popular science perspective. So the experts mistakenly thought that I used modeling analysis to draw such an accurate conclusion. It's also funny. Although it's tempting to be protected by the country. But Qinyu is not ready to accept it. Because when the prehistoric virus super outbreaks, even the country can't protect itself. What's the point of wasting time? It's still more comfortable to live alone. Zhang Yang saw that he couldn't get any information from Qinyu. So he could only leave with a helpless look on his face. He put down his kayak and jumped on it. He kicked the balcony with his foot and pushed the kayak open. Just as he turned around, Qinyu suddenly shouted, This bottle of water is for you. Zhang Yang turned around. Qinyu had already thrown a bottle of mineral water over. Zhang Yang quickly reached out to catch it. It was a 5L bottle of mineral water. Zhang Yang looked at Qinyu in surprise. Do you have enough water? Yes. Thank you. Zhang Yang smiled brightly, gave Chinyu a thumbs up, then turned around, controlled the kayak and quickly went away. Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief. He also felt a little emotional. In the last life, only a small number of soldiers with real ideals could survive to the end and retain their rationality and selflessness. Only soldiers. Nothing else. So, Chinyu likes them and respects them. Chinyu remembered the name Zhang Yang. If he could meet him again one day in the future, if he was still as confident as he is today, Chinyu would be willing to accept him as his first partner. I hope I can meet him again. After Zhang Yang left, Chinyu finally lost interest in sitting there. He closed the stall and went back to the room. It was time for lunch. Just as he turned around and walked back, he suddenly heard the scream of a child again. Turning his head, he saw, another person rushed down with the current. It turned out to be a child, lying on a cylindrical float, crying loudly and screaming. Behind the float, there seemed to be a body floating. The child would turn back and scream for his mother from time to time. The body should be the child's mother, but unfortunately she had drowned. Chinyu had a headache. The child on the float looked very young, only about 7 or 8 years old. Seeing the child rushing to the front of the hotel, Chinyu sighed helplessly. He had no time to hesitate and picked up a long pole from the ground. There was a hook on it. This was what he was going to use to hook the floating materials on the water. The city was flooded, and you can actually see everything on the water. Chinyu attaches great importance to all kinds of survival supplies. He will not let go of any aspects of life as long as they can be used in the future. Anyway, the space is large enough. Chinyu rushed to the balcony, and the floating ball held by the child happened to rush in front of him. He quickly stretched out a long pole to hook the floating ball, and slowly dragged the child in front of him. Then he grabbed her. "Save my mother! Save my mother!" The child screamed like crazy. Chinyu frowned and said coldly, "Your mother is dead." "No. Save my mother." "Woo! Save my mother. I want my mother." "Woo!" The child was lying on the ground, crying loudly. Chinyu ignored him, just put away the long pole, looked outside, and saw no more victims. Then turned to look at the child. "Your mother is dead. Do you know?" "No." The child looked up and glared at Chinyu, screaming. "Try to shout again. I haven't eaten for 2 days, so I'll kill you. It'll almost keep me alive for 3 days." The child was so scared that he rolled and crawled to hide in the distance, looking at Chinyu with horror. "Are you going to shout again?" "No." The child shook his head aggrievedly. Chapter 8 Seafood Feast. "How old are you?" 8 years old. "What's your name?" "Chinyu." "Chinyu, you are 8 years old. You should know the meaning of death. Your mother is dead and can't be saved. Do you understand?" "Woo woo woo. I'm going upstairs now. Are you going to continue crying here? Or come back with me?" "Woo woo woo." Chinyu's voice was hoarse from crying. An 8-year-old child, who just vaguely knew the meaning of life and death, ended up facing this doomsday disaster. It's hard for her. At first glance, she is a little girl, with 2 pigtails and a dirty face, soaked all over, sitting in the corner, burying her face in her arms, legs curled up, crying very sadly. Chinyu walked over slowly, squatted in front of her, and whispered, "If you want to stay here and cry, I won't stop you. But I'm not the only one who hasn't eaten for a few days. There are others. I cannot eat you, but others may not be able to bear it." After saying that, he stood up and left directly. Chinyu sat there stubbornly and howled twice. But when Chinyu walked into the fire escape, she was scared. A gust of cold wind swept in. It blew her several times. Chinyu stopped crying. Blinking, she suddenly stood up and ran, rushed into the fire escape at the fastest speed, caught up with Chinyu, and reached out to grab the corner of his clothes. Chinyu looked back at her, but did not stop her. So, the 2 of them, one big and one small, slowly returned upstairs. Chinyu kept thinking, the child must not be brought with him. It would be too troublesome. One reason is that he is not very old, and he has never had a child, so he has no experience in taking care of a child. So, this little girl must be sent away. Now, only the North District in Jiancheng has living conditions, and there are a limited number of official resettlement sites. Chinyu can be sent there. However, Chinyu still has to think carefully about which resettlement site to send her to, because in 10 days or half a month, The North District will slowly form a situation of separatism. And some official resettlement sites will have problems. Some were slaughtered. And some were disbanded because they could not get survival supplies. So I have to recall it carefully. Find a place that can last longer and send Chinyu there. Go back to the room. The messy Chinyu was stunned for a moment. Is this heaven? The environment outside is like hell. But there is such a large, comfortable, and luxurious living environment up there. And there is a generator? Chinyu was stunned, standing at the door. At a loss. Chinyu walked into the room, searched for a set of children's clothes in the portable space, and walked outside to throw them on the sofa. There is some water in the bathroom. You take a towel and wipe yourself. Then put on this set of clean clothes. Chinyu took 2 steps back in fear. Don't worry. I won't eat you. I still have food now. Go quickly, or I'll throw you out. Chinyu ran over and picked up her clothes and hurried into the bathroom. Oh my god! There is a super large bathtub in the bathroom. There is clean water in it. Chinyu didn't know how many days she hadn't taken a bath. When it was really dirty, her mother would just use a little drinking water to wet a tissue to wipe her little butt and face. Thinking of her mother, Chinyu cried again, squatting on the ground and crying. Unfortunately, no one comforted her. After crying for a while, she felt tired. So she stood up and took off her clothes while looking at the conditions in the bathroom. Turn on the faucet and try. There is no water. It seems that there is only this pool of pure water. So it can't be wasted. Chinyu is actually very sensible. She also knows that her mother is dead and that she was rescued. So she must not make the person outside angry. Mom said that the whole world has changed now. And no one can truly love her unconditionally except her mother. Therefore, she must be obedient. Chinyu obediently took off her clothes. She took out some water in a basin. She took down a clean towel with a bear pattern on the hook next to her. Wetted with water, and wiped her face and body. Wiped very carefully. Half an hour later, after cleaning, Chinyu changed into the clothes prepared by Chinyu. And they fit her well. Stand in front of the mirror and take a look. A cute little t-shirt and a pair of pink shorts. A pair of dark sneakers on her feet. She felt like she was reborn. A few days ago, she lived with her mother in an underground garage in a shopping mall with at least dozens of people. The life she lived during that time was simply not a life for human beings. Little Chinyu dared not recall it. She was dirty every day and did not dare to walk around. Every time she found a place to go to the toilet with her mother, she saw that the eyes of those adult men were all green. Like the big bad wolf in the fairy tale. Very scary. During that time, I didn't sleep a full night's sleep. Today, I finally got clean again. Chinyu looked at the dirty clothes she took off, and didn't know whether to wash them with water. So she carefully stuck her head out and looked at Chinyu outside. Uncle, can I wash my clothes? No, Chinyu replied casually. But, this is what my mother gave me. Your mother is dead. Chinyu's mouth flattened, and her eyes were red again. Chinyu didn't even turn his head, and waved behind him, throw away the clothes. Come over. Come to the kitchen to help. I want to cook. Chinyu was stunned. Cooking? I haven't heard this word for a long time. During the days when I lived in the underground garage of the mall, I could only eat dry biscuits every day. In the last few days, there were no biscuits. Every day, my mother had to go out alone for a while, and I didn't know how to exchange a little bit of hard bread. I couldn't eat enough every day, and my mother's condition was getting worse and worse. She was getting more and more smelly and listless every day. The last few days were simply Chinyu's nightmare. Seeing Chinyu slowly walking away, Chinyu quickly threw away the dirty clothes in her hand and ran over to follow him. Cooking? What is he going to do? The two of them came to the dining area. Chinyu walked to the refrigerator and opened the door directly. When Chinyu saw the refrigerator full of food, she was stunned. There were so many delicious foods. Some fresh food, even if they had never eaten it before the accident. For example, the big lobster in the middle layer. Chinyu looked at the ingredients in the refrigerator, turned back to look at Chinyu and asked, "What do you want to eat? I'll give you one chance. After today, I will send you to the official resettlement point in Jiancheng. So, order whatever you want to eat." Chinyu blinked, pointed to the big lobster and said, "Can I eat this?" In the evening, Chinyu made a seafood porridge. Chapter 9: Finding a Place to Resettlement. The Australian lobster Chinyu specifically requested weighed more than 3 pounds. Very big. 2 more big blue crabs, 7 or 8 ice shrimps, a black pearl abalone, and a small octopus. This luxurious lineup made Qin Yu dumbfounded. She had never eaten so many luxurious seafood in her life. So, during the whole process of Chen Yu's busy work, Qin Yu followed him very obediently, and washed whatever she asked her to help wash. When she didn't have to work, she squatted on the side. From time to time, she played with the general, who came over unwillingly. At first, the general was quite wary of the little girl brought back by Qin Yu, and kept howling and protesting in front and behind. But it's a pity. The general is still a little puppy after all, and he is too playful. After being teased by Qin Yu a few times, he immediately started to play. Perhaps animals also have their own perception system, and they can sense that Qin Yu is actually a child. We are all children, so it's fun. So, this short happy time has made Qin Yu forget the death of her mother, and forget that she has become an orphan. More than an hour later, the seafood porridge is ready. Qin Yu served Qin Yu a big bowl, and got her a bottle of happy fat house water. Looking at the steaming and fragrant seafood porridge in front of her, as well as the iced fat house water, Qin Yu's eyes turned red, and she thought of her mother again. Qin Yu glanced at her. Why are you crying? I miss my mom. My mom didn't eat much in the past 2 days, and gave me all the food. Woo woo. My mom didn't eat anything. Where do you live? Qin Yu wiped her tears and said, in the underground parking garage of SKP shopping mall. It's where my dad is. What about your dad? After my mom and I hid in the underground of the mall, my dad ran out to find Grandpa and Grandma, and he never came back. Qin Yu nodded and asked again, is your food sent by the government? Or do you find it yourself? Some people send it, and some people go to the self-service stores in the mall to search. But those people were very mean, and didn't give us anything at all. What did you eat then? Qin Yu flattened her lips. Later, my mother went to find those people alone, and found a way to exchange it. My mother is very powerful. Qin Yu didn't say a word. In that situation, there might not be many ways to exchange for food. After the two of them talked for a few words, Qin Yu's mood improved a little. She looked at Qin Yu timidly and said, Uncle. Thank you. You're welcome. You can eat now. Then I'll eat it. Well, eat it. Qin Yu picked up the rice spoon and began to eat the seafood porridge in small mouthfuls. After the first bite, her eyes lit up, and the expression on her little face was extremely wonderful. Then, she started to eat voraciously. Qin Yu put a lot of seafood in her big bowl, including crab meat, abalone slices, octopus, and everything else. The big Australian lobster was half cooked and half roasted. So Qin Yu was really enjoying the meal, and she almost chewed her tongue. Qin Yu simply ate a bowl and was done. She watched Qin Yu eat for the rest of the time. Although Qin Yu didn't like to accept anyone, he could make an exception for a child. After all, this kind of child didn't have any bad intentions. So he helped if he could. More than an hour later, the luxurious lunch was finally over. Qin Yu ate until she was full. Her belly was round from eating. After dinner, Qin Yu looked at her and waved his hand. Okay. You don't need to clean up here. You can play with the general for a while. Or you can look around by yourself. But remember, don't move anything. Remember? Oh! Qin Yu nodded obediently. Then she ran out. As she ran, the general followed her happily. The man and the dog ran and made a lot of noise. And there were even giggles. The child is still young. If he can be properly placed, he can actually heal his spiritual trauma quickly. Qin Yu was tired from playing, and fell asleep directly on the sofa. Qin Yu didn't leave either. Instead, he sat in the study area and carefully reviewed the information he had learned in his previous life. Then I continued to sort out the temporary resettlement sites that I had learned about in the North District. After an afternoon of sorting, I finally sorted out 3 of these 3 resettlement sites. The first 2 were in schools. One was on the campus of Jiancheng University of Science and Technology. One was on the campus of Jianbei No. 3 Middle School. The other was the most authoritative one. It was the municipal hospital. It had always been protected by official forces, and even heavily guarded. Not only because the hospital could provide medical treatment, but also because the municipal hospital of Jiancheng had a national key laboratory. The instruments and equipment there were very advanced. And for such an end of the world, it was a place that could not be lost. After choosing and choosing, Qin Yu finally chose Jianbei No. 3 Middle School. He didn't choose Jiancheng University of Science and Technology. because that was his alma mater. Chinyu didn't know how many classmates there survived. He didn't want to get involved with anyone, mainly because the emotional ties were too costly. People's hearts are separated by their stomachs, and you can't tell who is a human and who is a ghost. So he didn't want to go back. As for the city's central hospital, it is the most heavily defended place in the entire Jiangcheng, and it is also the place with the most military forces. Going there will cause trouble. What if you get entangled and can't get away? Isn't it asking for trouble? So, go to Jiangbei No. 3 Middle School. In the memory of the previous life, Jiangbei No. 3 Middle School was a very large rescue force. Many survivors in Jiangcheng even survived the fourth wave of natural disasters and the attack of the mutant beast tied there. I believe that there should be more than enough to protect a little girl there. With a decision, Chinyu also breathed a sigh of relief. At night, when Chinyu woke up from a nap, Chinyu made her a relatively simple dinner, multigrain porridge, and some pickles. That's it. Don't eat too much for dinner. Moreover, you can't let her eat too luxuriously. Otherwise, she will lose her ability to adapt to the harsh environment, which will be bad. Fortunately, Chinyu is not picky at all. She is really sensible, knowing that she is now living under someone else's roof. She does whatever Chinyu says. A very sensible child. Especially after Chinyu was washed. Her big eyes were watery. Her small melon seed face. And her two crescent eyebrows were thin and beautiful. She is definitely a beauty. Her voice is very clear, sweet, and crisp when she speaks. If she didn't have so many advantages, Chinyu might not have taken such an exception to her. After dinner in the evening, Xiao Chinyu sat on the balcony with Chinyu, with her feet stretched outside, swinging and chatting. Uncle, how long have you lived here? I have been here since the disaster. Oh, where did you get so many things? And the generator. Chinyu looked at the dark night outside, listened to the sound of the river below, and said lazily, this is a secret that cannot be told. Oh, uncle, will you stay here? Will you continue to save people? No. Chinyu said lightly, you are the only one. Why? Mom always told me to help those in need. Uncle, you have so many supplies. Why don't you help more people in need? Chapter 10 Helping Others. Girl, tell me, why do you help people in need? Chinyu blinked her big eyes, because we have to be good people. That's right. Chinyu glanced at her. Your mother wants you to be a good person, so she always tells you to help people in need. But I don't have to be a good person, so I don't have to help others. Uncle, you are obviously a good person. How do you know I am a good person? Uncle, you saved me. Chinyu looked at her and said seriously, does saving you mean I am a good person? How do you know I won't kill you? Or eat you? Chinyu was startled. She shrank back unconsciously. Chinyu did not look at her again, but looked back leisurely outside, and said lightly, girl, you are still young. Remember one thing? Don't rush to define others with your limited cognition. Good people and bad people are not something you can distinguish now. Oh! Chinyu lowered her head. After a while, she suddenly said faintly, I miss my mother. Go to bed early. Tomorrow, I will take you to the official resettlement point. There, you will have a new mother. They will take good care of you. Uncle, can I not leave? Chinyu's mouth was flat. Her eyes were red, and she looked very pitiful. No. Can't I follow you? No. I told you. I'm not a good person. What if I can't help but eat you one day? Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Chinyu's tears fell. And then she said, but if you send me away, there will be people outside who want to eat me. Chinyu almost couldn't help laughing. This girl. Does she think she is Tang Sung? Everyone wants to eat her. The world of children is very simple. She believes that the outside world is very dangerous. So she may see everyone as a monster. Maybe Chinyu is safer in her heart. It doesn't matter even if Chinyu keeps emphasizing that he is a bad guy. Uncle, if I say no, then no. Girl, I'm not your father. And I don't know how to take care of a child. It's not a peaceful time now. There are dangers every day. If you live with most people, maybe you can live longer. After saying that, Chinyu stood up and walked back with a dark face, saying as he walked, go to bed quickly. Leave immediately tomorrow. If you don't want to sleep, then sit here all night. I'm going to bed. Uncle, don't be angry. Xiaoya is very obedient. Chinyu suddenly got up, chased after him, stretched out her hand to hold Chinyu's hand, and gently held it, then ran into the bedroom while choking. Chen Yu froze. I feel a little irritable. In the last life, he suffered for more than 5 years in the apocalypse. In this new life, he hates this situation the most. So Chen Yu never lets anyone stay by his side. Today, whenever there is an adult around this girl, Chen Yu will not take care of her. Alas, it makes people irritable. Send her away as early as possible tomorrow, before there is too much emotional entanglement. Chen Yu turned and walked to the sofa in the living room, laid down with his clothes on, put the pistol on the coffee table, and then looked up at the sky. It seems I am not sleepy anymore. It started to rain heavily again, since the extremely hot weather disappeared. The weather has always been dominated by heavy rain since the backflow of seawater. Dark clouds were pressing down on the head. It made people feel depressed. Early in the morning, Chen Yu made breakfast for Chen Yu. After eating, Chen Yu packed up and left the general in the room without taking it. Then he took Chen Yu and set off. The resettlement site of Jianbei No. 3 Middle School is on the north bank near the mountains. No. 3 Middle School is a key high school in the city, with a good geographical location. The school is on a high ground, adjacent to a wild bamboo forest. It is close to the high-tech zone. In the past, there were few people in this area, far away from the downtown area of the city, and students were picked up by buses to go to and from school. In the previous life, after Chen Yu and his classmates escaped from school, they wandered to a small community gathering place and had never been to such a large resettlement site. I just heard that the resettlement site of No. 3 Middle School is also considered official, and it lasted for a long time. I hope the environment here can be better. On the way, Chen Yu looked at Chen Yu with red eyes from time to time. Occasionally, she would beg a few words, wanting to stay with Chen Yu. In the end, she was ruthlessly rejected. More than half an hour later, when Chen Yu was about to pass an elevated bridge, he saw a group of people standing at the bridge head from a distance. They were disheveled, holding various weapons in their hands, and standing there with a fierce look. Chen Yu slowly stopped the car, about 50 or 60 meters away from the group. These people stared at Chen Yu's Hummer with shining eyes. So everyone was in a state of about to sprint. Little Chen Yu was nervous. He held the handrail tightly and looked ahead in horror. Uncle, what should I do? Cover your ears. Chen Yu had no expression on his face. Chen Yu quickly released his hands and covered his ears. Close your eyes too, Chen Yu said in a deep voice. At the same time, the people at the viaduct head also slowly came over. From running to running fast. One by one, they began to roar and curse loudly, looking like they wanted to eat people. Chen Yu was so scared that he quickly lowered his head and closed his eyes, and covered his ears with his hands. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes. He casually took out 4 grenades from the space, twisted his fingers, pulled down all the pull rings, and then opened the car window and threw them out. 4 grenades drew 4 arcs in the air. The crowd that rushed over had almost reached the front, and suddenly found that Chen Yu had thrown out 4 grenades. Their faces looked like they had eaten shit, and they ran back in fear with their heads in their hands. Some rushed so hard that they couldn't stop for a moment. Their feet softened, and they fell directly to the ground. And then, they rolled and crawled back. Boom, boom, boom. For earth-shaking explosions sounded. Countless pieces of rubble were blown up, and even hit the windows of the Hummer. Chen Yu was so scared that her whole body trembled. But Chen Yu was completely indifferent. After closing the car door, he stepped on the accelerator hard, and the Hummer roared and started to speed away instantly. When the car rushed through the thick smoke, there were already bodies lying in front of it. Those people were unprotected and were hit by the shrapnel of the grenade. If they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Those who were not injured were also scared and ran like rabbits, quickly hiding in the alleys on both sides. Chen Yu drove the car onto the viaduct. He drove away in a cloud of dust. All right. Chen Yu glanced at Chen Yu, and Chen Yu finally slowly let go of his hand and looked outside with lingering fear. They had already crossed the bridge. It was raining heavily outside. What happened just now was like a dream. Chen Yu looked at the several marks on the front windshield and murmured, Uncle. You? Don't ask. I won't tell you even if you ask. Oh. Chen Yu didn't say anything. The car was quiet again. However, in Chen Yu's young heart, Chen Yu's image had become extremely tall at this moment. Even like his father. More than 40 minutes later. Chapter 11 Resettlement Point. Chinyu finally drove to the vicinity of number 3 middle school. He put Chinyu on the side of the road where no one was waiting. Drove to the bend. Got out of the car and put the Hummer into the space. And then returned to Chinyu's side. Let's go. The resettlement point ahead is number 3 middle school. You know number 3 middle school. It is a key high school in our city. It accommodates many survivors. You can live a normal life here. And you can find other children to be your friends. You know? Uncle, I want to follow you. Chinyu muttered with her head down. Chinyu ignored her. Took her little hand and walked quickly to the gate of number 3 middle school. Looking from a distance. Number 3 middle school is obviously a place guarded by the government. But unlike the central hospital, where there were only military personnel, this seemed to be a police station. There were several rows of police cars and anti-explosion vehicles at the entrance. There were guards standing guard every 20 meters on the left and right sides. They were all armed guards. There were fortifications at the entrance of number 3 middle school, which were piled with sandbags. Behind the door were guards wearing bulletproof vests. CQ assault rifles were mounted on the bunkers. People walking back and forth behind the door all had Type 97 in their hands. There were also 2 Type 06 submachine guns on the walls on both sides. With this scale, it was already the strongest firepower configuration for the police. Chinyu was relieved. No wonder they could hold out here for so long. It turned out to be where the police were stationed. Outside the door, a long line of people lined up in the heavy rain. They were all ordinary survivors. And most of them were old, weak, sick and disabled. Chinyu quickly took Chinyu to the end of the line and started to line up. Soon, a guard wearing a raincoat and holding a security scanner in his hand came over, looked at Chinyu, and said coldly, "Raise your hands. Check it." Chinyu glanced at him. Then he touched Chinyu's head. "Xiaoyu, stretch out your hands." Chinyu immediately raised both hands. The guard took the security scanner and scanned Chinyu. After finding nothing unusual, he looked at Chinyu, and you. Chinyu also raised his hands. After scanning once, the guard saw no response and continued to walk back. Behind him, someone had already lined up. There were a lot of people in line. There were still people walking towards this side from a distance. In this way, the 2 people slowly lined up for 10 minutes and finally got to the door. There was someone registering at the door. It was a middle-aged woman. Her face was full of class struggle. After looking at Chinyu, she asked impatiently, "What are your names, and what's the relationship?" "My name is Chinyu. Her name is Chinyu. It doesn't matter. I saved her on the road, so I plan to send her here to live." The middle-aged woman looked up at Chinyu. Then he quickly recorded Chinyu's height and age, and threw out a hand card. "Your card. F area. Room 12. Go in and someone will lead the way. Next one." Chinyu picked up the card and pulled Chinyu into the gate. After entering, he couldn't help shaking his head. Soon, a young guard came over. "Which area?" "F area. Come with me." The guard turned and walked towards the playground. Chinyu followed behind with Chinyu. He looked up and looked around. The entire number 3 middle school campus was divided into countless areas, including the student dormitory building in the distance. "That's Area A." Chinyu blinked and suddenly asked, "Excuse me. What is Area F?" "You are in Area F now." "What?" Chinyu was stunned and looked at the countless simple camping tents on the playground in astonishment. "You mean, Area F is on the playground? Sleeping in these tents?" "Yes." "Are all the student dormitories over there full?" "No." "Can we go to the student dormitories?" This is still an 8-year-old child. The guard looked back at Chinyu and said, "If you have the ability, go find someone to coordinate yourself. Area A is full of leaders' families. Do you want to try?" Chinyu's face darkened. "Fuck me. You are still seeking privileges at this time?" Chinyu's face was dark. In his opinion, shouldn't you allocate such disaster relief resettlement sites according to conditions? Children should be allocated to places with slightly better conditions. Live in the playground? This kind of simple tent? When it rains, the rain keeps pouring in. How can an 8-year-old child live alone? The original student dormitories were given to the leaders' families? Still showing off at this time? Chinyu pulled Chinyu to stop and looked in the direction of the student dormitories with a cold face. The young guard was stunned for a moment, turned around and walked in front of the 2 people, and said with a puzzled look, "What? Do you really want to try it? I warn you. You must abide by the rules here. This is not a place where you can mess around." Chinyu glanced at him. His eyes were cold. The young guard's scalp tingled, and he subconsciously took a step back. What do you want to do? The guard reached out for his gun. In this resettlement site, all the guards were equipped with guns. Qin was a little scared and quickly pulled Chun Yu's sleeve. Uncle, I can do it. I'm fine. Just a place to live is fine. Qin reached out and touched Qin Yu's hair. Then he slowly smiled and looked at the young guard and said, "Can you ask someone?" "Who?" The guard frowned and asked. "Do you know Su Tianlong from the Municipal Bureau's security team? Is he here? Captain Su? Do you know Captain Su?" The security guard's face became better. "Yes. I want to see him. He's not here. Captain Su has been out on the field." The security guard let go of his hand that was touching the gun and said earnestly, "Forget it, brother. Don't look for anyone. I'll tell you the truth. The building in Area A is full of leaders' families. None of them is weaker than Captain Su. So even if you find Captain Su, it's useless. He can't arrange for him to go in." Chun Yu nodded silently. The security guard whispered again, "How about this? I'll help you find a way to contact Captain Su. If there is really such a relationship, I'll find someone to help you change, and see if you can change to the auditorium. It's still okay there." Qin Yu looked up and took another look. Then asked casually, "What about the administrative building? Can I live in a separate office?" "No way. The administrative building is full of people with connections. And it's arranged." The guard curled his lips and shook his head. "The conditions there are also very good. So you don't have to think about it. The auditorium is also good. Although it's all tense. At least you don't have to worry about getting wet in the rain." "Okay. Thank you." Qin Yu nodded at the guard. Then turned around and left. "Hey, where are you going?" The guard asked hurriedly when he saw that he was leaving. "Don't worry about me. I'll go to Area A to see if I can change a room." Qin Yu waved his hand without looking back. "Hey, don't mess around," the guard said anxiously. "This is not the self-help area outside. There is order here. Don't worry." Qin Yu shouted from a distance and took Qin Yu to Area A. Alas. The guard shook his head, sighed, and murmured, "Good luck. If you can really handle the room in there, I will follow you in the future." Chapter 12. The sooner you adapt, the better. After saying that, he turned around and hurried to greet the people coming in from behind. In the distance, Qin Yu pulled Chun Yu's hand and whispered, "Uncle, I just need a place to live. I'm not that squeamish." "I know." Qin Yu looked down at her. "I'm just trying it. If it doesn't work, forget it. In such an orderly place, ordinary people will always be the lowest level of people. Girl, the sooner you adapt, the better." "Okay. I know." Qin Yu nodded. The two walked downstairs to Area A. Area A is the dormitory building of the original number 3 middle school. The equipment here is relatively complete. The police brought in large backup generators, a total of 10 sets, which can provide the electricity needs of the entire building. So, when the two came downstairs, they could even see the lights on inside the building. At the door of the building, there were 2 guards standing guard, armed with guns. Just as Qin Yu was about to go over to communicate, the door of the dormitory building was suddenly pushed open, and a figure hurried out from inside. Qin Yu met the person who came out. Both of them were stunned. "Fang Jing? Chun Yu? Why are you here?" Fang Jing's face suddenly turned red. But her eyes were also red. Maybe she was very excited. Qin Yu was also somewhat surprised. Originally, they agreed not to meet again. But unexpectedly, they met here again for Qin Yu. It would be fine if it didn't matter. The key is that the two of them have had the most substantial intimate contact. And Chun Yu is not so averse to Fang Jing. After Fang Jing was surprised for a moment, she immediately looked at Qin Yu on the side, and seemed to have guessed a little in her heart. And her face immediately had a gentle smile. "I didn't expect this guy to say that he was not a good person. But he still saved people? The little girl must have been saved by him." Fang Jing hurriedly came up and asked softly, "Did you save this little girl?" "Yes. Didn't you say you were not a good person?" "I said so." "Then why did you save people?" Fang Jing rolled her eyes at him and whispered, "Okay. You don't have to hide it. I have been following you for a day. And I know what kind of person you are. You have a secret in your heart. So you package yourself up. Whatever you think." Chun Yu shrugged, looking indifferent. Fang Jing also knew that he would not admit it. So she had no choice but to ask, "Why did you come here? Has she been assigned a room?" "Yes. To Area F. Oh! The room looked at the playground. That's Area F. I know. Xinyu looked up at the upstairs. I want to change her place. She has no relatives. Once I leave, she will have to live on her own. In Area F. The environment is too harsh. You don't want to change to Area A? Fang Jing looked weird. Is it okay? Of course not. Unless you kill all the guards here with a gun. You have to know that this building is full of leaders' families. Xinyu sneered. At this time, you are still engaging in class confrontation? Shouldn't leaders promote their style? Shouldn't they distribute according to needs? Aren't you afraid of internal conflicts? Fang Jing opened her mouth, but said nothing. She is a person in the system, so she never thought about whether this distribution method was appropriate. They carried out the arrangements from above. They really didn't think about the problem of internal conflicts. Now that Xinyu said that, Fang Jing suddenly felt a little worried. After all, it is the Doomsday. Does anyone really care about the leaders? People are afraid of guns. Right? When more and more survivors are taken in, the unfair distribution system here will become more and more serious, which is indeed a hidden danger. Although Fang Jing cannot solve the problem of the distribution system, but she is still very enthusiastic after all. Whether it is because of Chenyu or she is just such a person. After more than 20 minutes, Fang Jing took Chenyu and Chenyu to live in the administrative building. On the top floor of the administrative building, there is a small utility room. It has been cleaned up and turned into a single dormitory. The administrative building is Area B. The environmental conditions are second only to Area A. The people living here are basically the powerful people in Jiancheng. Because these people have connections, and can always use their connections to get in through the back door, and live in a building with a superior environment. Fang Jing was still very considerate. While Chenyu was making her own bed, Fang Jing pulled Chenyu to the end of the corridor. And when no one was around, she suddenly hooked her arm around Chenyu's neck and gave him a long kiss. Chenyu did not refuse. He could feel Fang Jing's feelings. So the two of them spent a warm moment at the window. Then, Fang Jing looked at Chenyu and whispered, I have received a mission from above, and I will be stationed here for a long time in the future. Do you want to come over? I can get a dormitory with a better location for the two of us. No need. Chenyu pinched Fang Jing's chin and smiled faintly. It's good for you to stay here. At least it's safer here than outside. Are you worried about me? Fang Jing smiled sweetly. Not really worried. Just an objective evaluation. This decision is very good. Fang Jing rolled her eyes at him. A cruel man. Can't you just say you're worried about me against your will? Can't you let me look forward to it? What's the point? Does everything have to be meaningful? Fang Jing muttered angrily. And then said resentfully, You are such a strange man. Others are eager to come in for protection. But you insist on staying outside alone. I know you have weapons and some skills. But, Fang Jing, don't worry about me. Chenyu said softly, It's convenient for me to do anything by myself. Since you are stationed here for a long time, please help me take care of this girl. She is a good child. It's a pity. Yes, I will. Fang Jing nodded. Do you have a dormitory here? Yes. I won't leave tonight. Chenyu looked back at the door of Chenyu's room and said softly, I will stay here for one night to see the conditions here. That's great. Fang Jing was immediately delighted, and a blush flashed across her fair face. She said happily, Sleep at my place tonight? Yes. Then, where is the general? You didn't bring it with you? It's okay. I left some food for him. Don't worry. He won't starve to death. Fang Jing nodded. Okay. Then, I'll go back and clean up and arrange things for the evening. You wait for me. You go. Fang Jing left in a hurry with a happy face. Chenyu turned back to the room. The bed inside had been made. Chenyu was sitting on the bed. When she saw Chenyu coming in, she immediately stood up nervously and asked, Uncle, are you leaving? No. I'll sleep here tonight and see the conditions here. Then will you live with me? Chenyu's eyes lit up immediately. Chapter 13 Learning Survival Skills. No. Chenyu pointed to the pitifully small single bed. Do you think I can live in a place like this? I have other places to live. Oh. Girl. Come here. I want to talk to you. Yeah. Chenyu walked to Chenyu obediently, and the two sat on the chair and chatted. Chenyu told her about Fang Jing's background, and told her that if she had any difficulties in the future, she could go to Fang Jing for help. Then he told her some rules to pay attention to. Although this is an official shelter, It is also in a doomsday environment. She must mature as soon as possible. You must learn to think independently, and learn the ability to deal with crisis. At the same time, learn as many survival skills as possible from Fang Jing every day, including fighting techniques and even killing tricks. Only in this way can you survive. After hearing this, Qinyu was stunned. You also need to learn killing tricks? Soon, Fang Jing came back again. She was in high spirits. It was almost noon, and the canteen was open for lunch. Qinyu thought everyone was going to the school canteen for lunch, but Fang Jing shook her head. Everyone's meals were delivered and distributed at a fixed quota every day. Moreover, people in different districts had different food standards. In District B where Qinyu was, the lunch was pretty good. When the food was delivered, Qinyu took a quick look. 2 whole grain steamed buns, a small portion of scrambled eggs with melon slices, and a small bag of pickled mustard tuber. Fang Jing secretly took an egg for Qinyu. That was what they had for lunch. Just barely enough. The key issue was that the second wave of natural disasters had just occurred. So the official resettlement site still had plenty of food. It was estimated that in more than 2 months, food would be tight. It was good enough for each person to get a flatbread every day. After lunch, Qinyu lay on the bed and took a nap. Qinyu followed Fang Jing around the school. This resettlement site can accommodate a total of 20,000 people, which is the upper limit. Now, almost 3,000 people have come in. Most of the police officers from the police stations and sub-bureaus in Jiangbei district are concentrated here. So you can see a guard every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. The order is okay for now. After walking for a while, the two stopped in front of a stone landscape. Qinyu asked casually, "How is your instructor's case?" "You mean Sister Su?" Fang Jing's expression darkened, shook her head and said, "She ran away." "Run away?" "Well, she massacred the students in the entire building in order to avenge her sister. But she didn't find the culprit. It seems that the rich second generation named Wei Guoqiang took a lot of people to the chemical plant in the north of the city in advance. The chemical plant is their family's property. Sister Su should have chased after him." "Oh!" Fang Jing continued to sigh. "Captain Su and Sister Su have communicated with each other through the communicator. Sister Su said in person that she would never stop until Wei Guoqiang was killed. If the guards continue to harass her, she might turn hostile. Why is she so out of control? Was her sister's death such a big blow to her?" "Yes." Fang Jing nodded. "Sister Su and her sister are identical twins, born with telepathy. Her sister's death is like a piece of her soul missing. This is how she described it herself. Anyway, we can't experience that feeling." "Sure enough." Qinyu nodded. He didn't ask any more questions. But Fang Jing continued, "Sister Su is actually quite pitiful. She treated me very well, and took good care of me in the guards' school. In fact, my grades are mediocre. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been able to join the guard team." Sister Su said that her sister was stored in the city center hospital by her, and soaked in formalin solution. "I have to go there in a few days." "Wait a minute." Chunyu's face suddenly changed, and he grabbed her arm and asked, "Su Qin stored her sister's body in the city center yard? And soaked it in formalin solution?" "Yes, to prevent the body from rotting." "What's wrong?" Fang Jing looked at Qinyu in confusion, because Qinyu's expression was somewhat scary. At this moment, Qinyu had already fallen into memories. In the previous life, when the mutant beast tide broke out, there were 3 most terrifying mutant creatures in Jiancheng. An animal, an insect, and another one, a living dead. And this living dead walked out of the city center hospital. When the 4th wave of natural disasters hit, the mutant beast tide swept the land. In Jiancheng, there are 3 kings, a beast, an insect, and a living dead. The beast is an adult chimpanzee in the Jiangbei Zoo. It has a highly developed IQ. No one knows how it survived the previous 3 natural disasters. Anyway, it survived. When the mutant physique broke out completely, it led the few mutant animals left in the zoo to sweep across Jiancheng. They madly killed the surviving humans. They feed on humans and stand at the top of the food chain. The insects are mutant red fire ants. Before the natural disaster broke out, Jiancheng had actually been invaded by red fire ants. This alien species, who is unknown, has spread to 12 provinces and 435 counties and cities in Fugui. There are also in Jiancheng. Although the Ministry of Agriculture has been reminding farmers in various parts of the county to pay attention, and the health department has been committed to eliminating this harmful poisonous ant. But it has always been ineffective. As a result, after the natural disaster broke out, the red fire ants survived the 4 natural disasters with their tenacious vitality, evolved and mutated, and became a group of very terrifying creatures. In Jiancheng, the mutant beasts eat people, and the mutant red fire ants eat everything and attack indiscriminately. In addition, the population is huge and the reproduction capacity is extremely strong, so humans have no resistance to them. The last king is the living dead, also known as the most beautiful corpse king. It is said that this zombie came out of the city center hospital. Originally, the most tightly defended place in Jiancheng was the city center hospital, because it was heavily guarded by the army. If you need people, you have people. If you need guns, you have guns. There are even several tanks to support the battle. As a result, when the most beautiful corpse king woke up, the base of the city center hospital turned into a cemetery overnight. Tens of thousands of people died inexplicably. After that, this zombie wandered around the land of Jiancheng, leaving millions of corpses wherever it passed. The beast king dared not fight, and the insect king avoided it. This zombie had no consciousness, but it had very strange abilities, which shocked all living creatures. Qin Yu had never seen the most beautiful corpse king with his own eyes, but he had heard people describe it. Some people described that they had seen the most beautiful corpse king in an empty Jedi. She was wearing a white long skirt, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. One eye was a human eye, and the other was a terrifying light spot. Her skin was white and delicate, just like a living person. That face was charming, shocking, and breathtakingly beautiful. She was barefoot and had been wandering around the city, roughly from the University of Science and Technology to a crossroads in the city center. Wherever she passed, even the most ferocious mutants had to retreat. According to information pieced together from various rumors, this mutated zombie was originally a woman's corpse soaked in a bottle of formalin solution in the central hospital. Chapter 14 Instant Noodles. Qin Yu was shocked. Could it be that the most beautiful corpse king in the future is Su Qing's sister Suya? This news is too important. If it is really her, then the corpse must be obtained no matter what. Her crystal core is simply invincible. If I can swallow her crystal core before she awakens, I will surely be able to awaken a higher level of supernatural power. Right? Qin Yu quickly calculated in his mind. Fang Jing looked at him puzzledly. What's wrong with you? Is there any problem? Nothing. Qin Yu shook his head and patted her shoulder. Let's go. Go back. Yeah. The two hurried back to the administrative building. An afternoon passed like this. In the evening, the food distributed at the resettlement site was even simpler. Each person had a portion of mixed grain rice and a small bag of pickled vegetables. Nothing else. Pickled vegetables were small pickled vegetables such as radish, cucumber, spinach root, celery leaves, etc. that were soaked in soy sauce. Each person only had a small portion. They were eaten in a few bites. Fang Jing was about to find a way to get some snacks, but Qin Yu grabbed her and asked her to stay in the room, and he hurried out. Qin Yu walked out of the school, found a place where no one was, and took out some snacks from the space. In order not to hide from others, he deliberately put them in a black bag, and then hurried back to the school and returned to the room. After entering the house, Qin Yu asked Fang Jing to lock the door. Then he took out the snacks in the plastic bag. They were all pickled snacks in bags. Fang Jing was stunned. My God! Where did you get them? You found so many delicious foods in just a short time? My car is still hidden outside. Qin Yu replied casually. Then he gestured to Qin Yu. Hide the things later. Come! Let's cook some instant noodles tonight. And add a few more slices of ham. Great. Qin Yu clapped excitedly. Fang Jing also smiled. And her smile was very ambiguous. Her eyes were full of admiration when she looked at Qin Yu from the side. This guy always says that he is not a good person. As a result, he was so caring towards a little girl, which clearly showed his overflowing love. Qin Yu turned his head and glanced at her. Do you want to eat? Of course I do. Why don't you help? Okay. Fang Jing happily went over to help. As a result, after working for a while, she suddenly saw Qin Yu sitting there motionless, and couldn't help asking, why don't you help? I'm not eating. Qin Yu shrugged. Why don't you eat? I'm not hungry. Really? Then we can eat. Yeah. Qin Yu nodded. Fang Jing immediately continued to work with Qin Yu. 10 minutes later, The room was filled with the aroma of cooking instant noodles. Instant noodles are fast food. When things are peaceful, you may think that this thing is junk food and not delicious. But at this time, especially when food is scarce, it is really a rare delicacy. Once it is cooked, it smells really good. Not to mention Qinyu's greed. Even Fang Jing is greedy. Both of them stared at the instant noodles in the pot. Bubbling, Fang Jing immediately turned off the power and took the small pot down to the table. She and Qinyu each had a pair of chopsticks. Just as the two were about to feast, the door suddenly slammed. The door was kicked open. Even the bolt was kicked to pieces. Qinyu was startled and her chopsticks fell to the ground. Fang Jing and Qinyu stood up at the same time. Outside, a chubby little boy pointed at the instant noodles on the table and screamed, "Look there! Look there! I said they were eating in there." "Right, Dad. I want to eat too. I want to eat too." Dang dang dang. A group of people squeezed in from outside. Fang Jing saw Qinyu's face change and quickly stood up to block the door. She really experienced Qinyu's cruelty. He really killed people at the slightest disagreement. If a gun was fired here, it would be a complete disaster. There are many official leaders here, so the entire city's security system is basically concentrated here. If Qinyu kills someone, it will be equivalent to a direct conflict with most of Jiangqing's security forces. Absolutely not. For the man she loves, Fang Jing stood in front of him. Today's matter must be properly resolved. A group of people gathered outside the door. The fat man's father is a big-bellied man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and a greasy face. Fang Jing knows this person. He is the owner of the largest grain and oil wholesale center in Jiangcheng. His name is Zhu Sheng. Their family lives in the largest office converted room on the high floor of District B. The living environment is very good. When they came, they brought some stock of grain and oil to the resettlement area, so they were treated preferentially and arranged in a luxurious room in District B. Unfortunately, no matter how good the place is, it is useless. The food is the same as everyone else. Because food is consumable. The more you eat, the less you have. Everyone knows that Jiangcheng is ruined. Xiaogui is ruined. And even the whole world is ruined. No one will grow crops in the future. And no one will grow vegetables. This food will become more and more precious in the future. Therefore, even if Zhu Sheng's family contributes their stored grain and oil, they can't eat anything too good. Zhu Sheng's son is called Zhu Biao. He has been used to fine clothes and delicious food since he was a child. But now he has nothing to eat. He has lived here for a few days, and he can't eat anything. Not even eggs. Which makes him almost greedy. Playing in the corridor tonight. As a result, when he accidentally passed the door of the small single room, he suddenly smelled a familiar smell. It smells so damn good. What is that smell? He sniffed hard against the crack of the door for a long time before he came to his senses. It was the smell of instant noodles. Someone in this room is eating instant noodles. It's outrageous. He didn't even have instant noodles at home. So the little fat boy went home and had a big fight with his parents, insisting on eating instant noodles, and said that he had smelled someone eating instant noodles in the room. Zhu Sheng didn't believe it. Of course, he relied on his great contribution to the resettlement site, and always thought that if there was really something delicious, it would be impossible not to arrange some for their family. Things like instant noodles are easy to store and can satisfy your appetite. At this time, it is simply a luxury. So, after the little fat boy's yelling, Zhu Sheng and his wife came out to see what was going on. On the way, the little fat boy never stopped talking. As a result, many people came. Finally, the door was kicked. The little fat boy Zhu Biao was a spoiled little bully. He didn't care whether he could afford to offend or not. Anyway, in his heart, his father was the most awesome. After the door opened, everyone outside saw the instant noodles on the table inside. The fragrance filled the room, which was really tempting. Zhu Sheng's face turned green. Damn! There are instant noodles in this base. Why didn't they give it to me? Even if I have to buy it with money, I can afford it. Or I can exchange it. I sent a lot of stock of grain and oil to the base, so I should be treated with some preferential treatment. At this time, Fang Jing rushed to the door. Chapter 15: A Family with Connections? She looked nervous. But she was not nervous about the people outside, but about Qinyu. She was afraid that he would kill someone if they disagreed with her. Fang Jing looked at the people at the door and said angrily, "What are you doing? Do you have any discipline?" How can you kick other people's doors casually? What do you do? Zhu Sheng looked at Fang Jing and looked unhappy. I am the security inspector here. Fang Jing. As Fang Jing spoke, she took out a badge and put it on her chest. Then waved her hand unhappily. Everyone, go away quickly. If you have any questions, go to the arbitration office for arbitration. It's not that easy to leave. Zhu Sheng sneered. What? Is the person in there your relative? A security inspector? Humph. He has a lot of power. We didn't know there were instant noodles here? As soon as he finished speaking, the fat boy Zhu Biao suddenly found that there were a lot of bags of pickled food on the bed inside, and immediately shouted, Dad, look, there are smoked chicken feet, braised eggs and braised beef in it. When everyone heard this, they squeezed forward at the same time. All stretched their necks to look inside. Oh my God. It's true. What's going on? Where did you get the food? Tell me. Yes, I got it through the back door. Hurry up and take out the things and divide them. Otherwise, this matter will not end today. Why don't we have it? A group of people started to shout. In the room, Qinyu walked out with a blank expression. Fang Jing heard the footsteps and turned around to stop Qinyu. Winking at him, Qinyu. No, not here. Please restrain yourself and leave this to me. Okay? Do you believe me? Qinyu looked at her silently. He then turned back to the room, sat with his back to the door, pushed the pot in front of Qinyu and said lightly, Eat noodles. Ah? Qinyu was stunned. She was a little afraid to eat in this scene. Qinyu looked at her. Forget what I told you. At this time, being a wolf is more likely to keep you alive than being a sheep. What are you afraid of? I gave you the noodles. If you don't even have the courage to eat noodles, I won't come to see you again. Qinyu's eyes immediately became firm when she heard it. She sat down immediately, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Everyone outside the door heard Qinyu's words. Zhu Sheng glared. Don't eat the food inside. Take out the food and share it. Otherwise, I will report you for hiding food immediately. Mr. Zhu. Fang Jing blocked him angrily. Speak some sense. Those things were brought in by themselves. They are not food from the base at all. What? Brought in by themselves? Zhu Sheng was stunned and looked at Qinyu's back in confusion. Where did he get those foods from? How should I know? Besides, what does this have to do with you? Fang Jing walked directly to the door, motioned everyone to step back, then pulled the door back, pointed at the door handle and said, You are too unruly to kick someone's door without asking the reason. Who are you talking to about rules? Zhu Sheng looked at Fang Jing with disdain. Aren't you just a security guard? What's wrong with a security guard? Fang Jing's face also turned cold. Zhu Sheng snorted coldly. Humph. Don't play dirty with me. I tell you, when I came here, the people here said that when you come in, you have to hand in the food. Hand in the unified distribution of food. Otherwise, you can't be protected here. It is because of this rule that I handed in all the stored grain and oil. What? Are you kidding me? We handed in all our food. But this kid can bring in his food and eat it himself? Who are you kidding? After Zhu Sheng finished speaking, a group of people echoed him. Fang Jing said unhappily, Mr. Zhu, there is no explicit rule in the base that requires personal belongings to be handed in. Go find whoever asked you to hand it in. What? Zhu Sheng was anxious. Are you really taking advantage of me? After speaking, he turned around and waved to his wife behind him. Wife, go find Lu Dehui, the sheriff of the base. We must figure out what happened today. Don't let anyone fool us. Wait. The woman hurried away. Fang Jing looked unhappy. Lu Dehui is the sheriff here, the official designated person in charge of public security in the city. He is not from the guard system, and is a very annoying person. When he came, the matter became more complicated. Fang Jing was a little overwhelmed, and felt that today's matter might be a big deal. I didn't expect that just eating instant noodles would lead to a false rule. There is no explicit rule in the base that all private food must be handed in before entering and being protected. Anyway, Fang Jing didn't see this rule. Soon, another group of people hurried over. The leader was a middle-aged man in camouflage uniform and gold-rimmed glasses. A man with a gun on his waist. Following behind him were several fully armed guards. Fang Jing rubbed her temple helplessly. Headache. Lu Dehui is here. He quickly walked closer and shouted loudly, Come on. Come on. Don't gather around. Gathering and making trouble is not allowed here. After the crowd dispersed, He also walked closer. First he glanced at Fang Jing with an unhappy look, then turned back and smiled at Zhu Sheng. Mr. Zhu. What's wrong? Old Lu. You are here. Come on. Come on. In front of your security guard. Tell me what you told me when I came here. About the conditions for coming in and being protected. Lu Dehui was stunned. What conditions? Old Lu. Don't play dumb with me. Zhu Sheng stared and said, you told me that our food and oil must be shared with the base before we can come in and be protected. Didn't you say that? Yes. Lu Dehui nodded calmly. I said that. Look. Zhu Sheng pointed at Fang Jing. Your people are telling me now that there is no such rule. The two people inside are actually eating instant noodles. Is there instant noodles in the base? How come I don't know? When Lu Dehui heard this, he looked at Fang Jing in confusion. Who is eating instant noodles? The people inside are my friends. Fang Jing knew it would be hard to settle the matter today, so she calmed down. Your friend? What friend? Fang Jing blinked. Commander Lu. Do I need to report my friend to you? Fang Jing. What's your attitude? Lu Dehui's face sank, and he frowned and said, you answer whatever I ask you. How can you not be organized and disciplined at all? Commander Lu. My friend is inside. They are eating the instant noodles they brought in. Now someone kicked the door without permission. That's all. Fang Jing was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly made the matter clear. Zhu Sheng on the side said angrily, did you hear that? Lao Lu. Why didn't they hand in the instant noodles they brought? And there were even things like braised eggs and soy sauce pig's trotters on the bed in that room. Why not hand it in? What? Lu Dehui was shocked. And the braised pig's trotters and the braised eggs? Yes. If you don't believe me, go in and take a look yourself. Let me take a look. Lu Dehui went over and was about to push the door. Fang Jing stepped in front of him and asked in confusion, Commander Lu, what are you looking at? It's not against the rules for people's private food. Right? Why not? Lu Dehui frowned and said, now all private food must be handed in. Chapter 16 New Rules? What? This time it was Fang Jing's turn to be stunned. Who said that? When was this rule introduced? It's introduced now. You heard it. Are you kidding me? Fang Jing's eyes widened. Show me the terms of the document. I've been at the base all the time. How come I haven't heard of this new rule? The document hasn't come down yet. Lu Dehui waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up. Go in and talk to them. All food will be handed over to the public and distributed by the organization committee. Otherwise, you will not be eligible for protection here. Are you kidding me? Fang Jing asked angrily. What kind of rule is this? This is a shelter set up by the government for survivors. How can such a clause be established? Aren't you blackmailing them? Hey! Lu Dehui also got angry. Fang Jing. You are just a little security guard. Why are you so troubled? Your director has to abide by the rules even when he comes. Look at your ability. No. If there is no clear regulation, it can't be considered a rule. Fang Jing also got stubborn. Fang Jing. You are rebelling. Commander Lu. Who made this rule? Tell me. I will go to him to argue. Lu Dehui was furious. A little security guard was so disrespectful. He also had a completely black face and shouted angrily, Fang Jing. Don't be shameless. Don't you know that even our personal belongings have been confiscated? Why are you still stubborn? Fang Jing was also furious. What are you pretending to be? Our belongings were taken away, and they were all given to the leaders in District A. Is that confiscated? They are using our belongings to flatter you. Fang Jing. You are talking nonsense. I will shoot you. Lu Dehui shouted angrily. He pulled out his gun and pointed it at Fang Jing's forehead. Fang Jing was also anxious. After all, she was also a member of the guard team. As soon as Lu Dehui's gun came over, she suddenly ducked to avoid the muzzle and grabbed Lu Dehui's arm with both hands. Then she turned around, twisted her waist, and set her hips. She pushed her back and lifted it up with force. Whoosh! A perfect back throw. With a thump, Lu Dehui was thrown to the ground hard, and the gun in his hand fell far away and slid to a far corner. At that moment, the corridor was completely silent. Everyone was stunned. I didn't expect that a security guard would actually knock the head of security in the base to the ground. Fang Jing was furious. At the same time, none of the guards who came with Lu Dehui moved, because they were originally in the same system as Fang Jing. Lu Dehui was the official designated head of security in the city, replacing the original director of the municipal bureau. There must be something fishy about this. So the people in the security system were unhappy. Especially this Lu Dehui, who was nothing. But he had to pretend to be cool, and had to get a gun. In addition, he flattered his superiors, and pretended to be cool to his subordinates. The people in the security team had long disliked him. So when they saw Fang Jing knock her down, the team members all gave her a thumbs up. Smiling, Zhu Sheng was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect Fang Jing to be so hot-tempered. She actually knocked her boss down. He was also a little scared, and stepped back involuntarily. Finally, Lu Dehui on the ground groaned and climbed up, rubbing his waist while looking at the guards who came with him, and said angrily, "What are you doing? Didn't you see that she rebelled?" A guard suddenly looked up at the sky. "Oh, there was sand in my eyes just now." "Hey! What a coincidence. I also got sand in my eyes." "Interesting. Was it windy just now?" "Actually, there is sand in my eyes. I got a hair in my eyes." None of the guards took it seriously. Lu Dehui was so angry that veins on his forehead were throbbing. At this time, Zhu Sheng also saw it. There is no rule that private food must be handed in the base. It is very likely that he was fooled when he came. It must be that Lu Dehui made a great contribution with the things he handed in. Otherwise, how could he become the security commander? Zhu Sheng was so angry. Looking at Lu Dehui, he said in a gloomy tone, "Old Lu, this matter must be handled well. Otherwise, we will not accept it." Lu Dehui suddenly got up from the ground, looked at Fang Jing and said angrily, "Fang Jing, you are fired. From today on, you are no longer a security officer. And you are no longer protected by the base. Leave the base now. Immediately. Right now," he shouted loudly. At this time, the door suddenly opened. I saw Chinny walking to the door with hot instant noodles, and handing them directly to Fang Jing. "Eat the noodles first. It will get lumpy later. I added a ham sausage for you, and left half a pig's trotter in it, and a braised egg." Fang Jing took the instant noodles in a daze. At the same time, a group of people outside stared at them, and they were greedy just by smelling them. There are also ham sausages, pig's trotters, and braised eggs? For a moment, Zhu Sheng and Lu Dehui's faces were as ugly as they could be. Jin Yu handed the instant noodles to Fang Jing, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He took Fang Jing's waist and gently pushed her in. At the same time, he looked back at Lu Dehui and said lightly, "We will leave after eating. We will not stay here. And we don't need your protection." "What?" Lu Dehui was stunned. Then he said viciously, "If you want to leave, leave quickly. You crazy people don't need protection. You have no spirit of dedication. If everyone is as selfish as you, what's the point of talking about home reconstruction? You talk in a very lofty way." Qin Yu smiled and walked straight in front of him. Fang Jing's heart was lifted again. "Oops. Don't kill anyone. Otherwise, no one will be able to escape." Qin Yu stopped in front of Lu Dehui and asked seriously, "Leader, I want to ask, what did you eat for lunch?" "What?" Lu Dehui was stunned. "Don't pretend to be dumb and don't hear. Report to everyone what you ate for lunch." Lu Dehui's face turned red, and he threw his hand in annoyance. "What do you care what I eat? I eat the same as everyone else." "Really? Nonsense. Of course it's true. Okay. You take everyone to visit your place. Okay?" Lu Dehui stopped talking. The way everyone around him looked at him slowly changed. Especially Zhu Sheng. He was not a fool. Basically, he understood. At the beginning, he must have been fooled. Qin Yu continued to look at him with a smile. "Also, Leader, have the things brought by those people in Area A been handed in? I warn you, don't fan the flames here and try to cause division." Lu Dehui began to accuse others. Qin Yu shrugged indifferently. "I just asked the question that everyone cares about. The common people come in to receive protection and have to hand in all their personal belongings. What about the leaders? Are they treated the same?" Lu Dehui was so embarrassed that he stopped talking. Any fool knows that it is impossible to have equal treatment. Qin Yu continued to sneer, "Haha. Does anyone feel sad? It's such a time. And you are still fighting for privileges? Now it's the guards and soldiers who protect the people. But what did they get?" Chapter 17, A Barrage of Ridicule. "People like Fang Jing and the guards you brought are the most tired and the most dangerous. But what did they eat? Have they ever eaten decent food? What? They deserve to be tired and to protect you? What have the leaders of Area A contributed to this base? Giving orders? Making these bullshit rules? TSK. That's ridiculous. Qin Yu's ridicule resonated with everyone. The guards who came with Lu Dehui were even more indignant. Because they really ate very badly. And they couldn't even eat enough. After all, this base has taken in more and more survivors. And everyone needs to eat. But the official food storage is limited. Everyone has to eat a certain amount. However, everyone knows that the leaders of Area A eat and drink lavishly. They have abundant supplies. Fish, meat, vegetables, and even fruits every day. The leaders eat lavishly. But the price is that ordinary people have to tighten their belts. In this base, if someone flatters, there will never be fairness. Several guards clenched their guns. Everyone was thinking in their hearts. Are they protecting the people or the privileged class? It's the end of the world. Do they still have to do this? Lu Dehui was dumbfounded, seeing that everyone's mood was wrong and they all looked indignant. He quickly retreated, shouting as he retreated, I don't care what you say. Anyway, leave the base before dark. After saying that, he turned around and ran away. Qin Yu looked at him coldly and turned to go into the house. Wait a minute. Zhu Sheng suddenly called him. Qin Yu looked back at him. What's the matter? Give me some of your instant noodles and braised pig's trotters. I can buy them with money or exchange them with other things. Qin Yu expressionless. You can't afford it. And you can't exchange it. I can't afford it. Zhu Sheng glared. I'm worth hundreds of billions. Can't I buy a bag of instant noodles from you? You can't afford it. Qin Yu looked at him indifferently. I exchanged these things with my life. I killed anyone who tried to steal my things. If you want to change, use your life to change. Will you? You are playing tricks on me. Zhu Sheng was already angry. And now, he was embarrassed and angry because of Qin Yu's bullying. In addition, he couldn't see how dangerous Qin Yu was. As a result, he went up and grabbed Qin Yu's shoulder in anger. Seeing this scene, Fang Jing's heart skipped a beat. It's over. The next second, Qin Yu casually touched his lower back and found a tactical saber in his hand. Then, he pressed his elbow. He bent Zhu Sheng's arm completely, and the tactical saber in his other hand pierced into Zhu Sheng's wrist like lightning. Ah! A shrill scream sounded. The saber pierced his wrist. Zhu Sheng fell to his knees with a plop. Howling in pain, it hurts. It hurts. Save me. Save me. The people behind him retreated in horror. The guards who had come with Lu Dehui had looked at each other, and all stepped forward helplessly, pointing their guns at Qin Yu. Let go. Young man. Let him go. Yes. Young man. Let him go quickly. You will make things worse. Fang Jing also rushed out. She reached out and grabbed Qin Yu's arm. Shaking her head at him, Qin Yu. Don't be impulsive. All the guards in Jianbei are gathered here. And there are big official leaders here. And our director has no say. If things get out of hand, it may not be able to end. Qin Yu looked at her silently. Then he looked down at Zhu Sheng who was howling miserably. And his wrist trembled. The saber was pulled out. Zhu Sheng quickly laid down and hid far away. And his wife and son dared to go over and help him up. Several guards breathed a sigh of relief and put down their guns at the same time. One of them looked at Fang Jing and whispered, Fang Jing. Leave quickly. Lu Dehui is a relative. He will not give up. Yes. You will suffer sooner or later if you stay. Let's go. If there is a chance. Go to the central hospital, which is controlled by the military. To be honest, it is much better than here. Yes. If it weren't for my wife and children here, I wouldn't want to stay. Fang Jing. Leave quickly. Anyway, your family is not here. Several people persuaded at the same time. Fang Jing glanced at Qin Yu. Qin Yu said lightly, eat noodles first. And then follow me after finishing the noodles. Yes. Fang Jing smiled happily. That smile was as pure as a blooming lily. For her, as long as Qin Yu agreed, she was willing to give up everything. Qin Yu took Fang Jing and Qin Yu out of the administrative building. It was still raining outside. But whether it was Fang Jing or Qin Yu, the faces of the two women, one big and one small, were filled with very happy smiles. A group of people followed behind. The leader was Lu Dehui. He brought another team of guards, probably his confidants. Each of them was armed with guns and had fierce looks on their faces. Lu Dehui didn't want to make a big fuss. because he did do a lot of things in private. Once the matter got to the top, and those secret tricks were exposed, he would be in trouble. So, his only idea now was to quickly drive Qinyu and the others away. In his opinion, the outside world was already a doomsday world. Without official protection, no one could survive outside. Sooner or later, they would starve to death, or they would be killed. Therefore, watching Qinyu and the others leave the base, Lu Dehui was gloating. In fact, he didn't know that Fang Jing and Qinyu were eager to leave here so that they could live with Qinyu. Soon, everyone walked out of the campus gate. Lu Dehui and others stood inside the gate, looking at Fang Jing and Qinyu with a sneer on their faces. Outside the gate, Qinyu looked at Fang Jing and sighed. I'm sorry that I made you unemployed after coming here. It doesn't matter. Fang Jing smiled sweetly. To be honest, I don't care anymore. After going through so much, I suddenly envy Sister Su a little bit. She is still decisive, and ends it when she says it will end. Do you want to end it too? Fang Jing hesitated for a moment, then whispered, if possible. I still want to try my best to help those in need. I don't want to violate the oath I made when I joined the guard team. Qinyu nodded and said nothing. She is very kind. It's rare. Okay. Let's go back to my place first. You two wait for me. I'll go drive. After that, Qinyu turned around and left in a hurry. As soon as he left, Qinyu immediately looked up at Fang Jing and asked tenderly, Aunt Fang, are you in love with Uncle? Fang Jing blushed and squatted down and smiled. You know what love is. Don't talk nonsense. I know. Qinyu smiled and said, when my mother stared at my father, she looked like you. Her eyes were full of light. Then your parents are very loving? Yes. What about them? Qinyu blinked. Her eyes slowly turned red, and she lowered her head and murmured, they are all gone. I'm sorry. It's Auntie who is stupid. Chapter 18 Getting Carried Away. Fang Jing quickly hugged her into her arms, secretly cursing herself for getting carried away. She had just spoken without thinking, and made the little girl sad again. After a while, Qinyu looked up and smiled hard. Auntie, I'm fine. Uncle has taught me to be strong and live bravely with the thoughts of my parents. Okay. Everything Uncle taught me is good. Good child. Fang Jing touched Qinyu's hair, looked up into the distance. Her heart was surging. Soon, the sound of a car engine came from the alley in the distance. Then, a Hummer turned out from the corner of the street. Fang Jing's eyes suddenly lit up. There's a car? At this moment, the people at the school gate all stared with their eyes wide open. Especially Lu Dehui. Qinyu actually drove a Hummer here? He also has a car? Lu Dehui was so jealous. Now, there are not many cars that can still run in the whole city. What is particularly strange is that all the fuel tanks of hundreds of gas stations in the city have been emptied. There is not a drop of oil left. So, even if you have a car, you may have nowhere to refuel. I didn't expect Qinyu to be able to drive. Fang Jing and Qinyu quickly got in the car. Qinyu looked at Lu Dehui and others at the school gate with disdain, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away quickly. 40 minutes later, Qinyu and the other three rushed back to Jianbei Hotel. On the way, they drove first and then took a boat, which was quite tiring. Fang Jing was not surprised that Qinyu got another speedboat. This man has too many tricks. It's jaw-dropping. However, the environment around Jianbei Hotel is really dangerous. It's already a vast ocean, with a depth of more than 10 meters. It's simply scary. And the undercurrent is turbulent. Ordinary people want to go into the water. Even if they can swim, if they go down at this level, they will probably drown. Back upstairs, Fang Jing and Qinyu both breathed a sigh of relief. The general was also very excited, finally seeing the master come back, and actually brought back two women with familiar smells. He was also very excited. He had fun with the two women, one big and one small. After being intimate with the general for a while, Fang Jing walked to Qinyu and asked softly, how are you going to arrange for the two of us? Are we going to the central hospital? No. Qinyu shook his head decisively and said, we can't go there. It will be destroyed sooner or later. Fang Jing was stunned. Qinyu patted her shoulder. I'll think about it. Can't we live with you? Not for the time being. I still have a lot of things to do. It's relatively dangerous. I can't keep you around all the time. Especially Qinyu. Fang Jing's eyes lit up. Not for the time being? Then it can be later? Yeah. This time, Qin Yu did not hesitate. Just because Fang Jing defended him, and Qin Yu at the base of number 3 middle school. Even at the cost of losing her job. Qin Yu had already accepted her in his heart. Fang Jing is a good woman. She has justice, kindness, and love in her heart. Qin Yu has been living alone. Not wanting to live like this for the rest of his life. It's okay in the short term. But it's definitely not okay in the long term. Humans are social creatures. You need group relationships. Otherwise, over time, even if you don't kill people, you will slowly become perverted. In the later stage, Qin Yu will definitely accept some people as partners and become real family members. But these people must be tested. They need to be observed. Only the right ones can be shared with resources. So far, Fang Jing is the first one accepted by Qin Yu. However, she still needs to be placed somewhere in the short term, because Qin Yu still has to do some dangerous things. For example, to deal with Suya's body. For example, to find a time to go to Jiancheng Wildlife Park and find the gorilla. Or even to find the red fire ants outside Jiancheng. All these things are very dangerous. Therefore, we have to find a way to temporarily place Fang Jing and Qin Yu. Uncle. Uncle. Suddenly, Qin Yu ran over breathlessly, holding the general in his arms, and asked loudly, Uncle, why do I feel that it has grown up again? I can hardly hold it. Fang Jing also nodded and said in confusion, I haven't seen you for a few days. I also feel that the general seems to have grown a lot. It's really scary. Huh? Has he really grown a lot? Qin Yu didn't have a very intuitive feeling because he was with the general every day. He walked in front of Qin Yu and picked up the general with one hand. As a result, he felt that it seemed to have become much heavier. The weight felt by the arm was obviously different. This is weird. How can it grow so fast? Even if it is fed meat every day, it can't grow so fast. Right? Qin Yu couldn't help but hold the general in front of him and looked at it carefully. When he saw its eyes, he suddenly found that there was a kind of faint dark red light in its eyes. Shit! Qin Yu's heart was shocked. What's going on? This kind of light. It's clearly a phenomenon that only occurs after biological mutation. The general has mutated now? Qin Yu was shocked. He no longer cared about Fang Jing and Qin Yu, and carried the general into the room, closed the door, and carefully observed the general's changes. A dark red light flickered in the depths of his pupils. He opened his mouth. The original canine gums seemed to be quietly arching fangs. The 4 claws also became sharp, and the hardness became more and more frightening. The fur on his body has been darkening and lengthening at a speed visible to the naked eye in the past few days. The body has grown a lot. At least the weight has increased by more than double. After checking for a long time, Qin Yu slowly put down the general, with an incredible look on his face. Confirmed. It has begun to mutate. Isn't this a ghost? According to the memory of the previous life, the tide of mutant beasts was rampant 2 years later. Why did the general mutate now? Is it because of his rebirth that a butterfly effect occurred? Or, Qin Yu had a flash of inspiration in his mind. If the general really mutated, then the only possible reason for its mutation was the heavy rain before the super tsunami. The general was caught in the rain, and that rain may have contained an ancient virus that had been frozen under the glacier for tens of millions of years. So, in fact, the few animals and insects left on the earth have been infected with the ancient virus and have begun to brew silently. This also explains that in the last life, when the mutant beast tide broke out, almost all the mutant creatures appeared in a complete state. It's really scary. And humans are powerless to resist the mutant beast tide at first. Everyone was shocked at the time. Where did these mutant creatures come from? When did they appear? No one knows. So now the secret is revealed. It turns out that some creatures were already infected before the second wave of natural disasters. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Now it's troublesome. The general has embarked on the path of mutation and evolution. A crystal core should have formed in its body. What to do? Should I kill it and swallow its crystal core? Chapter 19 Primary Stage. Qin Yu silently watched the general turning around on the sofa, feeling a little reluctant. Moreover, even if a crystal core has formed in its body now, it should be in a very primary stage. Who knows if swallowing it can stimulate superpowers? Forget it. Let's wait and see. In the previous life, no one had ever raised mutant creatures. What if they were raised from childhood? And when they grow up, they can live in peace with humans like ordinary animals. Or even further, domesticate them directly? At that time, with a mutant Tibetan Mastiff by my side, wouldn't it be possible to run rampant outside in the early stage? Qin made up his mind. He reached out and touched the general's head. General, I hope you won't let me down for raising you. Aoao. The general screamed twice. He started to wag his tail happily, and threw himself into Qin arms, and started to roll around. Qin hugged the general and immediately thought of another question. Since the general has begun to evolve, it means that the heavy rain in Jiancheng before contained a prehistoric virus. No one knows what the virus is. Anyway, when the virus spread completely around the world, the human population fell sharply again. Many people died of the disease. There is no cure. A small number of people may have survived the virus outbreak because they have some special antibodies. Qin is one of them. Now the question is, do Fang Jing and Qin have antibodies? If not, then they are dead. Alas, no one can intervene in this matter. In the previous life, humans have never been able to crack the pathogenic mechanism of the virus under limited conditions. There is no specific medicine. Therefore, Qin is not going to make it clear to Fang Jing and Qin. It will only make them feel psychologically burdened. So let it be. Live as long as you can. However, there are two things that need to be put on the agenda. One is to get Suya's body. Qin has to figure out how she became the most beautiful corpse king. Especially her ability is quite weird. She was rampant in the tide of mutant beasts, and neither the Beast King nor the Insect King dared to approach her. Therefore, her crystal core was crucial. Another thing was to find a way to deal with the few remaining animals in the zoo. Especially the chimpanzee. They must have been infected now. If I could monitor their growth, I could get the crystal core first when it matured, and open my superpowers again. Yes, that's it. Qin hugged the general, and turned to walk out of the room. Outside, Fang Jing and Qin were also whispering, and I didn't know what they were talking about. When they saw Qin coming out, the two women stood up at the same time and looked at him. This really feels like a wife and daughter. Qin let out a long sigh, put down the general and said, sleep here tonight. We'll discuss it tomorrow if there's anything. Okay. Fang Jing hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, then, should I go take a shower? Go ahead. There's water in the bathroom. Qin pointed at Qin casually. Help her take a shower. 2. Okay. Fang Jing smiled. Smilingly, she took Qin's little hand and went to the bathroom together. After entering, Fang Jing quickly undressed Qin. Qin stood there obediently and whispered, Aunt Fang, it would be great if we could live together. I'll call you Mom and him Dad. Fang Jing blushed. She said softly, you're just daydreaming. Aunt Fang, don't you want to live with Uncle? Of course I do. But, and he doesn't want to force him. He has his own philosophy of life. And we have to learn to respect other people's choices. Understand? Oh, I see. Come on. Sit down. Andy will wash you well. Thank you, Auntie Fang. To be honest, you have a much better figure than my mother. Ahem. 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 You girl. You said something like that out of the blue. And it scared me. Really. Okay. Stop talking. And stop staring at me. Turn around. Oh. An hour later, the two women came out. Clean and tidy. Because there are still many skincare products in Qin bathroom. So both women smelled good. Qin has been sitting on the balcony looking outside. There was a sound of footsteps behind him. Very light. It was Qin. Qin did not look back. Soon, a basin of water was placed on the ground next to him. I saw Qin squatting down, grabbing Qin feet, and taking off his shoes. Qin was stunned. What are you doing? Qin looked up at him. With big cute eyes, Uncle, I will wash your feet. I can do it myself. It's okay. Uncle, Aunt Fang said that I have to learn to grow up early and do work within my ability. I can wash feet. After saying that, she took off Qin socks without saying anything and pressed his feet into the footbath. Qin looked back at Fang Jing in astonishment. Fang Jing looked at him with a smile, shrugged playfully, and shook her head. Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These two women. At this time, the sound of water was loud. Xiao Qin had already started to wash his feet diligently. Qin felt a little strange for a while, as her little hands rubbed his feet. Qin sat up quietly. Next to him, Fang Jing fell into a deep sleep due to exhaustion from the intense battle. Qin covered her with a quilt and turned to leave the bedroom. Come outside. The night is cool now. Qin Yu walked to the balcony, took 2 cans of beer, and thought while drinking. Just now, he made a decision. Since Fang Jing and Qin Yu may have been infected with the virus, no one can say whether they have antibodies. If not, then they really won't live long. So, Qin Yu decided to leave them here. No more trouble. Jianbei Hotel has always stood firm. They should be safe here. I will leave some supplies for them to ensure they're living in the short term. As for Qin Yu, he has to do 2 things. The first thing is to ask Fang Jing for help to find a way to get into the city central hospital and try to get Suya's body out. The second thing was to go to the zoo. Qin Yu decided to take over there, live there for a while, manage all the surviving animals together. Then, he would be the first one in the world to try it out. Try to activate other abilities. For example, physical abilities. This would also improve his ability to survive. Thinking of this, Qin Yu quickly finished a cigarette, and then began to set up the room, while clearing out the remaining rooms on the top floor and filling them with some daily necessities. Not too much. Just enough for 2 people to eat for a month. Because if the 2 of them were really infected, the outcome would be clear in a month. In this way, the night passed slowly. The next morning, when Fang Jing came out of the room in a daze, she saw Qin Yu sitting on the sofa in the living room, with a row of weapons on the coffee table. Fang Jing was so scared that she woke up instantly. Chapter 20 Sexy Vest. She hurried over and whispered, "Is there a situation? How many people? Where are they?" Qin Yu looked at her and smiled. "Why? Are you going to fight in such a sexy vest? Aren't you afraid of exposing yourself?" "Oh, what's going on? You're still in the mood to joke." Fang Jing quickly picked up a Type 92 rifle on the table, unloaded the magazine and took a look. Then loaded the magazine, pulled the bolt, checked it, and immediately entered combat mode. Qin Yu secretly praised her. No matter how mediocre she was in the guard team, that was the standard of the guard team. For ordinary gangsters, Fang Jing was already a master. This is her mental quality. Nothing to say. Qin Yu stretched out his hand and pulled her into his arms, hugged her belly, and smiled softly. "There is no enemy. I just want to tell you something." "What?" Fang Jing was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, "Why? You want to leave?" "Yes." "Qin Yu, do you hate us so much?" Fang Jing looked at him aggrievedly. Tears also flowed down. Qin Yu smiled and stretched out his hand to wipe away her tears, and said softly, "Fang Jing, at least so far, I really don't hate you. Then you still want to leave?" Fang Jing said angrily. "I'm leaving to do something very important." "To do business?" Fang Jing blinked. "Will you come back after you finish your business?" "Of course." Qin Yu smiled and said, "This is my territory. Where else can I go if I don't come back?" "Huh?" I was scared to death. Fang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Her face flushed, feeling the heat from Qin Yu's body. Her whole body felt a little soft. So she simply lay in his arms and asked, "What are you going to do? Can you tell me? It's convenient. And I need your help." "Me?" Fang Jing sat up straight immediately. "What do you want me to do?" Qin Yu suddenly reached out and pulled her small vest. "Put on your clothes first. You always expose your beauty like this." "I don't have the heart to talk." "I don't." Fang Jing blushed and turned her body, smiling charmingly. "Just say that. Tell me quickly. What can I do for you?" "Help me get into the central hospital." "Ah?" Fang Jing was stunned. "Where are you going?" "Business." "Don't ask." "Well, okay. Then I won't ask. I'll think of a way. Now the information is blocked. Maybe I can use my escort ID to get in." Qin Yu nodded. "I believe you can do it." "Just this one thing?" "There is more." Qin Yu let out a long breath and said, "After finishing the central hospital, I will be away for about a month." "Where are you going?" "Also in the North District. Maybe out of the city. Don't ask me where I'm going. I'll be back here in a month." "Okay." Fang Jing nodded happily. "I understand. When will we act?" 3 days later." "That's good. At least I still have 3 days." Fang Jing smiled sweetly. She then sat up and said seriously, "I guess you must have a lot of things to tell me. Right? Tell me." "Yeah." Qin Yu's expression also became serious. He looked at Fang Jing and said very seriously, "Remember the most important thing. The survival supplies I left for you 2 are almost enough for a month." "Huh?" Fang Jing was shocked. 1 month? Where did you get so many supplies? Don't worry about it. Okay. Fang Jing's heart was pounding. 1 month's worth of survival supplies? That's too much. Originally, she never thought that Qinyu would leave her supplies. So as soon as Qinyu left, she had to search for survival supplies by herself to last a month. As a result, Qinyu actually prepared them. Too outrageous. Qinyu continued, Fang Jing, I have only one request for you. Since you want to stay with me, don't be a saint. Now is the end of the world. Not a peaceful and prosperous time. Without my permission, no third person can appear in this building except you and Xiaoya. Otherwise, when I come back, I will kill everyone I see. I understand. Fang Jing nodded calmly. Kill the Virgin Mary first at the end of the world. I understand this principle. This time it was Qinyu's turn to be stunned. I thought he had to give Fang Jing some advice. After all, Fang Jing was a guard. I never thought she was so sensible. Qinyu looked at her in confusion. Can you really accept this principle that goes against ethics and morality? Yes. Interesting. Where did you know the saying kill the Virgin Mary first at the end of the world? Fang Jing blinked. I went to college too. When I was bored at school, I also read novels. I have read many Doomsday novels. I also hate the Virgin Mary. Don't worry. I am not a Virgin Mary. Hee. Qinyu laughed unexpectedly. He suddenly realized that even though Fang Jing was not a woman with explosive beauty, she was the cutest woman he had ever seen. Perfect. Qinyu felt much more relaxed. Qinyu began to count the supplies for Fang Jing. First, the weapons. There were 3 pistols, all of which were Type 92 in service. There were 10 magazines in total. Fang Jing was very familiar with this type of gun. Then there was a domestic Type 79 submachine gun. 3 magazines. L5, a domestic military QBS-09 shotgun. This thing made Fang Jing stunned. This gun was seized from the water plant. It can be called a domestic killer. It is the military shotgun with the longest range and the most powerful in the world. It fires tungsten alloy pellets. The effective range can reach 100 meters. The effective range of mainstream shotguns in the world is only 50 meters. Qinyu left 50 bullets for Fang Jing. Finally, it was the Remington M24 light sniper rifle. A total of 20 sniper bullets. 10 grenades. Fang Jing was excited by the firepower. Even if she became a guard, she had never used so many weapons. There were even shotguns and sniper rifles. Seeing the prey made her happy. Fang Jing picked up each gun and played with it. After counting the weapons, Qinyu took Fang Jing around the room and told her about all the equipment and supplies. There are also daily necessities secretly stored in the other 2 rooms on the top floor. Fang Jing was dumbfounded. So many? How long would it take to collect them? It seems that these things are the basis for Qinyu's survival. As a result, he told me now. This shows how much trust he has in me. At this moment, Fang Jing has some confidence. I should have a certain position in Qinyu's heart. Right? He has feelings for me. 2 hours later, all the supplies were counted. Fang Jing also wrote them down. The 2 returned to the living area and came to the balcony. Qinyu pointed to the river water below and said, 6 floors below Jianbei Hotel are flooded. And due to the backflow of seawater, the undercurrent is turbulent, forming a good protection. It is difficult to get close to here without a boat. Well, I understand. Qinyu continued, you 2 live in the building and don't go out in the short term. Now, the survivors outside are slowly losing their humanity. If you don't want to kill people casually, don't go out. Got it. Chapter 21. Knowing what's going on. Fang Jing leaned against Qinyu and whispered, don't be too nervous. I'm not an ordinary woman. I'm a guard after all. Don't worry. I know what's going on. Okay. I won't say anything. Qinyu hugged Fang Jing and let out a sigh. I hope to see you alive and kicking in a month. You sound like I'm going to die. Fang Jing glanced at him and hugged him with her arms. I will definitely live well. I will definitely wait for you to come back. Don't worry. Qinyu didn't say anything else. Hopefully, there are not many people in the world who have antibodies to the virus of Doomsday. At noon, the 3 of them had a hot pot meal together. Little Qinyu always felt that, and Fang Jing seemed to be getting more and more beautiful. And the smile on her face never disappeared. What was she beautiful about? After the meal, after cleaning up the dishes, Qinyu suddenly called Qinyu to the sofa. There was a small blue pistol on the coffee table. There were also 5 magazines. Qinyu was stunned. After sitting down, Qinyu looked at her. Do you remember the people I met on the way to the resettlement site of number 3 middle school? Yeah. Qinyu nodded. Okay. Next time you meet those people, I want you to pick up this gun and kill them. Can you do it? Qinyu was obviously a little panicked. She looked up at Fang Jing. Fang Jing didn't say anything, just looked at her silently. At this time, she could only rely on herself. Fang Jing also knew how dangerous it was to live with an 8-year-old child in this doomsday world. Especially not her own child. No one would devote all their love to a stranger's child. This is human nature. Although Qinyu is small, she is a girl after all. In fact, girls are precocious. Especially after having experienced so many dark moments. So after hesitating for a while, Qinyu slowly stretched out her little hand and held the gun on the coffee table. Seeing this scene, Fang Jing's mouth finally curled up slightly. Qinyu had no expression on his face. He just nodded and said, okay. Since you have made a choice, you must be mentally prepared and take responsibility for your choice. Now, I will teach you how to use a gun. Listen carefully. After that, Qinyu began to explain the knowledge of firearms to Qinyu. He explained it very carefully. After listening for a while, Fang Jing was surprised. What a surprise! This guy explained it straightforwardly and vividly. Better than the instructor Su Qing. No wonder he didn't let himself be a teacher. But the key is, where did he learn this knowledge? He is obviously just a college student. 3 days passed in a flash. Finally, it was the day for Qinyu to set off. Fang Jing and Qinyu reluctantly sent him to the balcony on the 7th floor. The two women, one big and one small, looked at him eagerly. Qinyu smiled and waved at Fang Jing. I'll leave this to you. Remember, Xiaoye should not only learn shooting skills, but also fighting skills. After I leave, start to train her physical fitness. Yes. Fang Jing walked in front of Qinyu and whispered, be careful. If you can't come back in a month, I will die for you. Fang Jing, live well at all times. Only when you are alive can you have the opportunity to do what you want to do. Qinyu patted her arm, turned around and put down a rubber boat, jumped onto the rubber boat, and left with the water without looking back. Qinyu hurried to the balcony, watching Qinyu's back. Her eyes turned red, her mouth flattened, and she started to cry. What's wrong? Xiaoye? Fang Jing walked over and touched her hair. Woo-woo. Uncle ignored me. Silly girl. The only thing your uncle told you before he left was to train you. Xiaoye. Uncle is actually most worried about you. You know? Qinyu stopped crying immediately after hearing this. She looked up at Fang Jing. Really? Really? Then I'll be satisfied. Good kid. /n/n after Qinyu left, Fang Jing took Qinyu back to the room. She properly hid all the weapons left by Qinyu in key corners of the room. In case of emergency, make sure there are weapons available anywhere. Then, go back to the living room. He waved at Qinyu, who was playing with the general. Xiaoyu. Come here. I'm coming. Qinyu ran over. Starting today, I will train you for a month. Train your physical fitness and reaction ability, including the most basic mixed martial arts and shooting skills. Oh, Qinyu asked carefully, is it hard? At Fang? At noon, Qinyu appeared outside the city central hospital. This place is located in the middle of the northern part of Jiancheng. Although there is a lot of river water spreading around, it is only more than 1 meter high. People walked on the street. The river water barely covered their waists. The central hospital is a key unit guarded by the military. The central hospital is not just one building, but a large park. There are 6 units in total. A small square in the middle. The 6 buildings are the outpatient building, reproductive department, general and patient department, cardiovascular and cerebrovascular intensive care and patient department, administrative building and physical examination center. Survivors from outside are also accepted here. However, there are strict approval procedures here, and there are special requirements for the identity and background information of survivors. Ordinary survivors are not accepted here. But since you are here, the military will also be responsible to the end. They will send people to send ordinary survivors to several small resettlement sites in the surrounding area. Here, only people with special skills will be accepted, especially talents in special fields. For example, people in the field of climate, viruses, geological disasters, or people with special skills in other aspects of life. In Jiancheng, This is the survivor base with the highest defense. Chin Yu must get in. He wants to get Suya's body. Because Suya is likely to be the most beautiful corpse king who walked out of the central hospital when the mutant beast tide breaks out in the future. It is a very strange creature. The ability is ominous. But it can run rampant in the mutant beast tide. Both the beast king and the insect king are very afraid of her. So Chin Yu is very interested in her crystal core. Chin Yu had to try it anyway. He took a deep breath and took a look at the certificate in his hand. It was a formal certificate of a guard. However, the photo on the certificate was changed to Chin Yu's. This was forged by Fang Jing. According to Chin Yu's original plan, he planned to let Fang Jing go with him. But when he heard that this place did not accept ordinary people at all, it would not work. It would be useless for Fang Jing to go in alone. So Chin Yu modified the plan. He asked Fang Jing to change her certificate and change the photo to Chin Yu's. The conditions are limited now. Unlike before, you have to press fingerprints to enter the unit. Now it should be enough to just look at the certificate. As for the name, it was not changed. The central hospital is full of military personnel, and no one knows whether Fang Jing is a man or a woman. Chapter 22 No Disobedience. It is not disobedient to say it is a man's name. Just like that, Chen Yu came over. He looked at the corner in the distance for a long time. And after basically understanding the situation at the gate, he walked out and walked towards the checkpoint with his head held high. Arrived at the checkpoint, the young soldier in charge of the review looked up at him and said, "Hello." "Hello." Chen Yu nodded, took out his ID from his pocket and handed it over. "I am Fang Jing, a security officer at the number 3 middle school base. Come to do something." The young soldier reached out and took the ID and took a look. He looked up at Chen Yu again. Then he returned the ID. "What are you here for?" "Director Chu of the municipal hall has a child with diabetes and has run out of insulin. I came to get some." Director Chu said that he had already informed you. "Oh." The little soldier nodded and opened the railing. "Then you can go in." "Thank you." Chen Yu walked in leisurely. "Huh?" The information provided by Fang Jing is very effective. It is very convenient to scare people with the name of the municipal leader. Chen Yu quickly walked into the hospital and took a general look at the location of several buildings. Su Qing mentioned to Fang Jing that her sister was placed in a laboratory on the top floor of the physical examination center. After finding the physical examination center, when Chen Yu was about to go over, someone suddenly called him from behind. "Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing?" Chen Yu looked back. A sturdy man in camouflage uniform strode over. He had a red armband on his arm. It had the word security officer written on it. It seemed that he was at the same level as Fang Jing. He had a submachine gun on his back. It was a 5-type submachine gun used by the military. After the sturdy man came over, he asked seriously, "What are you doing? You looked around as soon as you came in. What are you looking at?" Chen Yu's heart trembled. "Good guy. This place is much stricter than the number 3 middle school. Hello, comrade. What's your name?" Chen Yu casually took out his ID and handed it over. The sturdy man took the ID and took a look at it. The expression on his face immediately eased. And he laughed. "So you are from the guard team?" "Guard Fang." "Hello. My name is Sun Guotao." "Hello." "Hello." The two shook hands warmly. Sun Guotao smiled and said, "Guard Fang, what are you doing here?" "No big deal. I'm just going to get some medicine for the leader's child. The child of Director Chu of the municipal office has diabetes, and he has run out of insulin." "Oh, Director Chu. I've heard of him." Sun Guotao casually took out half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and took out 2 of them. "Do you want to smoke?" His cigarettes were a box of Chombai Mountain. The wrinkled regulations he pinched. Chen Yu blinked, took out a box of Huazi from his pocket and handed it to him. "Try mine." "Oh, Huazi. Okay," I said. "Where did you get this?" "It's hard to find now." "I need one." Sun Guotao looked surprised. He took one out without hesitation. Chen Yu smiled. "It's a good thing to take it. There's a saying that you should be grateful if you take something from someone. And you should be grateful if you eat something from someone. It'll be easier later." In order not to arouse suspicion, Chen Yu was dragged outside by Sun Guotao to smoke and chat. Sun Guotao was a chatterbox. He kept nagging and cursing God. He had a lot of complaints about the current Doomsday disaster. His family had completely lost contact. He thought about leaving the army to find his family. But after hearing that the south bank of the river had been completely submerged in more than 10 meters of water, he gave up. There is no possibility of survival. At this time, the soldiers with faith only care about the public, not their own families. What they want to protect is national property. There are more important people. Qin Yu respects him. The central hospital is different from the number 3 middle school. Those who are admitted here are people with real skills and can bring hope to the future of Jiancheng, not those so-called leaders with fat heads. Therefore, Qin Yu is more eager to get rid of the most beautiful corpse king. If this hidden danger is removed, perhaps the central hospital can hold on a little longer. While the two were talking, Qin Yu suddenly found that Sun Guotao's nose began to bleed, and his heart skipped a beat. You are bleeding from the nose. Ah? Sun Guotao reached out and wiped his hand. Sure enough, it was bloody. He laughed and said self-deprecatingly, "This is because I haven't touched my wife for a long time. And I'm so angry. Oh! My wife, cough. 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 Cough." Sun Guotao began to cough violently. At the end of the cough, he covered his mouth with his hand, and his face turned red. When he finished coughing, he slowly opened his hand and looked. It was all bloody black blood. Qin Yu's heart sank. It's over. This is one of the Doomsday viruses. It attacks human lungs. It seems that a large number of ancient viruses were already carried in the heavy rain before the super tsunami. In the previous life, Qin Yu was fine because he had antibodies. At the beginning, people started to get sick one after another, and no one suspected that it was an ancient virus. They just thought it was a secondary disease after the disaster. So, it was not until half a year after the seawater backflow, when humans began to show various strange symptoms and die on a large scale, that people realized that it was an ancient virus outbreak. Qin Yu finally realized that the virus had started from this moment. Sun Guotao looked at the blood on his palm. His expression was stunned, and he muttered to himself, "What's going on? Why are you coughing up blood? Is it because of smoking? Are you having difficulty breathing?" Qin Yu looked regretful. "It seems a little bit. Press your throat gently. Do you feel a stinging and itchy feeling?" Sun Guotao pressed his throat twice, with a puzzled look on his face, and was stunned. "It really feels a little bit itchy." "Hey! You know medical skills? Comrade, go to the emergency department quickly." Qin Yu patted his arm. "First breathe oxygen to relieve the acute ventricular asphyxia that is about to occur. Then tell the doctor to prescribe some Huanlianqingwen capsules for you. That medicine can save your life for 2 months. After 2 months, leave it to fate." Sun Guotao looked dazed. The next second, his face changed, and he began to try to breathe heavily. And the more he breathed, the more urgent it became, and his face gradually turned red. Qin Yu frowned. This is an acute attack. In the previous life, he had seen many Doomsday diseases, and Sun Guotao's disease was one of them. It is very similar to cor pulmonale. So in the previous life, many people got this disease at the beginning, and they were all treated according to cor pulmonale. As you can imagine, many people died from misdiagnosis. But at that time, it was only the early stage of the virus outbreak, and no one realized that it was a frozen virus from the ancient glacial meltwater. That kind of virus has no solution at all. After a long period of clinical treatment, people found that the traditional Chinese medicine Huanlianqingwen capsule of Xiagua could relieve the symptoms of the virus to a certain extent. But it only relieves the symptoms and delays the onset of the disease. When the virus finally erodes the lungs and penetrates into the internal organs, the person is dead. Seeing Sun Guotao begin to suffocate acutely, Qin Yu immediately supported him and turned back to shout at the people at the emergency door not far away, "Come here. Someone is suffocating." When the emergency staff in the distance heard this, they rushed over with a medical ambulance. Chapter 23 Acute Asphyxia. "What's going on?" the paramedic asked quickly. "Acute asphyxia. Caused by lung spasm." The paramedic was stunned and turned to look at Qin Yu. "Are you a doctor?" "I used to be." Qin Yu replied casually. "Hurry up and give him oxygen to relieve the symptoms of asphyxiation and hypoxia. I'll get him some Huanlianqingwen capsules later." The paramedic said nothing. He looked at Qin Yu again, then hurriedly lifted Sun Guotao onto the emergency cart and put on an oxygen bag. After taking a few deep breaths, Sun Guotao's stuffy feeling finally eased. The paramedic prepared to push him to the emergency room for a detailed examination. Before leaving, Qin Yu quietly put the newly opened pack of Huazi into Sun Guotao's hand, looked at him, and said lightly, "Your illness has nothing to do with smoking. After that, he turned and left. Sun Guidao couldn't speak because he was wearing a respirator, but his eyes were looking at Qinyu's back, and his eyes were full of gratitude. Qinyu came downstairs to the physical examination center alone. The physical examination center of the central hospital has been converted into a temporary disaster relief command center of the military. There are guards guarding the door. The army from Jiancheng is about 1 regiment, a total of 1,200 people, with a deputy regiment commander and a chief of staff guarding. Of these 1,200 people, about half stayed in the central hospital. The scale is nearly 600 people. The remaining 600 people were dispersed to other small and medium-sized resettlement sites to protect the rescue base. Qinyu strode to the front of the building. A guard immediately ran over and asked seriously, "Hello. What's the matter?" "I am a security guard from the 3rd base. I need to see your Captain Liu. There is important information to tell him." "ID?" The guard stretched out his hand. Qinyu handed over his ID. After taking it and looking at it for a few times, the guard nodded and said, "Please wait a moment." "Okay." Qinyu nodded. The guard turned and went in. A few minutes later, he walked out, looked at Qinyu and waved, "Guard Fang. Come in." "Thank you." Qinyu entered the building. The guard pointed upwards. "Captain Liu's office is on the 7th floor. Go up by yourself." After saying that, he returned the ID to Qinyu. Qinyu took the ID, with a serious expression throughout, and hurried towards the elevator. After walking a few steps, he looked back at the guard and saw that he had turned back to the door. Qinyu immediately turned and entered the fire escape. "Huh?" Everything went well. Qinyu sprinted upwards with all his strength. According to Fang Jing's information, Suya's body should be placed in a laboratory on the top floor. As long as the body is found, half of the mission will be completed. I hope everything goes well. 10 minutes later, Qinyu climbed to the top floor without any obstacles. He was lucky not to encounter any trouble in the middle. He walked out of the fire staircase and took a look in the corridor. There were not many people on the top floor. Qinyu walked slowly forward with his hands and feet light. Every time he passed a laboratory, he pushed the door and looked inside. Originally, these laboratories all had electronic door locks. Since the power outage in the whole city, these electronic door locks have all failed. After the military arrived, although they brought large generators, in order to save energy, all unused floors were not provided with power at all. Therefore, these doors opened with a push. After walking through 2 or 3 laboratories, Qinyu pushed open the door of another laboratory, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Here, in the corner, there is a huge glass jar as tall as a person. A woman's body floated inside. It was Suya. Qinyu quickly pushed the door in, turned around, and gently closed the door. Then he quickly came to the glass container and looked at Suya's body inside. It was still the same. The skull was cracked. One eyeball was long gone. The body was twisted and had multiple fractures. This was far from the image of the most beautiful corpse king of the Doomsday. Obviously, she had not mutated yet. In fact, Qinyu has always been confused. If Suya is the most beautiful corpse king, how did she mutate? She is already dead. Those mutant creatures mutated when they were infected with viruses when they were alive. What happened to Suya? Can dead people also be infected with viruses? Wouldn't it be that there are mutant corpse kings everywhere on the earth? But it was not like this in the previous life. Qinyu didn't know if there were living dead like Suya in other parts of the earth. But in Jiancheng, there was only one Suya. Jiancheng has a population of more than 1 million. Corpses are everywhere. How come there are no mutations? So this is a mystery. Looking at the corpse in the formalin solution, Qinyu fell into deep thought for a while. Should I take her with me? If I take her away, but there is no chance for her to mutate, then the most beautiful corpse king will be in vain. Her crystal core is very precious. Qinyu wants it very much. However, if I don't take her away and leave her here, Qinyu can't monitor her condition at any time. If she mutates in advance by accident, or if she deviates here and is destroyed by someone, it will be a disaster. Just when Qinyu was thinking about it, footsteps suddenly sounded outside. Someone is coming. Qinyu quickly dodged and hid behind a cabinet on the side. Soon, the door of the laboratory was gently pushed open. A doctor in a white coat walked in. Male doctor. Good looking. Wearing glasses. Hands in pockets. No expression on face. After entering, he turned around and gently locked the door of the laboratory. and drew the curtains. Xinyu stood in the shadows, watching his actions. He was a little confused. Is this man conducting some secret experiments? This may explain why a corpse would mutate and become a living dead. Xinyu did not move. Wait and see. The male doctor walked to the front of the glass container and stood still. He did not do anything, but just silently looked at the corpse in the glass container, looking very attentively. Time passed by every second. Slowly, Xinyu vaguely heard a strange panting sound. It was from that man. What was he doing? Just as Xinyu was confused, the male doctor suddenly showed an extremely obscene expression on his face. Then he held the glass container with both hands, and actually stretched out his tongue to lick the wall of the glass container fiercely. Damn! Xinyu almost fell to the ground. MD. He looked handsome, wearing a white coat and a pair of glasses, and felt like a very professional experimenter. I never thought that I was wrong. This guy is really disgusting. And perverted. Facing a corpse. Just when Xinyu thought that this doctor was only limited to doing disgusting actions, he didn't expect that the male doctor actually brought a chair. He stood on it and opened the lid of the glass container. Xinyu widened his eyes in shock. What? No way. Does he want to have a real fight? Chapter 24 The Corpse of a Beauty. It was a corpse, and it had been soaked in formalin. The result? The male doctor really took great pains to fish out Tsuya's corpse and laid it flat on the laboratory table next to him. Then, he looked around as if he was appreciating a work of art. He kept muttering to himself. The corpse is so beautiful. Nothing in the world can compare to a corpse. Especially the corpse of a beautiful woman. How perfect. The crack in the skull is as natural as the Great Rift Valley in East Africa. The eye socket without the eyeball carries a charming sense of guilt. These twisted bones. These torn skin. These broken fingers and toes. Everything is art. No. I can't bear it anymore. You are mine. Last time, our souls coexisted. This time, let's change the way. I want to elevate our union to a higher level. As he said that, the male doctor began to take off his pants. Really? Xinyu couldn't bear it anymore. Damn pervert. Seeing that the male doctor had already taken off all his clothes, Xinyu walked out from behind the cabinet and said coldly in a low voice, or, you can also soak in it, so that you can sublimate to a higher level. Who? The male doctor was so scared that he was alert. He turned around suddenly and found a stranger in the laboratory. He grabbed his pants and ran away. Xinyu didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. He raised his hand and shot. Bio! The pistol with a silencer directly blew up the man's head. The male doctor immediately collapsed to the ground. Xinyu took a look at his lower body and suddenly understood. His lower limbs were scary. The legs were full of purple blood vessels, densely protruding, as if they had exploded. He was also infected. And he was the kind of person who had no antibodies. This guy must have done that unspeakable thing to Tsuya's body and left his DNA components. Because of this, Tsuya already has a virus variant in her body. Xinyu made a prompt decision. Take Tsuya's body away. Now, Tsuya has not mutated yet. So she is still a corpse. A dead object. An object without life. Therefore, her body should be able to be put into the portable space. Xinyu immediately put Tsuya's body back into the formalin solution and covered it. Then he reached out and touched the glass container. And his consciousness moved. The huge glass container disappeared instantly. Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief. As he guessed, it can now be put into the space. That's easy. It's done. Retreat. Xinyu successfully left the central hospital. The next target is Jiancheng Wildlife Park. The wildlife park is in the suburbs. We have to drive out of the city. Xinyu walked around 2 streets and released the Hummer in a deserted place. It was almost noon. Eat something first. He sat on the hood of the Hummer and took out a bottle of mineral water, a bag of chocolate bread, 2 sausages, and a boiled egg from the space. Eat. The weather today is pretty good. The sun in the sky has completely returned to its original appearance. But Xinyu knew that there were actually extremely terrifying changes going on inside the sun. Its heat was constantly decreasing. After 5 years of transformation, the sun turned into a blue ball of light. Although it can still provide light, the temperature has dropped too much. It is not enough to provide heat to the earth. In the previous life, Xinyu only survived for more than 5 years. The earth has just entered the ice age. In fact, he has no idea how to live in the future. The soil of the earth is all frozen and cannot be cultivated at all. In addition, there is no heat source, and no plants can survive. So, when the resources in your space are completely exhausted, how can you live? Drill underground? Or, the key to the survival of human beings in the future is to open up superpowers? Only humans with superpowers can survive in the end? Even without relying on light and heat? Maybe this human extinction may be an opportunity to push the Earth to a higher civilization. Let's see in 5 years. Chinyu quickly finished the bread and a sausage. Just as he was about to tear open the second sausage, 4 people suddenly walked out of an alley not far ahead. 2 men and 2 women. 2 old and 2 young. These 4 people were all in a mess. It was a family of 4 at first glance. 2 old people with 2 children. As soon as the 4 people came out, they saw the Hummer parked on the side of the road and Chinyu sitting in the car, especially the sausage in his hand. The 2 old people were excited. They rushed across the road quickly and rushed directly to Chinyu. The old lady looked at Chinyu excitedly and said, "Young man, give us something to eat. Our family of 4 hasn't eaten for 2 days. Young man, please be kind. What do you want?" The old man also said anxiously, "Look, do you want my big gold chain? 24K pure gold. It's worth tens of thousands. Here, can you change it for something to eat?" He pulled a yellow chain around his neck and moved forward. Behind, the 2 young men also came over, but they looked timid, pale and weak. After Chinyu carefully looked at the 4 people, he slowly tore open the sausage packaging bag and said lightly, "Sorry, I don't have any extra food either. Young man, please be kind." The old lady stared at the sausage in Chinyu's hand and said anxiously, "Look at you. You still have a car. You must have food. What if you give us some?" "Yes, young man. This gold chain is not enough. I still have gold coins and gold bracelets. Okay? These golds are worth a lot of money." Chinyu took a bite of the sausage and shook his head. "Sorry. There is no extra food. You..." The old lady saw that he was about to eat the sausage and glared anxiously. "Why are you so unsympathetic? Are you a cold-blooded animal? My son and daughter-in-law haven't eaten for 3 days. Can't you help us? You have a car. You must have food. If you don't give it to me, I..." The old lady was about to rush forward. As a result, the young couple behind her quickly grabbed her. The 2 young men pulled the old lady behind them, walked to Chinyu with a timid face, and knelt down. The man kowtowed. He choked and said, "Brother, please be kind and give us some food. My wife just got pregnant, and now she can't eat anything. Our family has been a single-line family for generations, and we finally have a child." The woman also looked at Chinyu aggrievedly. "Brother, please be kind." Chinyu looked at the 2 people silently. Then he picked up the braised egg on the hood of the car and threw it over. "This is all we have." The man caught the braised egg and bowed happily. "Thank you. Thank you. Brother, you can still drive out. There must be food. Please be kind and give us some. We too thank you for your great kindness." No more. Chapter 25, Dogleg Knife. Chinyu stuffed the remaining ham sausage into his mouth, ate it in 3 or 2 bites, drank a few sips of mineral water, and then jumped off the hood of the car. He turned around and prepared to get in the car. Suddenly, the man behind him said indifferently, "Brother, are you really out of food?" "No." "Fuck." The man's voice changed abruptly. "Forget it. This car is ours. Brother, take us to your shelter." Chinyu stopped. He slowly looked back. All 4 people had weapons in their hands. The 2 old men each had a fire axe, and the 2 young men each had a dog-leg knife. The woman who had just pretended to be weak now looked fierce. She looked at Chinyu and said with gritted teeth, "If there is no food in your shelter, we will chop you alive. Come here and raise your hands." The old lady became more arrogant. She pointed at Chinyu with an axe, as if she had him. Chinyu looked at the 4 people in front of him silently. The man saw that Chinyu was silent and thought he was scared. He smiled and said, "Why? Do you really think we haven't eaten for a few days? Do you really think we can't kill you?" Chinyu shook his head. He let out a sigh and said, "I know you are all pretending. I knew you had bad intentions the first time I saw you. You're just bragging." The old lady curled her lips and said, "What did you see? How did you see it? We met 7 or 8 people along the way, and none of them saw it. Why do you think so?" Chinyu said calmly. "No reason. Because I have tried not eating for 5 days and only drinking a little water. I know what people who haven't eaten for 2 days look like." "Fuck. What can you do if you know it?" The man walked forward with a knife. Try to resist? I tell you. I run a boxing gym. Taekwondo is already. Bang! A loud gunshot. The man's head was suddenly tilted back by the impact of the bullet, and he fell to the ground. The other 3 people were all stunned. Chen Yu had a blank expression on his face. He held a silver Desert Eagle in his hand. This gun was also picked up from the arsenal in Sakurajima. The Desert Eagle is one of the 3 most powerful pistols in the world, and it is famous all over the world. At this moment, Chen Yu's eyes were cold. The 3 men were shocked by his gunshots, and their brains went blank. They all forgot to run. Chen Yu did not hesitate anymore and fired his pistol continuously. Bang! 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 After 3 gunshots, all 3 men fell to the ground. Chen Yu put away his gun, walked over to take back his braised egg, tore open the packaging bag, took it out, and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he turned around and got in the car, stepped on the accelerator. The Hummer started instantly and rushed towards the suburbs. More than 20 minutes later, Chen Yu drove onto the highway. As a result, before he drove 500 meters, he saw the roadblock set up by the military in front of him. A soldier waved at Chen Yu from a distance with a gun in his hand. Chen Yu slowly slowed down and stopped the car. The soldier looked at Chen Yu's Hummer with a surprised look on his face. He walked over and looked around, and finally came to the driver's seat. Hello. Hello. Chen Yu nodded and lowered the window. The soldier looked at Chen Yu. Sir, are you going out of the city? Yes. Don't go out. The soldier shook his head. Now, the outside of the city is more chaotic than the inside. There are at least thousands of refugees gathered outside, attacking people who go out indiscriminately. We have set up 3 checkpoints on the way into the city. It doesn't matter. I went out with a mission, so I had no choice. With a mission? The soldier was stunned and looked at Chen Yu in confusion. What's your name? Sir? What job do you do? What mission are you going out of the city with? My name is Fang Jing, and I'm from the Municipal Bureau's guard. Chen Yu handed over his ID and whispered. I just came out of the central hospital. I have to go to the suburbs. Oh, brothers from the guard. The soldier smiled and handed back his ID. For these soldiers, the only ones they can look up to are the guards of the city's guard, because the essence of the guards is the same as that of the soldiers. They are all at the forefront, and they rush to wherever there is trouble. Therefore, the soldier was much more respectful and kind to Chen Yu, and smiled and patted the car door. Brother, you are good. What mission are you on? You are even given a car? There are not many good cars in the base now. Right? Haha. It's not a big deal. I'm going to the chemical plant in the suburbs. Chemical plant? The soldier's face changed, and he whispered, Oh, brother. So you are going there? Is the higher-ups going to move there? The gang of gangsters in the chemical plant is really troublesome. They have experts who made a lot of chemical bombs. It's incredible. Chemical bombs? Chen Yu asked in confusion. Have you encountered it? Yes. The soldier nodded and said with lingering fear, the group of people from the chemical factory is now the largest gang in the suburbs. No doubt about it. A few days ago, they tried to rush through the checkpoint with hundreds of refugees and almost destroyed our first line of defense. So exaggerated? The soldier sighed. They mainly have people who can make bombs, and they are chemical bombs, which are very troublesome. We also have casualties. After speaking, he looked at Chen Yu and smiled. The higher-ups asked you to go there, probably to move against them. So I coordinated your escort team to investigate the situation. You are experts in this area. Haha. I can't say more about this. Chen Yu smiled. Okay, brother. I have to go. Okay. The soldier saluted Chen Yu and said solemnly, I wish you success. Be careful. Those people are extremely vicious and have little humanity left. Don't worry. We are waiting for your triumphant return. Thanks, brother. Chen Yu had a good impression of this cheerful and smiling soldier, and suddenly asked, Brother, what's your name? My name is Wang Lei. The soldier smiled with his teeth, and his teeth were quite white. Chen Yu casually took out a pack of Huazi from his pocket and threw it out. Wang Lei. I hope we can have a good chat when we meet again in the future. Oh my god. Huazi. Wang Lei was surprised. Chen Yu also started the car, quickly left the checkpoint, and disappeared in the distance. Wang Lei looked at the car in the distance, and couldn't stop smiling. This buddy is really nice. He is still a brother of the escort team. Fang Jing. Right? Okay. I'll remember you. I must have a good drink with you later. Hey. Lao Wang. What's the benefit for you? In the distance, a team member came over. Wang Lei immediately put the huazi in his pocket, turned around and smiled. Nothing? Stop talking nonsense. I saw someone threw something out for you. It looks like a box of cigarettes. Take it out and have a look. No. Old Wang. That's very nice. Don't be stingy. Is it cigarettes? I've been craving for it these days. I'm really craving it. Wang Lei blinked, gritted his teeth, and took out the huazi again. Waved at the team members. I met a sophisticated guard team brother. He gave me a box of huazi. What? Huazi. Chapter 26 Chaos. The team member turned around in surprise and shouted, Brothers. Come quickly. Old Wang got a box of huazi. Come and smoke one. Really? Oh my god. You can still get huazi at this time? Yeah. Where did Old Wang come from? Who gave it to him? Wang Lei laughed. A guard team brother named Fang Jing gave it to me. Guard team brother? That's really nice. Give me one. Come on. I'm dying of suffocation. I want one too. Two. Hey. 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 Don't grab it. You can't get it. If you get it again, I'll be furious. In a blink of an eye. The checkpoint was in chaos. Chen Yu passed 3 checkpoints in a row, finally rushed out of the city, and rushed to the suburbs along the highway. After driving for about 2 kilometers, the car braked suddenly and stopped on the side of the road. Get out of the car and change cars. Put away the Hummer and change to the Night 15. It must be more chaotic outside than in the city. It's better to be safe. After getting in the car, continue to drive forward. When driving for about another kilometer, you can see a roadblock in front of you from a distance, and a group of people are waiting on the side of the road. There are a few people holding guns. They are all pistols. It's obvious that they are blocking the road. Those people also saw Chen Yu's car. They all seemed to be injected with chicken blood, and all stood up and screamed. Some pushed 2 oil drums to the middle of the road. Those with guns raised their guns and pointed them at the car. Those who didn't have guns were also armed with axes, halberds, hooks, and forks. They were all ready to stop the car. Everyone stared at Chen Yu's car, waiting for him to slow down and stop. What everyone didn't expect was that the behemoth didn't slow down at all, but instead slowly accelerated, and the roar of the engine was just like the roar of a bull. Those who stopped the car were dumbfounded, seeing that the car was already rushing over. Those with guns simply opened the safety and fired. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of random shots. As a result, the bullets hit the car body, creating countless sparks. But after shooting for a long time, the car glass didn't even break. Some wanted to shoot at the wheels. But firstly, his shooting skills were too bad. And secondly, the car was going too fast, so he couldn't hit it at all. So, the roaring heavy armored car drove up close, hit the oil barrel with a bang, and violently broke the roadblock, and drove away. Where are the people next to him? The broken roadblocks and oil barrels made them run away with their heads in their hands. And several people were hit by the broken roadblocks and fell to the ground with blood. After the car rushed past, the others got up from the ground with lingering fear. A small leader wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Oh my god. What kind of car is so cool? It can't even block this? Iron Rhino? It was a little after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Yu rushed to the vicinity of Jiancheng Wildlife Park. The journey was really thrilling. At least 4 waves of people blocking the way were encountered. Without exception, he drove away all of them. Chen Yu parked the car in an empty corner near the zoo and got out to check his car. Wow! It was covered with bullet holes. It looked quite scary. But basically it was nothing. The bullets from a normal pistol would just tickle this car. It couldn't even break the car window. It was exciting. Chen Yu put the car away. Then he walked out of the corner and quickly walked towards the zoo gate. Halfway through, he suddenly had an idea and turned around to bypass the gate. Walked about 1,000 meters along the outer wall of the zoo, and finally climbed over the side wall to enter. The entrance is located in the northeast area of the zoo. This is the rest area for tourists. The wildlife park in Jiancheng is not too big, covering only more than 1,000 acres. There are many animals raised here. When tourists come in, they basically take a sightseeing bus to go deep into the free-range area and go around the fixed route. Of course, You can buy various foods from the driver to feed them during the detour. The types of animals that can be fed are okay. Like deer, wild goats, ostriches, camels, and even carnivorous animals such as lions and wild wolves can be fed. Chinyu has been here several times before. He always travels with friends. So the layout of the opposite side was not too unfamiliar. After jumping into the rest area, Chinyu looked around cautiously. It was very quiet. There was no sound of animals at all. And there was a stench everywhere. It smelled like corpses. The terrain here is high and not affected by the river water. So when it was extremely hot, the bodies of animals that died from the sun were all placed outside. No one collected them. Chinyu took out a pair of N95 masks from the space and put them on. Then he started running towards the chimpanzee cage that he remembered. Chimpanzees are not free range. This thing has its own venue, located in the middle of the zoo. Soon, Chinyu arrived at the door of the chimpanzee house. When he got closer, he could vaguely hear the unique oh-oh howl of chimpanzees. The Beast King must be inside. In the previous life. After this, chimpanzee evolved and mutated. Its wisdom, that was not inferior to that of humans, made it the leader of the beast group. It likes to eat people. Especially likes to eat people's brains. After the mutation, this guy's body size increased by nearly 3 times. A bit like a smaller version of King Kong in the movie. As long as a human is caught by it, his fate is basically to be bitten on the head by it. And then it will bite hard, crush the skull with a crunch, and roll the brain inside into its mouth and swallow it. Extremely ferocious. The muscles and bones of this chimpanzee are as hard as steel. Ordinary firearms can't hurt it at all. Even if you use armor-piercing bullets to hit it, it can only be knocked to the ground. But its body is almost completely unscathed. Very terrifying. In the previous life, at least before Chinyu died, this Beast King was not dead, which shows that human weapons at that time had no solution to it. Soon, Chinyu touched the door of the orangutan house. The door was locked. Just as he was about to reach out to open the door, a woman's voice suddenly came from an open-air loudspeaker in the distance. If you go in, I guarantee that you will be eaten without leaving any residue. Chinyu was stunned. He looked back. Do you have any weapons? The woman on the loudspeaker asked again. Chinyu didn't say anything, but quickly turned around and looked around, trying to find a possible hiding place for the woman. Want to find me? Don't worry. You can't find me. In addition, I have an OJ 191 precision rifle with a laser sight. So, you better take off your clothes and let me see if you have any weapons. Chinyu turned around. He looked down. There was a red dot on his chest. The light spot was very small. It was indeed a red laser spot. Laser is different from ordinary light sources. Laser is a single wavelength pure color light source with concentrated energy, long propagation distance, and the light spot will not diverge. Therefore, the red dot on the body should be caused by something like a laser sight. But, does this mean it's a gun? Before the disaster, there were many people buying laser pens on the market. It can also emit this kind of red laser. Chapter 27. You don't look like an ordinary survivor. So Chinyu still didn't move. But he had already designed a dodging route in his mind. At this time, the voice from the loudspeaker sounded again. You are very brave. You are not afraid of this. I guess you must doubt what I said and question whether our guns are real. You don't look like an ordinary survivor. Interesting. I'll say it one last time. You must listen carefully. I'll count to 3. Take off your clothes immediately and let me see your figure. Pa. See if you have any weapons. If not, you are lucky. I can keep your life and let you be my watchdog. If you have, put down your weapon. Our people will judge you and decide whether you live or die later. So, now, I'll count to 3. Listen carefully. Before the loudspeaker finished speaking, Chinyu suddenly dodged the red dot and quickly moved in a zigzag pattern. At the same time, bang, 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 the huge gunshots echoed throughout the zoo. The powerful impact caused sparks to fly on the ground, and the marble collapsed, chasing Chinyu's figure all the way. The gun was very powerful. When Chinyu jumped into the corner of the gorilla house, the wall there was blasted by the strong firepower, and a corner of the wall collapsed. Behind the corner, Chinyu was still in shock. Damn! It was really that kind of powerful assault rifle. He had also heard of QBZ 191. It was a new model of domestic precision rifle, which could indeed carry a laser sight. It was weird. The The woman who was talking was definitely not from the police or the military. So where did she get this weapon? At this time, the gunshot stopped. The woman's voice came from the loudspeaker again. And she seemed very angry. Run? Do you really think you can run away? I have at least 20 guns here. The entire zoo is our territory. Where can you run to? Come out. Little toothpick. You are so timid. Are you here to steal? Humph. Useless coward. Come on. Come out. Let me taste it. Do you have a steel bar? The woman in the loudspeaker cursed. The most insulting. Behind the corner, Chen Yu was so angry that he laughed. I am a toothpick? Okay. Today I will let you see what a steel bar is. Chen Yu's consciousness moved, and he directly took out a shoulder-fired single-soldier rocket launcher from his personal space. Made by the Russians. RPG-7. Effective range 400 meters. For 0.5 s to escape explosion time. Known as infantry cannon. This woman is also a fool. Originally, Chen Yu really didn't know where she was hiding. But she was so proud that she had to use a laser sight to shine on herself. With this light, Chen Yu knew the direction of the light source. It was on the tall building in the southwest corner of the zoo. It used to be a leisure and entertainment place in the park. People could go there to eat, rest, or play games when they were tired. So there must be daily necessities there. Let you show off. Chen Yu carried the rocket launcher, went around to the other corner, knelt on the ground, quietly exposed his head, aimed at the location of the laser source he had discovered before, and pulled the trigger directly. Whoosh! The rocket shot out with a fire tail. Then, a woman's scream was heard from the loudspeaker. There was a loud bang. The entire wall of the leisure building in the distance collapsed. The sound from the loudspeaker disappeared. The whole zoo became much quieter. Chen Yu put away the rocket launcher and spat. What the hell? You call me a little toothpick? Is this cannon powerful enough? After that, he took out an MP5 submachine gun and checked the magazine. Then, he opened the safety and pulled the bolts. I have to go over there to check. This is how it is in the end times. Once you engage in a firefight, you must clean up the battlefield and never leave any trouble behind. Chen Yu ran around the back of the gorilla house and ran to the bottom of the leisure building. He listened carefully inside and seemed to be able to hear faint groans. There are still some who are alive. Clear the area. Chen Yu jumped in from the window next to him and started searching inside with a gun. Unexpectedly, as soon as he jumped into the building, he was immediately choked by a strong fishy smell. Looking around, the room was full of corpses. All of them were animals. They were probably the animals that survived in the zoo. But they were regarded as food by this group of people. Chen Yu resisted the urge to vomit and rushed out of the room quickly. Huh? This group of people is also amazing. They eat everything. There seems to be half a rhino corpse in the room. They can chew that thing? Who are these people? Feel so barbaric? Chen Yu searched downstairs with a gun in hand, but saw no one. Then he started to walk up the stairs. As soon as he reached the first floor, he saw a man with injuries all over his body trembling and holding the wall and walking down. He met Chen Yu face to face. The man was stunned and muttered, "Fuck." Bang! He was shot dead. Continue to go up. Chen Yu had no expression on his face and no waves in his heart. Every wounded person he saw was killed. He had no time to distinguish how many people here were perpetrators and how many were civilians. It can only be considered that they were unlucky. Sweep all the way to the multi-purpose restaurant on the top floor. There are more corpses here. That rocket blew up at least 7 or 8 people. And the rest were either killed by shrapnel or knocked unconscious by the rubble. Chen Yu continued to shoot. Finally, he came to the wall. A woman was covered in wounds. One of her thighs was blown away, and she was sitting on the ground, dying. Seeing that there was no one alive around, Chen Yu put his gun behind his back and walked over to take a look at the woman. Long hair, brown, wearing a sexy red dress. There was also a small pistol tied to her thigh. Flesh-colored stockings. Wearing red high heels. She looked like Ada Wong in Resident Evil. The key point was that she looked too ugly. A horse face. There is also a matchmaker mole next to the lips. The eyes are narrow and long, and they are single eyelids. Chen Yu tilted his head to look at the woman and kicked her wound. Hey! Do you still want to test whether I am a small toothpick? Help! Gulu! Save me! Cough! 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 She coughed up blood and tried to reach out. Chen Yu curled his lips. He stood up and took the gun. Bang! It was a shot. The woman tilted her head and died. Chen-Yu looked around. The top floor here has been turned into a camp by them. It is estimated that everyone sleeps here. This woman is also very cool. Counting. There are 7 men in total. She is a woman. The evil Snow White, and the 7 dwarfs? It is a skill for a woman to control 7 men at the same time. Chen-Yu quickly cleared the remaining supplies in the room, and put them all into his own space. In the far corner of the room, was their dining area. There was also a python corpse on the ground. There was still snake meat stewed in the pot on the table. Not to mention, it smelled pretty good. Chen-Yu walked over and tasted it. His eyes lit up. It tasted good. Chapter 28 Snake Meat Soup. I was a little hungry. I couldn't miss it if I passed by. That's how it is in the end times. Eat what you can. Don't waste it. Chen-Yu sat down on the chair with a big horse and a golden knife. Picked up the soup spoon to scoop a bowl of snake meat soup. And then picked up the rough flour buns prepared on the table, and ate it in big mouthfuls. Don't mention it. It's quite delicious. The texture of this snake meat is quite similar to that of chicken. And paired with this pot of soup, it's definitely wild. Chen-Yu ate it with relish. Ordinary people rarely eat in such an environment. The whole room is full of bloody smell. It's so strong that it makes people sick. And there is a strong salty and smelly smell in the room, which comes from the bedding they sleep on the floor. That's even more disgusting. Can't think about it. Because there's no water to wash. How can the smell be better? But Chen-Yu really doesn't care. He has experienced too many difficult environments. This is a piece of cake. Half an hour later, Chen-Yu was full. He stuffed the remaining meat into the space. Then turned and went downstairs to collect all the supplies that could be used in the leisure building. When he returned to the door of the orangutan house again, it was slowly getting dark. He could hear bursts of rapid shouting inside. The woman's previous words reminded Chen-Yu that if he went in, he might be eaten without leaving any residue. Therefore, the chimpanzee inside is probably not in the cage. It has already escaped. Chen-Yu looked up, turned around and ran to the side, accelerated with a run-up, rushed to the near side, stepped on the wall, and then jumped up, easily reaching the roof of the orangutan house. He found a place with a skylight on the roof and looked down quietly. Huh? Chen-Yu's heart trembled. Below, a huge chimpanzee was sitting on the ground in the corner, panting heavily. At the same time, it was also looking up at Chen-Yu. Obviously, it had discovered Chen-Yu. That look, it was very similar to the look of humans. Sure enough, it also began to mutate. This gorilla has definitely evolved to a level of intelligence close to that of humans. It stared at Chen-Yu. Perhaps it sensed the killing intent in Chen-Yu's eyes. But the gorilla's eyes slowly began to turn red. It began to open its mouth wide, revealing its scorched yellow fangs. It growled at Chen-Yu. It was very threatening. Chen-Yu frowned. The next second, the gorilla suddenly stood up from the ground, quickly climbed up from the surrounding iron racks, and after climbing to the highest point, it roared at Chen-Yu again. Unfortunately, the highest point it could climb to was not enough to reach the skylight. Moreover, there was another layer of iron cages inside the entire room. It can't rush out. Now the man and the beast are closer. Chen-Yu carefully observed its eyes, and slowly shook his head. It's not time to kill it yet. It should have just started to mutate. Just like the general. So, even if it has a crystal core in its body now, it must not be big. And the effect is very weak. And it is not certain whether it can stimulate human superpowers. Wait a little longer. Chen-Yu let out a long breath, put away the gun, looked at the chimpanzee inside, and said silently, I'll keep you for a while. After that, he turned around and jumped off the roof. There should be other surviving wild animals in this zoo. Those wild animals must have all mutated. All the crystal cores belong to him. Chen-Yu decided to count them, record all the animals, and prepare to live here for a long time. In this life, he is definitely the first person to try something new. 3 days later, Chen-Yu took root in the zoo. It took him 3 days to run through every corner of the zoo and finally record all the remaining wild animals. The statistics are as follows. 1 African lion, 1 chimpanzee, 1 Arab white baboon, 1 red kangaroo, 2 Asian elephants, several birds, 3 North American red foxes, a litter of desert cats, 2 skunks, 3 king snakes, 5 zebras, 10 red-eared turtles, 1 pony, and 2 porcupines. That's all. All the other animals died. Some of the animals that survived were tropical animals with strong heat resistance. And they survived by finding a place to hide. Some animals survived because the conditions in their own venues were better. Or they could drill holes, go underground, or there was always water to cool off. In short, they survived. The 1 woman and 7 men who occupied the zoo killed a total of 6 animals, including a precious golden python. After counting these animals, Jinyu installed surveillance probes in each den to monitor the mutation of these surviving creatures. When the time is right, kill them and take the core. Jinyu lived in a small shop near the gorilla house in the park. The supplies inside had long been emptied. There was nothing, but the space was small and easy to control. About 10 square meters. You can sleep on a camp bed inside. That night, Jinyu sat cross-legged on the bed. A pot of mutton was cooking on the small gas stove in front of him, and he was cutting radishes with a knife. The small space was filled with the smell of meat. The room was dark. You can't turn on the lights at night, otherwise you will become a bright target. At a certain moment, a burst of rapid roars suddenly came from the gorilla house. Jinyu quickly stopped what he was doing and turned off the gas. The whole person was immersed in darkness. The chimpanzee has now mutated and is constantly evolving. Its hearing is extremely sensitive. In 3 days, Jinyu has already tasted it. Whenever he makes a move or approaches the orangutan house, it will scream irritably, as if to vent. Now, it screams so urgently. It is estimated that someone is coming. Jinyu waited quietly. His hand also touched the MP5 submachine gun next to him. Sure enough, in the dark, a group of 7 or 8 people sneaked into the zoo. They had deliberately lightened their footsteps, but they were still noticed by the chimpanzee. From this, it can be seen that it is no wonder that this chimpanzee will become the king of beasts in the future. Its mutation is really very powerful and terrifying. He showed such a strong ability in the early stage. Jinyu quietly observed the group from the window, while opening the safety of the gun and gently pulling the bolt. A few minutes later, Jinyu was stunned. This group of people had a clear goal and were heading for the leisure building. Could it be that they had a grudge against that woman? Jinyu did not move. Wait and see. After the group reached the downstairs of the leisure building, everyone raised their guns and pulled the bolts, ready for battle. One of them took out a grenade, pulled off the pull ring, and suddenly threw it upstairs. Boom! There was a loud bang. The upper floor of the leisure building was blown into a mess again. Then several people quickly rushed into the building and groped their way up. Jinyu shook his head. Guns are really rampant now, and people are holding weapons everywhere. No matter how good or bad they are, they can be used anyway. Mainly because of the indiscriminate attacks of the first 2 waves of natural disasters. The guards and the army also suffered heavy casualties. So many weapons were spread out. This group of people should be coming for the horse-faced woman. Unfortunately, they came too late. After a while, the group rushed down from the building again, cursing and relaxing their vigilance. Then, they came to the nearest gorilla house. Jinyu frowned again. Chapter 29 Bullshit. What? Want to eat gorillas? That won't do. Jinyu immediately picked up his gun, quietly pushed open the door, and quickly flashed into the darkness. At the entrance of the gorilla house, the flashlights in the hands of those people were on. Brother Mao, do you really want to eat gorillas? What else? Brother Mao, I heard that gorilla meat is sour, just like human meat. Let's eat something else? Bullshit. Have you eaten human meat? No. If you haven't, what are you talking about? It's good to have something to eat. If we continue to stay in the factory, we will all starve to death. That woman is elusive and is driving our factory crazy. Damn. Crazy woman. Brother Cat, I still feel disgusted by gorillas. How about we look for other animals? What the hell? The others are far away. This one is the closest. Hurry up. Don't waste time. Kill one and eat it first. Anyway, this place has been cleared. Find another one tomorrow during the day. Quick. Go in. Ah! Several people started to act, preparing to pry open the door of the gorilla house. At this moment, the manic shouting in the gorilla house was getting louder and louder. Suddenly, a whistle sounded behind everyone. Everyone turned around. Don't move. Whoever moves will die. Jinyu stood in the dark, with the gun in his hand pointed at them. All 8 people were stunned. One of them blinked and suddenly raised his gun. Bang! 2 gunshots. The man who just raised his hand fell to the ground. The remaining 7 were shocked. None of them dared to move. I told you. Whoever moves will die. Chinyu walked in front of the crowd with a gun. Throw your weapons on the ground. Step back. And stand against the wall. The 7 people slowly threw their guns on the ground. And one by one, they stepped back and stood against the wall. Like elementary school students being punished to stand. Everyone had a sad expression on their faces. Chinyu went over and kicked the weapon aside with his foot. After glancing at a few people, he asked casually, "Who is the leader?" The 6 men looked at the one in the middle at the same time. The man wanted to cry. He said cautiously with a droopy face, I am. What's your name? Brother Mao. You want to die. And you still call yourself Brother Mao in front of me? I'm asking your real name? Chinyu cursed angrily. This kind of bastard has a worrying IQ. Still calling yourself Brother Mao? You dare to call yourself Brother Mao with a gun pointed at him? A pure idiot. The man also came back to his senses and hurriedly smiled and said, I was wrong. I was wrong. My name is Zhao Huali. Zhao Huali. I ask you to answer. If I feel that you hesitate or answer slowly, I will shoot you immediately. Do you understand? Zhao Huali nodded repeatedly, yes. Yes. I will answer whatever you ask. Okay. The first question. Where are you from? Zhao Huali quickly replied, Jiangzhou chemical plant. Chinyu was stunned. Isn't that the place where the rich second-generation Suya was forced to death? The location of the chemical plant is not too far from the zoo. This is also the dangerous place mentioned by the military soldier Wang Lei when leaving the city. Chinyu pondered for a moment and asked casually, Why are you here? Get food. Want to eat gorillas? Yes. Zhao Huali quickly explained, You don't have to eat gorillas. It's mainly because it's dark tonight, and this place is the closest. So, buddy, do you like this gorilla? If you like it, I'll give it to you. We don't eat. Are you asking or am I asking? Chinyu glared. You ask? You ask? I ask you. Is there no food in the chemical plant? Why do you come here to hunt for food? Zhao Huali praised and said with a sad face, Recently, a crazy woman has been harassing our factory. She is like a ghost, and has blown up our factory's food storage and water source. There is nothing to eat in the factory now. Everyone is looking for food everywhere. Hearing this, Chinyu suddenly realized. It should be Su Qing. This woman has become an angel of revenge. She has messed up the chemical plant alone. Awesome. Chinyu admires Su Qing very much. This woman is very straightforward. And she is very resourceful. Definitely a master. After finding out the information about this group of people, Chinyu was no longer interested in chatting with them. He looked at Zhao Huali and suddenly asked, How many people have you killed? Ah? Zhao Huali was stunned. I asked you how many people you have killed. Zhao Huali hesitated. He didn't dare to say it. As a result, Chinyu raised his hand and said, You hesitated. Hey. Hey. Don't. Bang. Zhao Huali fell to the ground with his head raised. The remaining 5 were so scared that they all hid aside and knelt on the ground. Their faces pale. Chinyu pointed the gun at the person next to him. How many people have you killed? I haven't killed anyone. Big brother. I really haven't killed anyone. He quickly begged for mercy. Chinyu blinked and pointed the gun at another person. Is he telling the truth? Really? You hesitated. Bang. Another one fell down. There were 4 left. Chinyu slowly pointed his gun at the person next to him. Before the man could ask, he cried out in a mourning tone, He has killed several people. Really? I'm not lying. He killed a mother and daughter, and also harmed a child under 10 years old. The one who was questioned before roared, rushed over and pounced on the companion who was talking, grabbed his head, and knocked it hard on the ground. There was a loud bang. His companion's skull was cracked by his blow, and he died as dead as he could be. After killing his companion, he looked at Chinyu hysterically and roared, Have you never killed anyone? Do you dare to say that you haven't killed anyone? Do you dare to touch your conscience and say that you haven't killed anyone? Chinyu looked at him expressionlessly. First, you are not qualified to ask me. Second, I have killed many people. Third, I have no conscience, so I can't touch it. Fourth, I never harm women. Bang! Another one died. Finally, there were only 2 left. One of them was frightened and a little mentally ill, and suddenly stood up and rushed towards the pile of weapons they threw away. Chinyu didn't even look at him, raised his hand and shot. He fell down too. There was only 1 man left. He swallowed hard. as if he had given up, and looked at Chin Yu with a vicious look. You bastard. Kill me if you dare. There's a big scar on your head. But remember this. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. I tell you. I wear red shorts every day. There are spells on them. If I die suddenly, I will definitely become a fierce ghost. When that happens, I will keep pestering you and slowly kill you. Come on. Shoot. Kill me. Everyone in the factory knows that we are here. Anyway, we can't go back. And this place will be razed to the ground tomorrow. You're fucking ready to die. Grandson. Come on. Shoot me to death. Aren't you awesome? Shoot. Grandson. If I, Zhuang Chun, frown, I'll be beaten. The man also roared hysterically. However, the murderous intent in Chin Yu's eyes disappeared. He couldn't help but want to laugh. Nima. What kind of weirdo is this? He's wearing red shorts. Preparing to become a ghost? Chin Yu shook his head and looked at him helplessly. Congratulations. You, the stupid brother. You have successfully won my respect. Zhuang Chun was stunned. That expression was simply wonderful. Chapter 30 Proud. Chin Yu nodded and said, Don't doubt it. You guessed it right. I won't kill you. I'm afraid of ghosts. Really? So I won't kill you. I won't let you have the chance to become a ghost. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Zhuang Chun grinned and laughed, with a proud look on his face. It seemed that he had completely forgotten that his crotch was already soaked. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, 3 shots hit the door lock of the gorilla house. Zhuang Chun, who was laughing wildly, was so scared that he immediately lay on the ground and shouted loudly, Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? You said you wouldn't kill me. I didn't say I would kill you. Stand up. Zhuang Chun looked up with lingering fear. And then he slowly got up from the ground trembling, and asked tentatively, Brother, will you let me go? I also want to ask you, how many people have you killed? Zhuang Chun said with a sad face, Brother, in this world, if you don't kill people outside, others will kill you. I am also protecting myself. I didn't say that it's wrong for you to kill people. I just want to ask how many people you have killed. Chun Yu looked leisurely. Don't lie. Otherwise I will kill you immediately. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Zhuang Chun gritted his teeth and said with a stiff face, I think I have killed more than a dozen people. How did you kill them? Chin Yu looked at him. It was. The leaders of our factory took us to rob the police stations and sub-bureaus in the 2 nearby towns. And there were also grain depots. Oh. So that's it. Yes. That's right. I'm just trying to survive. Chin Yu nodded. It turns out that this guy is indeed mentally retarded. Even if he didn't tell the truth, Chun Yu wouldn't know, because now he's the only one left. And there's no one else who can expose him. In the end, he told the truth. Chun Yu didn't bother to ask any more questions, and walked over and opened the door of the gorilla house. I won't kill you. I'll give you something to eat. You can eat this gorilla. Really? Zhuang Chun was overjoyed. Really? Did I really eat this gorilla? It was really eaten by you. Brother, you are a good person. Well, go in. Hey! Go in. Zhuang Chun was stunned. Just go in like this. What else? If we go in like this, will it be me who will eat it, or it will eat me? You have to give me a weapon. Chin Yu shook his head. No. I'm timid. What if I give you a weapon and you kill me? Just go in like this. Brother, give me a weapon. I won't kill you. Don't worry. You've been so good to me. How can I kill you? No. Are you going in or not? Zhuang Chun scratched his head. I can't beat it even if I go in. Chin Yu was speechless. No. If I don't let him in, I'm going to burst into laughter. This guy. It's a miracle that he can survive until now. Chin Yu's face turned cold, and he pointed his gun at him, which frightened Zhuang Chun so much that he immediately held his head and shouted, I'll go in. I'll go in. After that, he opened the door and went in. Chin Yu closed the door casually, and at the same time found an iron chain from the space and locked the handle outside directly. Then he put all the guns scattered on the ground into the space. Suddenly, Zhuang Chun inside shouted in shock, Fuck! The gorilla is not locked up. Buddy, let me out. I can't beat him. Chin Yu was sweating profusely, shook his head and turned away. The roar of the chimpanzee was heard inside. Then, Zhuang Chun roared in despair, You outside. You are playing tricks on me. You are playing tricks on me. You are playing tricks on me. Ah. I will definitely turn into a ghost and come back to find you after I die. Soon. There was no sound. Qin Yu ignored it. He originally wanted to find some food for the Beast King to accelerate its evolution and mutation. This group of people came to the door. Just right. It can be eaten for several days. Back to the shop. Close the doors and windows again. Turn on the gas stove. And continue to stew mutton. At the same time, he was thinking in his mind. What if the group of people from the chemical plant really come? Should I set some traps in advance? At the same time, in the bedroom of Jianbei Hotel, Fang Jing was lying on the bed. Her face was red and frightening. Her body had a high fever of 41 degrees. And she had fainted. Beside the bed, Qin Yu kept cooling her down with warm water. Her little face was full of anxiety. Fang Jing had a high fever for 2 days and 2 nights. And it had not subsided. She had taken antipyretics. But it didn't work. Now, Fang Jing seemed to have fainted. She couldn't wake him up. Qin Yu could only keep cooling her down. What to do? She couldn't contact her uncle either. Qin Yu stood silently by the bed, slowly wiping Fang Jing's body. Over and over again. The night passed slowly. It was a little after 4 in the morning. It was getting brighter outside. Qin Yu tiredly took Fang Jing's temperature again, and was surprised to find that Fang Jing's armpit temperature had dropped to 39 degrees. Great! Qin Yu cheered excitedly. The temperature finally started to drop. She quickly put an ice patch on Fang Jing's forehead, then turned and ran to the dining area outside to start making millet porridge for Fang Jing. When Fang Jing woke up, she must be very hungry, because she had hardly eaten anything in the past 2 days. She only drank some water. Half an hour later, a simple breakfast was done. Qin Yu ran back to the bedroom and took Fang Jing's temperature again. It was 38.5 degrees. It's still falling. This time I'm completely relieved. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, replaced the ice sheet, and then tiredly returned to the living room and sat on the sofa. So tired. Although tired, she felt very fulfilled. This was the first time she felt like an adult taking care of others. She had grown up. Qin Yu was very proud. She rested for a while and started to play with her gun on the coffee table. She had played with that little pistol very well. She was very skilled in disassembling it. Maybe she was born to play with guns. She quickly disassembled all the parts and quickly assembled them. Then picked it up to practice aiming. Suddenly, the general in the doghouse jumped out, his eyes flashing with ferocity, his throat growling, and he quickly ran to the balcony to look down. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment. He quickly ran to the balcony to look down. Ah! There is someone. There is a person sitting in a big bathtub, hooking the balcony on the 7th floor with a hook, and climbing up hard. Damn! Qin Yu turned around and rushed to the bedroom quickly, shaking Fang Jing's body desperately, calling her name, hoping to wake her up. Unfortunately, Fang Jing never woke up. What to do? Qin Yu was a little anxious, and ran back to the balcony to look down. The person seemed to have climbed onto the balcony on the 7th floor. Damn it! Why is someone here at this time? Qin Yu turned around, and suddenly saw the gun on the coffee table. She immediately remembered what Qin Yu said to her before he left. If you meet that kind of person again, I want you to pick up the gun and kill them. Can you do it? Qin Yu blinked and murmured, I can. After that, she suddenly picked up the pistol from the table. Then she opened the drawer and grabbed 2 magazines from it. She loaded one of them skillfully and put the other in her pocket. Then she took out a bag of bread from the cabinet in the dining area. Huh? Now that my uncle is not here and Aunt Fang is sick again, I can only face it myself. Qin Yu, you can do it. Chapter 31. Face it together. Qin Yu encouraged herself and turned to run to the door. As a result, the general also rushed over. Qin Yu looked down at it. General, do you want to face it with me? You don't want to be a child anymore, right? You also want to protect Aunt Fang, right? Ah. The general now looks more powerful. It doesn't look like a puppy that was born less than a month ago. Qin Yu gritted her teeth and said quickly, come with me. But don't bite anyone casually. You only attack when I tell you to. Understand? The general didn't know if he understood or not. He kept making a low growl in his throat, and it sounded like a manic sound. So, Qin Yu opened the door. The general immediately jumped out. Qin Yu followed closely. On the balcony on the 7th floor, a man lay on the ground exhausted. motionless. He was exhausted and hungry. Now outside, the places that were not flooded were full of people looting supplies. Each of them was extremely vicious, and they would beat or kill anyone they saw. So he didn't dare to show up. After 2 days of hunger, he decided to take the risk and go to the south of the city. Most of the south of the city was flooded. Before the flood, these places were basically in an extremely hot state. So many people died at home. Strictly speaking, these flooded places actually have more supplies. Apart from the rotten and spoiled food, there are always canned food in some houses or small convenience stores. The Doomsday disaster has come today, and the climate outside is no longer a threat to people. But there is a shortage of food. Most of it is rotten and spoiled, and it is simply inedible. So the man took a risk and went underwater to get food. Unexpectedly, the undercurrent was turbulent, and he couldn't hold on for less than 30 seconds after entering the water. He was almost swept away by the undercurrent and drowned. He finally floated more than 100 meters on the water with the help of a large bathtub, and finally climbed onto the balcony of Jianbei Hotel and escaped. In the surrounding area, only Jianbei Hotel was still standing. Most of the other buildings were submerged in water. There were not many that could be seen. The man lay on the ground and panted for a long time. Then he got up tiredly, looked at the situation in the room, and found that there were sheets on the bed. So he quickly took off all his clothes, pulled off the sheets, and rolled them around himself. Then he dismantled the bed board. Then he cut the mattress with a knife, took out the stuffing inside, lit it with a lighter, and then lit the bed board. Soon, he lit a fire. He put the clothes on the chair and put them next to the fire to dry. After doing all this, the man walked around the room exhaustedly, but saw nothing, and finally returned to the fire helplessly. Suddenly, a low roar of a bee sounded outside the room. The man jumped up in fright and looked back at the door. Then, a bag of bread was thrown in from outside and rolled to his feet. The man was stunned. What the hell? Bread? Is there anyone outside? The man held a sharp knife tightly in his hand and asked carefully, Who? Is there anyone? The bread is for you. You can leave after you finish eating. A crisp and childish voice came out. The man's eyes lit up when he heard it. Is it a child? And a little girl. But I don't know if there are any adults following. The man asked again tentatively, Can I ask? How many people are there? Don't worry about it. Leave as soon as you finish eating. The man smiled slowly. It was obvious that the other party was afraid of him because he urged him like this. Maybe he was going to be lucky. No matter how many people there were here, they actually sent a little girl to drive him away. That meant that he was a greater threat. Right? The man breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly bent down to pick up the bread on the ground, staring at the door, and moved towards the door quietly, while smiling slowly. Thank you, little sister. I will leave after I finish eating. Don't worry. The man tore open the bread bag, making a loud noise, and quietly moved towards the door. He was still wearing a mask. Little sister, how old are you? Do you live here with your family? Do you still have bread? Don't worry. I'll leave after I finish the bread and won't stay here. Little sister? Little sister? Are you still there? There was no sound outside the door. The man was also a little suspicious. Did she run away? However, this hotel is surrounded by water, and it is really difficult to leave without a boat. So, don't worry about her running away. The monk can run away, but the temple cannot. Seeing that he was about to move to the door, the man suddenly accelerated and sprinted out of the room in one step, shouting, Wow! Ah! 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 Outside the door, a half-grown black dog crouched down, showing its white teeth and staring at him with a pair of scarlet eyes. The man was startled. Damn! It was actually a dog. Why did it look like a Tibetan Mastiff? Fortunately, the dog was not big and it looked like a puppy, so he didn't take it seriously. Where's the little girl? Why did she disappear? The man called out in confusion, Little sister? Where's she? You are indeed a bad guy. The little girl's childish voice came from behind the corner of the corridor, not far away. The man laughed when he heard it. Oh? You are quite cautious. What? Are you afraid that your uncle is a bad guy? Don't worry. Uncle is not a bad man, the man said as he proudly stuffed the bread into his mouth. Behind the corner, the childish voice came again. Leave now. Otherwise, when Aunt Fawn comes down, you'll be finished. She won't let anyone stay here. Aunt Fang? The man laughed. There's another woman? Leave quickly. I'm not trying to scare you. If you don't leave, you may not be able to leave. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The man laughed. From what he heard, there may be only 2 women in this building. One small and one big. There is also a half-grown dog. It's awesome. It's really awesome this time. My luck is about to change. Especially since these 2 women have bred. There must be other things. Jiangbei Hotel is a 5-star hotel after all. There should be a lot of supplies here. Right? The man was excited. He was not hungry anymore. And the bread was not fragrant anymore. He looked down at the little black dog that had been blocking the way. Then slowly pulled out the sharp knife. And his voice became ferocious. Little sister. Come out and let Uncle see. Come out. Let's have a good chat. Uncle hasn't chatted with anyone for half a month. Uncle likes little girls the most. Come on. Come out. The man walked forward slowly. The general's mouth twitched. His fangs exposed. His limbs and claws pushed harder and harder on the ground. And the toes sticking out between the claws were very sharp, even leaving marks on the ground. But the man didn't notice. He was getting closer and closer to the little black dog. At the same time, his words became more and more obscene. And he slowly pulled open the bed sheet with a smile. And walked forward naked. Finally, the general was furious. He suddenly kicked hard on the ground. Suddenly jumped out. And directly reached for his crotch. Unfortunately, it was still too small after all. Chapter 32, Howling. The man had been watching it carefully. When he saw it rushing over, he casually threw the torn bed sheet over his head. And directly covered the general. The general was wrapped in the bed sheet. And he cried anxiously. The man was also excited and sprinted at full speed. Rushed to the corner at the fastest speed. And suddenly jumped out and shouted, Wow! Look at Uncle's. Ugh! The man's expression changed from extremely excited to distorted fear. Behind the corner, a sweet and lovely little girl, holding a gun in her hand. The muzzle of the gun was already pointed at him. The air froze instantly. Countless thoughts flashed through the man's mind in an instant. But in the end, all the thoughts turned into evil thoughts. Will she shoot? Real gun or fake gun? Can a 7 or 8-year-old child shoot? I really don't believe it. So, the man showed a ferocious look on his face, and suddenly pounced on the little girl. The little girl screamed. Bang! A gunshot. Upstairs, Fang Jing, who had been sleeping, suddenly shook all over and woke up miraculously. She sat up subconsciously and shouted in surprise, Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu? Damn. No one responded. Even the barking of dogs stopped. Fang Jing didn't care about her weak body, and hurriedly staggered to the ground. Took out a gun from under the bed. Turned around and rushed out. A few minutes later, she ran to the 7th floor and saw Qin Yu sitting at the corner of the stairs. There was also a body in front of her. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. Fang Jing rushed over and hugged Qin Yu in her arms, covering her head. Qin Yu suddenly burst into tears. Wailed loudly. After crying twice, she suddenly pushed Fang Jing away, turned around and lay on the ground beside her and began to vomit. Fang Jing looked helpless. The first time you kill someone, you won't feel good. It's a pity that this child has to experience this kind of life at the age of 8. Looking back, the man on the ground was shot in the head. Fang Jing was a little shocked. Is this child shooting skill so good? She faced an adult male alone, and she could actually shoot the other person's head with one shot? At this time, Fang Jing found the general, who had been entangled in the bed sheet and could not get out, and hurried over to let it out. As soon as the general got out of trouble, he immediately rushed to the corpse and bit the neck of the corpse, whimpering in his throat. Fang Jing turned and walked towards Qin Yu, and at the same time scolded, General, don't bite. He is dead. Then he came behind Qin Yu, gently stroked her back. A few minutes later, Qin Yu was almost exhausted from vomiting, and then she collapsed in Fang Jing's arms, choking and saying, Aunt Fang, I killed someone. It doesn't matter. Yeah. You saved Aunt Fang's life. So the person you killed is counted on Aunt Fang's head. Woo. Aunt Fang. Killing people doesn't feel good at all. Woo. Woo. Yes. Killing people doesn't feel good at all. Fang Jing hugged Qin Yu tightly in her arms and comforted her. A few minutes later, Qin Yu finally slowly regained her composure. Fang Jing dragged the man's body to the balcony and threw it directly into the water. After cleaning the fire and clothes in the room, she took Qin and the general back to the top floor room. After entering the house, Fang Jing asked in detail about what happened. After listening to Qin narration, Fang Jing's surprise became even more difficult to suppress. This girl is simply born to be a warrior, although she was scared in her heart. But her mind is not muddled. She never showed her face in front of the man and always hid in the dark. So when the man suddenly appeared in front of her, she could shoot without hesitation and shot him in the head. What is this called? This is called tactics and strategy. When I was studying in the guard school, there was a special class on this. When you are a guard, you can't avoid shooting and killing, especially guards. So, when a newcomer performs a mission for the first time, if the psychological impact is particularly serious, it is very likely to go wrong. How to solve this problem? It's like Qin. Always use the terrain to avoid face-to-face with the enemy, and reduce your chances of psychological intervention. Until the moment when there is no escape, it is time for you to shoot. At this time, you have no time for psychological intervention, so you can easily kill the enemy. This lesson is very important. I never thought that Qin, a little girl, could do this naturally. She is a genius. A regular and compliant guard must have this kind of strategic mind. Fang Jing looked at the little Qin in front of her, and she had imagined how she would look heroic in a few years. If this girl had grown up with Chen and been influenced by him, she might be extraordinary in the future. Chen climbed up the skylight of the gorilla house early in the morning to observe down. The unlucky guy was eaten last night. The body of the beast king gorilla felt bigger and bigger, and the muscles were swollen, and the red light in the depths of his eyes became more and more obvious. This guy evolved too fast. I really need to monitor it every day. Otherwise, if I am not careful, it will evolve to its complete form. At that time, its skin cannot be penetrated by a gun. Wouldn't I become a dish in front of it? Qin shook his head, turned and left the gorilla house, and then went to other places to check the situation of all the surviving animals. The mutation effect of other animals is very slow, not as good as that chimpanzee. I can relax. At least I don't have to worry about a sudden outbreak of beast tide here one day, trapping myself here to death. Back in the shop, Chen began to clean his gun with concentration. Empty his mind. Don't think about anything. Don't think about Fang Jing, Qin, or anyone else. This is his secret to keeping a clear and rational mind. At the same time, in an industrial park about 6 kilometers away from the zoo, under an office building, a group of people with guns and live ammunition stood in the square. In the middle of the crowd, a man in a leather jacket, swinging a homemade mace in his hand. It is a hardwood stick as thick as an arm with nails nailed all over it, and wrapped with several turns of forked wire. The man is Wei Guqiang. He is a famous rich second generation of Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology. He is also a genius. He is a genius in the field of chemistry. His father is Wei Lijian, the director of Jiangcheng Chemical Plant. The Wei family has assets of over 10 billion yuan, and is a real top tycoon and the richest man in Jiangcheng. Now, all the relatives of the Wei family have hidden in the chemical plant, and Wei Guqiang also came here with a large group of followers from the school, together with the original workers in the factory. The power of the chemical plant is dominating the area, and the number of people in the factory area is nearly 500. With so many people, food and drink are also a problem. However, in order to consolidate the status and safety of the Wei family, Wei Lijian and Wei Guqiang, father and son, tried every means to plunder supplies everywhere. This barely maintained the internal stability of the chemical plant. Unfortunately, in this kind of private ruling power, only a few rulers will always enjoy the benefits. Most of the others are just cannon fodder. Especially now there is a crazy woman outside. This madman made the chemical plant a mess by himself, and even blew up 2 warehouses storing materials in the chemical plant. The father and son of the Wei family were furious. They designed several encirclements and suppressions, and the most brutal one also injured the crazy woman, but she finally escaped. In recent days, there is a shortage of food in the chemical plant. From time to time, someone sneaks away. Those who sneak away, if caught by people in the factory area, are basically killed without mercy. Chapter 33 Psychopath. So the iron-blooded hands of the Wei family father and son also frightened everyone, especially Wei Guqiang. This guy is a genius, but also a psychopath. Generally, these two types of people are somewhat inseparable. He once said that the person he admired most in his life was Negan, the leader of the saviors in The Walking Dead. So, he also made a mace himself, named Lucille. He always wears a leather jacket on weekdays. Vicious means cruel and cold-blooded. After the Doomsday, he abandoned his humanity without a trace, and was a typical devil. Now, there were 5 people kneeling in front of him. It was someone from the factory. Among these 5 people, someone stole the food and stock, but no one dared to admit it. Wei Guiqiang directly took all 5 of them to the small square, surrounded by his loyal followers. He also wanted to kill one to warn the rest, because if he didn't really deter them, more and more people would steal things in the future. Wei Guiqiang is not only perverted, but also has a high IQ. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a genius and the chemical engineering major of Jiancheng University of Science and Technology. He walked back and forth in front of the 5 people with a stick, cruelly talking about the rules of the chemical plant while swinging the stick to put pressure on several people. All 5 people were frightened and incontinent. They kept begging for mercy. After walking around twice, Wei Guiqiang suddenly raised his stick and smashed one of the men's heads. Bang! A very dull sound. The man didn't even scream, and fell directly to the ground. His skull was cracked and red, and white things were splattered everywhere. The other 4 were so scared that they all lay on the ground, screaming and begging for mercy. Wei Guiqiang's face was ferocious. He tightened his mace with both hands and winked at the people next to him. Someone immediately came up and pulled the remaining 4 up. So, Wei Guiqiang used all his strength and smashed it with another stick. Another one fell down. The faces of the 2 people who were holding him up were all covered in blood. This feeling. My heart was trembling. But they didn't dare to show it. The remaining 3 were completely terrified, and all of them lost control of their poop, urine and farts. As a result, they all collapsed on the ground, twitching a few times, and then stopped moving. They were scared to death. Wei Guiqiang curled his lips, turned around and took a walkie-talkie from someone else, and said coldly through the factory loudspeaker, "Everyone listen up. If there is any more theft, the collective responsibility system will be implemented. If you find out who it is, I will kill your whole family. If you want our protection, then be honest." In the factory, a cold wind swept. Although the sun was shining brightly in the sky, no one could feel the heat. It seems to be getting colder and colder. 10 minutes later, after cleaning the dirt on his body, Wei Guiqiang returned to his father's office and sat down on the boss chair with his legs on the desk. Next to him, Wei Lijian was looking at the map outside the city. He said without turning his head, "Solved?" "Yes, son. The area around the factory has been cleared out. If the food problem is not solved, we will have nothing to eat. The food now can only last for a week at most." Wei Guiqiang frowned and pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, "In fact, the place with the most abundant supplies is still in the city. Don't even think about the city." Wei Lijian turned around and walked to his desk, took out a cigarette and lit it. "Now, the road into the city has been blocked by the military. The weapons we have are still unable to break through their 3 lines of defense. Then I will make a bigger cake for them." Wei Guiqiang curled his lips. "This time, I want to do something ruthless." "What ruthless?" Wei Guiqiang looked at his father and smiled cruelly. "Dad, did you know that our factory stores a lot of white phosphorus?" "I know." Hee hee. "This time, I will make a white phosphorus incendiary bomb for fun." Wei Lijian asked in confusion. "White phosphorus incendiary bomb? Is it powerful?" "Powerful? It is quite powerful. White phosphorus has a very low ignition and explosion point. It can burn in moist air at room temperature of 40 degrees. Even if it touches the skin, it will not go out. It can burn through the skin and into the flesh." "Dad, don't you think it's amazing?" Wei Lijian grinned. "It sounds scary. Can our factory make it? We need to get some oxidants such as chlorate." "Dad, give me 3 days." "Okay." Wei Lijian nodded. "I'll send someone out to search farther away." "No need." Wei Li suddenly laughed. "We are not too far from the zoo. I believe there are still animals surviving there. You ask someone to drive a half truck over there and bring back all the animals in there. It will be enough meat for a few days." "A zoo? That's fine. I heard there's a group of people there too. And it seems to be a woman nicknamed Mother Yasha." "What the hell is a Yasha?" "Let Sameo take 30 people over there. I don't believe that a Mother Yasha is that cool. Just turn her into a bitch." "Okay. That's it." It was evening. Xinyu was cooking in the store. Suddenly, an alarm appeared on the phone interface. Someone broke in. Chin-Yu quickly turned off the gas stove and picked up his phone to take a look at the surveillance screen. Only a back figure was seen. He staggered into the zoo. He seemed injured. Chin-Yu immediately picked up his MP5, opened the door, and walked out. A few minutes later, Chin-Yu had already circled behind the man. The one in front was a woman. She must have been injured. She staggered and staggered as if she was dying. As she walked, she suddenly fell to the ground. Her whole body was twitching. Chin-Yu looked around and hid in the dark for a few minutes until the woman in front was completely motionless. Then he approached her with a gun. The woman was lying on the ground. Her hands and feet were still shaking. She was wearing a camouflage field uniform, which seemed to be only worn by the military. Could it be someone from the military? Chin-Yu slowly walked around to the other side and flipped the woman's body over with his foot. What the hell? Is it Su Qing? Chin-Yu was stunned for a moment, and quickly squatted down to touch her forehead. Oh my god! It's hot. She has a high fever. She has at least 3 wounds on her body. 2 of them are gunshot wounds, and 1 is a penetrating wound. At the waist, probably some kind of shrapnel shot through her skin at close range. Chin-Yu immediately bent down and picked her up, and quickly sent her back to the store. Back in the store, put her on the bed. Chin-Yu searched the space briefly, and quickly took out some medicines and tools. Then he used scissors to cut off all the clothes and vests on Su Qing's body, including the bra, leaving her upper body completely uncovered. Strictly speaking, Su Qing is very beautiful. She is prettier than the domineering Hu's sister in the old Hong Kong movies. Her figure is even better. If it were any other man, he would probably not be able to resist touching her. But Chin-Yu was as firm as a rock. He ignored her body. He picked up the tools and started to treat the wound. Disinfect. Dig out the rotten flesh. Pull out the remaining bullet. Apply medicine. Bandage. All in one go. After treating the 3 wounds, he took out the injection and gave her 2 injections. It was necessary to reduce inflammation and fever. I don't know if it was too late. Chapter 34 Shivering. After treating the wound, he got her a set of ordinary sportswear from the space and let her lie on the bed. The next time, it depends on her vitality. Chin-Yu sat back in the chair, turned on the gas stove again, and continued to cook rice. In the evening, simply eat rice with braised pig intestines. The pot on the stove was bubbling. The pig intestines were basically ready. The small room was filled with fragrance. At a certain moment, I don't know if it was because of the fragrance that Su Qing, who had been unconscious, shivered all over and slowly opened her eyes. At first, her eyes were blank and unable to focus. 2 minutes later, Su Qing slowly turned her head and looked at Chin-Yu, who was sitting next to her. Chin-Yu also looked up at her. Is it you? Su Qing's voice was hoarse and weak. Yes, it was me. Chin-Yu nodded and said softly, You were seriously injured. It's a miracle that you didn't die. You saved me? What do you think? Thank you. You're welcome. Chin-Yu turned off the gas stove, then opened the steamed white rice, scooped out a small bowl from it, and took out some braised pig intestines from the small pan. After mixing it twice, he looked at Su Qing. Want to have a bite? Su Qing blinked. After hesitating for a while, he nodded. I miss it very much. I have never felt so hungry since I was a child. Okay. I will help you sit up. Chin-Yu put down the lunchbox, walked over and hugged Su Qing's neck, and supported her lower back with his hands, slowly helping her up. Her body was still very hot. The fever should not have subsided yet. She woke up now, probably because she was really hungry. So she woke up because of the smell. After sitting up, Su Qing suddenly looked at herself. Then she murmured, Did you change my clothes? Yes. Su Qing was silent. She kept her head down. Chin-Yu went over and picked up the lunchbox and handed it to her. Eat it. Try to eat as much as you can. Your physique is too weak, and it will be difficult to recover from your injuries. Su Qing slowly reached out to take the lunchbox. Remember to eat slowly, and don't eat too much. Otherwise it will not be good for your body. After Chin-Yu gave a warning, he turned around and sat on the bed, picked up the lunchbox, and ate it by himself. Thank you, Su Qing whispered, then picked up the chopsticks and ate it in small bites. She didn't dare to eat desperately. After all, she was still seriously injured. And she was also unbelievable in her heart. Why was Chin-Yu here? Especially, He was eating braised pig intestines here? What kind of world is this now? He actually still has the mood to cook for himself? Su Qing was thinking about something, lowering her head and eating slowly, while Qinyu sat beside her and ate with big mouthfuls. Neither of them spoke again. A few minutes later, Su Qing was exhausted. She leaned against the edge of the bed with her lunch box and fell into a deep sleep. Qinyu quickly got up and went over, took the lunch box away, helped her lie down again, and then sat back to continue eating. After dinner, Qinyu sat at the door and studied the map. Jiangcheng is a second-tier city. It's not big, but it's not small either. After finishing the zoo, it was basically almost time for the global virus to break out. At that time, more people will die, far exceeding the death rate caused by the first two waves of natural disasters. By then, fewer and fewer people will survive in Jiangcheng. Strictly speaking, there are still living supplies to be collected in a large area of Jiangcheng. So that period of time was mainly used to further collect supplies for Jiangcheng. There were almost 2 years between the outbreak of the virus and the spread of the mutant beast tide. That period was the freest, when the beast tide evolved and matured and began to spread around the world. The survivors had a harder time because they had to avoid the beast tide. Ordinary people were simply vulnerable. The official resettlement sites were basically destroyed during that period. Since then, most of the survivors have changed from gathering together to being alone. It was not until the global freeze that Qinyu heard that the last remaining official force had established the last rescue point for mankind in a very secret military base on the Tibetan plateau. There, it was once hailed as the last hope of mankind. When thinking of this, Qinyu shook his head violently and returned to reality. Can't recall it anymore. Affect the mood. Moreover, it was the memory of the previous life. In this life, history has changed. Qinyu let out a long breath. Leaning against the doorframe, he placed the MP5 submachine gun horizontally on his knees and slowly closed his eyes. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Qinyu's medicine began to take effect. Su Qing's fever had obviously subsided a lot, and he was much more energetic. He could get up and eat something in the morning. In the morning, Qinyu went out and checked the conditions of all the animals. At the same time, he threw 2 corpses into the cage of the Beast King gorilla. The gorilla was getting more and more ferocious, and it was extremely manic. Qinyu was secretly frightened. At most, he would die of starvation if he was fed for another week. He was constantly fed with human food, and the speed of his evolution and mutation was so fast that it looked scary. Now his body size has grown to twice its original size. Sitting in the cage, he looks like a small mountain. A pair of animal eyes were filled with scarlet light. After checking all the animals, Qinyu returned to the small house. Just in time, he saw Su Qing trying to stand up by holding the wall. "Why are you getting up?" Qinyu glanced at her, turned around and sat aside, put the gun upright on the ground, and then began to fiddle with the surveillance screen on his mobile phone. Su Qing blinked and said weakly, "I want to go to the bathroom." "Here." Qinyu reached back and took out an aluminum basin from behind for her. "Use this?" Su Qing was stunned. "Yes. I still go out. Whatever you want." Qinyu never looked up at her, but carefully watched the video of the surveillance video last night, checking each location one by one. See if there is anything unusual. Su Qing's eyes looked a little strange. She thought that Qinyu would treat her differently after saving her. At least, he would help her. But he didn't say anything. Su Qing gritted her teeth and continued to move her body, ready to go out. But after taking 2 steps, her wound was involved, and her eyes turned red with pain, and she stopped immediately. Damn it. Before she was rescued, her wounds were numb, and she didn't feel much pain. She could even walk 2 kilometers by herself. Now it's not possible. She felt a heart-wrenching pain when she moved a little. Have I become weak? Su Qing looked at Qinyu again. As a result, Qinyu pointed at the aluminum basin as if he had eyes on his head and said, "Just use this. I won't look at you. I am not used to it." Qinyu continued to look down at the video. "Guardian Su, don't be so particular during this special period. Just do it like this. I finally cleaned the wounds on your body." Su Qing had no choice. She could only retreat helplessly, bend down to pick up the aluminum basin, and put it beside the bed. Then look at Qinyu. Qinyu sat on a small stool and turned his body to the side. "Don't worry. I won't look at you. I don't like to force you. And I will never molest you when you are sick. Of course, if you are willing, I won't refuse. Chapter 35 Surveillance Video. Do you have to say that? Su Qing frowned softly. She was so weak for the first time in her life. I'm just telling the truth and making my point. Hurry up. Or I won't change your pants if you pee. Su Qing gritted her teeth. Forget it. She's my lifesaver. Su Qing slowly began to take off her pants and go to the toilet. After a burst of awkward noises, she pulled up her pants, sat on the bed tiredly, looked at the liquid in the aluminum basin, and said with a red face, "What should I do with this? Pour it out through the window." Qinyu replied without even raising his head. Su Qing looked back, quickly took the aluminum basin, opened a small window next to it, and poured it out. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. She went back to bed and lay down. She looked at Qinyu, who was busy all the time, and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "Watching the surveillance video." "Monitoring what?" "Surviving animals." Su Qing asked in confusion, "You came here just to monitor these surviving animals? What's wrong?" Qinyu looked back at her. "The Earth is about to be destroyed. There are not many humans left, let alone animals. I am also protecting the Earth's property." "You?" Su Qing was simply confused. Why did this man act so unexpectedly? He came all the way here and risked his life to protect animals. Has love overflowed to this extent? Besides, now there is chaos everywhere. The surviving humans killed each other to collect and rob resources. Isn't he afraid of being killed outside? Su Qing couldn't figure it out. After a moment of silence, he asked again, "Did you collect any food in here?" "What food?" "The pig intestines you ate last night." "Oh, that." Qinyu replied casually. "Several people died in the leisure building in the distance. I saw that they had not died for a long time. So I pulled out a woman's intestines and washed them to eat." "What?" Su Qing's eyes widened instantly. Then, ugh. She lay on the side and began to dry heave. Qinyu looked back at her and suddenly laughed. "Why are you so easy to deceive? You believe me? If I am so miserable that I have to eat human intestines, can I have white rice?" Su Qing finally stopped dry heaving after hearing this. She looked at Qinyu weakly and said with red eyes, You are still playing tricks on me? Do you think I am not dying fast enough?" "Haha. Just kidding." Qinyu laughed. He also finished all the videos. So he turned off his phone and looked at Su Qing and laughed. "You are too tight. You need to relax appropriately. Is there anyone as relaxed as you? I almost vomited all the food I had overnight." Su Qing rolled her eyes at Qinyu fiercely. This look was quite charming. Su Qing had a pair of rare phoenix eyes. When she was domineering, she was intimidating without anger. But when she was acting coquettishly, she was extremely charming. Qinyu stretched leisurely and asked casually, "I heard from Fang Jing that you fought with a group of people from the chemical plant in order to avenge your sister?" Hearing this, Su Qing's face instantly turned cold. "Yes. Is their firepower strong? Did they make you like this?" "Yes," Su Qing said hoarsely. Before Wei Guiqiang escaped from the city, he attacked a rescue team and grabbed weapons. After arriving in the suburbs, the father and son plundered all the police stations in the surrounding towns. Qinyu asked in confusion, "Do they all know how to use guns?" "It's not difficult to use guns," Su Qing said helplessly. The group of people that Wei Guiqiang brought out of the city were all college students. It doesn't take a college student much time to learn how to shoot. "So you're doing it alone?" "I want revenge." Qinyu blinked. "I heard a soldier at the checkpoint outside the city say that they had encountered people from the chemical plant. And there were casualties. Why don't you ask the military for help? Maybe you can organize a joint operation and directly take down the chemical plant." Su Qing shook his head. "The military is busy with their own affairs. Basically everyone is rescuing the survivors. Now all the survivors in the city are heading to the resettlement site. And it seems that a peak period is approaching. They don't have time. What will you do in the future?" Su Qing lowered his head and said word by word, "Kill Wei Guiqiang. If I don't kill him, my sister's soul will not rest in peace." Qinyu suddenly asked in confusion, "I heard that you and your sister are identical twins. Do you have telepathy? What kind of feeling is that?" Su Qing was silent for a moment. Then he shook his head helplessly and said, "I can't explain it clearly. Besides, I always thought that feeling was telepathy between my sister and me. It was not until this moment that I realized that I might have thought too much." "What do you mean?" Su Qing glanced at Qinyu with a strange look in his eyes, and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Actually, I came here because I was attracted by that feeling. It was not until I saw you that I realized that this feeling was not telepathy. Because I can't have telepathy with you. After saying that, he lowered his head. But Qin Yu was shocked when he heard it. Oh my god! She actually felt her sister's body? How is this possible? Suya's body is hidden in the subspace. How did she feel it? Is there really such a phenomenon as telepathy? There is real telepathy between the two identical twin sisters. Qin Yu believed it. Otherwise, why would Su Qing come here? It was such a coincidence. She came here for the feeling of being with her sister. The only thing that made Qin Yu a little creepy now was that Suya was obviously dead. At least she hadn't mutated and evolved successfully yet. And once it was put into the portable subspace, it was equivalent to stopping time. So, how did this telepathy come about? It couldn't be that Suya's soul was always following him. Right? Qin Yu suddenly got smart. He suddenly remembered the idiot in red shorts. Does the soul really exist? Think about it carefully. If all the survivors on Earth gradually opened up their superpowers in the future, and humans entered the superpower era, would the soul no longer be a legend? Maybe it really exists? This is the only explanation for why Su Qing felt the same telepathy as her sister. These thoughts flashed through Qin Yu's mind. Anyway, Suya's body must not be given to her now. Let's do it this way for now. Su Qing was silent. I don't know what she was thinking. Maybe she has been stuck in a dead end and can't figure out why she has that kind of telepathy feeling with Qin Yu. So, neither of them spoke. The morning passed quickly. Noon. Qin Yu brought back a basket from outside. There were vegetables, meat, eggs and milk in it. Su Qing was stunned. She propped herself up and looked at him. Where did you find these things? Chapter 36. You are amazing. In the zoo. Qin Yu put down the basket, took out the small gas stove, and prepared to start cooking. Su Qing looked at him and murmured, Sometimes I really think you are amazing. How do you always find food? This place should have been visited many times. How did you find it? I have a dog's nose and can smell the food. Qin Yu laughed casually. Nonsense. Su Qing rolled her eyes again. She didn't know when it started, but she always felt that she was getting closer and closer to Qin Yu. She classified this feeling as the kind of feeling like having a younger sister. It's family affection. But family affection seems to be mixed with something else. It's hard to explain. Su Qing knew that Qin Yu would not tell the truth, so he stopped asking. This man has many secrets. If he doesn't tell, others can't guess. Soon, Qin Yu started cooking. Seeing the meat he cut was red and seemed very fresh. Su Qing couldn't help asking again, What kind of meat is this? So fresh? Snake meat. Golden python meat. You lied again. Su Qing rolled his eyes at him. I really didn't lie to you this time. Qin Yu said seriously, It turns out that there is a group of people living here. 1 woman and 7 men. They eat everything. They killed this golden python. You mean the group of female demons? Qin Yu was stunned. Mother demon? Yes. Su Qing explained. Actually, I have been here. There is a woman here who claims to be a female demon and has occupied the zoo with a group of people. That woman is very fierce and ruthless. Didn't she kill you? No. Su Qing shook his head. I came here to search for food. She found me and shot me. I didn't want to get involved with them at the time, so I left. Oh. Su Qing blinked. So, you killed this group of people? Yes. You were also responsible for the water plant incident. Right? Qin Yu. Tell me the truth. I know you can use a gun, and you are very capable. Qin Yu nodded. I did it. Sure enough. Su Qing frowned. What is your identity? Are you from the military or the national security? What is your purpose in coming to Jiancheng? Are you almost healed? So much to say, Qin Yu said directly. Su Qing stopped talking. Somewhat aggrieved. She stared at Qin Yu in silence for a moment, and suddenly said, Don't you know that the golden python is a first-class protected animal in the country? And there are more than a dozen parasites on snakes. Do you really want to eat it? Guardian Su, you are really weak at finding something to talk about. If you really want to talk to me, you should say something constructive. Su Qing blushed and said stubbornly, I'm talking about serious matters. Serious matters? Qin Yu looked up at her while cutting the meat. First, this golden python is dead. I didn't kill it. Second, the country doesn't have the energy to deal with these things now. Third, what do you want to eat if you don't eat snake meat? I can get rhino meat, baboon meat, or skunk meat. Do you want to eat it? Forget it. Let's eat snake meat. Su Qing's face fell. Rhino? Baboon? Skunk? It's better to eat snake. After Qinyu cut all the meat, he cut some green onions and ginger, and washed a few fragrant sunflowers. Then he turned on the stove. Put the frying pan on the stove. Pour some oil. Su Qing couldn't help but mutter, "What are you going to do?" Snake soup. Are these the ingredients for snake soup? Yes. Su Qing couldn't help but wonder, so, you found snake meat, and happened to find scallions, ginger, and a few fragrant sunflowers? Yes. Are you a man favored by God? Almost. Su Qing was speechless again. Forget it. I won't ask anything. In the small room, there was a sizzling sound. The snake meat was poured into the pot and began to stir fry. After a while, put in the scallions and ginger and pour them into the pot. After frying them, add water directly. Cut the fragrant sunflower into pieces and throw them in, and stew them directly. After a while, a meaty aroma filled the air. Qinyu took out a small salt shaker and soy sauce pot from his backpack, sprinkled some salt, and poured some soy sauce. Covered the lid. He looked at the time. Stew for 40 minutes. Are you hungry? Su Qing shook her head. I'm not hungry. That's fine. If you are hungry, I can get you some fresh snake meat with mustard. It should taste good. I won't eat it. Su Qing was so scared that he shook his head quickly. Forget it. Just wait a while. The rice needs to be stewed for a while too. Chenyu. What? This is the first time I've seen someone live the apocalypse like he was camping. If it wasn't so smelly outside and I wasn't in so much pain, I would have thought we were just out for fun. Chenyu let out a long sigh. What else can we do? We have to survive. It's better to live happily than to live with a sad face. I really can't see through you. It's better not to see through me. If you see through me and end up falling in love with me, it will be troublesome. Su Qing blushed and asked in a mysterious way, What's the trouble with falling in love with you? I don't want to get involved in feelings at this time. It's that simple. I understand. Su Qing murmured. The two stopped talking. The atmosphere was weird. A few minutes later, just when Su Qing was about to speak, there was a sudden noise from the distance outside. Qinyu quickly stood up and took a look. Someone was coming. A group of people. Men and women. All young people. Su Qing also looked up and found that they were not from the chemical plant. So he whispered, What should we do? Wait and see. Qinyu looked outside with an indifferent face. A group of people came in at the zoo gate. 15 or 16. Most of them were girls. And they were all young and beautiful girls. The only 4 men all had guns in their hands. 2 pistols, a shotgun, and a civilian hunting rifle. From the way they held the guns, it was clear that they were not professionals, but ordinary people who didn't know where they got the guns. As soon as these people entered the zoo, they immediately ran around everywhere. They were rummaging around. They were probably looking for food. They were not very alert. Seeing that the group of people were slowly approaching the hut, Qinyu suddenly flashed out from the corner of the wall and pointed his MP5 submachine gun directly at the group of people. Don't move. As soon as the voice fell, the girls in the group screamed. Ah! Ah! There are people here. Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu? Don't move. We are told not to move. Come here quickly. Chaos. What a mess. Chenyu was speechless. He raised his hand and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! The sound of a gunshot shocked everyone. The 4 gunmen on the other side also froze. One of them tried to secretly raise the gun in his hand, but Qinyu fired a burst of shots with his MP5. Bang! Chapter 37 Cautious. The gun in his hand was shot away. The man was so scared that he sat on the ground and shouted, Don't shoot. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't dare. I don't dare. Put down the gun. Qinyu signaled the other 3 to put down their weapons. The 3 men had to put down their guns. Back off. A group of girls grabbed the clothes of the 4 men and slowly backed away. Each of them was so scared that their faces turned pale. Qinyu went over and picked up the gun on the ground, then looked at the group and asked, Who is the leader? In the crowd. The girls behind took a step back at the same time. The 3 men in front took a step back. Finally, only one middle-aged man was left. He looked back and trembled with fear. You. Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu. You should go and negotiate. One of the greasy-haired boys shouted in fear. The middle-aged man was so angry that his teeth itched. But there was nothing he could do. He had been exposed. He had no choice but to turn around and look at Chinyu and said carefully, I am. What's your name? Yu Liang. What do you do? I am the president of Jiancheng Pioneer Dreamworks Company. Ltd. This is my business card. Yu Liang took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over. Chinyu looked at him as if he was a fool. Yu Liang put the business card away again. Chinyu looked at the group of girls behind him. They were all wearing fashionable clothes with different styles, and were very avant-garde. And their looks were basically online. There was even a very beautiful and delicate girl, whose looks could be compared with Su Qing. The remaining 3 boys. They were also between 24 and 25 years old. They were all very delicate boys. Their clothes were not too dirty, and their appearance was not too embarrassed. Which was also strange. After looking around, Chinyu looked at Yu Liang again. What do you want to do here? We just wanted to find something to eat. Yu Liang found that Chinyu seemed to be easy to talk to. So he quickly explained, we are a short video company. A month ago, the company went to a hot spring villa in the suburbs for team building. We were lucky when we went there. We were the only customer of the hot spring villa. As a result, didn't this happen? We were trapped in the villa. Fortunately, there is a canteen there. And there is a lot of food stored in the villa's warehouse. So we have survived until now. Now there is really nothing to eat. We just crawled all the way here from the villa. Chinyu shook the guns he had seized. Where did these come from? Did you kill someone? No. No. Absolutely not. Yu Liang nervously defended. We picked these up on the road. You should know the hot spring villa in the suburbs. Right? It is adjacent to the Mountain Forest Protection Brigade. When we left, we found that the office of the Forest Protection Brigade had collapsed. So we went to take a look. These guns were picked up. To be honest, we didn't fire a single shot. Chinyu nodded. This group of people was lucky. They had been hiding in the hot spring villa until this moment, and came out only after they ran out of food. The hot spring villa is indeed adjacent to the Mountain Forest Protection Brigade. There are also guns in the Forest Protection Brigade. That's why there are civilian hunting rifles. Looking at these short video anchors, all of them are bright and beautiful, and still in shock. It is obvious that they have never experienced the dangers of the outside world. Not threatening. Chinyu looked at Yu Liang and said calmly, there may not be much food in the zoo. Some animal corpses have not yet rotted. You can eat whatever you want. But no one is allowed to move all the living animals here. Whoever moves will die. After that, he turned around and pointed to the small house not far away and said, I live there. Don't disturb me. As for other places, I don't care. Do you understand? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yu Liang nodded repeatedly. Chinyu didn't say anything more. Turned around and left directly. The group of boys and girls all breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. Back to the house. Chinyu piled the guns in the corner. Su Qing, who was sitting on the bed, glanced at him. Did you take their guns? Yes. Aren't you afraid that they will be in danger? What does it have to do with me? The only thing I can think of now is not to let myself get into danger. Understand? I understand. Su Qing sighed. It's an emergency. Nothing to blame. What do they do? Live broadcast. Oh! No wonder a group of boys and girls. Su Qing turned around and looked out the window. The group of people had already gone far away. The zoo covers more than 1,000 acres. In addition to the venues for various animals, there are also many small convenience stores and leisure venues. There are even many businesses outside the zoo. In fact, there are many places to search for supplies. As long as those people are careful, it is not difficult to find food. They are really not threatening. They are so noisy. They are not vigilant at all. If they go out, they probably won't survive a day. Once they meet the group of people from the chemical plant, they may end up in a more miserable situation. Alas! Su Qing shook her head and looked away. She is still in trouble now. She doesn't know when the injuries on her body will be healed. It was thanks to Chinyu that she took his medicine to survive. Besides, I have already left the guard team. It is better to mind your own business. Su Qing looked at the gun in the corner and suddenly said, Can you give me one? I will feel more at ease with a gun by my side. Chinyu looked at her in confusion. I can't make you feel at ease? That's not what I meant. Su Qing explained embarrassedly. I am afraid that if there is an emergency, I have a weapon in my hand and can help you. Oh. So. Chun Yu nodded, picked up a pistol and threw it over. Su Qing quickly caught the gun, looked at Chun Yu deeply, and asked softly, "Do you trust me so much? I didn't trust you before, but I can trust you now." "Why?" Su Qing looked at him in confusion. "Didn't you find this place by following the telepathy with your sister? This means that you and I also have telepathy. So, I know you won't point the gun at me," Chun Yu replied casually. Su Qing's face suddenly turned red, and he lowered his head. "This is really strange. Why do I have telepathy with a strange man?" Su Qing took the gun and checked it on the bed. It's a very old Type 64 pistol. It's a fully independently developed small-caliber pistol launched in 1980. It's been used for many years. The paint has been worn off. This thing can only be used for emergencies. Because it is too old, we have to prevent it from jamming. But it is better to have it than not. As a senior security guard, Su Qing loves guns much more than ordinary police officers. So, she stopped talking. In fact, she didn't know what to say. She just checked the gun silently. 10 minutes later, Chun Yu's snake meat soup was almost done. The aroma was rich. It made me drool just by smelling it. Chapter 38, Holding Back. These days, Su Qing has been haunting the people at the chemical plant like a ghost. And she herself hasn't had a proper meal. She only eats compressed biscuits and other dry food. Sometimes she doesn't even eat for a whole day. And only drinks water. After the food warehouse and water source of the chemical plant were blown up, she was also seriously injured. And she managed to escape. And has been here until today. So now, when she smells the aroma of stewed meat, her stomach keeps rumbling. Like a drum. She herself is embarrassed. She doesn't dare to look up at Chun Yu. Soon, Chun Yu turned off the gas stove, scooped out half of the stewed rice, poured the snake meat soup on it, and handed it to Su Qing. "Eat it. Thank you." Su Qing didn't insist. At this time, snake meat is snake meat. Even if there are parasites, they won't kill me in a short time. But if I don't eat, the wound will heal slowly. If I encounter any emergency in the next 2 days, I will be a drag. So, eat. Su Qing found an excuse for himself. Then, he took the rice spoon handed over by Chun Yu and ate it in big mouthfuls. Oh my god! It's delicious. I feel like I have never eaten such delicious food in my life. The snake meat is stewed soft and tasty. The soup is thick. And it only uses the simplest salt and soy sauce to make it taste indescribably delicious. And this rice. It's cooked in a lunchbox. You can taste the sweetness of the rice even if you eat it dry. Su Qing was completely confused. Others were so hungry that they wanted to eat dirt. Why could Chun Yu still get such fragrant rice? I couldn't figure it out. Su Qing ate silently. Chun Yu also ate his own food while monitoring all the animals' menus. At a certain moment, he suddenly put down his chopsticks, looking at one of the surveillance videos on the phone. He reached out and pressed the call button, leaned over and said lightly, "If you dare to touch those zebras, I guarantee that you will be the next to be eaten." In the northwest corner of the zoo, outside a fence, 4 young men were holding long knives and crowbars, preparing to climb over the fence to kill a zebra for food. Suddenly, a voice came from above their heads, which frightened the 4 people so much that they trembled all over and looked up hurriedly. Oh my god! There was a surveillance camera installed on the tree next to them. The indicator light on it was still on. The 4 people looked at each other in surprise. Oh my god! That man actually has such equipment? The key is, why does he monitor these animals? That's right. What should we do? Do we kill them or not? Go ahead and kill them if you want. Our guns have been confiscated by him. Do you dare to go against him? Forget it. Let's find another place. Let's go. They are monitoring us. The 4 people were scared. Anyway, they were not starving now. And their lives were more important. So they ran away in shame. More than an hour later, the 4 people joined the main group. And everyone gathered at the other end of the zoo, which was diagonally opposite to Chun Yu's hut. It was far away. They found an empty convenience store as a temporary shelter. Everyone gathered together. Yu Liang counted the number of people. 4 men and 12 women. Not bad. They all came back. And no one was lost. Yu Liang piled the supplies collected by everyone in the middle, looked at everyone and said with relief, "It's okay. There are still some food in here. Let's stay here for now and not leave. If anyone has other ideas and doesn't need my command, you can leave on your own. If you don't leave, You must strictly abide by my rules. I will try my best to send all of you to the city safely. Okay. We can only eat these things for lunch. Come on. 1 piece of bread per person. If there is not enough bread, have some biscuits. Water is strictly controlled. 1 bottle per person. Drink sparingly. One last thing. Yu Liang looked at everyone very seriously. Don't provoke that man. Don't have anything to do with him. Do you hear me? Whoever provokes him will solve it by himself when the time comes. If someone wants to kill you, no one can stop him. You'll just have to leave it to fate. As soon as the words fell, a girl with pigtails on her head said with a sad face, Mr. Yu, what if he gets wild and comes to ask for that at night? What should we do? Lu Ting. You think too much. A pretty boy with eyeliner curled his lips at her. If someone comes to touch me at night, he will definitely go to Dong Qiulei first. People like you who look like a ghost after removing makeup. I don't like you. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to the most beautiful girl. The girl looked weak. Gives people a feeling of being weak. But she never thought that she would be very fierce when she opened her mouth. Humph. If he dares to come and touch me, I would rather give up my life and tear off his 3rd leg. Lu Ting looked at her and blinked. Qiulei. What if someone forces us to tie you up with a gun? Do you think we should tie you up or not? Dong Qiulei was stunned when she heard this. Her face changed. Others also subconsciously avoided her gaze. Yu Liang, on the other hand, was quite boss-like, clapping his hands in annoyance. Hey, 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 what are you doing? You're designing a plot yourself? Lu Ting, you're the worst at business among these people. You're good at designing plots now. What do you do normally? Eat quickly. If you're not hungry, bring the bread back. Hungry? COU. I'm hungry. Lu Ting quickly opened the package, grabbed half of the bread and stuffed it into her mouth. The rest of the people also started eating quickly. Everyone sat down in all directions. Dong Qiulei sat in the corner, silently looking at the bread and mineral water in her hand, feeling very heavy in her heart. She was mainly scared by what Lu Ting said just now. If that kind of scene really happened, Lu Ting and the others would definitely tie her up. They usually disliked me in the company. It was because I was the most popular person in the company. The fans of the live broadcast platform have reached tens of millions. I am a millionaire online celebrity. What a pity. What's the use? When the Doomsday comes, all the glory will be gone. Now I can't even turn on my mobile phone. I have no idea what's going on at home. Dong Qiulei wanted to cry, but she couldn't cry anymore. Some time ago, when the extremely hot weather enveloped the whole world, all of them were trapped in the basement, crying every day. I thought I would die in the basement in this life. Now, I really have no tears. Forget it. Eat. Now I can only live one day at a time. No matter how hard it is, I must return to the city. Go home and take a look. If my parents and brother are gone, there is no point in living. So I might as well die with them. Otherwise, how can I, a girl, survive? Yu Liang led everyone to continue searching for supplies. They were accumulating food and preparing to eat on the way back to the city. So in the afternoon, I heard screams from the zoo from time to time. There are many corpses in the zoo. There are both human and animal corpses. Chapter 39. Floating corpses everywhere. They came out of the hot spring villa, except for the dead bodies seen in the forest protection team. The road was quite peaceful until here. So I have never seen such a scene of floating corpses everywhere. The girls were really scared, but they had to look for it. Without supplies, they could not get back to the city at all. Especially, no one said anything, but they were all worried. Would it be safe on the way back? Once they met robbers, wouldn't these people be lambs to be slaughtered? Especially they have 12 beautiful girls. Therefore, everyone was in a heavy mood. Slowly until the evening, a dozen people gathered outside the convenience store again and handed in all the collected supplies. Because of Yu Liang's presence, everyone subconsciously regarded him as the head of the family, and they all thought that they could only return to the city by relying on him. Yu Liang was also quite responsible. He was not like the average company boss, who was only interested in profit and afraid of death. He was quite responsible. After everyone sat in a circle, Yu Liang counted the supplies, and the others talked about where there were corpses and where was clean in the zoo. In the crowd, 2 handsome men and beautiful women sitting next to each other did not speak. They exchanged glances from time to time. They had an affair in private. But no one in the company knew. Just now, the two of them found a pretty good place, where there were still a lot of stored supplies, as if someone had been hiding there before. There is no one here now. The two of them decided not to talk about it for now. That place is quite hidden, and no one has found it. It is uncertain when we can leave now, so we should leave a way out for ourselves first. Just as everyone was talking about it, someone suddenly called out in a low voice, "Mr. Yu? Mr. Yu? That guy is coming out. And he seems to be coming." Everyone stopped talking immediately. They all looked back. It turned out that Chen Yu came. He was wearing an MP5 submachine gun and holding a cigarette in his mouth. And he walked leisurely to the porcupine house, not far away. There was still a porcupine left there. Chen Yu would check around the zoo every day, look at the mutation and evolution of these animals, because there are always blind spots in surveillance. Sometimes you can't see their location, so you can only check it yourself. Everyone watched Chen Yu walk over and carefully check the place where the porcupines were kept. This guy doesn't look very old. He should be the zoo manager. Right? It's possible. Otherwise, why would he care so much about these animals? Are you crazy? He still cares about animals at this time? That's right. There are corpses everywhere in this zoo. And he doesn't care. You don't understand this. Most of the people Noah brought with him on the ark were animals. Did you know that? Go away. This is Xia country. A bullshit Noah's Arkansas. Yu Liang also stared at Chen Yu. He was in a state of confusion. Whether this man was a good guy or a bad guy, he still couldn't tell. Although he didn't kill innocent people, who knows if he would find an excuse to harm these girls at night? Thinking of this, Yu Liang looked at all the girls and whispered, "Girls, turn your faces around." No one should stare at him. Most of the girls turned their heads away in fear. Only one girl didn't care. Her name was Zhu Qian. She was the boss of the company. She was a girl who looked quite coquettish, and her clothes were relatively bold and sexy among all the girls. During the live broadcast, various tricks continued. So in the company, besides Dong Qiule, she is the most popular, has the most fans, and generates the most benefits every year. She silently looked at Chen Yu's back, and suddenly stood up and walked over. Yu Liang hurriedly said, "Zhu Qian, what are you doing? I'm going to meet him." Zhu Qian went over without looking back. Everyone looked at her nervously. Xiao Mulong, a creamy handsome boy sitting next to Yu Liang, whispered, "It's awesome. Zhu Qian is really awesome. She dares to meet this kind of person." The cool boy Jiang Zhan on the other side snorted, "I guess you are attracted by his handsomeness. Right? You two are so boring." Dong Qiule said angrily, "Qianqian has the courage to meet that person. If she succeeds, we can all benefit." "What are you saying? You are also men. That person is not much older than you. Don't you see how ugly it is?" This sentence made Xiao Mulong and Jiang Zhan lose their energy. Their faces turned red. Xiao Mulong glanced at Dong Qiule. He was thinking in his mind, "Damn it! If I can't go back, I have to get rid of her first." In the distance, Zhu Qian has already walked behind Chen Yu. As a result, Chen Yu heard the footsteps, and without even turning his head, he grabbed the MP5 and said coldly to the back, "If you get closer, I will kill you." Zhu Qian was so scared that she stopped walking immediately. Trembling a little, "No. I just want to meet you. My name is Zhu Qian. I'm not interested in meeting you." Chen Yu slowly turned around and glanced at her. This girl has a big frame. She must be at least 1.75 meters tall. Because of her height, she looks very generous and graceful. Especially her hot body. She is really the top of the luxury car. The two headlights are blinding. This is also the first time that Zhu Qian has looked at Chen Yu up close. But when she looked closely, she was stunned. Huh? This guy is really handsome. He is completely different from the three cream boys in the company. Looking at Chen Yu in front of him, he had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his eyes were like cold stars. He had a handsome face, but his eyes were cold and murderous. He made this handsome face look cold and strong, and mature hormones came to her face. Zhu Qian's heartbeat accelerated. She came here, thinking that no matter what kind of person this man was, she should be able to ease the atmosphere a little with her social skills. She had this confidence mainly because she noticed one thing. There was actually a woman in the small house where Chen Yu lived. Zhu Qian saw it. Since Chen Yu was still protecting a woman, it meant that he was not that kind of cruel bandit. So Zhu Qian was confident in communicating with Chen Yu. Unexpectedly, When she saw him up close, she almost got hooked. Such a man is a real man. Zhu Qian stared at Chenyu blankly. Chenyu saw her idiotic face, and did not speak again. Turned and left. Zhu Qian just stared at his back until Chenyu disappeared around the corner in the distance. Behind her, Dong Qiule ran over and patted her shoulder. Qian. Why are you in a daze? What's wrong? What did he say to you? Zhu Qian looked back at Dong Qiule with a dull face, muttering to herself, Lei. It's over. I seem to be in love. What should I do? Dong Qiule was immediately in a state of confusion. Chapter 40. The Beast King wants to break out of the cage. At night, a cool breeze blew. The Beast King in the gorilla house began to roar again. And this time, he kept ramming the iron cage, trying to break out of the cage. Chenyu walked out. After checking the door and confirming that there were no hidden dangers, he threw another corpse in. The Beast King was obviously hungry. This guy's appetite was getting more and more terrifying. His IQ was also getting higher and higher. Although Chenyu fed it food every day, every time it saw Chenyu, the fierce look in its eyes made people's necks cold. It's almost there. Let it be arrogant for 2 more days. After feeding the food, Chenyu returned to the small house. Su Qing was still sleeping soundly. It was a good thing to be able to sleep. Her injuries were also slowly getting better during her long sleep. Chenyu took advantage of her sleep to gently lift the blanket, then lifted her small clothes, unwrapped the bandage, and looked at the wound. Suddenly, Su Qing's even breathing stopped. She opened her eyes. Her eyes met Chenyu's. Chenyu looked at her. Don't move. I'll change your dressing. Su Qing didn't say anything. She just looked at Chenyu intently. She watched him fiddle with her body seriously, as if he didn't see certain parts of her body. Soon, the wound was changed and bandaged again. Chenyu put down her small clothes, covered her with the blanket again, turned around and asked, What are your plans after your injury is healed? Revenge. Su Qing replied without hesitation. Or do it alone? Yes. Okay. Next time you get hurt, don't come here again. I don't want to save you a second time. Su Qing lowered his head and said softly, Do you think I can't take revenge alone? Didn't you try? Next time I can wait. Wait until Wei Guiqiang is alone before taking action. Guardian Su. You don't know Wei Guiqiang? Chenyu sat on a small stool beside him and started to fiddle with the surveillance video on his phone. At the same time, he said lightly, Wei Guiqiang is not only a rich second generation, but also a legend in our school. Legend? Su Qing was stunned. Yes. He is a genius. Maybe his IQ is over 180. He is a key student in the Department of Chemistry, and is a candidate for a direct doctorate. Even the old professor of the key laboratory of chemistry has taken the initiative to recruit him. Chenyu looked up at Su Qing and said, Excuse me. Although you are the team leader of the escort team, you are just an ordinary person in terms of IQ. Do you think Wei Guiqiang will leave the chemical plant alone before seeing your body? Su Qing said nothing. Also, he can make chemical bombs. They even had a large-scale conflict with the military at the entrance to the city without losing the upper hand. Do you know what this means? Su Qing couldn't help wondering. What concept? This shows that Wei Guiqiang is a very strategic person. He must be training their people in some way and making battle plans. Speaking of this, Chenyu shook his head and sighed. After you blew up their food warehouse and water storage, I'm afraid that if you sneak in next time, you may never get out again. Are you exaggerating? Is he that powerful? Su Qing still doubted. He will only be more powerful than I described. Don't treat that kid as an ordinary rich second generation. He never studies in school, but his understanding of professional courses is deeper than that of teachers. Then, I won't take revenge. Su Qing asked with gritted teeth. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Su Qing was silent for a moment, and suddenly looked up at Chenyu. How long will you stay here? At most half a month. What about after that? To be determined. Okay. I accept your suggestion. Regain your energy and find another opportunity. I won't go to the chemical plant alone again. Chenyu nodded and said nothing. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside. Chenyu stood up and took a look. 3 people came over. 1 man and 2 women. It was Yu Liang who came with 2 girls. He was holding a plate in his hand. There were actually a few fruits on it. The 2 girls following him. One was the bold girl named Zhu Qian whom I met in the afternoon, and the other was the most beautiful girl with a weak appearance. The 3 of them approached the small house cautiously. Chenyu walked out with a gun. Yu Liang quickly reached out and greeted, "Sir, don't be nervous. We have no bad intentions. We accidentally found a customer service center here. In the warehouse behind the customer service center, there was actually a backup generator that was always working and supplying power to a refrigerator. In the refrigerator, we found this." He handed over the fruit on the plate. Qin Yu was somewhat surprised. Because he said the location directly, it was a clear sign of goodwill, which meant to show sincerity. So this Yu Liang is quite like a CEO. He is a bold and careful person. Yu Liang is actually not very old. 35 or 36 years old is the age when men are most likely to achieve success in their lives. Qin Yu glanced at the fruit on the plate and said lightly, "Thank you for your kindness. If I were you, I would not give the fruit away, because after a while you will know how difficult it is to find something to eat." This, when Yu Liang was thinking about how to respond. Zhu Qian beside him suddenly smiled charmingly. "Brother, I saw that there seems to be another woman in your room. If you don't want to eat, you can give it to her." Qin Yu glanced at her. At this time, the girl who looked weak also spoke. "Hello. My name is Dong Qiule. We have no ill intentions. Besides, the guns are not in our hands. We just want to try our best to return to the city and to our parents. So you really don't need to be so vigilant. Your name is Dong Qiule?" Qin Yu walked slowly in front of her, looked at her deeply and said, "You are very lucky to have been hiding in the hot spring villa until now. Dong Qiule, I will give you a free word. The world has really changed. Whether you have ill intentions or not, I am still vigilant. It's not directed at you, but at this environment. Also, don't disguise yourself as a little white rabbit. In all of your eyes, I only see a light in your eyes. A light of resistance. If I don't have a gun in my hand, you won't have this attitude. If I'm not mistaken, you may have practiced taekwondo, karate or other self-defense techniques. Your walking posture is different from everyone else." Hearing this, Dong Qiule was completely stunned. She didn't expect that she had been seen through by others. Qin Yu stared at her eyes, slowly retreated, and said lightly, "Dong Qiule, sometimes, danger does not necessarily come from the outside world, but also from those around you." And Chapter 41. This is the first warning. And the last one. As he said this, he pointed to the distance and frowned, saying, "Are your people lighting a bonfire over there?" Yu Liang on the side laughed and said, "Yes. We found a lot of food tonight. So everyone is happy and lit a bonfire to relax. After all, this period of time is too tense." "Your idea?" "No. It was the idea of those young people." Qin Yu nodded, turned around and waved, "Take your fruit. If you don't want to die quickly, go back and put out the bonfire. Also, don't bother us again. This is the first warning and the last warning." After saying that, he went straight into the hut. The three people froze. This person is too difficult to deal with. It's not a good deal if you're too eager. Forget it if you don't want to eat. The sun slowly set. Back to the hut. Su Qing looked at Qin Yu thoughtfully and asked, "Why didn't you accept their things?" "No need." Qin Yu replied casually, "I'm not short of food. At this time, no one will care about the amount of food. Right? What do you want to say? Actually, you are worried that they will have no food in 2 days. Right?" Qin Yu glanced at her. "It seems that you have recovered quickly, and you are already in the mood to start talking nonsense." Su Qing smiled and said softly, "You seem to be cold and heartless, inhumane and cruel on the surface. But in fact you always show your human side inadvertently. You can see it if you observe carefully. You are so bored. Do you need me to find you a book to read to kill time?" "No need." Su Qing smiled and stared at Qin Yu. "I just watch you every day. Since I decided not to rush for revenge, I seem to feel a lot more relaxed. Have you let it go?" "Yeah." "That's good. So thank you." Qin Yu sat aside and said casually, "Just thank you verbally? No need. No need. I didn't save you just to ask you to say thank you. Then how do you want me to thank you?" Qin Yu took all the guns beside him and began to check them. "While checking," he said, "you still need me to think about this kind of thing? It's too insincere." The light in Su Qing's eyes became brighter and brighter, because these few words of dialogue are very much like the flirting between young lovers. Originally, when they first met Qin Yu, the two met in such an awkward scene, and Su Qing had a deep impression of Qin Yu. It's hard to forget, but those were all awkward impressions. Later, when the water plant was broken, Su Qing suspected that it was Qin Yu who did it. At that time, my curiosity about him was even greater. As a result, this time, the ending was certain to be death. But who would have thought that before death, he could find Chen Yu again, with that kind of wonderful telepathy? Su Qing was moved at that time. Why did he have telepathy with Chen Yu? This is a difficult puzzle to solve. Now that her mentality has become relaxed, Su Qing suddenly found that all her attention was on Chen Yu. And she would be happy, disappointed, depressed, and dull with his words and deeds. Is this a sign of liking someone? Su Qing's eyes were full of warmth, looking at Chen Yu, who was fiddling with the gun with his head down. She suddenly whispered, I thought of a way to thank you. Well, tell me. Chen Yu picked up the shotgun and started loading bullets into it. He had unloaded all the bullets after the previous seizure. Su Qing blushed and whispered, How long have you lived alone? If you need a woman, I can accompany you once. Chen Yu's hand trembled. A shotgun bullet fell to the ground. He looked up at Su Qing in confusion. What did you say? I can sleep with you once. Su Qing was not timid at all. Looking at Chen Yu and smiling, I am willing. Chen Yu was speechless. Su Qing shrugged, If you don't like it, forget it. Anyway, I sincerely thank you. And it's my first time. You won't lose. Alas. Chen Yu shook his head, put the gun aside, stood up and walked over. Su Qing was shocked. What are you doing? Aren't you going to thank me? You want it now? Yes. Now. Is it not possible? I haven't touched a woman for a long time. To be honest, I really need to vent. So your suggestion is just right. Su Qing was embarrassed, but my injury hasn't healed yet. This may be not very convenient. It's okay. It's convenient for me. You? Is it possible? If not, don't tell me this kind of impossible thing in the future. Su Qing heard this and got stubborn. She gritted her teeth and said, Who said I can't do it? Come on. But be gentle. As soon as she finished speaking, her clothes were lifted up. Su Qing was stunned. He really did it. This man doesn't know how to be gentle with women? It's over. I should have said it 2 days later. Although I don't reject him, I don't feel happy at all. Soon, Su Qing's mind went blank. The most precious first time in her life was gone without a clear reason. This guy, he really did it. When the music in the small room was going on, at the entrance of the convenience store in the distance, the bonfire has been lit. The fire is very big. A circle of people gathered around, eating and talking, and finally regained some smiles on their faces. Although Yu Lian was a little worried, because the bonfire was too dazzling. The sky was getting darker and darker. It was very dazzling. But when he saw the long-lost smiles on the faces of these young people, each of them became much more relaxed. He acquiesced. Relax for once. These days, it has been too depressing. So, everyone talked and laughed. At a certain moment, the 3 girls stood up and started singing and dancing beside the bonfire, becoming more and more excited. Yu Lian was fidgeting all the time. From time to time, he stood up and walked to the distance to look at the zoo gate, fearing that someone would come. In this way, the bonfire lasted until about 8:30 in the evening. Seeing that everything was quiet around him, the entire zoo was submerged in darkness, and only the bonfire was as bright as day. Yu Lian couldn't sit still. He immediately stood up and shouted to everyone to put out the bonfire quickly. This was too conspicuous, so everyone worked together to put out the bonfire. Next, it was the problem of sleeping at night. The convenience store they found was not small. Everyone slept on the floor inside, and basically everyone could sleep. However, after Yu Lian arranged the sleeping arrangements, 2 people came out and decided not to sleep with everyone else. One of them is Song Hui, a smart boy. The other is Yu Xiuya, the most petite girl in the team. They found a more secret place in private, and even stored some supplies. So they decided to leave the team at night and sleep there. Yu Liang saw the 2 people going out and asked in confusion, Who will be responsible for your safety when you 2 go out? Isn't it better to go with everyone? Mr. Yu, don't worry. I will be responsible for Xiaoya's safety. Chapter 42 Dangers Everywhere. Song Hui patted his chest and made a promise. Yu Xiaoya nodded and said, Mr. Song, we have the right to act on our own. I don't want to sleep here with everyone else. This is my personal habit. Yu Liang blinked. Lu Ting, who was preparing the floor mat in the distance, couldn't help but say, Mr. Song, You can't tell what the two of them want to do. It's okay. Don't worry about them. That's right, Mr. Song. It's not like zombies are rampant now. There are dangers everywhere. Whoever wants to leave the team can leave. Anyway, I'm with everyone. If you want to leave, hurry up and leave. Don't delay everyone's sleep. Don't come back to call for help if you're in danger at night. Once you leave, we won't be on the same path anymore. Goodbye. The room was noisy. Yu Xiaoya rolled her eyes unhappily. Goodbye then. Even if we're in danger, we won't come back to find you. I hope you don't get into danger either. Humph. After saying that, she pulled Song Hui's hand. Let's go. Song Hui. Let's go. Ignore these idiots. The two held hands and left. Yu Liang watched the two leave with his eyes wide open. Sighing helplessly, Jiang Zhan quickly came over, looked at Yu Liang and smiled. Mr. Yu, you're not our father. You can't be so lenient. Okay. Forget about it. And sleep peacefully. This is called everyone has their own destiny. Life and death are in the hands of God. Well, I brought you out, and I hope to take you back. Jiang Zhan patted his shoulder. Mr. Yu, although you are a bit stingy and deducted too much from us, but you are still a very considerate boss. You are willing to take responsibility for us at this time. Mr. Yu, go to bed early. We have to set off to go back tomorrow. Okay. Go to bed. Go to bed early and recharge your energy. Good night, Mr. Yu. Go to bed. Who? Lu Ting? What? Are you cold? If you are cold, I can hug you to sleep. Get lost. Damn Xiao Mulong. You're so beautiful that you're a big snot bubble. I think you want to hug Dong Qiulei? Lu Ting. Are you bored? Why do you like to involve me in everything? Hee hee. You're pretty. All the boys like you. I'm jealous. Boring. Dong Qiulei. Do you need to hug her? Go to hell. Where's Su Xiaoying? Go away. Where's Lu Hong? Go to hell. Alas, I, Xiao Mulong, a handsome guy, have ended up like this. Ha ha ha. Yu Xiaoya and Song Hui left. The two of them groped in the dark, walking one step deep and one step shallow to a small souvenir shop in the zoo. Soon, they entered the store. They quickly entered the lounge behind the counter, opened the door and went in, then walked through the lounge, past a small courtyard, and finally entered the main room at the back. There are 2 large batteries in this main room. There is also electricity. This main room is very secretive. The door is hidden in the lounge in front. The 2 people also found the door by accident and pried open the door lock to find their way in. Song Hui quickly walked to the front of the battery, turned on the switch, connected the power supply, and then gently turned on the light in the room. A small energy-saving table lamp lit up. The 2 cheered immediately. Oh my god! Finally I feel a little bit back to reality. Some time ago, I spent every night in darkness. Sometimes I could light a few candles. Now I realize how much humans rely on electricity. With light, the mood is very different. Yu Xiaoya turned around and threw herself into Song Hui's arms excitedly. Half an hour later, the room was quiet. Song Hui stood shirtless next to the battery and fiddled with his mobile phone. The mobile phones of both people have been charged. What an exciting thing. On the bed, Yu Xiaoya lay crookedly on the bed, muttering, after so many days, I can finally rest peacefully for a night. Haha. Yu Xiaoya. This battery can last for 7 days. 2 batteries together can last for at least half a month. Great. Song Hui stood up and walked to a corner. There was a door curtain there. Lift the door curtain and take a look. There were canned foods neatly arranged inside. A whole wall. There were also various bags of food piled on the ground. There were also fire axes and long-handled machetes in the corner. Song Hui swallowed his saliva, turned around and looked at Yu Xiaoya and said, let's not go out. Wait until Mr. Yu and everyone else leave. Then we'll go out. Then we won't leave? Yu Xiaoya sat up quickly. Silly. Of course we'll go. The things here will eventually run out. But we can take a break here in the short term. Think about it. If we go with Mr. Yu and the others, we'll have to give these things away. Why? We found them with great difficulty. Why should we give them to others? Yu Xiaoya nodded. Yes. Then we won't go with them. Let's stay here for a while and see. That's it. Song Hui glanced into the bathroom and said with a smile, there's still clean water in here. There's no peculiar smell at all. You should wash up quickly. You're almost stinking. Get lost. You're still working so hard even though you stink? Hee hee. I like you. That's more like it. Yu Xiaoyao winked and slowly walked into the bathroom, flirting with Song Hui as she walked. Boy, come here and clean up the queen. Well, the slave is here. Hee hee. That's annoying. Ha ha ha. You can still run away after I caught you? No words for the whole night. The next day, early in the morning, Qinyu slowly sat up from the bed. I had a rare good sleep last night. Although I only slept for more than 3 hours. I felt full of energy. Maybe it was because I slept with Su Qing in my arms last night. The tense spirit relaxed a lot. Look back. Su Qing is still sleeping. Touch her forehead. It seems that the fever has almost subsided. Ha ha. Would an in-depth exchange be good for her? Chenyu smiled. He got up, put on his clothes, picked up his phone, and checked all the surveillance videos one by one, mainly to see the mutation and evolution of those animals. As he watched, he was suddenly stunned. In one of the video clips, 2 people were seen sneaking into a small souvenir shop in the zoo. They never came out after entering. Obviously, there were supplies in there. These 2 people were 2 of Yu Liang's group. Because Qingyu remembered that boy? Among the people brought by Yu Liang, there are only 3 boys. It is easier to remember. Most of the remaining girls have internet celebrity faces. They look almost the same after putting on makeup. Except for Dong Qiulei and Zhu Qian. They are all the same and I have no impression of them at all. Qingyu thought about it and turned off the video. Continued to check. After more than 10 minutes, he confirmed that all the animals were normal. Then he got up, opened the door, walked out of the small house, and came to the outside of the gorilla house. Throw another corpse on the ground in. The Beast King gorilla did not roar this time. He just stared at Qingyu with a cold look. And that look made people shudder. Qingyu stared at it for a while, until it slowly came over to pick up the corpse on the ground, turned around and hid in the shadows, and then jumped down from the gorilla house. It feels that the evolution speed is too fast. Chapter 43. It's terrible. In the last life, no one fed this Beast King gorilla human corpses. It couldn't eat so many brains. So the process of evolution and mutation is extremely slow. And it takes at least half a year. Now, Chenyu almost has a feeling. Maybe in 2 or 3 days, it will evolve to the point where it can be harvested. It can't be too late. Otherwise, it may be beyond its hunting ability. And then it will be really bad. Chenyu turned around and went back to the hut to prepare some breakfast. Looking at Su Qing lying on the bed, he reached out and covered her with the blanket again. As a result, Su Qing suddenly woke up with a start. When she saw that it was Chenyu, she relaxed. But then her face flushed and she subconsciously covered her head with a blanket. Chenyu smiled and went back to the door to sit down. He took the backpack. He took out a few slices of bread, a few eggs, a cleaned old hen, a few Cotinopsis palacula, a handful of red dates and wolfberries, 2 large ham sausages, and 2 cans of milk. Su Qing saw that Chenyu had not moved for a long time. So he showed his head again. As a result, he saw Chenyu take out a pile of food. There was even a whole chicken. Su Qing asked in surprise, "You got so much food again? When did you find it? Did you store a lot of food before I came here?" "Yes." Chenyu nodded. "Don't you know that I killed a group of female demons? It's not too much for me to store some food?" "Okay." Su Qing was speechless. She lived alone outside for a period of time. She knew how exhausting it was to search for supplies. Now, all the survivors are crazy about food. And more places have been plundered. Large places like zoos are usually the first to be emptied. So Chenyu is really amazing. So, Su Qing watched Chenyu stuff a whole chicken into a large casserole. And stuffed other things like Cotinopsis, wolfberry, and jujube into it. Is he going to make chicken soup? Is it for me? Su Qing's heart was beating faster and faster. A sense of happiness came over her. She didn't ask, because she was afraid of hearing a different answer from Chenyu. It would be too hurtful. So, just wait and see. Just think he made it for me. Chenyu didn't pay any attention to Su Qing's expression, but concentrated on fiddling with the casserole. After finishing it, he put it aside, took out a frying pan and started frying eggs and making sandwiches. Soon, 2 sandwiches were ready. Give one to Su Qing. Neither of them spoke. And they slowly finished their breakfast in this strange and charming atmosphere. After breakfast, Chenyu started to cook chicken soup on the gas stove. After a while, the aroma of chicken soup wafted out of the small house. Su Qing's mental state has improved a lot today. When Shen Yu changed her medicine, she was able to get out of bed and walk, and go outside to get some fresh air. When you are in a good mood, your immunity is strong. How is it? Have you recovered your mobility? Suddenly, Chen Yu's voice came from behind. Su Qing looked back at him and said in a slightly coquettish way, "No. I am now injured on top of my injury." Injured on top of my injury? Chen Yu was stunned. It's all your fault. Su Qing glanced at him. Oh! Chen Yu suddenly realized. She was talking about what happened last night. He couldn't help but laugh. You brought it up yesterday. What does it have to do with me? If you want to express your gratitude, I will gladly accept it. But my injury hasn't healed yet. Can't you wait a few days? Chen Yu shrugged. It's not my injury that hasn't healed. Why should I wait? Besides, don't you think that you got better so quickly? It's my contribution. Pa. Su Qing blushed and spat, turned away, and stopped looking at Chen Yu. Muttered softly, You don't care that it's my first time. Conscienceless man. What did you say? Nothing. That's good. This is for you. Su Qing turned around and was surprised to find that Chen Yu handed her a brand new QSE-92. It was the pistol commonly used by the guards. Su Qing quickly reached out to take it, took out the magazine and took a look, wondering, where did you get this gun? I picked it up on the roadside. You fooled me again. Su Qing glared at Chen Yu, then loaded the magazine full of bullets, pulled the bolt and tried it twice, and nodded. It's very useful. Neither new nor old. You take it. Su Qing blinked. Are you worried about me? Do I look like I'm worried about you? Chen Yu looked at her seriously. Then why did you give me a gun? Before you came, 7 people from the chemical plant came here and wanted to steal my animals to eat. But I killed them. They said that the factory knew they were here. So once they died, the chemical plant would send people here sooner or later. Chen Yu shrugged. Since you are fine now, I will give you a gun. When necessary. You can still be a teammate. Aren't you afraid that my injury will relapse? It's okay. I have medicine. Su Qing's teeth itched when he heard it. Is this guy a man? Just told you last night. Today he is so irresponsible. Seeing that Su Qing's eyebrows were about to fly up, Chen Yu smiled and said, Guardian Su, I will not help others for no reason. So I told you at the beginning. Don't talk about feelings with me. Don't worry. I won't talk about feelings with you. Su Qing stamped her feet in anger, turned around, and went back to the small house angrily. She was sulking alone. Chen Yu didn't care. He just slowly came to the door of the orangutan house and listened carefully. I haven't heard the roar of the Beast King this morning. This guy is getting more and more abnormal. Chen Yu jumped onto the roof and looked down from the skylight. The huge chimpanzee was sitting on the ground, and it was sitting cross-legged. Quietly, when he heard the sound, he just looked up at Chen Yu and didn't react at all. There was more and more wisdom in its eyes. It can think and endure. Chen Yu decided that he could not wait any longer. He had to get rid of it tonight at the latest. Otherwise, once it evolved, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Chen Yu turned around and jumped off the roof. As usual, he began to patrol the zoo and check all the surviving animals. After one round, the morning was half over. When he returned to the small house and was about to check the chicken soup, he suddenly found that Yu Liang and the group of young people were coming quickly. Everyone looked anxious. Chen Yu frowned. He moved the MP5 submachine gun on his back to the front and turned on the safety. Soon, the group of people came over. Yu Liang looked at Chen Yu anxiously. Sir, can I ask you something? 2 of our people didn't sleep together last night. I thought they would return to the team in the morning, but they haven't come back yet. We have been looking for more than 2 hours, but still can't find them. Have you seen our people? Chen Yu didn't say a word. He thought to himself that the 2 people he was talking about should be the ones who sneaked into the souvenir shop last night in the video. Just as he was thinking, someone in the group of girls behind Yu Liang suddenly asked anxiously, Did you kill them? As soon as she opened her mouth, someone immediately echoed, Did you take them away? Chapter 44 The Sneaky Woman. Yes. Besides us, there are only you and the sneaky woman in the small house in the zoo. Did you capture our friend? A group of girls started to talk and quarrel, frightening Yu Liang so much that his face turned pale. He turned back and shouted angrily, Shut up and don't talk nonsense. Mr. Yu. It must be him. The girl named Lu Ting shouted sharply. It must be him who saw that Yu Xiuya was pretty. So he tied Xiuya and Song Hui up. Lu Ting! Yu Liang shouted. Just then. Bang! A loud gunshot spread throughout the zoo. The girl named Lu Ting was hit in the head by a bullet. The huge impact force directly blew her head and sent her body flying backwards. Everyone was terrified. Yu Liang was also so scared that he squatted on the ground, with only one thought in his mind. Is this Chinyu so cruel? The girl just said a few words to him, and he shot and killed people? As soon as he finished his thought, the sound of gunfire in the distance rang again. Bang bang bang. Duh. Screams filled my ears. Yu Liang squatted on the ground, watching the young girls behind him being shot through the body one by one, screaming miserably, and falling to the ground one after another. He was furious. He suddenly turned his head and stood up and shouted, "What are you doing? Stop!" Yu Liang was stunned. He found that Chinyu had rolled and hid behind the corner of the building next to him. He was not the one who shot. In the distance, a group of people were approaching quickly. Those people fired the gun. Bang! The last picture that flashed before Yu Liang's eyes was the sky that was turning rapidly. He was also shot in the head. Behind the corner, Chinyu's heart was pounding. He was almost shot. The shot just now was definitely from a sniper rifle, and the weapon that shot at those girls looked like a revolver machine gun. All of them are heavy firepower weapons. Who is so awesome? Chinyu hid behind the corner, quickly poked his head out to take a look, and then shrank back. There were 20 to 30 people. With such powerful firepower and such a large number of people, there was no need to guess. It was probably the group of people from the chemical plant. Damn it. Su Qing is still in the small house. Damn it. Do you really think you are the saviors? If I don't blow you up to the sky, do you really think no one can deal with you? Chinyu threw the MP5 behind him and quickly took out a heavy artillery from the space. Shoulder-fired rocket launcher. 4 bursts. Comparing firepower with me? Let's play. Su Qing fell to the ground as soon as the gun sounded. It's over. There were screams outside. That's where Chinyu and the group of young anchors were standing. Is Chinyu dead? Don't do that. Su Qing's eyes were bloodshot with anxiety. She quickly took out her pistol, opened the safety, loaded the bullet, and pulled the shotgun from the corner. The shotgun was loaded with bullets in the morning. It was prepared by Chinyu. Su Qing lay on the ground, enduring the pain of the wound, kicked the door open with a kick, and looked out. It's bad. There were corpses all over the ground. They were all riddled with bullets. Deader than dead. Where is Chinyu? Su Qing was so anxious that her eyes were red. Just when she wanted to risk her life to rush over to take a look. Boom! A grenade exploded behind the small house. Instantly, a corner of the small house collapsed. Wood chips flew everywhere, and Su Qing was temporarily deafened and covered in dust. She was buried in the ruins. It took her a long time to wake up. Chunyu! Chunyu! Su Qing climbed out of the ruins with perseverance, fumbled for the shotgun, and climbed out again. If Chinyu died too, there would be no humanity. Revenge. When Su Qing climbed out of the hut, her fire tail suddenly shot out from behind the building not far away. Su Qing was stunned. Rocket? After the strange sound, there was a loud rumble in the distance behind him, and a huge air wave spread over, sweeping the dust on the ground. Who is it? Who fired the rocket? Just as Su Qing was shocked, he immediately saw a figure flashing out from behind the building like a ghost and rushing towards the distance. Is it him? Chinyu is not dead. Su Qing was very excited. An inexplicable force supported her, and she suddenly got up from the ground, took advantage of the gap between Chinyu and the other party, and rushed out with a shotgun. He must not be left alone to bear all the dangers. He is not dead yet. He is an elite guard and a warrior. Su Qing ran faster and faster. At first, she could still feel the sting of the wound. But as she ran, perhaps her spirit was superior to her body. She could no longer feel the pain of the wound, and her movements became more and more agile. Su Qing outflanked from the other side. She could hear the continuous firing of Chunyu's MP5, and it was obvious that he had tied up the remaining main force of the gang. Just right. Tactical coordination. Su Qing went around to the back and saw 2 people hiding behind the car and shooting out with guns. So she directly raised her shotgun and shot. Bang! One person was blown away by the huge impact force. The other one was so scared that he turned around suddenly. And when he saw that it was Su Qing, he screamed, Oh no. That crazy woman is also. Bang. Su Qing took out a pistol with his left hand and ended the fight with 2 shots. Someone nearby heard the shouting and immediately turned around and rushed over to 3 people. So, Su Qing, with a pistol in his left hand and a shotgun in his right hand, turned into an angel of revenge again, killing with red eyes. Just like that. More than 10 minutes later, the fierce gunfire in the zoo stopped abruptly. Chen Yu joined Su Qing. More than 30 invading people were all shot dead, and no one survived. When Chen Yu saw Su Qing covered in blood, a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes, and he asked softly, "Can you still hold on? Are you injured?" "No." Su Qing gritted his teeth and held on. The wound on her body had not healed completely. The wound had already split open with this action. Most men could not bear this kind of pain. But she gritted her teeth and held on. Chen Yu nodded. He carefully checked the MP5 again, and finally confirmed that there was no survivor. Then he put the gun behind him and returned to Su Qing. At this moment, 2 people were standing next to a large truck. There was a person lying on the ground. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Su Qing recognized him. It's Wei Lijian, Wei Guiqiang's father. Su Qing kicked the head of the corpse with his foot and said hoarsely, "It's really surprising that he actually led the team out in person. This cowardly beast who cherishes his life. He didn't come out to catch you." Chen Yu looked at the big truck, which was full of ropes and utensils. There were also some wooden cages, the kind that were stained with blood. Chen Yu pointed at the things on the car and said, "They may come here for the animals in the zoo. They are here to find food." "Oh, that should be the case." Su Qing suddenly realized. It's a pity that the car has been scrapped and is useless. Chapter 45 bombed. Chen Yu's previous 4 rockets directly destroyed the truck and took away more than a dozen people, all of whom were blown to pieces. The power was too terrifying. Su Qing looked at the scene around him that looked like Azura hell, and couldn't help wondering, where did you get the rocket launcher? Did you hide it outside? Don't ask. It's a secret. Chen Yu turned and pointed at the small anchors who were shot in the distance. Go and see if there are any survivors among those people. I'll deal with the spoils here. Yes. Su Qing turned and left quickly. Chen Yu squatted down, searched Wei Lijian's body, took away a few things, and then began to clean up the battlefield. All the useful things were quietly put into the system, including some heavy firepower weapons. 20 minutes later, he returned to the small house with several submachine guns and a few small pistols in his hands. Surprisingly, there were still 3 survivors among the group of young anchors. 1 boy and 2 girls. The boy was the cool guy named Jiang Zhan. The girls were Zhu Qian and Dong Qiule. The 3 people were covered in blood plasma and sat on the ground trembling. They might have suffered a great mental shock and were already sluggish. Su Qing looked at Chen Yu coming over and shook his head helplessly, frightened. It's okay. You will recover sooner or later. Chen Yu looked indifferent. He looked at the destroyed hut and said casually, "Let's find a place to rest for a while. I have to change your medicine. Then, leave here." Leave? Su Qing was stunned. You won't monitor these animals? No need. Chen Yu looked back at the gate of the orangutan house and murmured, "It's time to leave." Leave here. Where are we going? Chen Yu turned around and looked at her, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Destroy the chemical plant. What? Su Qing was immediately refreshed. You want to destroy the chemical plant? Yes. I'll go with you. Let's talk about it later. If you don't take care of your wound, let alone being with me, it's not even a question of whether you can survive. Su Qing looked down. Sure enough, the wound was bleeding. Su Qing had no choice but to nod. Suddenly, Chen Yu looked past Su Qing and looked behind him, and raised the gun in his hand. Stop! Su Qing was stunned and looked back. There were 2 people 100 meters away in the distance, turning around and about to run. Chen Yu fired without hesitation. Bang! The bullet hit the ground under the feet of the 2 people, and they screamed in fear. Chen Yu shouted, "Come here, or I will shoot immediately." The 2 people had no choice but to move slowly. After getting closer, the girl collapsed and burst into tears when she saw the bodies scattered all over the floor. These 2 people were Song Hui and Yu Xiaoya, who went out to live alone last night. Song Hui and Yu Xiaoya also heard the gunshots and were too scared to come out. When the gunshots stopped completely, they ran out carefully to take a look. As a result, they were discovered by Chen Yu. Yu Xiaoya burst into tears when she saw the bodies all over the floor. Song Hui also vomited continuously. When they came, they woke up Zhang, Dong Qiulei and others. So, several girls hugged each other and cried. Zhang did not cry. The cool-looking boy walked away silently with red eyes, sat on the ground away from the corpse, and kept shaking. Chen Yu frowned. There was no time to make these little brats sad. He strode to Song Hui and asked indifferently, "Where you stayed last night? Were there any supplies in it?" No. Song Hui's face turned pale, but he still shook his head to deny it. Chen Yu looked at him for a few times, and suddenly picked up a gun and pointed it at his head. "I'll ask you one last time. Are there any supplies?" Song Hui froze. Yu Xiaoya, who was crying on the side, suddenly turned back and screamed, "Don't kill him." "Yes, there are supplies. There are a lot of them." "Humph," Chen Yu snorted coldly, looked at Song Hui and said coldly, "Idiot. What you vomited out has already said it all. I just want to hear if you will tell the truth. Obviously, you are an idiot." After saying that, he kicked him over. He turned around and walked to Su Qing's side, put his arm around her waist and whispered, "Let's go to their shelter to rest for a while. And change your medicine." "What about them?" Su Qing was stunned. "What do they have to do with me?" Chen Yu picked up all the weapons with a cold face, and helped Su Qing slowly walk towards the souvenir shop. Behind him, the few survivors stopped crying. All looked at Chen Yu's back anxiously. What to do? If it weren't for that man, everyone here would have died. "No. We have to follow him." Dong Qiulei grabbed Zhu Qian and wiped the tears from her face, saying quickly, "Let's go. Let's follow him." "Lei, can he let us follow?" Zhu Qian cried anxiously. "He didn't say no. Let's follow him first. Otherwise we won't be able to survive. Anyway, we will die if we go out. If he really doesn't want us to follow, then just beat us to death." At this time, Dong Qiulei finally showed her unique decision-making ability. She pulled Zhu Qian and followed. Zhang, who was sitting in the distance, calmed down for a while, got up and slowly followed. Finally, Song Hui and Yu Xiaoya were left. Yu Xiaoya ran to Song Hui and pulled him over and said anxiously, "What should we do?" "You're asking me." Song Hui angrily scolded, "It's all your fault. You said everything. Now our place has been occupied by them. What else can we do? Why do you blame me?" Yu Xiaoya choked and said, "They have put the gun to your head. What do you want me to do? What are you afraid of? What if he can really shoot? We are civilians. Do civilians understand? He won't shoot at unarmed people. How do you know? Is there any need to ask? If he dares to shoot, he is worse than a beast." Yu Xiaoya stamped her feet in anger. "Why are you so naive? Forget it. I don't care about you. I'm going to follow them back." After saying that, she turned around and ran. Song Hui was also dumbfounded when he saw it. "Forget it. Let's go. There are corpses everywhere here. It's too scary." Song Hui looked down and saw that several colleagues who usually laughed and played were missing arms and legs and died with their eyes open. He was so scared that he trembled all over and ran to catch up. A few minutes later, everyone came to the souvenir shop. Chen Yu knew the location of this place because he had seen it from the surveillance last night. But he didn't know what was arranged inside. He looked back at Yu Xiaoya, who followed, and said, "Come here. Lead the way." "Oh!" Yu Xiaoya ran over quickly. She was secretly happy. If she was allowed to lead the way, she would definitely stay inside. Yu Xiaoya went in. Chen Yu motioned Su Qing to follow him in. He stood at the door. When Dong Qiulei and Zhu Qian came over, Dong Qiulei was about to speak, but Chen Yu waved his hand and motioned her to go in. Dong Qiulei choked and nodded, "Thank you." She went in after that. Chapter 46, Like a Door God. Zhang walked to the door and said hoarsely, "Can I follow you?" "Come in." Chen Yu waved his head to signal him to go in. Zhang bowed deeply to Chen Yu and followed him into the store. Finally, Song Hui came over. He looked at Chen Yu standing at the door, like a door god, and felt a little scared. He asked tentatively, "Can I go in?" "No." Chen Yu blocked the door. "Why?" "I found this place." Song Hui was anxious. "I said no. So no." Chen Yu looked at him coldly. "A fool like you is not qualified to follow me. You, his mother, is a fool. If you have the guts, give me a gun. I'm pointing a gun at you. I'll see if you can still pretend." Chen Yu didn't say anything. He raised the gun in his hand. Hui was so scared that he quickly stepped back a few steps, pointed at Yu and gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. I remember. Sooner or later, I will kill you." Bang! Yu fired without hesitation. Hui was terrified. His pupils dilated, and he slowly leaned back and fell to the ground with a plop. "Can I still let you live until that day?" Yu turned around expressionlessly and went into the house to close the door. Entered the main room inside. Yu also saw the storage materials against the wall, which were really quite a lot. If there were only 1 or 2 people, they could live for at least a month. The original owner didn't know where he went. He probably died outside. Yu looked at the people in the room and said indifferently, "I'll give you half an hour to relax. After half an hour, you can decide whether to stay or go." After that, he took Su Qing into the bedroom. After entering the room, he locked the door. "Hurry up and clean the wound." Su Qing asked in confusion, "Why are you so anxious? Even if the chemical plant knows the news, it will probably be tonight or tomorrow. It has nothing to do with them. I have something else to do." Yu took off Su Qing's clothes without saying anything. Su Qing blushed. There was nothing she could do. She could only let him do whatever he wanted. Ever since she had had substantial and in-depth contact with him, he had become increasingly rude to her. He completely treated her as his thing. If she wanted to take off her clothes, she could. So, Su Qing blushed and let Yu strip her naked, exposing her wounds, followed by a blushing and heart-pounding dressing process. 10 minutes later, the wounds were cleaned. Su Qing put on her clothes again. Yu piled all the confiscated guns in a corner and whispered, "I'm going out for a while. You stay in the room and rest. Don't make any decisions before I come back. Understand?" "Yeah." Su Qing nodded gently. Maybe this is the most obedient time since she grew up. Yu went out, closed the door. Su Qing slowly walked to the pile of weapons and silently checked all the guns. She knew that Yu's next plan was definitely to destroy the chemical plant. After Yu walked out of the bedroom, looking at the frightened little anchors, he said indifferently, "No one should disturb the people inside. She is injured. Also, you can decide whether to leave or stay. If you want to leave, take 2 days of food and leave immediately. If anyone dares to take more, I don't mind killing 2 more people. I'll give you 2 minutes to think it over. If you don't want to leave, then stay here and guard the door. I'll go out for a while and come back a little later. We'll discuss other things when I come back. Do you understand? If you understand, think about it and make a decision quickly." After Yu finished speaking, he glanced at several people. The first one to express his opinion was Dong Qiulei. She didn't even think about it, and looked at Yu and said softly, "I'll stay." Zhu Qian on the side couldn't help but pull her. "Qiulei? I've decided. I'll stay." Dong Qiulei looked at Zhu Qian firmly. "Don't worry about me. You just need to make a decision for yourself. Qian, now is not the time to joke. Think about it yourself." Zhu Qian hesitated. At this time, the boy named Zhang also said hoarsely, "I will stay too." Yu Xiaoyao looked at Zhu Qian, then at Yu, and said nothing. She was waiting for Zhu Qian's answer. As a result, Yu waved to Zhang directly, "Come here. Pack 2 days' rations for them, and let them go." "Huh?" Zhu Qian immediately said anxiously, "I haven't made a decision yet." Yu Xiaoyao also stood up. "I haven't made a decision either." Yu turned and walked in front of the 2 of them, looking at them coldly. "Do you 2 really think I have the leisure to wait for you to make a decision? I'm just testing you. They both want to stay. I can give them a chance to live. But you 2 are hesitant. Nothing more than being wary of me. I tell you, I will never keep anyone who is wary of me around. You 2 leave immediately. I've done my best to give you 2 days of food. If you have the ability, survive outside. The world now is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you have the ability, you can survive. If you don't have the ability, you will die. The rules are very simple." Zhu Qian was so scared that her eyes immediately turned red. She looked at Dong Qiulei and said anxiously, "Qiulei, help me. Beg for mercy. I also want to stay. Zhang, please help me say something. I want to stay too." Yu Xiaoyao also looked at Zhang. It's a pity that Zhang and Dong Qiulei are both really smart people. Neither of them spoke. Zhang walked to the corner silently and began to sort out the food. He picked out 2 piles of food according to the amount for 1 person for 2 days. Chinyu ignored the 2 girls' tearful eyes, and suddenly pulled the bolt. Take the things and leave immediately. Brother. Please let me stay. Yu Xiaoya begged. I can do anything for you. Really? You can sleep with me. I can be your woman. Please. Let me stay. Get lost. Chinyu raised his hand and pointed his gun at her. Dong Qiulei couldn't help but sigh and whispered, Yu Xiaoya. Qian. Hurry up and leave. Take the food away. Be smarter in the future. Maybe you can still return to the city alive. There must be an official rescue station in the city. You can still survive there. Fuck you. There's no need for your false mercy. Yu Xiaoya suddenly exploded. Just leave. What's the big deal? You robbers. I found this place originally. All these are mine. Woo. Now you drive me away. I curse you. Yu Xiaoya. Zhang shouted angrily. Yu Xiaoya was so scared that she held back the second half of her words. Seeing that there was no room for maneuver, Yu Xiaoya tried to get some food. Unexpectedly, Chunyu said, Get lost. There is no food for you. You are so capable. Go find food outside. Yu Xiaoya was completely dumbfounded. She could feel that Chinyu would really shoot. In desperation, she turned around and looked at Zhu Qian angrily. Why don't you leave? Are you waiting for someone to blow your head off? Zhu Qian didn't say anything. She walked over silently, packed the food, turned around and followed Yu Xiaoya out of the hall without saying a word. Chapter 47 Protect the people here, and wait for me to come back. Before leaving, Dong Qiulei called out again, Qian. Remember to disguise yourself after you go out. As long as you can enter the city, you win. Zhu Qian left. Chunyu put away his gun, looked at Zhang and Dong Qiulei and said, Stay in the outer room. Don't disturb the people inside. Wait for me to come back. As he said, he walked to the corner, picked up a machete, and handed it to Zhang. Take it. Zhang blinked, reached out to take the long knife, and asked hesitantly, Can't you give me a gun? No. Chinyu looked at him without a trace of trust. First, your relationship with me is not that level yet. Second, you won't be able to use it even if I give it to you. Protect the people here and wait for me to come back. Okay. Zhang clenched his long sword and nodded vigorously. Chinyu looked at Dong Qiulei again. You are smarter. If you encounter an emergency, think of more ways. Don't worry. I won't be back too late. Yeah. Dong Qiulei also nodded. I felt a little warm in my heart. I didn't expect to be praised by this cold man, who said he was smarter. Soon, Chinyu turned around and left in a hurry. No one knew what he was doing. So anxious. Zhang and Dong Qiulei looked at so many foods in the corner, and they felt greedy and hungry. But both of them were very self-disciplined and didn't move. It's better to be honest. Chinyu hurriedly left the store. He rushed to the orangutan house. He could no longer stay in the zoo. Even if he didn't cause trouble for the group of people in the chemical plant, they would send people to clean up here sooner or later. Especially since Wei Lijian died here. It would be strange if Wei Guiqiang didn't go crazy. So next time, it will definitely be a tough battle. There are more than 500 people in the chemical plant. God knows how many people can fight with guns. If 100 people come, Chinyu will be in danger. If 200 people come, even if Chinyu has a big guy in his hand, unless he uses a super weapon, like a high-explosive thermal incendiary bomb, he and Su Qing will definitely not be able to deal with it. So the best plan is to clear this place, leave the zoo, and take the initiative. Destroying the chemical plant by means of ambush is a relatively simple action for Chinyu. Soon, he arrived at the door of the gorilla house. He could hear the loud banging noise from a long distance. When he got closer, he found that it seemed that the chimpanzee inside was hitting the cage, and the wall where it hit was already cracked. It was cracked by a grenade during the previous battle. Chinyu was secretly shocked. The IQ of this gorilla is getting higher and higher, and it knows how to escape from this weak point. Fortunately, he came early. Chinyu jumped onto the roof and ran to the skylight. Below, the gorilla suddenly stopped moving. He looked up at Chinyu. Chinyu also stared at it. A few seconds later, the gorilla suddenly roared and ran into the iron cage like crazy. A huge dent appeared where it hit. It was about to escape. Chinyu made a prompt decision and directly pulled out a shoulder-mounted single-soldier rocket launcher from the space and kicked the glass on the top floor to pieces. Then he knelt on the edge of the skylight and aimed at the chimpanzee below. The chimpanzee became more and more crazy. And its muscles continued to grow. And its body size was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, it suddenly turned its head and climbed up the rockery at a violent speed. And suddenly jumped into the air, trying to grab it. Fuck! Chun Yu exclaimed. The rocket was also fired. Boom! A loud noise. The rocket hit the chimpanzee in midair. A huge fireball exploded in the cage. The terrible recoil shock wave made Chun Yu sit on the roof with his buttocks. His ears were buzzing, and he couldn't hear anything. Horrible! This big guy has evolved so terribly. The gorilla was blasted back by the rocket. Chun Yu shook his head hard. His ears were buzzing. And it took him a long time to recover his hearing. He quickly climbed to the skylight to take a look. He gasped at the sight. Although the gorilla was knocked down, it only had cracks on its body. And there was no loss of arms or legs. The defense is so strong? Chun Yu was surprised and happy. What surprised him was that even the rocket launcher couldn't deal with it. If it was a few days later, it might have really completed its evolution and mutation. What made him happy was that the crystal core in its body should be perfect. And it was the best time to devour it now. Especially the ability of this beast king should be physical. This is what Chun Yu needs most now. Deal with it. As soon as Chun Yu thought of it, the gorilla below stood up again, roared at it crazily, and kept beating his chest, as if he wanted to launch another wave of attacks. MD, I can still let you be arrogant again. Chun Yu directly took out a flash bomb from the space, pulled out the plug and threw it down. Boom! A dazzling white light flashed below. The gorilla's cry instantly turned into a roar of fear and even pain. Then, Chun Yu took out another big guy in the space. M61A1 Vulcan shipborne machine gun. Length 1875 mm. Weight 120 kilograms. Muzzle velocity 1036 milliseconds. Maximum rate of fire 6,000 rounds per minute. Chun Yu also risked his life. This is the first crystal core after rebirth, and he must get it at all costs. So he went straight to the big killer, while the gorilla below was roaring and bumping around like a headless fly. Chun Yu took out a huge ammunition box from the space and pushed the M50 bullets with bullets into the machine gun magazine. Then, he put all his strength on the machine gun on the roof. The muzzle was pointed at the gorilla below. Chun Yu gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. You have no chance to be the Beast King. Die. Bang bang bang. The huge gunshots were deafening. And the terrible torrent of bullets spurted out like a tongue of fire. The chimpanzee below was beaten and screamed miserably. It was almost completely fixed to the ground by the terrifying stream of bullets. Even if its skin evolved to be harder, being hit by this terrible machine gun, and hitting the same place in a very short time. A blood mist exploded immediately. The gunshots lasted only more than 10 seconds. Chun Yu stopped. Thousands of bullets were used in just 10 seconds. The ground was full of bullet shells. Chun Yu was panting heavily. He was shaken by the huge recoil force. And his arms were numb. He stretched his neck to look down. The chimpanzee was finally knocked over, with a big hole in its stomach and its internal organs blown to pieces. Its scarlet eyes slowly lost their spirit, and the red light inside also faded a little bit. Finally, its head tilted and it stopped breathing. Chun Yu sat on the roof with his butt. Damn! It was really hard. It can be imagined that when it completely completes its evolution and mutation, it is simply invincible. Ordinary guns are like tickling it. Take a break. To prevent the chimpanzee below from faking death. After Chun Yu rested for 2 or 3 minutes, he saw that there was indeed no movement below. So he put away the machine gun, came to the skylight, and climbed the cage slowly down to the ground. He approached the chimpanzee cautiously, and kicked it in the head. Chapter 48 Strong Defense. Moving. Really dead. Chun Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly took out an electric saw from the space. The crystal cores are all in the animal's head. This gorilla's defense is so strong that it is estimated that only an electric saw can be used to saw open its skull. So Chun Yu started the electric saw. With bursts of roars, he held the electric saw and cut the gorilla's head. The harsh friction sound made people's teeth itch. After an hour and a half, Chun Yu used 3 electric saws to successfully cut open the gorilla's head. In the brain stem, he slowly dug out a black crystal the size of a quail egg. Crystal clear, with a strange glimmer inside. The crystal core of the Beast King. Got it. Chun Yu was excited. According to the information obtained in the previous life, the types of superpowers that each person can open will not exceed 7. Each superpower can continue to evolve. For example, Qin Yu's current space superpower is a level 1 superpower. It is just a subspace that can only hold dead objects. But if he can swallow the space crystal core again, then his subspace may be upgraded to a level 2 superpower and become a level 2 subspace. Level 2 subspace can accommodate living objects. As for level 3 and above, it is said that the space power will be further visualized and will change shape with the user's consciousness. This is called the materialization of space power. Is there an upper limit to superpowers? No one knows. Because in the last life, until Qin Yu died, no one had heard of anyone who could raise their superpowers to level 3 or above. In the last life, the strongest person Qin Yu could hear was from the official. That was information released deliberately by the official. A special forces soldier with 7 superpowers. Each of his superpowers almost reached the level of level 3. This was also the reason why the official could finally open up the last shelter for humans in Tibet. Just relying on him. Block the terrifying tide of mutant beasts. It sounds very powerful. But Qin Yu knew that kind of power was relative. Because if he really reached the pinnacle of mutation evolution, I'm afraid the official would not just be trapped in the secret base in Tibet. Qin Yu held the crystal core in his hand. Feeling extremely excited, there is no time to lose. Swallow it. See if he can activate his second superpower. Qin Yu made a prompt decision. Not caring how dirty it was, he went to the corner and sat down. He looked at the crystal core in his hand, took a deep breath, and then swallowed it directly into his mouth. With a move of his tongue, the crystal core slid into his stomach. Ugh! This taste is really disgusting. Just when Qin Yu felt his stomach churning, suddenly a flash of lightning flashed through his mind, and his eyes suddenly went black. The next second, the terrible feeling of expansion spread rapidly from his lower abdomen to his limbs. Ugh! Qin Yu groaned, and supported the ground with both hands. A violent and ferocious energy extended from his lower abdomen, stimulating his bones as if they were broken. Ah! Qin Yu screamed in pain and twitched violently. He couldn't see it himself, but his muscles were expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming angular. Even his bones seemed to be scraped by a knife. The feeling was simply indescribable. Fortunately, the horrible pain lasted less than 2 minutes before it suddenly subsided, and his limbs seemed to have regained control. Qin Yu panted heavily. Sweat was pouring down his body. The skin of the whole body turned red. The sweat flowed down, and before it dripped onto the ground, it was like being evaporated by the high temperature and turned into water vapor. So, Qin Yu was surrounded by water vapor. It looked very scary. This strange phenomenon lasted for more than 10 minutes. And finally the color of the skin slowly returned to normal. And the muscles also returned to normal little by little. Qin Yu sat up straight in surprise. He stretched out his hands and looked at them. It felt very strange. It was as if the brain had acquired a new skill, and it seemed to be able to issue clear instructions to control the muscle strength of various parts of the body. This feeling was a bit like Toguro in Yu Yu Hakusho. Half an hour later, Qin Yu finally confirmed that the Beast King's crystal core was indeed correct. And it was indeed a physical type of supernatural crystal core. So he succeeded. He activated another supernatural power. Physical type. He can increase strength, speed and attack power by controlling the strength of muscles. It is very similar to the ability of Toguro in the anime Yu Yu Hakusho. Qin Yu tried it. This kind of muscle controls supernatural power. When it is level 1 supernatural power, the skin of the whole body will appear red, and the temperature is extremely high, which can evaporate sweat. The striking force is about 2,000 kilograms. What concept? The world's top boxing champion Mori. The maximum striking force of his right fist is about 800 kilograms. That is to say, after adjusting the strength of his muscles, Qin Yu can punch with 2 or 3 times more force than Mao Sin. Basically, he can overturn a 2-ton object with his bare hands. This is only a level 1 ability. It is considered an entry-level ability. Physical crystal cores are the easiest to obtain among all crystal cores, and they are also the most numerous. So the probability of upgrading the ability is very high. Unlike spiritual and spatial crystal cores, the number of crystal cores is extremely rare, especially spatial crystal cores. This type of crystal core is the least. Upgrading is difficult. In his previous life, Qin Yu lived until the Frozen Age, and he never heard of anyone activating a level 2 spatial ability. Because once a level 2 spatial ability is activated, it means that his subspace can store living objects, plants, animals, And even people can all be put into the portable space. This ability has advantages and disadvantages. The advantages are obvious. Humans with level 2 subspace basically become mobile space stations. If the space is large enough, you can even put a country in it. But the disadvantages are also obvious. That is, the ability user must be strong enough. If you only have space ability, and no other means of self-defense, almost no one dares to enter your space. Otherwise, once you die, all the creatures in the space will be wiped out. Therefore, space-related abilities are not only rare, but also difficult to persist. Now, Qinyu has broken the shackles. The newly activated physical ability greatly improved his survival ability. He still has unlimited possibilities. In the previous life, when humans realized that the role of crystal cores can activate superpowers, mutant creatures around the world had already mutated and evolved. They were all top-level terrifying creatures. So at that time, there were very few people who were able to get crystal cores and successfully activate their superpowers. It can be said that they were rare. Now Qinyu is ahead of everyone. You can even keep mutant animals in captivity and collect their crystal cores to achieve the purpose of evolving yourself. Cool. After Qinyu tried out the new superpowers, he stood up and walked to the edge of the cage, holding the bars of the iron cage with both hands, and slowly adjusted his muscle strength. When his hands and arms turned red, he suddenly pushed hard. There was a sound of crackling. Chapter 49 Unimaginable Power. The iron cage's bars effortlessly opened a huge hole. Qinyu smiled. Although the gorilla was also evolving, it had evolved for such a long time, but it only knocked a huge dent in the iron cage. But once the crystal core entered the human body and combined with human genes, it produced unimaginable power. This may be the advantage of human genes. So there are always people who say that humans are not the original inhabitants of the earth, because the genes of humans and animals are too different. Qinyu walked out of the cage. He kicked open the door of the gorilla house and walked out slowly. After activating the physical ability, even the senses seemed to become sharper. The sounds, lights, smells, colors outside, everything became unusually vivid. This feeling was so good. Qinyu was in a very good mood. Let's harvest. Then, leave here. Qinyu turned and walked towards the living area of other animals. 2 hours later, all the animals in the entire zoo were slaughtered by Qinyu. A total of 56 crystal cores. They were all immature crystal cores. The largest one was only as big as a thumbnail, and the smallest was only the size of a grain of rice. Qinyu shook his head helplessly. Let's put these aside for the time being. There is an upper limit to the total amount of crystal cores that the human body can withstand. And the upper limit is different for each person according to their different physiques. But there is definitely an upper limit. So, if you don't have a high-quality crystal core, you must not make do. Keep these defective products for now. They will be useful later. Qinyu put away all the crystal cores and turned to walk towards the souvenir shop. There is no use here anymore. Prepare to evacuate. Back to the store. Zhang and Dong Qiulei, who were guarding the door of the main hall, stood up quickly and looked at Qinyu in shock. Mainly because Qinyu's current image is too scary. He is in a mess. He is covered in animal blood. And there is a stinky smell. He really looks like a butcher. Qinyu knew that the two of them were scared. So he waved his hand and said, "Don't be nervous. Relax a little. I won't go crazy and turn into a beast." When the two heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Qinyu walked straight into the bedroom and found that Su Qing had fallen asleep on the bed. She was sleeping soundly. That's good. The more she sleeps, the faster her injuries will recover. Qinyu turned around and closed the door. Then came out and looked at Zhang and Dong Qiulei and whispered, "Wait for me a little longer. I'll find a place to wash up." After that, he left. After he left, Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, sat down on the ground, looked at Dong Qiulei and murmured, "This man doesn't look too old, but he has a creepy feeling. I always feel like he can kill people at any time. He may have experienced more than us." Dong Qiulei also sat aside, legs together, chin on knees, whispered, "The world has really changed. Do you think we can go back to the city?" Zhang, you know it well. The city is not much better than the outside world. The chance of our parents getting help is only 50%. Zhang sighed, covered his face and said, "I actually don't have much hope. What are your plans for the future?" "I don't know." Zhang looked up at Dong Qiulei, But there should be an official rescue station in the city. Maybe we should go there to live. The rescue station. Dong Qiulei murmured. The more people there are in the rescue station, the less survival supplies will be distributed. I have watched too many disaster movies, and I don't have any good feelings for that kind of place. What are your plans? Dong Qiulei was silent for a moment, and then said after a moment, I want to follow this person. Follow this guy? Zhang Zhan was shocked. You want to follow them? Yeah. Aren't you afraid? What are you afraid of? Death? Dong Qiulei looked up at Zhang Zhan. Don't you think that the only way for us to survive now is to become like this man? As long as we have the ability and skills, we can survive. Otherwise, if we blindly seek shelter from others, even official shelter, once the shelter has a flaw, we will be doomed. Zhang Zhan stared at Dong Qiulei blankly. After a long while, he slowly nodded and said, I admit that you were right. Dong Qiulei, to be honest, I just realized that everyone looked down on you before. You are a smart girl. Very smart. Dong Qiulei didn't say anything. She just stared at the ground with empty eyes, thinking silently in her mind. 20 minutes later, Chen Yu came back. He was washed clean and refreshed. There was no peculiar smell on his body. Zhang Zhan and Dong Qiulei looked surprised. In fact, Dong Qiulei also wanted to find a place to wash. After all, she was a girl, and her structure was different from that of a man. She would feel uncomfortable if she didn't wash. However, it was hard to find drinking water now, not to mention bath water. So, she was very curious about where Chen Yu washed, but she didn't dare to ask. So she kept staring at Chen Yu. Chen Yu ignored her. Even if he knew that she wanted to take a bath, he couldn't do anything about it. First, the water Chen Yu used to take a bath was the lake water poured from the space. It was still clear. It's okay for a man to take a bath. You really can't let a woman take a bath. It will cause inflammation. Second, there is plenty of lake water, but it is also a non-renewable resource. Can't waste it casually. After all, Zhang Zhan and Dong Qiulei are not companions yet. When Chen Yu came back, he also brought in a small gas stove, a backpack, and a vegetable basket. After entering the main room, he put the gas stove in place by himself. While connecting the pipes, he asked, Who can cook? Me. Dong Qiulei raised her hand quickly. Okay. After the gas stove is ready, you help me cook. Okay. Dong Qiulei came over quickly and asked carefully, Are these all searched from the zoo? Why are you asking this? Chen Yu looked up at her. I want to learn survival skills, and I want to know where you collected these things from. If I am alone outside, how can I survive? Chen Yu looked at her in surprise. This girl is really interesting. She is actually very gentle, with the sweet girl style of the Jiang and water town. That is, the woman made of water, as we usually say. But her eyes are very wild, and from her walking posture, we can see that this person has very good physical fitness, and she can always take an attacking posture when standing. That is the posture of practicing kung fu for many years. Whether it is free fighting or sanda, there is this posture. Chen Yu saw it when he saw her for the first time. In the morning, the group of people from the chemical plant bombarded and machine-gunned, and most of them were killed on the spot. But she didn't die. It was a bit of luck. It was also because of her quick reaction. Chapter 50. Saved from being killed. The most important point is that Zhu Qian didn't die because she saved her. It was she who hugged Zhu Qian down at the critical moment. So Zhu Qian was saved from being killed. At that time, Chen Yu had seen all this when he dodged. Dong Qiulei was a little timid. Being stared at by Chen Yu was actually a very scary thing. So she subconsciously lowered her head and took a step back. Chen Yu blinked, lowered his head, and continued to fiddle with the gas stove, and said lightly, You don't want to go back to the city? There are many official resettlement sites in the city. You can live there without having to bother looking for supplies. But what if there is no food in the resettlement site? Not for the time being. Chen Yu let out a sigh of relief. At least within half a year, the military will guarantee the food supply at the resettlement site. You don't have to worry about this. Even if you eat less, at least you can still eat. What about after half a year? Dong Qiulei asked persistently. After half a year, leave it to fate. After Chen Yu fixed the gas stove, he stood up and walked to the backpack, opened the zipper of the backpack, and said, If the military can't protect you, you can't survive outside by yourself. What about you? Me? Yes. You definitely don't need the protection of the military. How long can you live? If I learn your skills, can I survive on my own? Qinyu glanced at Dong Qiulei again and suddenly smiled. You are really brave. Dong Qiulei's eyes lit up. It was the first time I saw Qinyu smile. I didn't expect that he would be so sunny when he smiled. It was like the feeling of seeing the sun after a month of continuous rain in the Jiangnan region during the rainy season. It felt so comfortable. Even Dong Qiulei felt a lot more relaxed unconsciously. Zhang Zhan on the side also became excited. This man can also smile. He is not a pervert. If he can really teach me how to shoot and how to find supplies, maybe I can survive independently without relying on others. All boys are like this. In fact, everyone subconsciously likes the end of the world. This is why The Walking Dead is one of the Western TV series that most boys like to watch. Let me ask you, who hasn't fantasized about surviving in such a chaotic world? Who doesn't want to be a crossbowman? Who doesn't want to kill decisively? Who doesn't want to be a leader? Now, it is the real end of the world. And there are no zombies yet. How cool. Your only threat comes from your own kind. There are good people and bad people in the world. At this time, the rules are broken and the order is gone. Isn't it the time to do whatever you want? So, Zhang Zhan also came over. He looked at Qinyu sincerely. Brother, teach us. Dong Qiulei and I will be your students. You teach us. We want to follow you and survive together. You think too much. Qinyu glanced at him. I won't bring any burden with me. Brother, we can try not to be a burden. Yes. You teach us. Dong Qiulei also begged. Qinyu looked at the two people's serious look, and then nodded. Okay. Let me teach you. But there is no free dinner in the world. I teach you the skills to survive. What do you give me in return? The two were stunned. They both have nothing now. What can be given in return? Qinyu looked at Zhang Zhan and said, You know, if I live outside with you two burdens, I will face great danger at any time. I even have to be on guard against the day when you guys become too chaste and sell me to someone else. When you're in danger, I have to protect you too. Why am I doing this? It's the end of the world now. Am I after fame or profit? You two have nothing. Nothing to give me. And I have no benefit. So why should I teach you? If you were me, would you agree? Zhang Zhan. Nothing to say. Qinyu looked at Dong Qiulei again. What about you? Tell me. What feedback can you give me? Can I sleep with you anytime? Can I vent to you unconditionally? Dong Qiulei blushed. She bit her lip and suddenly whispered, Yes. Qinyu immediately broke out in a sweat. What the hell? She said yes? Qinyu looked her up and down in confusion. Are you the kind of girl who can sleep with anyone who offers you protection? No. Dong Qiulei said with a stiff upper lip. Only you can. Qinyu looked surprised. Only me? Why? Do I look easy to deceive? Or do you think I might be a good person? Neither. Dong Qiulei looked up at Qinyu bravely. Because I am not opposed to you. I think you can do it. So you can do it. This time Qinyu didn't know what to say. All I can say is that the anchor ladies are too bold. In the small house, Qinyu stopped talking about that topic. He was already talking about it. What else can he say? People say that you can do whatever you want. But Qinyu can't do anything about it. So, he started cooking. Get something to eat. Su Qing's injury is recovering rapidly. And he needs to eat high-protein food. Dong Qiulei helped to cook. She made white rice. She was also surprised. He could actually get rice. This Qinyu is really amazing. I really hope he can take me in, so that I can learn more skills to survive the Doomsday. At least, I have to learn how to use a gun. On the side, Qinyu called Zhang Zhan over and took out a large piece of bloody meat from his backpack. Zhang Zhan was shocked. He looked at the stripes on the skin and said in surprise, Is this zebra meat? Yes. Zhang Zhan stared at Qinyu blankly. Aren't you protecting the animals here? Who said I was protecting animals? Qinyu replied casually. I just make sure that others don't touch these animals. In the Doomsday world, the strong prey on the weak. If you have the ability, you can also snatch all the animals from me. Zhang Zhan smiled bitterly. How could he have such ability? After all this time, it turns out that they are not protecting animals at all. On the first day of arrival, someone wanted to touch those zebras, but was scared away by Qinyu. Everyone thought Qinyu was the zoo manager. Everyone thought he was protecting animals. I never thought. Zhang Zhan couldn't help laughing in the end. Or his group of people are too naive. In this era, People are almost unable to survive. Which idiot would bother to protect animals? Soon, Chinyu prepared the meat. He handed Zhang a kitchen knife and a cutting board, cut the meat, and cut it into slices. Can you? Yes. Zhang nodded quickly. How dare he not know how to do it? He has to know how to do it even if he doesn't know how to do it. Dong Qiule can cook. If he can't even cut a piece of meat, he will probably be the next one to be kicked out. So, Zhang cut the meat in silence. After Dong Qiule finished cooking, she looked at Chinyu and asked, "What else are you doing?" "Take out the washed vegetables." "Are these vegetables washed?" "Yes." "Where did you wash them?" "I washed them while taking a shower." "Oh." Dong Qiule looked strange. Chinyu glanced at her and said casually, "Don't worry. I didn't wash them with bath water. If you don't believe me, you don't have to eat them." "I didn't." Dong Qiule blushed and stopped talking. Chapter 51 Professional at First Glance. In the main room, the three people were busy with their own things. After a while, the room was filled with fragrance. This time, it was Dong Qiule who cooked. Chinyu didn't expect that this girl was actually a little cook. Her cooking skills were very professional at first glance. That's good. So I don't have to do it myself. 20 minutes later, the meat was stewed. Zhang and Dong Qiule sat obediently aside, looking at Chinyu like a good baby. Chinyu thought about it, got up and walked into the bedroom. A moment later, he came out with 2 more Type 92 pistols in his hands. Put the pistols in front of the 2 people. Zhang and Dong Qiule looked at each other with surprise. "What do you mean? Is this a lesson?" Chinyu looked at the 2 people and said calmly, "Although I won't take you 2 with me. You 2 are not annoying. These 2 guns are yours. After we separate, I will give each of you 5 magazines. You can walk the rest of the way by yourself. If we can meet again in the city in the future, if you are still alive and well, and can still keep your sanity, maybe we will become friends. Now, I will teach you how to use a gun." After that, Chinyu began to explain the use of a pistol. Zhang and Dong Qiule were ecstatic, listened attentively to Chinyu's explanation. Then, they started to disassemble the parts of the gun and learn the names and functions of each part. There were no magazines in the 2 guns. There were no bullets. For the time being, they just had to get familiar with the structure and weight of the guns. For ordinary people, the weight of the gun is not light, like a lump of iron, especially for girls, those with weak wrists. Holding the gun horizontally, they usually can't last for 2 minutes, so it's useless to give them bullets now. What's more, before Chinyu completely accepts them, it's impossible to give them guns with bullets, which would add risks to themselves. But even so, the 2 of them learned with relish, especially Zhang. He is a man. He is different from Xiao Mulong, a fancy boy. He is cool. To put it bluntly, he is a little more manly. Therefore, he really loves guns and treats them as treasures. Almost 20 minutes later, the bedroom door suddenly opened. Su Qing came out. She had a good sleep and felt very refreshed. When she came out and saw Zhang and Dong Qiule holding guns, she was stunned at first, and then smiled knowingly. Chinyu looked back at her. "Did you sleep well?" "Yeah." Su Qing smiled charmingly. Zhang and Dong Qiule also greeted at the same time. "Sister Su." "Sister Su." Su Qing smiled and said, "Hello." After saying hello, she secretly sighed in her heart. These 2 kids are really smart. Maybe this is why Chinyu is willing to help them. It's not that Chinyu doesn't like to help others, but he is too picky. He only helps truly smart people. There are many kinds of truly smart people. Some are suitable to stay by their side, and some are suitable to show them a way to survive. So Chinyu is really scary. How did he learn to be so sober and self-disciplined in such a harsh doomsday environment when he was so young? A few years younger than himself? A mysterious man. And the more mysterious a man is, the more he attracts mature women. Su Qing is a woman who is mature in heart. Now, her body is mature too. She feels more and more strongly about Chinyu. Su Qing walked to Chinyu and sat down beside him naturally. "You cooked again?" Su Qing looked at Chinyu and asked. "It's not me. It's Dong Qiule." "Oh." Su Qing looked at Dong Qiule and smiled. "You can cook? It smells good." "Sister Su, my hometown is in the northeast. I have been working hard in Jiancheng alone, so I have been able to cook for myself for a long time." When she finished speaking, the 3 of them were stunned. Even Zhang looked surprised. Your hometown is in the northeast? I always thought you were from the south of the Yangtze River. You don't look like a northeastern person. Qinyu also nodded, indeed. I also thought you were from the south of the Yangtze River. Dong Qiulei smiled. Maybe I am an alternative. People who are not familiar with me think I am weak. But friends who are familiar with me know that I still have the blood of a northeastern person in my bones. Qinyu looked at her, with a little more approval in his eyes. This girl may survive. She does have a tough spirit in her bones. The four of them had a hearty lunch. Stewed zebra meat. There are also various vegetables in the soup pot. The combination of meat and vegetables is reasonable. In addition, there are canned food stored here as side dishes. Qinyu didn't feel anything. But Su Qing and the others were really impressed. Especially Zhang and Dong Qiulei. They haven't had a proper meal for several days. So they were sweating profusely while eating. And even forgot that it was still a doomsday environment outside. After the meal, Dong Qiulei and Zhang started to clean up the mess very sensibly. Qinyu took Su Qing into the bedroom. A warm and lingering moment. You need to relax before the battle. Outside, Dong Qiulei's face also turned red. Zhang was also somewhat embarrassed. The two had no choice but to quietly leave the main room and enter the lounge in front. Away from the source of the sound. The two felt much more comfortable. Zhang had been playing with his pistol. Dong Qiulei was thinking silently. Now, the separation from Qinyu and the others has become a foregone conclusion. So in the short term, 01 still has to rely on himself. After thinking for a while, Dong Qiulei looked at Zhang and asked softly, after separating from them, do you have a plan? Yes. Dong Qiulei was stunned. Yes? What is your plan? Follow you. What? Zhang looked up at Dong Qiulei. Follow you. My brain is not so smart. I can't think too far. But I can be a thug. So, we're partners. You use your brain. I use my strength. How about it? Dong Qiulei's eyes lit up. And she nodded slowly and smiled. I think it's okay. But there is one thing. We have to make 3 rules. You say. We're partners. You can't do anything excessive to me on the road. TSK. Zhang sneered, lowered his head, and continued to fiddle with the gun. What are you laughing at? Dong Qiulei asked in confusion. Don't worry. I won't touch you even if I kill you. What do you mean? Zhang looked up at her again. It means that you are not my type. Really? Of course it's true. Dong Qiulei asked in confusion. What kind of person do you like? Someone like Qinyu. Qinyu, what? You like men? Dong Qiulei was startled and said in astonishment, do you like men? Yes. Zhang quickly pulled the bolt, picked up the pistol and gestured twice, and said casually, otherwise, what do you think I usually do with a long? You and Xiao Mulong? Dong Qiulei's mouth opened wide. Does anyone in the company know about this? Zhang glanced at her. Don't be so surprised. Okay. I have had psychological barriers since I was a child. I feel awkward and want to vomit when I meet women. I like to play with boys. Like? Okay. Stop talking. Chapter 52 Easy to be misunderstood. Dong Qiulei waved her hands quickly, breathed a sigh of relief and said, good fellow. You actually hit it so deeply. No one in the company must know. Actually someone knows. Who knows? Mr. Yu knows. Mr. Yu tacitly agreed with you too? Zhang shrugged, as long as he can make money. He doesn't care whether you are gay or straight. Okay. Dong Qiulei touched his forehead helplessly, muttering to himself, this is good. At least I don't have to worry about you turning into a beast. Don't worry. Even if I turn into a beast, I will never touch you. I'm afraid I will vomit. You better stop talking. You said that. It's easy for me to misunderstand. I'd better think about the next plan. Okay. Think about it. Zhang continued to play with the gun. Dong Qiulei secretly looked at him, feeling incredible. Although this guy is a little young, he is cool every day, and is relatively more manly than Xiao Mulong and Song Hui. I never thought that he is actually gay. Afternoon. None of the 4 people went out. The whole zoo was also dead. It was almost evening. Qinyu and Su Qing finally came out of the bedroom. Zhang and Dong Qiulei outside hurried to greet them. Qinyu walked to the corner and swept out 2 waves of supplies, which was about 3 days' worth of food. Then he looked at the 2 people and said, You should leave. Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei looked at each other. No one begged again. They had already seen Chen Yu's decisiveness in killing. No one could influence his decision. So they had to leave. The two people quickly packed the food in bags. Chen Yu walked over and gave each person 5 magazines. And at the same time reminded, after leaving the zoo, try to travel at full speed. Don't go along the highway. Take the small road. It would be better if there is a familiar small road. Also, there are 3 checkpoints at the entrance to the city, all of which are military. As long as you can get there, you will be saved. There are many people robbing on the way. If you believe me, then don't be kind and think of yourself as a bad person on the way back. If someone blocks the road, just shoot. Don't say anything. These foods are enough for you to last for 3 days. If you go at full speed, you should be able to walk back to the city in 1 day. Okay. That's all. Goodbye. Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei nodded at the same time, bowed respectfully to Chen Yu, and turned around and left in a hurry without saying anything more. After the two of them left, Su Qing looked at Chen Yu. Are you going to take action? Yeah. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes. I don't like waiting for people to come and seek revenge on me. Wei Guiqiang's father was killed by me, and he will come to seek revenge sooner or later. Instead of waiting for him to come, I might as well go find him. I'll go with you. You can go. But we have to act separately. Su Qing was stunned. Action separately? Yes. I'm used to acting alone. Chen Yu spoke decisively, turned and walked into the bedroom, picked up a 79 type submachine gun, and stuffed 2 magazines into Su Qing's arms. Take this. You go first. Then wait for my signal. Chen Yu looked at Su Qing and said seriously, when you go, don't attack rashly. You must wait for my signal. I have to make some preparations in advance. Okay. Su Qing nodded helplessly. She knew she couldn't beat Chen Yu. She couldn't make him the boss. Then she could only compromise. Soon, Su Qing put on her equipment and got ready. She came to Chen Yu, looked up at his eyes, and said softly, Chen Yu, I'm waiting for you. Don't let anything happen to you. After solving the problem of the chemical plant, if you are still willing to accept me, I will stay with you wherever you go. Chen Yu didn't say anything, just nodded slowly. Su Qing's eyes turned red, and she hugged his neck and gave him a passionate kiss. After a moment, Su Qing turned around and walked out resolutely. After she left completely, Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief and swept all the supplies in the room into the space, including the captured guns. Then, he searched the space silently for a while. Soon, he took out several weapons from the space. 40mm grenade launcher, shipborne machine gun, 100mm new mortar, plus a domestic PF-98 heavy anti-tank rocket launcher. As for the chemical plant, he didn't plan to stay any longer. Although it is not ruled out that there are various materials with useful value in the chemical plant. But it is very dangerous there. Especially there is a genius Wei Guiqiang. This guy is a great guy who can make chemical bombs by himself. So those dangerous chemicals in the chemical plant can be used as weapons by him. Chen Yu was not familiar with those chemicals, especially the toxic gases. It would be troublesome if he got hit. So, he might as well destroy it in one go. After leaving the zoo, Chen Yu avoided the main road and prepared to travel in a straight line. As for the obstacles on the road, Chen Yu was ready to ignore them. He walked to an open area and saw that there was no one around. Then his consciousness moved and he slowly manipulated the strength of his muscles. And his skin began to turn red little by little. The strength became stronger and stronger. And the senses became more and more acute. The muscles under the skin began to twist constantly as if they were alive. The next second, Chen Yu stomped his feet suddenly. The whole person jumped out in an instant and began to run wildly in the streets. Whenever he encountered an obstacle that was not too high, he would run to accelerate and leap, either climbing over a wall or jumping off a building. The suburbs had become his super parkour venue. Feeling the incomparable sense of speed and power, Chen Yu was very excited. In the early days of the apocalypse, it was indeed easier to increase the survival rate with physical abilities. The sun set in the west. Inside the chemical plant, Wei Guiqiang walked around anxiously. My father took people to the zoo to collect those animals yesterday, but he still hadn't come back. The radio was completely out of contact. 20 minutes ago, he had sent someone to check. There was no news yet. Although my father was not a heroic figure, he had been the director of a chemical plant for many years, and was considered a shrewd leader. It is impossible to be so careless. If you encounter any problem, you should contact the factory by radio. Why did he take so long? There is no news at all? Was he ambushed? But he brought more than 30 people with him. To be on the safe side, Wei Guiqiang even used a Gatling machine gun, as well as various submachine guns and grenades. The firepower is extraordinary. Even if he encounters the military, he can fight 2 rounds. Right? Or did this old guy see some beautiful woman and was embarrassed to come back to see me and my mother? So he stayed outside overnight? Wei Guiqiang was confused. There was nothing he could do now. He could only wait. Because he was in a bad mood. He suddenly walked out of the office and shouted loudly, "Old Su! Take the guys in the cage to the execution ground." Chapter 53 White Phosphorus Bomb. Yes. A response came from the distant corridor. Wei Guiqiang returned to the office, put on a pair of gloves, and then turned and hurriedly walked towards the laboratory. He walked and muttered, "MD. Let's try the white phosphorus bomb to see if it works." 10 minutes later, in an open field outside the factory, a deep pit was dug in the middle, more than 300 square meters. At this moment, several people in the deep pit were crying loudly, constantly trying to climb up, and shouting for mercy. Unfortunately, the depth of the pit is at least 3 meters deep, and the pit wall is very smooth. They can't climb up at all. There is a circle of people standing on it. Each of them was armed with guns and full of anger, looking at the people below who were constantly begging and crying. These people smiled, pointed at the people below and talked and laughed, not caring at all. Soon, Wei Guiqiang came over. He was wearing gloves. He was holding a black object. It looked like the shape of a bullet. As he approached, those with guns all shouted respectfully, "Brother Chang, get out of the way. I won't care if it burns you." Wei Guiqiang's face was gloomy. Before he reached the edge, he suddenly fiddled with the bullet, and then threw it out. The others were so scared that they quickly ran back with their heads in their hands. The bullet drew an arc in the air and fell straight into the deep pit. Before it hit the ground, it exploded with a bang. The light was not too dazzling, but countless fire spots with burning tails splashed from the air. And when those fire spots fell on the people in the pit, they immediately burned violently. The people in the pit screamed miserably. They kept trying to pat off the fire spots on their bodies with their hands. Unfortunately, once those things touched the body, they could not be patted off at all. They still flashed brightly and burned continuously, burning through clothes, burning into the flesh, and going deep into the internal organs. The screams in the pit became more and more shrill. Everyone who heard it was a little creepy. Those with guns tentatively walked to the edge of the pit and took a look inside. This look was shocking. My heart was shaking. It was too damn fierce. The power of this thing was not the intensity of the explosion, but the fact that once the phosphorus fire splashed out, it would not stop until it burned through the body. The people below were burned to pieces in an instant. Many places were exposed to the bone. Stupid. You are too close. After the phosphorus fire burns, it will produce highly toxic substances. Although this is not a confined space, you will be poisoned if you breathe a little more. Behind him, Wei Guiqiang's voice came lazily. The people at the edge of the pit were so scared that they quickly retreated 10 meters away. A lackey ran to Wei Guiqiang and laughed, "Brother Chang, this thing is too powerful. Can it be mass-produced? What a waste. The factory doesn't have so much white phosphorus. Oh, what a pity. Otherwise, if we get 100 or 80 of them, we can counterattack the checkpoints and return to the city." Wei Guiqiang curled his lips and smiled. It's not easy to return to the city. We don't have 100 or 80. But we do have 3 or 2. I don't believe that the checkpoints into the city can stop us. When my dad comes back, we will gather people. Tonight. Before he finished speaking, a loud roar suddenly came from afar. "Brother Chang. Brother Chang. I'm a fool." Wei Guiqiang was refreshed, turned his head and smiled. It should be my dad who is back. Let's go. Let's go and see what this old guy did last night. After that, he led the way out of the venue. Others followed him. As for the people in the pit, they had already been burned to death and turned into tattered corpses. A few minutes later, Wei Guiqiang was stunned at the gate of the factory. He knelt on the ground with a plop. In front of him, there were more than a dozen corpses lined up. It is said that these are the corpses whose faces can still be recognized. The rest were all blown to pieces. The one in the middle was his father Wei Lijian. He was also blown to half of his body, and his whole body was pitch black. Wei Guiqiang's mind was blank. He knelt there for more than 10 minutes without saying a word. Everyone around him was chilled. What happened? The old man led more than 30 people out. Dozens of guns, including a sniper rifle, a Gatling machine gun, and other light submachine guns and pistol grenades. How did the whole army get wiped out? Who did they encounter? Moreover, they were wiped out in the zoo. Did the military ambush a company of soldiers in the zoo? Suddenly, Wei Guiqiang clenched his fists and pounded the ground, screaming wildly and hysterically. Everyone took a step back in fear. Then, he suddenly stood up and grabbed the gun from the person next to him, and fired at the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The huge gunshot shook the night sky. The fire stream formed by the bullets formed countless bright lines in the dark night, like fireworks. When the others saw it, they raised their guns and fired at the same time. For a while, the sound of gunfire at the factory gate shook the sky. All the survivors of the entire chemical plant ran out to watch with shocked faces, and no one knew what happened. The sound of gunfire at the chemical plant gate was deafening. It was like setting off fireworks. Various bullets were flying around. Inside the factory, the top floor of the staff dormitory, in a luxurious room, the middle-aged woman leaned against the window, looking outside, and said to the strong man who was dressing behind her, "Hurry up and get dressed and leave." The man put on his pants while walking slowly behind her, hooking his hand under her chin and giving her a long, passionate kiss. Then he laughed softly. "Aunt, are you afraid that your son and your husband will know?" "Nonsense." The woman smiled and winked at him. "Aren't you afraid? If my son knew, you would be more miserable than death. Aunt, if you don't tell me, and I don't tell you, no one will know. No one dares to come up to this floor. Right? Okay. Stop wasting time, and get out of here. Aunt, will you come to see me tomorrow? Let's talk later. What about the things you promised me?" The woman glared at him. "Get out if I tell you to. What I promised you, I will definitely give you when it's time. Why are you hesitating? Get out of here now." The flesh on the man's face twitched, but he still suppressed his anger. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly looked at the sky outside the window and asked in confusion, "What is that?" What? The woman also looked back. In the sky, a bright light was getting bigger and bigger. The woman said unhappily, "It must be my son and his men shooting to welcome the old man back." "Hey! Why is the light getting bigger and bigger? Oh my God!" A scream. The bright light in the sky has already hit down. Boom! A huge fireball suddenly erupted on the top floor of the entire dormitory building. The woman and the man were torn to pieces by the terrifying power of the explosion. The whole building collapsed. The chemical plant suddenly became noisy. The gunfire at the factory gate stopped abruptly. Everyone looked back at the direction of the dormitory building with a confused look on their faces. Wei Guiqiang slowly got up from the ground, watching the dormitory building collapse and catch fire in horror, with thick smoke billowing. And suddenly roared, "Mom!" Another bright light broke through the sky. Boom! The administrative building was blown up. Wei Guiqiang suddenly woke up, turned his head, and looked at the upper floor of a building outside the factory area and roared, "Over there! Go catch someone!" Everyone at the door was furious, turned around and ran. But before he ran more than 10 meters away, a mortar shell fell in front of him. Boom! Chapter 54 blown to pieces. The huge explosion turned the people in front to pieces. The people behind were also injured by the broken stones and shrapnel, and fell down. Wei Guiqiang was dumbfounded. He immediately ducked behind a metal tank and never dared to come out again. So, mortar shells were fired into the factory one after another. Warehouses, laboratories, administrative buildings, dormitory buildings. Almost most of the buildings collapsed. Someone from the military came. It must be someone from the military. Why could they dispatch people to attack the chemical plant, even with mortars? But the chemical plant has its own people guarding it. Why didn't anyone call the police to bring such a strong attack? There must be hundreds of people here, right? Why was there no alarm at all? Wei Guiqiang was confused. Seeing everything he had worked so hard to build slowly turned into a sea of fire. His eyes were bloodshot, and he punched the ground hard. It's over. Everything is over. My parents are gone. All the resources are gone. Even the women and slaves. Wait. No. Wei Guiqiang suddenly came to his senses. He carefully identified the bombed areas. They were all the areas where his people were. That is, the areas where the armed personnel in the factory were. There were nearly 500 people in the factory. Most of them were ordinary people who came here to survive by relying on the power of the chemical plant. Those ordinary people are concentrated in the big factory building in the factory area. But the big factory building has not been bombed. Strange. How do the military know the distribution of personnel in the factory area? Wei Guiqiang can be sure that there will be no traitors in the factory area. Where did the military get the information? Could it be that woman? The only person Wei Guiqiang can think of is the crazy woman who had been harassing the chemical plant earlier. It is said that she is the instructor of the escort team. Her sister was chased and blocked when she was in school, and was killed by a speeding car. So this woman has always wanted revenge. She has been lingering around for a long time. Maybe she is familiar with the layout of the factory area. Could it be her? Suddenly, the explosion stopped. The entire factory area turned into a sea of fire, and the screams were endless. Wei Guiqiang didn't dare to come out easily, for fear that the attackers in the distance were still aiming at the factory area. So he kept hiding behind the metal tank. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Half an hour later, those ordinary people hiding in the big factory opened the door and ran out in a swarm, all running towards the factory gate in panic. There were a lot of people. There must be at least 200 people. Wei Guiqiang's heart moved when this large group of people rushed over. He immediately bent down and mixed into the crowd. The crowd rushed out. Everyone was busy escaping. Adults, children, and the elderly were screaming and exclaiming. Very good cover. Wei Guiqiang sneered in his heart. If the power is destroyed, it is destroyed. As long as he is not dead, he can make a comeback sooner or later. Suddenly, he saw that there were many armed people in the crowd behind him, and he whistled at the back. Those people found Wei Guiqiang's figure and immediately gathered around him. Slowly, more than 20 people gathered around Wei Guiqiang. These people still had weapons in their hands. Wei Guiqiang turned around and asked for a submachine gun, pulled over a subordinate and whispered, "Mix in the crowd. Go east out of the factory area. There are still a few cars hidden there. Let's go back to the city." "Okay, Brother Chang." More than 20 people spread the word, and everyone was ready. Soon, the crowd rushed out of the factory gate. Wei Guiqiang was about to leave the factory, and he was secretly happy. When he was about to speed up and squeeze out, there was a loud bang in the night sky. A subordinate with a gun behind him was shot down. Damn! It was a sniper rifle. Everyone was scared and screamed and ran away. Wei Guiqiang also quickly held his head and prepared to run away. Unexpectedly, bang! Another gunshot. A bullet fiercely pierced his shoulder and shot through his body. Wei Guiqiang screamed and fell directly on the road. Everyone else was terrified. The group of people with guns turned around at the factory gate subconsciously and rushed to the place where Wei Guiqiang said the car was hidden. Wei Guiqiang endured the severe pain and raised his head and roared, "Don't gather together. Disperse. Disperse." Before he could finish, a rocket with a bright fire tail streaked across the night sky and hit the middle of the group of people with incredible accuracy. There was a loud bang. Everyone fell down. They lay on the ground groaning and screaming. Wei Guiqiang was so angry that his teeth itched. "I'm not afraid of godlike opponents. I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. This time it's really over." Wei Guiqiang's shoulder was penetrated. The wound was very large. It was obvious that he was injured by heavy sniper equipment. Although he had a very high IQ, he did not have a very strong physique. This shot made him unable to get up again. Half of his body was numb. At the factory gate, those Jintong people slowly ran away, except for a few men who kept groaning around. He was the only one left. The cold wind blew, and he felt a sense of desolation. Wei Guiqiang struggled to get up from the ground and sat on the fence at the door, panting heavily. His eyes were fixed on the darkness in front of him. He wanted to see how many people from the military had come. Was it that crazy woman who led them here? A few minutes later, no one was seen outside. Wei Guiqiang felt a little creepy. Where are the people? Who did it? Suddenly, footsteps were heard in the darkness ahead. Rustling. The footsteps were very light. It seemed that there was only one person. Wei Guiqiang widened his eyes and looked hard. Huh? Wei Guiqiang was horrified. The person who slowly walked out of the darkness turned out to be that crazy woman. Is it Su Qing? At this moment, Su Qing was also shocked. She stood in the distance in disbelief, watching the entire chemical plant in flames, thick smoke, and a mess everywhere. The one sitting slumped at the door. covered in blood. Wasn't it Wei Guoqiang? The two of them just stared at each other. After a long while, Wei Guoqiang gritted his teeth and said, "You brought people to destroy my chemical plant? Crazy woman. Your sister died in a car accident. Did you know that?" Su Qing was stunned. She slowly pointed the gun in her hand at Wei Guoqiang, looked around vigilantly, and slowly walked closer, frowning and said, "Do you think I brought people here? Didn't you bring military people here?" Wei Guoqiang roared. "If you are not a military person, how could you have a mortar?" "Mortar?" Su Qing was shocked. No wonder. The factory was destroyed like this. It was actually bombed by a mortar. But she didn't see any military people on the way here. No one. Su Qing was confused and frowned and said, "I just came here by myself. And I didn't see anyone from the military along the way." "What?" Wei Guoqiang was stunned. "You came here by yourself?" "Yes. If I had such a big face to invite people from the military, I would have wiped out your place long ago. How is it possible?" Chapter 55 Destroy the Chemical Plant. Wei Guoqiang looked dazed, looking at Su Qing and muttering, "Who is it? Who destroyed my chemical plant? Who?" Su Qing didn't say anything. She suddenly thought of Chen Yu, although she didn't believe that he could destroy this place alone. The thought was still lingering. She always felt that it was Chen Yu who did it. This guy asked her to leave first and refused to let her follow him. This guy is elusive and has a lot of heavy firepower weapons. In the zoo, he used that kind of shoulder-fired rocket launcher with 4 bursts. Mortar? What if he has one too? He said he would come to destroy the chemical plant. Just when Su Qing was lost in thought, Wei Guoqiang, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly jumped up and rushed towards her like crazy. Su Qing quickly dodged and stepped back. At the same time, she swung the gun in her hand. Bang! A gunshot. Wei Guoqiang's thigh was shot again. Ah! The scream brought Su Qing back to reality. She pointed the gun at Wei Guoqiang's head and said expressionlessly, "I swore that I must kill you to avenge my sister. Your sister died in a car crash. Died in a car crash. Died in a car crash. How many times do I have to tell you before you understand?" Wei Guoqiang roared wildly. Su Qing waited for him to finish roaring, then asked indifferently, "Tell me, why are you chasing my sister? If you don't catch her, she won't drive fast." Wei Guoqiang didn't say a word, gritted his teeth, and endured the severe pain. Bang! Another shot. Wei Guoqiang trembled all over, and the other leg was also injured. He lay on the ground in pain, banging his head against the ground, groaning in pain. "Stop torturing me. Please, give me a quick death. Okay? Okay. Tell me the truth. Why are you chasing my sister? What did my sister do at school?" Wei Guoqiang trembled and said forcefully, "Your sister went to school to find someone." "Who?" "Looking for Ouyang Lan." "Who is Ouyang Lan?" Su Qing frowned. Suddenly, Chen Yu's voice came from behind. "Ouyang Lan is the school belle of Jiancheng University of Science and Technology. Her father is Ouyang Bingjong, the director of the National Defense Science and Technology Office in Jiancheng University of Science and Technology." "You're here?" Su Qing turned around quickly and watched Chen Yu approaching with joy. "Yeah. What's going on here? Let me ask you about yours first." Chen Yu reached out and patted her arm, then walked in front of Wei Guoqiang and looked at him. Wei Guoqiang was confused, looking at Chen Yu. He trembled and said, "Who are you? Do you know about Ouyang Lan?" "My name is Chen Yu, a sophomore in the Department of Physics at Jiancheng University of Science and Technology." Chen Yu looked calm. When Wei Guoqiang heard that he was an alumnus, he groaned, "Brother, save me. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Spare my life. We are all alumni. I know you are Wei Guoqiang, a genius in the Department of Chemistry." "Yes, that's me." Wei Guoqiang was overjoyed. "You know me? Brother. Chen Yu. You saved my life. I can give you a lot of survival supplies." Chen Yu looked up at the chemical plant in flames. "It's burned like this. Do you still have supplies?" "Yes. Of course. We have a basement in the factory. There are a lot of supplies stored there. Except for me and my father. No one knows. Not even my mother. Then when you die, I can still get the supplies." Wei Guoqiang was almost unable to hold on, and said breathlessly, "You can't get in. The door to the basement uses the most advanced hydraulic lock. You don't have the key, so you can't open it at all." "Do you have the key?" "No. It's with my father. My father is not here." He's out. Only I know where he is. As long as you save me, I'll take you to my father to get the key. Chen Yu blinked, and suddenly reached out from his pocket and took out a strangely shaped metal key. Are you talking about this? Wei Guiqiang was stunned for a moment. After a few seconds, he suddenly roared, It's you. You killed my father. Is it you? You killed my father in the zoo? Yes. Chen Yu nodded calmly. Wei Guiqiang. Accept your fate. If you tell me the truth, maybe I will let you die more easily. Wei Guiqiang completely collapsed. He lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Please, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. That day your sister came to the school to find Ouyang Lan. One of my brothers overheard their conversation, which was about the supplies provided by the military to everyone in the National Defense Science and Technology Office in Jiancheng University of Science and Technology. The supplies were hidden in a warehouse. It is said that the batch of supplies was very considerable, and there were also a large number of weapons. The warehouse was located at Ouyang Bingzhong's home. Your sister got the news from somewhere, and she and Ouyang Lan were best friends. So she went to find Ouyang Lan, hoping to borrow some of Ouyang Lan's light. My brother told me about this. It just so happened that I had slept with Ouyang Lan a long time ago. That woman was my little bitch. So I asked her to find a way to trick your sister into my bed. At this point, Wei Guiqiang looked up at Su Qing and cried. Later, your sister resisted too fiercely, and she ran away accidentally. This is what happened. Su Qing didn't say anything, just looked at Wei Guiqiang silently, and Chen Yu had nothing to ask. So he raised his legs and walked towards the factory area. The rest, leave it to Su Qing. Chen Yu quickly found the basement in the chemical plant. It's easy to find. It's in the warehouse. The basement was originally used to store valuable chemicals, so the door was very tight. The key was always on Wei Lijian. The father and son of the Wei family emptied the chemicals inside and secretly stored a lot of daily necessities, hiding it from everyone, including Wei Guiqiang's mother, because Wei Lijian had long discovered that this woman was not clean. He secretly found various men in the base to serve her. Wei Lijian didn't say anything. After all, he was in poor health and could no longer serve his wife, who was as fierce as a wolf. So she could play. As long as she didn't play too much, it would be fine. It's the end of the world. Who can control who? However, the factory's last life-saving trump card cannot be told to women. Only Wei Lijian and his son knew. To prevent accidents. As a result, Chen Yu got the advantage now. When he used the key to open the door of the basement warehouse, he was really shocked by the supplies inside. Wow! The nearly 700 square meters of basement was densely packed with food and medicine. Almost all of them were vacuum-packed bagged food and canned food, as well as boxes of mineral water, plus various medicines. Chen Yu shook his head. These two fathers and sons were really ruthless. They secretly accumulated so much food, but the people outside who worked for them had nothing to eat, and were finally forced to steal animals from the zoo. It is conceivable that what can the ordinary people who are protected by them eat? It's just to survive. That's it. Chapter 56. Being hated by a woman is not a good thing. Don't be polite. Before Su Qing comes, collect the things first. Chen Yu swept the basement and put all the supplies into the space, then turned around and left in a hurry. After leaving the basement, Chen Yu walked around the factory again. Those places that were not on fire were swept. Take away everything that is useful. Almost 40 minutes later, Chen Yu returned to the gate. Su Qing was still standing there. Moreover, Wei Guiqiang was not dead. There was still a breath left. Chen Yu glanced at Wei Guiqiang, who was stabbed into the ground by the wooden chisel, and secretly sighed in his heart that being hated by a woman is not a good thing. Wei Guiqiang has now become a human stick. The roots of a man are gone. His hands and feet were chopped off. His eyes, ears, and nose are gone. A wooden stick was pierced through his back garden, and he knelt on the ground diagonally, his hands tied with wire, and made a praying gesture. Wei Guiqiang was in a state of confusion due to the pain, but he was not dead yet. His eyes rolled back. A slight humming sound came from his throat. Su Qing just looked at him silently. The darkness in his eyes was darker than the night. In the Doomsday world, many women will be more terrifying than men after they turn evil. Chen Yu slowly walked over, blocked Su Qing's sight, and whispered, "It's okay. Your sister's revenge is considered avenged." "Yeah." Su Qing looked at Chen Yu. Her eyes slowly recovered. Then her eyes turned red, and tears flowed uncontrollably. She threw herself into Chen Yu's arms and said hoarsely, "Thank you." "Thank me for what?" "I know. It was you who ruined this place. Although I don't know how you did it. I am very grateful. Grateful from the bottom of my heart." Chen Yu didn't say anything. Neither admitted nor denied. Just gently touched her hair to comfort her. Su Qing hugged Chen Yu desperately. Murmured, "Chen Yu, forgive me for being an uneasy woman." "What do you mean?" The hatred in my heart still can't be completely wiped out. So, I may leave you for a while. I'm going to find that Ouyang Lan. Finding her is the end. Chen Yu asked softly. Ouyang Lan's father is a military man. If you go to her, you may face bigger problems. I don't care. But I care. Chen Yu raised Su Qing's chin with his hand, looked at her seriously and said, "You can go to Ouyang Lan. But I hope you can recover completely before going to her." "Don't worry. I will." Su Qing nodded. "I will find a place to recover before taking action." "Okay." Chen Yu gently stroked her face and said lightly, "Whether you encounter difficulties or complete your revenge, you can go to Jianbei Hotel to find me." "Yeah. I won't stop you." "Go ahead. Then we break up here." "Chen Yu, you are the first man in my life. And the last man. Thank you for everything you have done for me. As long as I achieve my goal, I will come back to you and be your woman. Serve you for the rest of my life." After saying that, Su Qing suddenly pushed Chen Yu away, turned around and ran. She soon disappeared into the darkness. Chen Yu looked at her back, feeling a little sad. This is a strong woman. Even in the Doomsday world, she can live independently without relying on men. Behind him, Wei Guiqiang was no longer breathing. He was completely dead. Chen Yu looked back at him. If the Doomsday hadn't come, Wei Guiqiang would have had a bright future. Let alone his character. His professional accomplishments, coupled with the financial resources of the Wei family, would have meant unlimited achievements in the future. It's a pity that he ended up like this. Chen Yu let out a long sigh, turned around, and walked slowly away. Now, the Beast King Crystal Core is in hand. The most beautiful Corpse King is also staying in the space. There is only one last terrifying creature left in Jiancheng. The Insect King Red Fire Ant. This thing is not easy to find. First, before the Doomsday, at least 3 or 4 places in the surrounding villages and towns of Jiancheng had an outbreak of red fire ants. So, it's hard to say which place's queen ant will become the final insect king. Secondly, even if the specific location is known, it is not easy to find the queen of the red fire ants. It is very difficult. It is more difficult than the Beast King Gorilla. But Chen Yu still does not want to give up the crystal core of the Insect King. You know, after the Insect King Red Fire Ant has evolved, the Red Fire Ant army it leads is simply invincible. In addition to the most beautiful Corpse King, who dares not provoke. Even the Beast King Gorilla has to retreat when seeing the ant colony. Someone has spread the news. It is said that after a large-scale resettlement site in Jiancheng was attacked by red fire ants, someone there also launched a destructive operation against the red fire ants. But what is the result? Although the red fire ant army is huge, the entire red fire ant colony seems to be one. And it is as easy as an arm to control. No matter what weapons humans use, it is difficult to hurt the ant colony. Some people speculate that the control of the red fire ant queen over the entire ant colony has been raised to an incomprehensible level due to evolution and mutation. It's like a spiritual chain. Therefore, the crystal core of the red fire ant queen is most likely a spiritual crystal core. Chen Yu is also very concerned about this. Anyway, I have plenty of time, so I might as well go find it, no matter how much time it takes. Once I find the insect queen red fire ant, I will really win at the starting line. Calculating the time, it has been more than a week since I came out. It's still early to a month. So, let's go! Go find the red fire ant queen. As for Jianbei Hotel, Chen Yu was not too worried. If Fang Jing couldn't defend it, she would not be qualified to survive in the Doomsday. In the Doomsday, everyone has to rely on themselves. Midnight. Thunder rumbled. It started to rain heavily. In a market, about 2 kilometers away from the zoo, Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei entered the market cautiously in the dark, ready to find a place to take shelter from the rain. They listened to Chen Yu's advice and decided to travel at full speed at night, trying to avoid the robbers in the suburbs and return to the city as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, it rained heavily just 2 kilometers away. The two were soaked to the bone. The market in front of them was where the surrounding villages and towns held their morning market. There were some fixed board houses around, all built by some merchants with connections. The two quickly found a board house, opened the door and rushed in. It turned out that there was a meat cellar inside. Iron hooks, cutting boards, freezers. There was a rotten smell inside. After the two came in, they took off their coats and wrung out the water. Zhang took off his t-shirt and pants without paying attention to Dong Qiulei, and took off whatever he could take off, and wrung out some of the water on his body. Dong Qiulei was a little embarrassed. She hid inside. She also carefully took off her small t-shirt and pants and wrung out the water. While wrung, she kept an eye on Zhang, although they were colleagues. Although Zhang said he was gay, and although Dong Qiulei still had a gun in her hand, she was still very cautious. The result? Zhang never paid attention to her at all. Chapter 57. Laughing or crying. I really don't even want to take a look. After finishing the clothes, Zhang murmured while putting on his clothes, Dong Qiulei, have you noticed Chen Yu's body? He has a great figure. Dong Qiulei almost fell down. Be careful. But this guy really doesn't need to be guarded against. Right? He seems to care more about Chen Yu's figure than his own. Dong Qiulei also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She whispered back, I didn't notice it. You didn't notice it? Then you are really slow. Alas, if I can stay with him, I am willing to serve him. He is a real man. Dong Qiulei was confused. Looking at Zhang's nice muscular body, she couldn't help but ask, are you a top or a bottom? After asking, she couldn't help but feel awkward. I actually asked a man such a question one day. It was weird to think about it. As a result, Zhang replied without hesitation, I'm bi. Dong Qiulei. Okay. I don't want to talk about this topic anymore. However, it should be certain that he is gay. Then there is no need to be shy. Dong Qiulei quickly took off her bra and twisted it. At this moment, Zhang turned around, and Dong Qiulei was so scared that she quickly covered her body with both hands. Zhang blinked. You don't have to be afraid. In my eyes, your body is no different from the pork on the chopping board. Zhang. Dong Qiulei screamed in anger. Even if you are not interested in women, you can't be so mean to them. Right? Zhang shrugged his shoulders, looking indifferent, and walked around naked in front of Dong Qiulei, chattering non-stop. While talking, he suddenly stopped. He stared blankly at the corner inside. Seeing that he was behaving strangely, Dong Qiulei quickly put on her bra and t-shirt, and asked in confusion, what's wrong? This bag, why does it look so much like the one Zhu Qian took away when she left? What? Dong Qiulei was shocked. She rushed over to take a look. Sure enough, there was a bag on the ground in the corner. It was the bag that Zhu Qian and Yu Xiaoya used to carry food when they were chased away. An ominous premonition came to her mind. Although Dong Qiulei and Zhu Qian's relationship was not close enough, they were still friends in the company. Did Zhu Qian get into trouble? She left with Yu Xiaoya. But Yu Xiaoya didn't share any food with her because she offended Chen Yu. Could it be Yu Xiaoya? Dong Qiulei didn't dare to think about it anymore. She slowly turned around and looked at the freezers on the wall. These freezers had been powered off for a long time. There was already a constant stench of decay. Dong Qiulei and Zhang exchanged a glance. Zhang gritted his teeth and slowly walked to the freezer, while Dong Qiulei quickly took out her pistol, turned on the safety, and pointed it at the freezer. She didn't know what she was going to face. Maybe she felt safer with a gun. Zhang took a deep breath and suddenly lifted the lid of the freezer. Fuck! Zhang exclaimed. Dong Qiulei's heart skipped a beat. It's over. Zhu Qian is really dead. Curled up in the freezer. There was a big hole in her head, and her brain was visible, and her eyes were wide open. And she was terrified before she died. The kind of person who died with his eyes open. Dong Qiulei slowly put down the gun and murmured hoarsely, she's dead. Yes, she's dead. Zhang also felt numb looking at the body in the freezer. How long has it been? Just a few hours. Zhu Qian is dead. Zhang slowly closed the lid, turned around and quickly put on his clothes, whispering, let's go to another place. I don't want to take shelter here. Should we bury her? You're crazy. Zhang said unhappily. Don't do that kind of meaningless thing. It's a waste of energy. Chen Yu also said that you were smarter. Are you so smart? Dong Qiulei didn't say anything else. Looking gloomy, turning around and putting on her clothes quickly. Suddenly, she whispered, I suspect that Zhu Qian might have been killed by Yu Xiuya. What? Jiang Zhan was stunned. Yu Xiuya killed her? How is that possible? Even if they are not good friends. They are colleagues after all. How could Yu Xiuya do that? Jiang Zhan. The wound on Zhu Qian's head is on the back of her head. Dong Qiulei looked up at Jiang Zhan silently. That kind of wound is obviously caused by a blunt object. Think about it carefully. If it was someone else, how could Zhu Qian not hear someone coming behind her? Besides, they left together. Yu Xiuya had no food. She couldn't have separated from Qianqian. So the only possibility is that Yu Xiuya wanted Qianqian's food. So she did something to her. Only Yu Xiuya could make Qianqian defenseless. After hearing this analysis, Jiang Zhan was stunned. Only admired Dong Qiulei's observation ability, which is so meticulous. And her analytical ability is also very strong. Only if her analysis is right. Then Yu Xiuya is too scary. Is she so cruel? When preparing food for Zhu Qian, Jiang Zhan prepared it according to the amount of food he ate for 2 days. But that was according to his own amount of food for 2 days. There must be a difference between men's and women's appetite. So Zhu Qian got a lot of food. Even if there is one more Yu Xiuya. As long as the 2 girls are careful and hurry up, they can actually return to the city before the food is consumed. As for killing her, Jiang Zhan shook his head speechlessly. But Dong Qiulei said softly, Jiang Zhan, if I see Yu Xiuya again, I might shoot her. Ah? Jiang Zhan was shocked. Yu Xiuya may still be in this market. Why? The blood in the wound has not completely dried up yet. Jiang Zhan blinked, took out his pistol, and opened the safety. If she really killed her, then I won't be polite. I don't want to be hit in the head from behind. Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei quietly walked out of the board house. It was raining heavily outside. The sound of the rainstorm and the wind drowned out all the surrounding sounds. This market was very large. It was nearly 1 kilometer deep. After the 2 came out, they walked carefully inside for a distance. It didn't take long before they saw another mobile board house on the right with candlelight inside. There was someone. The 2 looked at each other. It was probably Yu Xiuya. Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei both held their guns tightly. They were a little nervous. Although Qinyu taught them how to shoot, so far, neither of them had ever officially shot a gun. It is easier to look at flowers than to embroider them. I don't know if I will fail at that time. Never mind. Let's go and take a look. The 2 slowly approached the front of the board house. Jiang Zhan signaled Dong Qiulei to wait, and he quietly approached the window and took a look inside. No one was seen. But there was a candle lit on the table. The person should be sitting on the ground. Chapter 58 Stupid Woman. Just as Jiang Zhan was about to leave, a figure suddenly stood up from below. Naked, with panties shaking in his hands, bread in his mouth, hair tied behind his head. Without even looking at her face, Jiang Zhan recognized her at a glance. It was Yu Xiuya. Jiang Zhan quickly stepped back and nodded at Dong Qiulei. The 2 of them no longer hesitated and walked to the door of the board house. Jiang Zhan kicked it hard and kicked it open with a bang. There was a scream from inside. When the 2 rushed into the house, they saw Yu Xiuya was frightened and covered her key parts with clothes and shrank directly into the corner. However, when she saw clearly that the people who came in were Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei, she screamed in surprise, Jiang Zhan. Qiulei? It's you? Great. You can actually find this place? As she said that, she was about to rush forward. Jiang Zhan quickly raised his gun and pointed it at her. Don't come over. Yu Xiuya was stunned. She stared blankly at the gun in his hand. Why do you still have a gun? The one that Qinyu gave you? At this time, Dong Qiulei also pointed the gun at her. Yu Xiuya was shocked. You also have a gun? Yu Xiuya. Did you kill Qianqian? Dong Qiulei asked expressionlessly. The expression on Yu Xiuya's face changed subtly. Then he quickly shook his head and said anxiously, I didn't kill her. How can you say that? How could I kill Qianqian? We just parted ways. Parted ways? Jiang Zhan frowned and said, Zhu Qian died in a board house not far ahead. She was smashed in the back of her head and stuffed into the freezer. You said parted ways? Ah? No way. I really don't know. Yu Xiuya was shocked. Qianqian was smashed to death? God. So pitiful. But this is none of my business. Dong Qiulei looked at her silently, glanced at the room again. looked at the food piled in the corner, and said coldly, "How do you explain those foods?" "She shared it with me," Yu Xiuya said anxiously. "She shared it with you. She shared all the food with you. She didn't need to eat it?" "Yu Xiuya, how can you be so cruel?" Dong Qiulei suddenly screamed. "Can't you go with her? Why did you kill her?" "Qiulei, I really didn't." Bang! A loud gunshot. Dong Qiulei closed her eyes and suddenly fired a shot. The shot didn't hit Yu Xiuya, but it scared her to kneel on the ground with a plop, covering her head with her hands and screaming continuously. Zhang Zhan was secretly surprised. "I didn't expect Dong Qiulei to really fire a shot. Luckily it didn't hit. Is it intentional?" After Dong Qiulei fired a shot, when she opened her eyes again, her eyes had changed. It was as if she had become a Buddha on the spot. Her hands holding the gun stopped shaking, and her expression became cold. She suddenly took a step closer and shouted, "Yu Xiuya, tell me the truth. Did you kill him?" "No. Really not. No. If you say no again, I will kill you immediately." "No. No. Yes. Yes. I killed him." "Okay. Whoa. I killed him. What's wrong?" Yu Xiuya collapsed. She knelt on the ground. The clothes in her hands fell off, and she was naked and cried hoarsely. "We had decided to leave together, but she regretted it as she walked. She had to go back. She had to go with you. This stupid woman. She kept crying and annoying me. I was fed up with her. She kept crying. I want to live. I don't want to go back. But she actually threatened me, saying that if I didn't go back with her, she wouldn't give me food and let me starve to death on the road." At this point, Yu Xiuya suddenly laughed crazily. "Listen. She dared to threaten me. That big-breasted, brainless idiot. Not giving me food. Okay. Then I'll rob it. I'll just pretend to tell her I can go back." So I picked up a stone and threw it at her when she turned around. I killed her. Do you think I am guilty? Didn't you say that? It's the end of the world. If you have the ability, you will live. If you don't, you will die. She didn't have the ability, so she died. Am I wrong? I just want to live. I just want to go back to the city alive to see my parents and sister. Am I wrong? Woo woo woo. Yu Xiuya covered her face and cried again. Zhang Zhan and Dong Qiulei were both stunned. Although they had figured out the truth of the matter, they were both stunned by Yu Xiuya, who was crying and laughing and a little mentally ill. I always feel that what she said is right. It's the apocalypse now. Whoever has the ability will live. The two people also agreed with this point of view. So they wanted to follow Qinyu in the first place. It was because Qinyu was decisive in killing. What about now? The two of them originally saw Zhu Qian's body, and with a heart full of anger, they wanted to find Yu Xiuya to avenge Zhu Qian. But, strictly speaking, Yu Xiuya was not wrong. There is no right or wrong in this kind of thing. At most, Yu Xiuya's means are a little more despicable. Zhang Zhan and Dong Qiulei looked at each other, a little at a loss. Even if Dong Qiulei was smart, she had been hiding in the hot spring villa with Yu Liang before, and had never experienced the scene of distorted human nature. So she didn't know how to deal with Yu Xiuya at all. Kill her? She was just trying to survive. Not killing her? It doesn't seem right. It seems morally wrong. For a moment, the situation was a bit awkward. Just when the two were at a loss, a deep shout suddenly came from the door behind them. You two, put your guns down. Zhang Zhan and Dong Qiulei were so scared that they trembled all over. Oh my god! It's bad. Someone is coming. They turned around almost at the same time. As a result, they saw a man in a black uniform at the door behind them, holding a gun in his hand, and the black muzzle of the gun was pointed at the two of them. The man looked calm. Looking at the two of them, he said sternly, "Put your guns down slowly. Otherwise I don't mind shooting you to death." Zhang Zhan and Dong Qiulei slowly put down their guns. They had never dealt with such a situation before. So the man walked into the room, motioned the two to step back, stood on the other side, and then picked up the gun and put it on his waist. Then he looked inside. "Madam, are you okay? Get up first and put on your clothes." His words stunned everyone. The first reaction in everyone's mind was that this man was not a bad guy. From the tone of his voice, he seemed to be a member of the guard or the army. So polite. Yu Xiuya also got up from the ground with a face full of surprise. Picked up her clothes to cover her body. and shouted anxiously, "Are you a guard? Save me. Please, take me back to the city. Please. I'm not a guard." The man politely looked away, turned back to look at Dong Qiulei and Jiang Zhan, and said seriously, "My name is Zhang Yang, and I belong to the Army Special Forces." When they heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. He's a soldier. Great. I'm saved. Finally. I don't have to risk going back to the city. Chapter 59 Can't wait. Jiang Zhan said impatiently, "Hello? We are not bad people. We just want to go back to the city. Since you are a soldier, can you take us back to the city? If you are not a bad person, why point a gun at a naked girl?" Zhang Yang looked stern. Jiang Zhan hurriedly explained, "It's not what you think. Brother, we know her. She used to be our colleague. In the afternoon, she left the zoo with another girl. As a result, she killed the person, robbed the person's food and hid here." Zhang Yang frowned and turned to look at Yu Xiuya. As a result, the clothes in Yu Xiuya's hand slipped to the ground again, and she said anxiously, "He lied? I don't know them at all. As soon as they came in, they forced me to take off my clothes and snatched my food. They were holding guns, and I didn't know who they were." Seeing Yu Xiuya's clothes slipping off, Zhang Yang turned his head away quickly, no longer looking at her. At the same time, he reminded, "Put on your clothes first. My clothes are all wet. I came in to avoid the rain and dry my clothes. These two people are really not good people. They threatened me as soon as they came in. They are bad people." Woo woo woo. Yu Xiuya started to cry. She didn't put on any clothes. She just stood there. Zhang Yang could only stare at Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei. "I don't care what happened to you two. You two young people shouldn't carry guns without permission. It's too dangerous. Brother, they must have killed a lot of people. You have to deal with them." Yu Xiuya quickly interrupted. Jiang Zhan was so angry that he cursed, "Yu Xiuya, you are such a son of a bitch. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted just now. I should have shot you." "Wow. Brother, listen to this. This man is so scary. And my name is not Yu Xiuya. My name is Zhu Qian." Jiang Zhan's eyes widened when he heard this, and he murmured, "Fuck. You are so vicious. You killed Zhu Qian. And now you dare to pretend to be her name. My name is Zhu Qian. You, a man, have bad intentions. Who is pretending to be who? Soldier brother. If you don't deal with him, you can take me away. Okay. I am a thin girl. I can't survive at all." Yu Xiuya walked slowly towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was unaware, and just said to Jiang Zhan coldly, "Young man, don't be so violent. Even if it is the end of the world, people still have to be kind. The world has righteousness. You know? Jiang Zhan, I have your mother's righteousness. If I were to hold a gun, I could also tell you a lot of truths." At this time, Dong Qiulei suddenly pointed at Yu Xiuya. "She is approaching you." Yu Xiuya's body stiffened, but Zhang Yang did not turn around, but said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about others. Deal with your two things first. At least she doesn't look as dangerous as you two." Dong Qiulei was speechless. Is this soldier stupid? Even if Yu Xiuya doesn't look dangerous, it must be bad for her to approach you slowly like this. Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei were completely speechless. But Yu Xiuya was happy, and deliberately said in a weak voice, "Don't always deliberately target me. I was afraid, so I approached the soldier." She moved closer to Zhang Yang. Finally, she grabbed Zhang Yang's arm. Zhang Yang didn't hide. Yu Xiuya was even more ecstatic. This soldier didn't avoid her, nor did he scold her, and let her grab his arm. So this soldier must be a bad guy. He must be jealous when he saw her naked body. Hee. All men are good. As long as I have a good figure, I can conquer even this kind of soldier. Kill Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei first. Even if I can't kill them, I have to let the soldier drive them away. Tonight, I can get this soldier a bargain. As long as he is slept with, why worry that he won't take her back to the city? Yu Xiuya secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and pulled Zhang Yang's sleeve and said in a tender voice, "Soldier brother, can you take me back to the city? I really can't survive on my own. I am a law-abiding citizen of Xia. Don't pull me." Zhang Yang still didn't look back. Just said lightly, "I have other tasks to do, so I can't take you back to the city. But I can send you to the checkpoint. There are military personnel guarding the checkpoint there, and you will be saved when you get there." Thank you. Thank you, soldier brother. Yu Xiuya excitedly lay directly behind Zhang Yang. Just naked like that. Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei's eyelids twitched. I had never seen before. Yu Xiuya is so shameless? She really has no bottom line. What should I do? Seeing that the soldier believed in Yu Xiuya and had not pushed her away, it was possible that the soldier was also greedy for her body. There are no real good people these days. Damn! If the soldier was seduced by Yu Xiuya, how could she be good? Dong Qiulei was anxious. Her mind raced, thinking of ways to get out of trouble. At this moment, Yu Xiuya's hand was a little bold, and she stretched out from Zhang Yang's armpit, trying to hug his waist. As a result, Zhang Yang's arm suddenly shook, and directly shook Yu Xiuya away. Madam, put on your clothes, Zhang Yang shouted. Yu Xiuya was embarrassed. She glanced down and suddenly saw the pistol on Zhang Yang's waist. An impulse suddenly surged in her heart. Gun! It was so close. Yu Xiuya's heart was pounding. She longed to have a gun. Then she wouldn't have to be afraid of others. Even Dong Qiulei and Jiang Zhan got 2 guns. Why didn't she have one? Yu Xiuya looked at the gun on Zhang Yang's waist. Her greed was infinitely magnified in an instant. She suddenly pulled out the gun from Zhang Yang's waist. Then she stepped back. She pointed the gun directly at Zhang Yang. Don't move. I'll shoot anyone who moves. Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei were dumbfounded. This woman dared to pull the gun from the soldier's waist? She was too bold. And Zhang Yang did not move, not even turning his head, and slowly said, Madam, don't joke. Put the gun down. And don't point it at me. Do you think I will put it down? Yu Xiuya curled her lips. What's wrong with pointing it at you? Madam, the gun is not a toy. I know it's not a toy. Why? Are you afraid that I can't use it? I have never played with a real gun. But I have touched a simulation gun. Don't worry. I still know how to open the safety. Zhang Yang slowly turned around, looked at Yu Xiuya expressionlessly and said, So, do you want to shoot? I think so. If I kill you, I will have 3 guns. After saying that, he aimed at Zhang Yang and pulled the trigger. Yu Xiuya shot. She pulled the trigger excitedly. The result? The pistol clicked twice. The imagined scene did not appear. Yu Xiuya was stunned. Dong Qiulei and Jiang Zhan closed their eyes in fear. But when they heard something wrong, they opened their eyes in surprise. At the same time, Zhang Yang slowly turned around. He slowly stretched out his other hand. He held 2 magazines in his hand. Chapter 60 No Good Intentions. The magazine has been unloaded long ago. Zhang Yang looked at Yu Xiuya expressionlessly. Ah. Sorry. Yu Xiuya was a little panicked. Miss, do you think I don't have a brain? Zhang Yang stared at Yu Xiuya and said coldly, When you approached me on purpose, I knew you had no good intentions. Hearing this, Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei both breathed a sigh of relief. Damn! Scared to death. It turned out that the soldier had already discovered that Yu Xiuya was not a good person. Zhang Yang slowly approached Yu Xiuya and scolded her harshly. Your behavior disappoints me. You know? I showed you the gun on purpose. I just want to see if you are the kind of person they say you are. I didn't expect you to dare to take a gun and shoot me without hesitation. How old are you to learn such viciousness? Did you kill the girl they said? Tell the truth. I don't know what they are talking about. I didn't kill her. I didn't kill her. Yu Xiuya kept backing away and screamed, I didn't kill her. Yu Xiuya. You are lying. Dong Qiulei suddenly shouted. Yu Xiuya subconsciously turned her head and looked at her. I didn't lie. Dong Qiulei. Don't frame me. You don't know anything at all. Yes. I really don't know anything. Dong Qiulei nodded calmly. But you know? Didn't you just say your name is Xu Qian? I called you Xiuya. What did you say? Yu Xiuya was stunned. Oh no! At this time, Zhang Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense, and strode over and shouted, Turn around. What are you doing? Although I don't have the right to decide your life or death, I have the right to restrict your personal freedom. Zhang Yang went up and grabbed one of Yu Xiuya's arms and twisted it hard. Yu Xiuya felt pain and turned around immediately. But she was not wearing any clothes. This angle was awkward. Zhang Yang frowned. He was a straight man, even a bit stubborn. He turned his head and let go of his hand. Put on your clothes first. Hurry up. Yu Xiuya got out of control and took 2 steps back. She covered her arm and looked at Zhang Yang. She choked and said, You all bullied me. You all. While speaking, she suddenly bent down, picked up a hammer from the corner, and smashed it on the back of Zhang Yang's head. Ah! Dong Qiulei was sharp-eyed and screamed in fear. It happened in a flash. Zhang Yang also noticed the abnormality behind him, and suddenly dodged to the side, and took advantage of the situation to pull out a bootleg. Bang! A dull sound. Yu Xiuya's small body could not withstand the boots of a Special Forces king. As a result, she was swept away by a leg and hit the wall hard. With a crack, her head hit the wall, her neck tilted, and her cervical vertebra was directly broken. Yu Xiuya slowly collapsed on the ground, her mouth open, her eyes wide open. Her pupils slowly dilated, and she stopped breathing bit by bit. Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei's brains were also blank. She was really dead. Yu Xiuya was really dead. Although the two of them wanted to kill her with their own hands before. But now seeing that she was really dead, they felt very complicated. There were more than a dozen people in the company, and now only the two of them were left. And even the boss died outside. It's sad. Zhang Yang frowned and came to Yu Xiuya to feel her carotid artery. Dead? Alas! Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly. He turned around and took her clothes from the pole beside him and covered her with them. Then he stood up and looked at Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei. She's dead. They both nodded at the same time. Is she really your colleague? Yes. Dong Qiulei looked at Yu Xiuya and sighed softly. Her name is Yu Xiuya, and she is from the same entertainment company as us. We walked out of the zoo. At that time, we stayed in the zoo with a friend. She left with another female colleague of ours named Zhu Qian. Left with food. As a result, we came here to take shelter from the rain at night, and happened to see Zhu Qian's body in the boardroom of a butcher's shop in front. Zhu Qian was killed by someone hitting her from the back of the head. If it wasn't an acquaintance, Zhu Qian wouldn't have let anyone get close to her from behind. Zhang Yang nodded. This girl is vicious, and she is definitely not a good person. It's a pity that she is inevitably misled in such an environment. After saying that, he turned to the door and said as he walked, "Come with me. Let's go to another place to take shelter from the rain. It's raining heavily tonight, and it's estimated that it won't stop." Great. Jiang Zhan hurriedly followed happily. Brother, now you believe that we are good people, right? Young man, at this time, you can no longer simply judge a stranger by whether he is a good person or a bad person. You know, in my eyes, you two are at best ordinary people who pose no threat. Well, okay. Jiang Zhan looked embarrassed, looking back at Dong Qiulei. The two of them went to the corner at the same time, packed up Zhu Qian's food, and followed Zhang Yang out of the boardroom. Soon, the three of them found a new shelter. It was a little cleaner inside. Zhang Yang kicked a chair and lit a fire in the middle of the room. For some reason, after the rain at night, it felt much colder. The three of them gathered around the fire. Dong Qiulei looked at Zhang Yang carefully. He didn't look too old. He was probably in his early 30s. His skin was rough and dark, and his face was weathered. He said he was from the Army Special Forces. Another strong man. He should be stronger than Xinyu. After all, he was a soldier. He was also from the Special Forces. Did you hide in the zoo before? Suddenly, Zhang Yang asked. Yes. Dong Qiulei nodded. Are there any more people there? No more. They've all left. Zhang Yang was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, Do you know anyone from Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology? No. Dong Qiulei shook her head. Zhang Yang was silent again. After a moment, he took out a photo from his pocket and handed it over, as if he was unwilling to give up. Have you seen this person? Dong Qiulei took the photo and looked at it, and was stunned. Jiang Zhan on the side blurted out, Isn't this brother you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said in surprise, Do you know him? Zhang Yang's dark face was bright. He looked at Jiang Zhan in surprise and said anxiously, Do you know him? Ah, he is brother Yu. He. Before he finished speaking, Dong Qiulei on the side kicked him with her foot. Jiang Zhan woke up and quickly closed his mouth again. Zhang Yang glanced at Dong Qiulei. It seems that this girl is smarter and more clever. It was she who just tricked Yu Xiuya into telling the truth in just 2 sentences. So, we have to start with her. Zhang Yang took out a certificate from his pocket and handed it over. Madam, this is my certificate. Let's get to know each other formally. My name is Zhang Yang, and I am a member of the Beijing Army Special Forces, with the rank of Major. Dong Qiule took the certificate and took a look at it. It was a very old certificate. Chapter 61 Good and Evil. This means that this person has been in the army for many years. There should be no problem with the ID. Dong Qiule returned the ID and said politely, Mr. Zhang? Excuse me. Can I ask what you want to do with Qin Yu? It seems that you really know him. Zhang Yang took the ID and smiled. Don't worry. It's not a bad thing. Let me ask first. What is your relationship with him? No relationship. Dong Qiule is very tight-lipped. Not a drop of water leaks out. The main thing is that Qin Yu is both good and evil. And you can't tell whether he is a good person or a bad person. But Zhang Yang is a good person. It can be seen from the incident he just handled with Yu Xiaoya that even if Yu Xiaoya dared to shoot him, he just wanted to restrict Yu Xiaoya's freedom of movement and had no intention of privately judging Yu Xiaoya. As for Yu Xiaoya's death, it was definitely manslaughter. Zhang Yang's subconscious counterattack was too strong. Yu Xiaoya hit the wall and accidentally broke her neck, which is why she died. So, Zhang Yang is a real soldier. A major from the Army Special Forces came all the way to Jiancheng to find Qin Yu. It doesn't seem like a good thing. Did Qin Yu do something wrong? However, Dong Qiule had received Qin Yu's favor, and had a preconceived idea that she had already regarded Qin Yu as a friend, even as an idol. So she didn't want to tell the truth. Seeing that she still refused to tell the truth, Zhang Yang knew that she had concerns. So he said frankly, okay, I'll tell the truth. I came all the way from Daijing to Jiancheng. Actually with a mission. I don't know if you have read a popular science post on the internet. The title of the post is If Sunspots Erupt, Mankind Will Face the End of the World. The content of this post is very similar to the current Doomsday. After the sunspots erupted, the Earth experienced 5 natural disasters. The first wave was extremely high temperature. The second wave was seawater backflow. And the third wave was a virus outbreak. Now, the first 3 waves have all coincided. The virus has begun to break out in the city. There are more than one type of virus, and some are even contagious. These are exactly the same as described in the post. Therefore, the National Highest Disaster Command Center has spent a lot of effort to find the author of this post. That's why I came here. According to our investigation, this post was sent from an internet cafe near Jiancheng University of Science and Technology. A few days ago, I spent a lot of effort to fish out the surveillance storage hardware from the internet cafe that had sunk to the bottom of the water. After some very difficult recovery methods, some surveillance footage was rescued. Fortunately, the videos on the day the post was posted were restored. I found the footage on the day the post was posted, and took a screenshot of the location of the posting computer. And then I found the face photo of the person in the photo. That's why I was looking for the person in the photo. At this point, Zhang Yang looked at the 2 people in front of him with dull expressions, and said, the person in the photo is most likely a scientist. And a genius. We speculate that he may have a model that can accurately predict the generation of doomsday disasters. So, we must find him. Ask him about the catastrophic events that may happen in the future. For example, the mutant beast tide, such as the doomsday freeze in 5 years. You must know that if even the sun does not emit heat, it means that the entire planet will enter an ultra-low temperature state. We humans cannot survive. There will not even be soil to grow crops. Then what do we eat? How do we survive? Zhang Yang sighed and said, you too. If everything he said in the post comes true, then in 5 years, there may be only a handful of humans left on Earth. The room was dead silent. Dong Qiule and Jiang Zhan were both stunned. They couldn't say a word because this was too outrageous. They didn't pay attention to that post, so they didn't know what the post said specifically. Now after listening to Zhang Yang's words, if the first 3 waves of natural disasters were predicted, then Qin Yu was too amazing. Right? He was also a scientist. The image of Qin Yu emerged in the minds of the 2 people at the same time. That guy who can shoot and kill without changing his expression? Is he a scientist? It doesn't look like that at all. At this time, Zhang Yang said again, if you 2 are his friends, then you really don't have to worry. I'm looking for him purely because of the post. I have no ill will towards him. And he must be found. The leaders in Imperial Capital are all suffering and waiting for news. Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiule looked at each other. What to do? It seems that they have to say it. If the doomsday mentioned in Qin Yu's post really happened, then why are we struggling now? What's the point of living? It's better to die early and be reborn early. Zhang scratched his head, looked at Dong Qiulei and said, you decide. Don't worry. I don't think you are betraying me. Dong Qiulei was silent for a moment, then looked up at Zhang Yang. We are not friends with Qinyu. He saved our lives in the zoo. We separated this morning. He said that he would never bring a burden with him. So, we don't know where he went. Really? I'm telling the truth. Zhang Yang nodded. Okay. Then please tell me everything you know about him now. Don't leave out any details. Okay. Dong Qiulei is a straightforward girl. The heroic blood of the Northeast people flows in her bones. So, she didn't hesitate and quickly told Zhang Yang everything that had happened since she met Qinyu, including the chemical factory group that attacked the zoo and was completely wiped out by him and Su Qing. Half an hour later, Zhang Yang was somewhat surprised after hearing everything that happened. 2 people against more than 30 people. Completely wiped out? Although there was a female guard among the 2. She should have been seriously injured. It was too surprising. This Qinyu actually had such a method? If he was a member of the military special forces, Zhang Yang might be relieved. But he was just an ordinary college student. Right? Or, did he have another hidden identity that was not written in the file? After all, in Xia country, it is not only the army that has special forces, but the Navy and Air Force actually have their own special forces. For example, the Marine Corps of the Navy. For example, the Thor Commando of the Air Force. These are all special forces. Everyone in them is an elite warrior who can fight against 100. It is absolutely child's play for one person to eliminate 30 or so bandits. So who is Qinyu? Zhang Yang talked to Dong Qiulei in detail for a while. He asked a lot of detailed questions about Qinyu. For example, what weapons did they use when they resisted the group of people in the chemical plant? And what kind of combat methods they used? For example, what does Qinyu usually do? For example, has Qinyu revealed his short-term goals, and so on? Dong Qiulei answered very carefully. Chapter 62 A New Look. This also surprised Zhang. He never thought that Dong Qiulei could observe so meticulously, including when the group of people from the chemical plant came. So many people died at that time. As a man, Zhang was so scared that he almost peed his pants and could not react at all. I didn't expect Dong Qiulei to dare to observe the scene when Qinyu and Su Qing counterattacked. It's amazing. This girl from Northeast China is really amazing. Zhang was also quite surprised by Dong Qiulei. His eyes were full of praise. Through her description, Zhang had a general understanding of Qinyu. This person understands tactical coordination. He can use a gun. And he has enough firepower, including heavy weapons like rockets. In addition, this person is very cold. He will not easily accept anyone. He is decisive in killing. He will not leave alive anyone who threatens him verbally. He sounds like a gangster. After combining all the information, Zhang waited and quickly stood up and said, I know the location of the chemical plant. I have to go there to take a look. What do you 2 decide? Will you go back with me to take a look? Or stay here and wait until the rain stops tomorrow before returning to the city? Dong Qiulei said without hesitation. I'll go with you. Zhang was stunned. You want to go with me? Yes. I want to follow you. Dong Qiulei said seriously. Originally, I wanted to follow Qinyu. I wanted to learn his means of survival in the Doomsday. But he didn't take me. So I want to follow you. I can also learn something from you. Ms. Dong, I hope you will consider it carefully. I have a mission with me. I will not return to the city until I complete it. It will be very dangerous for you to follow me. I am not afraid of danger. Dong Qiulei shook her head and said, I won't go to the city. There are many people in the city, which is more complicated than outside. I don't want to be protected by others all the time. Zhang didn't say anything. Hesitating, Dong Qiulei immediately said, You must be older than me. I call you brother. Brother Zhang. It would be good for you to take me with you. I know Qinyu, and have been in contact with him for a while. Maybe I can help you find him. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this. This is possible. So, Zhang Yang nodded slowly and said, Okay. Then you come with me. After saying that, he looked at Zhang. What about you? Me? Zhang looked hopeless. I'll follow you too. I told Dong Qiulei that my brain is not working well. So she uses the brain and I do the work. If you don't mind, Brother Zhang. Take me with you. To be honest, if you give me a gun to practice with, I might be pretty good. Zhang Yang smiled. It's impossible to give you a gun. Don't touch the gun for now. Follow me. I can protect your safety. Okay. Zhang Zhan was helpless. If you don't want to give it, then don't give it. Anyway, this person is from the Army Special Forces. And he is a major. He should be a capable man. Otherwise, Daijing would not have sent him all the way to Jiancheng to find someone. What's more, he has survived until now. It's already awesome. Follow him first. In this way, the three people completed the verbal agreement. Zhang Yang was anxious and didn't rest. He stepped on the flames directly, looked at the two people and said quickly, let's set off immediately. Let's go to the chemical plant first. If you two are hungry, you can eat something first. Eat. Eat first. Zhang Zhan quickly took out the food. He sighed inwardly. These soldiers are really resolute. Once they make a decision, they must set off. No matter whether it is windy or rainy outside. So, Zhang Zhan and Dong Qiulei had a simple meal. Just a few bites of bread, 2 sausages, and half a bottle of water. That's it. Pack everything. 1 bag for each of them. Zhang Yang saw that Dong Qiulei's small body was a bit inappropriate to carry a huge backpack. So he reached out and said, let me do it. No need. Unexpectedly, Dong Qiulei shook her head firmly. This weight is nothing. Just treat it as weight training. Let's go. Okay. Girl. I insist on it. Zhang Yang couldn't help but throw out a word in his hometown dialect and gave Dong Qiulei a thumbs up. Then, the three of them opened the door and hurried into the rain. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, and it was a downpour. In a blink of an eye, the clothes were soaked again. Luckily, Zhang Yang really knew the way. He led the way in front, walking at a whizzing speed. From time to time, he left Zhang Zhan and Dong Qiulei far behind. In the end, he had to wait for them again. In this way, after walking for more than an hour, the three of them took a shortcut and walked in front of the chemical plant. However, when they saw the situation of the chemical plant, the three of them were all stunned. It was all ruined. A pile of broken walls and ruins. Floating corpses everywhere, especially at the factory gate. The man with a wooden stake stuck in the ground and his hands tied with wire in a praying position was particularly terrifying on a cold rainy night. Zhang Yang took out his gun. Without looking back, he said, you two stay outside and find a place to shelter from the rain. The two of you stand back to back and observe the surroundings. If you find someone, hide quickly. I'll go in and take a look. After saying that, he bypassed the man at the door and rushed into the factory. Zhang Zhan quickly looked at Dong Qiulei. Where can we hide? Dong Qiulei looked around and suddenly found that several bodies outside were running behind a forest on the side of the factory. He immediately pointed in that direction. Go over there and take a look. Why? Most of the bodies are on the road, extending towards the main road. Those few people ran to the side. Maybe there is a shelter. Zhang Zhan immediately praised, smart girl. The two turned around and ran. When they ran to the edge of the grove, Dong Qiulei exclaimed, look, there seems to be a car in there. It's covered with camouflage cloth. Fuck. It's true. Go over quickly. Zhang Zhan ran all the way to the nearby area and pulled the camouflage cloth open with force. Sure enough, there was a small van inside. Since it was still covered with camouflage cloth, it should be fine. Right? Zhang Zhan stretched out his hand and pulled hard. The car door opened directly. The two of them ran into the car. Zhang Zhan sat in the driver's seat, glanced at the fuel tank indicator, and then slowly looked at Dong Qiulei in the passenger seat. Oh my god. There's still fuel. The car keys are also here. Dong Qiulei pointed to the car keys inserted under the steering wheel. So, someone prepared this. It should be. And it can be driven. It should be. Zhang Zhan immediately said excitedly, then let's drive back to the city? You're crazy. Dong Qiulei rolled her eyes at him unhappily. You left Zhang Yang behind and drove back? Besides, do you think no one would rob you if you drove? Yes. Oh. I said my brain is not working well. You should make the decision. Zhang Zhan shook his head and sighed. However, Dong Qiulei smiled faintly. Zhang Zhan looked at her and asked in confusion, what are you laughing at? I suddenly feel that I should be a very good girlfriend with you. What is very good? Girlfriend. I warn you. Although I am a gay, I am not a sissy. Please revise your adjectives. Girlfriend. You? Do you want to be my girlfriend or not? Okay. Okay. Girlfriends are girlfriends. That's right. Chapter 63. Speeding all the way. What should we do now? Just wait like this? Yeah. Wait. Okay. More than 40 minutes later, Zhang came out. He looked disappointed. When he walked to the door, 2 car lights shot out from the grove next to him. At the same time, he heard Dong Qiulei shout. Zhang was stunned and immediately ran to the grove. When he saw the van parked inside, he couldn't help laughing. These 2 guys actually found such a good tool. They are quite capable. After getting in the car, Zhang wiped the rain off his face and said helplessly, "There is no one alive in the factory. Chen Yu should not be here. What should we do?" Dong Qiulei turned around and asked, "Except for the clues of the chemical plant. We don't know where he will go. Let me think about it." Zhang leaned back in his chair tiredly, thinking silently. Dong Qiulei and Jiang Zhan didn't dare to disturb him. Jiang Zhan turned off the car lights. The surroundings fell into darkness again. Time passed slowly. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang suddenly looked up at Dong Qiulei and Jiang Zhan. "Is there only one wildlife park in Jiancheng? There is only one public zoo." Dong Qiulei quickly said, "But there is actually another one in Yangpu town west of Jiancheng. That one is not formal. And there are not many animals anymore." "How far is it from here?" "About 10 kilometers. Okay. Let's go to Yangpu town." Dong Qiulei asked in confusion, "Why go there? Chen Yu mentioned in the post that the 4th disaster is a tide of mutant beasts. Those mutant creatures are caused by animals being infected with viruses." At this point, Zhang looked at Dong Qiulei and said, "Analyze why Chen Yu went to the zoo? What did he do in the zoo? He solved hidden dangers?" Dong Qiulei was shocked. "That's right. If according to what you said, he killed all the animals before leaving. Then he went to solve the hidden dangers. Oh my god. He is actually doing this." Dong Qiulei murmured, "If the mutant beast tide is so terrifying, isn't he saving all the people in Jiancheng?" "Correct." Zhang nodded. "He is saving everyone." Listening to the conversation between the two, Jiang Zhan couldn't help but get excited. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find him. We have to join the ranks of saving the world. Can you drive?" "Yes." "Okay. Rush to Yangpu town overnight." "Yes." Jiang Zhan made a very childish gesture to Zhang, then turned around to start the car, quickly drove out of the grove, and rushed to the main road. Dong Qiulei was also very excited. She had never thought that Chen Yu was actually doing this. He was saving humanity. He had also warned himself not to be a saint. But wasn't he the biggest saint? Dong Qiulei was confused. Soon, the van rushed onto the highway and began to head towards Yangpu town. As for Chen Yu, he was saving humanity? On the way to Yangpu town, Chen Yu drove the Night 15 and drove leisurely. Saving humanity was impossible. But in his free time, Chen Yu recorded every bit of his previous life that he could remember. Then he analyzed and sorted out several locations. They are all places where red fire ants have broken out. So, which red fire ant nest will eventually become the army of the Insect King? It's hard to say. So we have to search them one by one. As for whether he can find it or not, he doesn't care. It doesn't matter if he can't find it. When the mutant beast tide comes, he should probably open other kinds of superpowers. And there must be a way to compete with the Insect King. Even if he can't compete, he can just retreat to Jianbei Hotel. At least Jianbei Hotel has not been poisoned by red fire ants. When the Ice Age comes, leave Jiancheng, either to Tibet or to southern Yunnan and Guizhou. If you want to survive, there are many ways. This life is more prepared than the last one, and I will definitely survive to the end. The rain outside is getting heavier. Chen Yu turned on the headlights and drove all the way on the empty highway. Occasionally there would be roadblocks blocking the road. He would drive at full speed and crash into them. At this time, basically no one would stay out there. It was about 3:30 in the middle of the night, and Chen Yu began to feel sleepy. He carefully looked at the road signs outside and picked up the map to check. There should be a service area ahead in about 20 minutes. You can rest there and sleep for a while. There is still some distance to Yangpu town, so there is no rush. The reason why Chen Yu chose Yangpu town first was because there was an informal zoo there, which was built by the town. It was very prosperous 20 years ago. Unfortunately, it is almost dead now. It is unknown how many animals there are. But as long as there are animals, you can get crystal cores. Go and try your luck. 20 minutes later, Chinyu saw the service area from a distance, so he parked on the side of the road in advance. After getting off the car, he put the Knight 15 into the space. Then he took out the MP5 submachine gun and quickly ran to the service area. The service area on the highway was dark. At a glance, there should be no one. Chinyu searched around with a gun, and after confirming that there was no one, he entered the convenience store of the service station. It was a mess inside. Nothing was left. But he didn't care. He walked to the corner, cleaned the floor, and then took out one thing after another from the space. First, a camp bed, a set of bedding, then a large bathtub. Add some lake water to it and prepare to rinse it later. Then a small gas stove, a small gas tank, and some vegetables, fruits and meat. After everything was ready, Chinyu took off his wet clothes and jumped into the bathtub for a simple wash. The conditions were simple, and lake water would be enough. Water does not stain people. Anyway, soap and shampoo are enough. 10 minutes later, after washing his body, Chinyu changed into a set of dry clothes. Then I started to prepare the ingredients. I'll have some mutton tonight. Stir-fried mutton slices with green onions. I'll also blanch some lettuce. A combination of meat and vegetables. I'll have some rice. Living alone is much freer. After a busy day, the rice was simmered and the dishes were started. After a while, the convenience store was filled with the smell of oil smoke. At this time, there were few people passing by on the highway. For one thing, there were few people with cars. Almost most of the vehicles were scrapped in the extreme heat. The remaining ones that could still be used were all grounded because there was no oil in the city. Therefore, the highway was very clean. In addition, at this time, in this heavy rain, Chinyu could enjoy a quiet night in the service station with peace of mind. The sound of rain outside was a natural white noise. Listening to this sound, it is easy to make people drowsy. 10 minutes later, the rice was steamed. The food was served on the table. Chinyu picked up the chopsticks, sat cross-legged on the camp bed, and ate with big mouthfuls. It's so delicious. Chapter 64 Camouflage Spray Paint. Just after taking 2 bites of rice, there was a faint roar outside. It sounded like the engine of some high-powered vehicle. Chinyu quickly turned off the night light, walked to the window, and looked out while holding the lunch box and eating. Soon, a convoy sped past on the highway. All the vehicles were camouflaged. The license plates were also military. Chinyu looked confused. Why did the military send so many people in the middle of the night? Are they going to suppress bandits? The 2 vehicles at the back were military troop carriers. At the end of the convoy, there was actually a large truck towing, and 2 tanks were tied to the rear trailer of the truck. Good guy. What are they doing? The military convoy drove away. No one noticed that there were still people in the service station. Chinyu didn't take it seriously. He turned around and sat down to continue eating. Soon, dinner was ready. After packing up everything, Chinyu lay directly on the camp bed, covered himself with a blanket, and then took out his mobile phone. His mobile phone still had power, because there were a lot of batteries in the space. Holding the mobile phone, Chinyu actually didn't know what to do. The mobile phone had no signal. This era is getting further and further away from civilized society. Now, except for some official communities that still have power and can set up signal-based stations, other areas have basically no communication. Those who can use radios can use them to communicate. Those who can't even use radios are no different from ancient times. Chinyu flipped through the photos in his phone. I haven't deleted them yet. There's no time at all. In the album, there are photos taken with Lu Jia, photos of eating with roommates, and even candid photos of beauties. As he flipped through them, a candid photo suddenly caught his eye. Ouyang Lan? Yes, it's her. Ouyang Lan is the campus beauty of Jiancheng University of Science and Technology. She was elected based on her strength. She is a real beauty. She is very popular in school and has a lot of suitors. But she is too picky. It is said that no one likes her, just because her father is a military man. He is the technical director of the Science and Technology Department. Who would have thought that she had been taken care of by Wei Guiqiang a long time ago? So, these beautiful women in the school who look cool and pure in appearance, in fact, can't be dug deep into their private lives. Once dug, the house will collapse. Suya was hunted by Wei Guiqiang because of her. As a result, She died in a car accident. No wonder Su Qing was unwilling. Suya treated Ouyang Lan as her best friend, but was betrayed by her best friend. Alas! Qinyu deleted Ouyang Lan's photo. Now these beauties are boring. None of them are as exciting as Su Qing. This female guard is more capable than Fang Jing, and her character is more resolute and independent. She is not a little woman at all. She is the best auxiliary type that Qinyu likes. I hope she can handle Ouyang Lan. Qinyu turned off his phone out of boredom and put it into his space. Then he closed his eyes. Go to sleep. The next day. Early morning. The rainstorm had just stopped. The sky was clear and bright. After a simple breakfast, Qinyu put away all his things. He walked out of the convenience store and stretched outside. We should be able to reach Yangpu Town this morning. Yangpu Town is very important. The zoo is second. And the most important thing is that Yangpu Town also reported the news of the red fire ant colony disaster. But the information is incomplete. Qinyu only knew that the general location was in a farmer's field on the outskirts of Yangpu Town. I still have to find out which household it is. Walk to the roadside. Just as Qinyu was about to take out the Night 15, he suddenly heard the sound of a car engine on the road in the distance. Turned his head and looked. Huh? There really is a car. It's not a military vehicle. It's a civilian car. A small van. Qinyu blinked, took 2 steps back, and decided to wait for the car to leave before taking his own car. Unexpectedly, when the car was about to drive close, the headlights suddenly flashed twice, and it accelerated and rushed over instantly. Qinyu didn't think about it. He stepped back directly, took out his gun, and aimed at the driving position of the car window. The next second, the van braked suddenly and stopped on the roadside. Then the car door opened, and Zhang jumped down from the driver's seat and shouted excitedly, Brother you. Brother you. It's me. Zhang. Qinyu was stunned. How did this guy catch up with him? Then, Dong Qiule, who was sitting on the passenger seat of the van, also got down and smiled sweetly at him. Hi. Brother you. We meet again. The door at the back of the car opened. Another familiar figure jumped down, strode towards Qinyu, and laughed, Brother, I finally found you. Zhang Yang? When Qinyu saw him, he immediately guessed something in his heart. Soon, Zhang Yang walked in front of Qinyu, stretched out his hands and said enthusiastically, Brother Chen, you really shouldn't have kept it from me. If you had told me earlier that you posted the message, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to find you. Qinyu stretched out his hand and shook his hand, smiling faintly. To be honest, it's useless for you to find me. Everything I know is written in the post. No, you are very important. Zhang Yang said sincerely, Brother Chen, you are a genius. This is not what I said, but what the few remaining old academicians in the field of physics in Xiagua said. They said that if you really have some kind of modeling model that can simulate such accurate disasters, then you can already win the Nobel Prize in physics in this area. Brother Chen, the country needs you. You must come with me to Daijing. I came to you with a mission. Qinyu glanced at him. Are you sure you can return to Daijing? What do you mean? Zhang Yang was stunned. When did you come out? When I first met you. I had been out for about half a month. Qinyu nodded. At that time, Daijing was still there. But after the global super tsunami, the seawater backflowed and Daijing was gone. Zhang Yang was stunned. If you don't believe it, you can ask the military in Jiancheng. Daijing has disappeared from the map of Xiagua and sunk to the bottom of the sea. This, Zhang Yang murmured, is it so exaggerated? What about the people in Daijing? How should I know? There may be only a few survivors. Zhang Yang was completely dumbfounded. He had been running around to investigate Qinyu's case, and had no time to contact the headquarters. He had also experienced that super tsunami, but it was far away from the coastal cities. So although it was dangerous, it was not life-threatening. Zhang Yang was a straightforward person. After he accepted the mission, his mind was full of thoughts of completing the mission. So he never thought that the super tsunami would flood the entire imperial capital. Now that I think about it, it doesn't seem to be an exaggeration. After all, Tianjin port is the seaside. That super tsunami, with a huge wave of more than 100 meters sweeping from the deep sea and the ocean, was really no suspense considering the distance between imperial capital and Tianjin port. Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment. What should I do? The mission was completed, but I couldn't go back to report. I didn't know if the leader had a chance to escape from the capital. The atmosphere was a bit solemn. But it didn't affect Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei's mood. The two of them looked at Qinyu with a smile, as if they had found their home. Chapter 65. You guessed it. Seeing Zhang Yang's grim expression, Qinyu reached out and patted his shoulder. Brother, your mission has been completed. So stop here. For the rest of your life, you'd better live well. No. I will definitely contact the leader. Zhang Yang suddenly looked at Qinyu with a firm look. Qinyu, you stay with me for a while. Don't walk around. Wait until I contact the headquarters. Okay. That won't work. Qinyu waved his hand quickly. I still have my own things to do. What do you want to do? Zhang Yang frowned and said, You want to go to Yangpu town. Right? You guessed it? Qinyu looked at him in confusion. If I can't even guess this, how can I catch up with you? Zhang Yang looked at Qinyu and gave him a thumbs up. Young man. Zhang Yang, rarely admire someone. But for you, I admire you from the bottom of my heart. You admire me? Qinyu was confused by what he said. Yes, I admire you very much. I know why you go to Yangpu town. You want to go to the zoo there. Right? Qinyu was even more surprised. You know I'm going to the zoo? Yes. I know you're going to the zoo. I know you want to go to the zoo to get rid of those animals to prevent them from being infected with viruses and mutating in the future, forming a large-scale beast tide. I admire your behavior very much. You protect Jiancheng in your own way. Am I right? Qinyu's eyelids couldn't help but twitch twice. This guy. I'm embarrassed. After being interpreted by Zhang Yang, Qinyu felt extremely great. Then, Zhang Yang looked at Qinyu seriously. Let's do this. I will accompany you to Yangpu town, and we won't separate in the short term. After we do what you want to do, I will contact the leader, and then we will make a decision. What if you can't contact the leader? Then, Zhang Yang pondered for a moment, and then said frankly, I believe that there will always be someone above to form a response team. Let's talk about it then. Before that, I will always protect you. Is there a problem? Qinyu didn't say anything. Is there a problem? Qinyu? Okay. No problem. Qinyu nodded readily. He didn't refuse. The reason is that he really wants to get in touch with Zhang Yang and observe his style of doing things. This guy can find him so long after the apocalypse, which shows that his methods are really extraordinary. He is worthy of being an elite of the Army Special Forces. He is very powerful. Zhang Yang saw that Qinyu agreed, and patted his shoulder excitedly. Then let's go now. The two of them. Qinyu looked at Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei. The two of them will follow for the time being. If there is a chance, I will send them back to the city and live in the official resettlement site. I promise them. Okay. Qinyu nodded. Although Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei didn't say anything, they were also very happy. Awesome. Two great guys. One is a special forces soldier. The other is a decisive survivor. This time it's safe. The two looked at each other. Their eyes were full of excitement. So, everyone got in the car. Jiang Zhan was still driving. Dong Qiulei sat in the passenger seat, and Zhang Yang and Qinyu sat in the back seat. On the way, Zhang Yang looked at Qinyu and asked the doubt in his heart, Brother Chen, tell me honestly, what is your identity? A sophomore student. Qinyu shrugged. How did you learn to use a gun? And you use it so well? I heard from them that you and a wounded female guard wiped out more than 30 bandits in the zoo. Qinyu blinked. Isn't it normal for a female guard to help? Do you know the identity of that female guard? What identity? She is an elite guard of the Jiancheng City Bureau Guard team, a team leader, and an instructor in the guard team. She is very powerful. Oh! Zhang Yang nodded suddenly, muttering to himself, guard team instructor? So powerful. By the way, where is she? Back to the city. Why don't you go back with me? Wouldn't it be safer to go back? Qinyu looked at Zhang Yang. You should have come from the city. Right? Are the resettlement sites in the city safe now? Alas. Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly. Except for a few large resettlement sites in the city, other small resettlement sites are getting more and more chaotic. Dong Qiulei in front turned around and asked curiously, Brother Zhang, why is it getting more and more chaotic? An epidemic virus broke out in the city. It's very fierce. Many people are infected with the virus, and there is no medicine to cure it. When people are dying, their minds are not stable. So it's getting more and more chaotic. Oh my god. Dong Qiulei smacked her lips and said, It seems that the city is more terrible than the outside. Wouldn't it be easy to get infected with the virus when we go back? The virus has existed for a long time. Chinyu looked out the window and said calmly, the melting of the glaciers on the ground has brought the ancient virus that has been sealed for tens of millions of years to the whole world. Every rainfall contains a large amount of viruses. In fact, all of us carry ancient viruses. Huh? Dong Chiole was shocked. Then we will all die sooner or later. Not necessarily. Chinyu looked back at her. The virus should have an incubation period. From the first rain after the extreme heat until now. Those who should have attacked should have already attacked. Zhang Yang suddenly said, oh? You mean? People like us who haven't attacked should be immune. Right? Yes. Not everyone will be infected with the virus. How can you be so sure? Zhang Yang looked at Chinyu in confusion. You said it as if you had verified it yourself. I have a model. Chinyu shrugged. Oh. Can this be simulated? I don't understand virology. But I think you can believe it. At least your post has now confirmed half of it. Just then, Jian, who was driving, suddenly shouted, 2 brothers. Someone is stopping the car in front. It seems to be military personnel. What? Zhang Yang quickly turned around and looked ahead. Sure enough, someone stopped the car on the side of the road. There were 4 people in total. They were all soldiers wearing camouflage uniforms and carrying guns. There was also a military jeep parked on the side of the road. It was already smoking. It seemed to have broken down. Stop the car. Zhang Yang shouted. Jiang quickly parked the car on the side of the road. Don't get out of the car. I'll go down and take a look. Zhang Yang was also suspicious. How could a military vehicle break down in such a place? He didn't know that there was a convoy last night. So he was afraid that someone was pretending to be one. So, Zhang Yang went down by himself. Dong Chiole and Jiang looked nervous. Jiang even looked back at Chinyu. Brother you. Do you want to take out your gun? Do you need to be on guard? Are those people real soldiers? It's true. Chinyu looked calm. Brother you. How did you know that? Jiang was confused. I saw them last night. Chinyu sat in the back leisurely, not showing any nervousness at all. Last night, a military transport team passed through this highway. The purpose is unknown. This car is from that team. Huh? That's good. Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. Outside, Zhang Yang quickly came to the 4 soldiers. Hello. The leader of the 4 soldiers came up to him. Hello. What's your name? Zhang Yang. Chapter 66 All. Hello. Mr. Zhang. My name is Lei Bing. They are my comrades in arms. Huang Zhandi, Gao Ming and Su Sancho. We are soldiers of the mechanized infantry company of the Jiancheng garrison. Our car broke down. Can we take a ride? Our destination is Yangpu town. When Zhang Yang heard this, he hurriedly asked, Can I see your ID? See your ID? Lei Bing looked at Zhang Yang with some curiosity. Ordinary people rarely pay attention to the ID of soldiers. The image and temperament of the person in front of him are very familiar. Is he also a soldier? Moreover, they have a car. At this time, there are not many people who have cars. Most of them are controlled by the city's officials or the military. Lei Bing hesitated, reached into his pocket, and took out his ID and handed it over. This is my ID. Zhang Yang took the ID and took a look. Yes, it's confirmed. This Lei Bing is a deputy company commander. They are indeed soldiers of a mechanized infantry company in the Jiancheng garrison. Zhang Yang immediately handed back the ID and smiled. Sorry. We must be cautious now. This is my ID. I am Zhang Yang, a Special Forces scout of the Beijing Army. Lei Bing was shocked. A Special Forces scout of the Beijing garrison? He actually came to Jiancheng? He quickly took the ID and looked at it carefully. He was in awe at the sight and turned around to hand the ID to several comrades. The 4 people saluted Zhang Yang at the same time. Hello, Chief. Hello, you guys. Zhang Yang also saluted. Everyone smiled at each other. They were all soldiers. So even if they didn't know each other, they felt more intimate when they met. Zhang Yang exchanged a few simple pleasantries with Lei Bing. Then he asked, Captain Lei, what is your operation? What happened in Yangpu town? Is it a combat mission? Yes. Lei Bing nodded. A very strange situation has occurred in Yangpu town. It can't be explained in a few words. Let's get in the car first. Chief, I have to trouble you to take us to Yangpu town. It's very tense there. Okay. Zhang Yang did not hesitate. He turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly froze. A huge wolf dog slowly walked out from the back of the van. The breed should be black. However, the appearance of this wolf dog was very scary. The eyes were scarlet, and the mouth was wide open. The teeth in the mouth were not like the canine teeth of ordinary wolf dogs. Instead, there were 2 rows of dense fangs, dripping saliva. Zhang was a little confused. What kind of dog is this? How did it become like this? Lei Bing and the other 4 also noticed it, and they came over in surprise to look at the back of the car. At the same time, Zhang, who was sitting in the car, also noticed the abnormality of several people outside, and couldn't help muttering, "What are they looking at?" As he said that, he glanced in the rearview mirror. He gasped at the sight and blurted out, "What the hell? What is that? Is that a dog?" Yu quickly leaned over to take a look. When he saw the terrifying wolf dog behind the car, his heart skipped a beat. It was a dog that had not yet completed its mutation. However, the mutation speed was fast enough. I didn't expect to see such a submutated creature so early in the suburbs. In his previous life, he had been living in the city. During this period, he should have drifted from school to the outside and lived in a small official resettlement site. Because of the inconvenience of communication and the fact that there were not many animals in the city, those dogs, cats, etc. basically could not survive the extremely high temperature. So no submutated animals had ever been seen in the city. As for what the suburbs look like, ordinary people have no idea. Just as everyone was in doubt, suddenly another huge yellow dog pounced on the passenger window and howled at Dong Qiulei, who was sitting on the passenger seat. The huge mouth was also full of sharp fangs. Dong Qiulei was suddenly frightened and screamed. Yu hurried over and covered her mouth. After the animals mutated, their hearing became more and more sensitive, especially to human screams, which could easily drive them crazy. Sure enough, the mutated dog outside heard Dong Qiulei's scream and became more ferocious. It roared continuously and opened its mouth full of fangs to hit the glass desperately. A few bangs and cracks appeared. Dong Qiulei was so scared that she quickly climbed from the co-pilot to Yu's side. Outside, Zhang Yang's scalp was numb, because he suddenly heard rustling sounds all around. He looked back. What the hell? Under the roadbed on both sides of the highway, a group of wild dogs slowly climbed up silently. Each one stared with scarlet eyes. Fangs turned outward, drooling constantly. All the wild dogs were crouching, staring at Zhang and the other 5 without making any sound. Even though these people were soldiers, they were frightened by the scene in front of them. There were at least hundreds of them in this large group. Where did they come from? Zhang listened to the barking from the car window, looked at the wild dogs slowly surrounding him, and took out his gun bit by bit. Next to him, Lei Bing and 4 other people also carefully picked up the submachine guns hanging on them. The smell of blood began to permeate the air. A cold and murderous atmosphere spread. Suddenly, the local dog that had been hitting the passenger window finally bit the window glass to pieces. There was a clang. Yu made a prompt decision, took out his gun and shot it. Bang! The dog's head was smashed to pieces. At the same time, Yu roared to the outside, "Climb onto the roof of the car. Don't let the dog bite you. Otherwise you will be infected with the virus." As soon as the voice fell, the dogs outside suddenly barked in unison. Then they pounced on Zhang and others. When Zhang and others heard that being bitten by a dog would infect the virus, they were so scared that they immediately opened fire and fired bullets desperately. For a while, the sound of gunfire continued. The 5 people approached the van while shooting. However, the dog pack outside was too large. There were more than 100 submutated dogs. Before the 5 people approached the van, the one called Gao Ming was pounced on by 3 submutated wild dogs at the same time. Gao Ming. Lei Bing was furious and fired at the 3 wild dogs with his submachine gun. The other 2 quickly protected Lei Bing. Zhang behind him shouted, "He can't be saved." Lei Bing's heart was bleeding, seeing his teammates being bitten to pieces in an instant. He angrily shot with his submachine gun and slowly retreated. At the same time, Yu saw 2 more dog heads squeezed in through the co-pilot window, trying desperately to squeeze in, with bloody mouths emitting a fishy smell. He gritted his teeth and jumped directly to the co-pilot seat, shouting without looking back, "Zhang, hide behind. If the window behind is bitten to pieces, don't hesitate. Shoot quickly." Zhang quickly reclined the seat, desperately climbed to the back, and squeezed together with Dong Chile. Both of them took out their guns. My hands were just shaking a little. Who would have thought that dogs, which are usually regarded as the best friends of humans, would become such a terrifying image now? Chinyu came to the co-pilot and fired his pistol. 2 bangs. The 2 wild dogs that were about to squeeze and were shot out. Then, Chinyu reached into his pocket and took out 2 grenades, pulled the rings and threw them out. Chapter 67 Quite scary. Boom. 2 loud noises. The wild dogs gathered outside were killed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chinyu crouched and climbed out of the passenger window, turned over and stepped on the window to climb onto the roof of the van. Standing on it, he looked around. Wow! Hundreds of submutated dogs. Is it possible that all the dogs within 100 miles around gathered together? And the dog breeds are also varied. There are even small dogs, like Pekingese and Pomeranians. But once they enter the submutated state, their appearance is also quite scary. Chinyu suddenly thought of the general. Will it also mutate so quickly? Will Fang Jing and Chinyu be in danger? These thoughts flashed through his mind. Seeing Zhang Yang and his friends being besieged by dozens of submutated wild dogs, Chinyu casually threw out 3 grenades. At the same time, he shouted, Zhang Yang, get on the roof. Boom boom boom. The explosion site was far away, but the sound and range of the explosion instantly dispersed the wild dogs below. When they got a chance, Zhang Yang and Lei Bing turned around and rushed to the bottom of the van. They jumped up one by one and finally climbed onto the roof of the van successfully. The 4 people panted heavily. Don't let your guard down. They will attack again, Chinyu whispered. Zhang Yang looked back at him. Do you have any more grenades? No more. Chinyu looked ahead calmly. In the distance, about a few dozen meters away, there was a huge pure black dog, standing there motionless. The bloody dog eyes stared at this direction. That one. Should it be the Dog King? Chinyu looked at the Dog King in the distance, feeling somewhat solemn. If the Dog King is not killed, these submutated wild dogs will not disperse. They will continue to entangle everyone, even if a few people jumped onto the roof of the car now. It was only convenient for Zhang Yang and others to cooperate with tactical shooting. But are there enough bullets? There are only 20 bullets in the magazine of a 79 type submachine gun. There are only 3 people left in Lei Bing's group, each with a 79 type. Zhang Yang only had a pistol in his hand. He had plenty of weapons in his space, but he couldn't take them out in front of these people, as that would expose his secrets. In addition, although the submutated wild dog's evolution was not complete, their agility was far beyond that of ordinary dogs, and it was impossible to hit them with one bullet. Just now, several people were besieged by a pack of wild dogs below, and they were basically shot randomly. A lot of bullets were wasted, so they definitely couldn't hold on. The only way was to get rid of the Dog King in the distance. On the side, Zhang Yang noticed that Chinyu was looking at the big black dog in the distance, and asked quickly, Chinyu, do you think that dog is the key? Well, that should be the leader of this pack of dogs. Chinyu nodded. When Lei Bing heard this, he immediately picked up his submachine gun and said angrily, I'll do it. After saying that, he aimed the gun. Then he fired a burst of shots. Bang. It hit. But what made several people feel cold was that the big black dog that was hit by the bullet shook its body. But it did not cause any damage at all. The big black dog still stood there steadily. Lei Bing was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? It's not afraid of bullets? At this time, the Dog King in the distance suddenly let out a dull roar, and the wild dogs under the van went crazy instantly. All the wild dogs began to bark wildly, and they began to jump onto the roof of the car fearlessly. A dog can jump over a wall when it's desperate. This is no joke. After the Dog King roared, these submutated dogs rushed up like they were fried in a frying pan, and they jumped up easily with a kick of their hind legs. Lei Bing and the other 3 quickly opened fire. They shot one by one. A submutated Labrador jumped up from Chinyu's direction, opened its bloody mouth and bit his neck. Chinyu reached into his clothes and pulled it out. When he reached out again, there was a machete in his hand. Then he dodged sideways, waved his hand and swung the knife. All in one go. Puff! A dog's head fell on the roof of the car. Zhang Yang and others behind him were all confused. Damn! Is this guy so awesome? His reaction is really quick. At this time, Zhang Yang yelled, I have no bullets. After saying that, He also drew out a saber. It happened that a half-grown spotted dog jumped in front of him. Zhang Yang imitated Qin Yu's method and stabbed the dog's neck below its head while the spotted dog jumped up to bite. Unexpectedly, he thought he had predicted the dog's jumping trajectory. As a result, the spotted dog was very fast. His knife actually missed. The spotted dog jumped directly on him and kicked hard with its two front paws. Zhang Yang's center of gravity was unstable, and he fell backwards. In a flash, Qin Yu behind him stepped sideways, suddenly grabbed his clothes, and pulled him up again. At the same time, he kicked the half-grown spotted dog away. Zhang Yang was shocked when he stood up again. What a guy! This Qin Yu not only reacted quickly, but also had an outrageous strength. He picked himself up with one hand without any effort after losing his balance. After Qin Yu pulled Zhang Yang up, he suddenly shouted, "Hold on for a while. I'll deal with the Dog King." What? Zhang Yang was startled. Then he was shocked to see Qin Yu leap in the air, actually jumped off the front of the car, and ran towards the Dog King in the distance. For a moment, everyone's mind was blank. This young man actually risked his life to deal with the most dangerous one? As a regular soldier, he actually needed protection from an ordinary citizen? For a moment, Lei Bing and his men were all blown up. 3 people took out grenades from their bodies at the same time. 2 each, which were the most powerful weapons on them. 6 grenades were thrown out almost at the same time, thrown in different directions. The 4 people on the roof suddenly squatted down and hugged their heads. There were constant loud noises around, and the limbs and legs of various dogs flew everywhere. After the smoke, when Lei Bing just stood up, another huge mutant dog pounced on him. He couldn't dodge in time, and subconsciously stretched out his hand to block it. As a result, the mutant dog bit his arm and swung it hard. Due to the excessive force, both the man and the dog fell off the roof at the same time. Gao Zhandi screamed in shock, "Company commander." He also jumped down. He raised his gun and started shooting. After a few shots, the mutant dog was shot through the neck. On the other side, Zhang Yang and Su Sanqiu also jumped down and pulled Lei Bing over. "Are you okay?" "No." "Fuck. He's coming again." "Oh no. Company commander. I'm out of bullets." "Push the pistol." Seeing that the 4 people were running out of ammunition, Dong Qiulei and Jiang Zhan in the car suddenly opened the door and got out. The 2 of them fired with pistols. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Yang grabbed Lei Bing and retreated into the car. Gao Zhandi and Su Sanqiu also covered Jiang Zhan and the others as they got back into the car. Chapter 68 Shot through the head. The moment the car door closed, a yellow dog rushed over and opened its mouth to bite Jiang Zhan's leg. At the critical moment, Lei Bing rushed over desperately and protected Jiang Zhan's leg, and his arm was bitten by the dog again. The dog tore a bloody piece of meat from Lei Bing's arm with all his might. Gao Zhanyu turned around and fired a shot outside. The dog was shot through the head, and Su Sanqiu finally succeeded in closing the car door. Outside, the dogs barked continuously. The large dogs hit the car fiercely, and other dogs jumped onto the hood of the car and hit the front windshield hard. There were dogs trying to get in from the passenger window. Zhang Yang picked up Lei Bing's gun and guarded the passenger seat, shooting 1 dog at a time. This saved bullets. However, there were at least 100 mutant dogs outside. What to do? "Oh, where's Qin Yu?" Zhang Yang turned his head and looked outside. Unfortunately, the car windows were blocked by wild dogs, and he couldn't see Qin Yu's situation at all. Could he be dead? Outside, after Qin Yu jumped off the ground, he ran straight towards the Dog King in the distance. Behind him, several huge sub-mutant dogs turned around and chased him. Under normal circumstances, a person's speed could not outrun a dog, especially a dog that had begun to mutate and evolve. However, on the highway, originally, the big dogs were about to catch up with Qin Yu. But suddenly, Qin Yu's speed increased dramatically, and he instantly left the big dogs behind him far behind. The Dog King in the distance finally sensed the danger. It bit its waist from a long distance, crouched its front half, opened its bloody mouth, and growled at Qin Yu with its mouth full of fangs. Seeing Qin Yu getting closer and closer, the Dog King's hair exploded. Seeing Qin Yu rushing close, the Dog King could no longer hold back. A roar suddenly kicked on the ground. A black shadow instantly hit Qin Yu. A fishy wind blew in his face. Yu did not stop his movements at all. But in a flash, he fully activated his superpowers and manipulated his muscles to maximum strength. His body turned red. The muscles of his exposed arms were sharp and angular, and they kept squirming. Yu also suddenly moved sideways when the Dog King pounced on him. And at the same time, he kicked the Dog King hard with a whip kick. Bang! There was a dull sound. Yu was startled. The Dog King's body was as hard as blue bricks and cement. This kick only kicked it away, and it rolled sideways and fell under the highway embankment. The Dog King suffered a loss. After falling, he raised his head and roared. The submutated dog packs in the distance immediately stopped attacking the vehicle and returned in droves. Yu jumped down. Damn it! Can you still leave alive? When the Dog King saw Yu catching up again, he also aroused his ferocity. He stabilized his body and pounced on him again. This time, Yu decided to face him head-on. Although the Dog King was strong, his agility was not enough. Yu's current speed was 3 to 4 times the limit of human beings. So at the critical moment, he easily turned sideways to avoid the pounce again, and then gathered all his strength in his right fist and punched it hard. Bang! The force of the punch exceeded 2 tons. After all, the Dog King had not yet evolved. So how could he withstand such a fierce punch? As a result, the bones behind his neck made a bang and his head was completely displaced. With a snap, the Dog King fell to the ground. His whole body was twitching. Yu stepped on its neck with one foot, and then charged his right fist again, punching it madly. Bang, 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 bang. After a dozen punches, the Dog King's head was cracked open. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He reached in, stirred in its skull, and finally grabbed a dark green crystal core the size of a red date. Huh? The speed at which this big dog mutated was really fast. The crystal core was so big, it might have something to do with the fact that these wild dogs could eat the dead flesh without restraint outside. Yu put away the crystal core. He looked up. Nearly 100 dogs gathered above, all staring at Yu. But none of them dared to come down. Yu slowly clenched his fists, and the ability to control his muscles was stimulated to the peak state, and he roared at the top. As a result, the submutated dogs were scared and turned around and ran away. One by one, they rushed down from the other side of the roadbed with their tails between their legs, and soon scattered and disappeared in the fields in the distance. Huh? Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The superpowers on his body slowly dissipated. Physical superpowers are really good. At this time, the problem can be solved without exposing the secret. Otherwise, he might really have to take out heavy firepower weapons to deal with these submutated creatures. But then, his secret will be discovered. There is no way to explain. There will be more trouble later. If you don't want to cause trouble, you have to kill them. Yu didn't want to do that to Zhang and Lei Bing. So this result is the best. Yu wiped the blood off his body, slowly climbed up the roadbed, returned to the highway, and then walked back quickly. A few minutes later, he returned to the van. Everyone was outside. Seeing Yu coming back, Dong Qiulei was the first to rush over, looking at him and asked in surprise, "Brother Yu, are you okay?" "I'm fine. How are you?" Dong Qiulei shook her head sadly. "Captain Lei seems to be in trouble." "Brother Chen, you're not hurt, are you?" Zhang Yang also turned around and came forward. "I'm not hurt. What about the big dog?" "Dead." "How did you kill it?" "I beat it to death with my fist." Chen Yu replied casually. Zhang Yang's face was filled with nausea. Although he had vaguely guessed it by looking at Chen Yu's messy appearance, he still felt his scalp tingling when he heard him admit it himself. The Dog King must be more powerful than ordinary mutant dogs. Right? But these ordinary mutant dogs are already exhausting to deal with. They are fast, agile, and even know how to dodge bullets. What about the Dog King? Before, Lei Bing shot the Dog King in the body, but he just shook his body and nothing happened. But now, he was beaten to death by Yu. Zhang Yang found that the more he came into contact with Yu, the more he could not see through this person. This guy is definitely not an ordinary person. Yu came to the side of the van and frowned at Lei Bing leaning against the car body. He was finished. Bitten by a dog. Once the virus in this mutant organism is transferred to a human, it will immediately cause various symptoms and even attack the human nervous system. At this moment, Lei Bing was breathing rapidly. His face was black. His eyes slowly turned red, and his pupils seemed to be turbid. No matter how Gao Zhanyu and Su Sanqiu shouted, there was no response. Qin Yu shook his head and said softly, "He is hopeless. If you want to reduce his pain, just send him off." "How do you know he is definitely hopeless?" Su Sanqiu turned around and asked excitedly. "If you don't believe me, then continue to take him with you. But I won't ride in the same car with you. You can go now." Qin Yu stood aside. Gao Zhandi directly hugged Lei Bing and said hoarsely, "Let's go. Take the company commander to the camp and join the main force. Go find the team doctor." Chapter 69 cracked his skull. Two people helped Lei Bing up and prepared to get into the car. As a result, Lei Bing seemed to have a sudden resurgence, and suddenly shook off the two people, roaring like a beast, then turned around and rushed to the roadside, and slammed his head against the roadside guardrail. There was a loud bang. The force was so strong that it directly cracked his skull. "Company commander! Company commander!" Gao Zhandi and Su Sanqiu rushed over frantically. Lei Bing was dead. He died completely. Zhang Yang looked sad and saluted from the side. Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei were also depressed. Gao Zhandi and Su Sanqiu both shed tears, but did not cry out loud. The tough guy was so strong that he couldn't make a sound even if he cried. After a while, Qin Yu turned around and returned to the car. Dong Qiulei and Jiang Zhan saw it and hurriedly got in the car. Zhang Yang walked to Gao Zhandi and whispered, "You still have tasks, right? Put the tasks first. In the critical period, everything should be handled simply." "Yes, we understand." Gao Zhandi quickly wiped away his tears and stood up. Because Zhang Yang's official title was there, the two of them had to accept the order. So, the two of them suppressed their grief and moved Lei Bing's body and Gao Ming's body, who was bitten to death by a group of dogs, into their original military vehicle. Although the car was broken, there was still oil in the tank. In a critical period, everything should be kept simple. That's how soldiers are, especially in this doomsday environment. Su Sanqiu asked Gao Zhandi to wait in the van, while he used a cloth strip to ignite the fuel tank of the van. There was a loud bang. The military vehicle exploded and caught fire. It soon burned into a huge fireball. Su Sanqiu saluted the flames, then ran to the van without looking back. Soon, the van started and sped towards Yangpu town. On the road, the atmosphere in the van was a bit solemn. Su Sanqiu and Gao Zhandi sat at the back. Neither of them spoke, covering their faces with their hands, and were always sad. In the middle seat, Zhang Yang whispered to Chen Yu regarding what just happened. Zhang Yang remembered the post that Chen Yu posted, which said that the mutant beast tide would not break out in a large scale until at least half a year later. But these crazy dogs are obviously mutated. Why doesn't the time match? That's why he wanted to ask clearly. Chen Yu pondered for a moment before whispering, "These dogs are temporarily in a submutation state, which is the middle stage of mutation evolution. It's not a complete form yet. If the mutation is complete, the weapons in our hands will be useless. As for the post I posted, it is not completely accurate. That's just my personal speculation, and there may be a slight error in the time." Zhang Yang listened and nodded slowly. It seems to be the case. This is really a bit troublesome. These animals are so difficult to deal with after mutation. It's a pity that there is no way to spread this news now. Otherwise, all places should take precautions. In fact, it can't be prevented. Qin Yu turned his head and looked out the window. Humans can only kill animals in the city. But in the land of Xia, how many mountains and forests are still hiding a large number of wild animals? Even how many rats and cockroaches live in the sewers? Can you kill them all? Then why do you still go to the zoo? Zhang Yang asked doubtfully. I have my purpose. Okay. Zhang Yang knew that he would not say anything else. After thinking about it, he looked back at the two people behind him and asked casually, "What is your mission in Yangpu town?" Su Sanqiu and Gao Zhandi raised their heads at the same time. After looking at each other, Su Sanqiu said hoarsely, "We received a radio call for help from residents of Yangpu town yesterday. More than 300 people were trapped in an oil refinery in the town. Who trapped them? It is said that they were a group of crazy people. At that time, the radio signal for help was very noisy, and the party calling for help seemed to be in chaos. And there were even gunshots. Not long after that, screams were heard. And then, the signal was cut off." Zhang Yang blinked. There was no contact signal afterwards? Yes. Su Sanqiu nodded. There was no follow-up. We suspect that the refinery may have been captured. At about 1 a.m. last night, we received an order to rush to Yangpu town overnight and do everything possible to save the more than 300 town residents. How many of you went? There are 130 people in our company, except for 26 wounded who stayed in Jiancheng. All the others came. Zhang Yan was stunned. 26 wounded? How can you have so many wounded in the city? Alas. Su Sanqiu shook his head helplessly and sighed. Captain Zhang. You don't know? A large-scale virus broke out in the city, with extremely high infection and mortality rates. Our company has been responsible for searching underwater areas in the southern area to find trapped survivors. Because of the high-intensity work and the lack of rations, we had to look for food and survivors every day. So our physical strength was very poor. In this situation, many team members' resistance decreased, and they were also infected. Several others were injured when confronting local armed gangsters. Gao Zhandi, who was standing by, said hoarsely, Our company commander hasn't had a proper meal for 5 consecutive days. Every time he got his rations, he would immediately distribute them to the injured brothers. When mentioning Lei Bing, Gao Zhandi's eyes turned red again. Zhang Yan also shook his head helplessly. The atmosphere in the car became heavy again. Chen Yu looked back at a few people, and suddenly reached into his pocket and took a look. When he took it out, there was already a box of cigarettes in his hand. It was the same cigar he smoked in the hotel last time. More than 600,000 yuan a stick. This kind of cigarette is strong and is the best refreshing thing. Chen Yu took out a few and handed them to Su Sanqiu and Gao Zhandi in the back. They were both stunned at the same time. Zhang Yan also looked at the cigarette in his hand with surprise. Cigar? Cigar? Where did you get this thing? I just picked it up casually. Chen Yu shrugged and looked at a few people and said, Do you want to try it? Yes. Su Sanqiu took one without hesitation. They were really greedy. Let alone cigars. He would treasure you with a lacoon. On weekdays, the soldiers had strict orders not to take the civilians' things at will. Even if they searched for supplies, they had to report them in a centralized manner. Their daily rations were strictly rationed. During the difficult period, the soldiers tightened their belts and all the supplies were distributed to the people. So who could smoke? No one could smoke at all. But it didn't matter if it was given by others. So Su Sanqiu and Gao Zhandi took one without hesitation. And Zhang Yan also took one out casually, looking at the cigar in his hand and muttered, It's really not easy for you to get this thing. Just as Chen Yu was about to take the lighter, Jiang Zhan in front of him also looked back with a greedy look and said anxiously, Brother Yu, give me one. Chen Yu glanced at him and threw one over casually. Thank you, Brother Yu. Jiang Zhan caught it in a panic with excitement. Chen Yu was about to take the lighter, but Dong Qiulei actually asked weakly, Brother Yu, can you give me one? Chapter 70 Falling to the ground. Huh? Chen Yu was stunned for a moment. You also smoke? I can't. Then why did you come here? I just want one. I also want to fit in with you. Dong Qiulei looked at Chen Yu bravely. I want to learn from you. Chen Yu was immediately annoyed and pointed at Zhang Yang. Why don't you learn from him? He is an elite in the special forces and a very good teacher for you. No. He is too rigid. Dong Qiulei shook her head stubbornly. Zhang Yang on the side almost fell to the ground. I am too rigid? Where did you say that? Seeing Zhang Yang's embarrassed face and strange expression, Chen Yu was also amused. So he simply handed a cigarette to Dong Qiulei and laughed. I warned you in advance that this thing is very addictive. If you don't know how to smoke, you'd better not try. Otherwise, don't blame me if you get hurt. Thank you, Brother Yu. Dong Qiulei had a happy expression on her face, as if she had gotten a great benefit. Chen Yu lit up the lighter and lit up everyone's cigars. So, a few seconds later, there was a cough in the car. All of them choked. The tobacco of cigars is very mellow, much stronger than ordinary cigarettes. Taking a puff of cigar is equivalent to smoking 3 cigarettes at once. Just imagine that concentration. It would be strange if you didn't choke. Of course, the main reason is that these people haven't smoked for a long time. They are all greedy. But even if they choked, the gentleman didn't care. The second puff was much more careful. Taste carefully. Taste carefully. Cigars worth more than 600,000 yuan are really not ordinary. So soon everyone was intoxicated, except Dong Qiulei. She choked and tears flowed down after just one puff. And she was confused. Chen Yu smiled and told her that it was called intoxicating cigarettes. Dong Qiulei also smiled. She smiled sweetly at Chen Yu. Her eyes were intoxicated. For a while, the atmosphere in the car quickly became joyful. After more than 2 hours, the car finally drove to Yangpu town and went all the way to the vicinity of the refinery. Surprisingly, the refinery did not have the kind of battlefield scene filled with gunpowder as imagined, but instead a scene of military and civilians being one family. The military vehicles were parked outside. The oil plant was very lively. There were people everywhere. After everyone got off the car, they all looked stunned. What was going on? Zhang Yang looked at Su Sanqiu and asked in confusion, "Is your intelligence wrong?" "This? I don't know either." Su Sanqiu scratched his head. "When I received the radio distress call last night, I did hear that this place was in chaos. And there were even gunshots." Zhang Yang glanced at the military vehicles parked in the distance, pointed at the tanks and said, "The big guys were not untied. And it seems that they didn't fight at all when they came here last night. It should be. How about this? Chief, you come in with us to meet our company commander. Ask about the situation by the way." "Okay. We are all soldiers, so we are naturally close." Zhang Yang nodded and looked back at Chenyu. "Brother Chen. You? I won't go in. You can do whatever you want." Chenyu refused directly. "Well, you wait for me outside. I won't stay here with them. I still have to stay by your side to protect you. So, please wait for me." After Zhang Yang finished speaking, he pointed at Dong Qiulei and Jiang Zhan. "You two keep an eye on him. Don't let him leave for the time being. Be sure to wait for me to come back." After speaking, he took Su Sanqiu and left. Dong Qiulei and Jiang Zhan looked embarrassed and looked back at Chenyu. "Brother you, give me some face." Jiang Zhan smiled timidly. Chenyu glared at him unhappily. "I'll give you a shoe sole." "How much is your face worth?" "I'll give you face? I'm going to the zoo. Don't follow me." "Hey, brother you." Dong Qiulei hurried over. "How about I follow you?" "No." Chenyu frowned. "I have something else to do. You stay here and wait." After that, he reached into his backpack and took out a small walkie-talkie. "This is the latest model of radio communicator. Not for military use. You take it. Call me if you need anything." Channel 3. Remember. Dong Qiulei was overjoyed. He quickly reached out to take the intercom and looked at it happily. "Does it work?" "Yes. Brother you. Don't worry." "Okay. Bye." Chenyu waved his hand, turned around and left directly. "Hey, brother you. You don't drive?" "No. Leave it to you. If something unexpected happens, remember to drive away as soon as possible. There are military people here. You don't have to worry about it." Chenyu's voice came from afar. "I know." Dong Qiulei also shouted sweetly. Soon, Chenyu's figure disappeared at the intersection. Jiang Zhan, who was standing next to Dong Qiulei, glanced at her twice, and said sourly, Look, your eyes are watery. Are you in love?" "Dong Qiulei, don't you want to hang on to someone?" Dong Qiulei turned her head and glanced at him. "What? Don't you want to?" "I want to. Too. The key is that brother you doesn't like me. Alas, I guess I have no chance in this life. I can only watch with envy." Dong Qiulei chuckled. "You go try brother Zhang." "Zhang Yang?" Jiang Zhan shook his head quickly. "Forget it. That guy is more straight. You see, when he first faced Xiuya, he didn't even dare to look at her body. This guy is definitely a steel straight man. I won't look for him." "Then you should be single." "Single. Then single. Hey, do you know how to use this walkie-talkie?" Jiang Zhan was stunned. "Didn't you tell brother you that it can be used? Are you fooling him?" "Oh, you have to take it whether you know how to use it or not. Idiot. Didn't you notice that our relationship with brother you has become closer?" "Really?" Jiang Zhan looked dazed. "Ah, what an IQ." Dong Qiulei shook her head helplessly. "If it was when we just met, brother Yu's reaction would definitely be to turn around and walk away with a blank face. If you dare to follow him, he will definitely point a gun at your head." Jiang Zhan nodded quickly. "Yes, I admit this. But what about now?" Dong Qiulei happily shook the walkie-talkie in her hand. "Look, brother you left us a walkie-talkie. Although he didn't let us follow him, he left a means of contact. This is caring. Don't you understand?" "I understand." Jiang Zhan nodded. "After you said that, I really feel something different. So, come over and study how to use this thing. By the way, have you been to college?" "No." "You are so weak." "What do you mean?" Dong Chiole. Have you been to college? Dong Chiole rolled her eyes. I'm only 18 years old this year. And I didn't go to college. You are 18 years old? Jiang Zhan said in astonishment. Aren't you 21 years old? That's a lie. I lied about my age in order to get into the company to do live broadcasts. You are really capable. No wonder I always feel that you are so young. You are really a little sister. Dong Chiole turned to the car and said as she walked, Forget it. I'll tinker with it myself. Isn't it just a walkie-talkie? Play with it first. Chapter 71 saluted. I'll be here to assist you. 2. Jiang Zhan followed him. In the refinery. Zhang Yang followed Su Sanqiu and Gao Zhandi into the refinery. He exchanged some words with the soldiers guarding the gate, and immediately hurried to the administrative office building. He entered the office building. He came to the office on the 3rd floor. Zhang Yang met the commander of this mechanized infantry company, Lu Taifeng. He was in his 40s. He had a short haircut and a square face. He was tall and had a strong and imposing figure. The expression on his face was intimidating without anger. He looked like a veteran. He had a murderous aura. Su Sanqiu introduced Zhang Yang to Lu Taifeng. When Lu Taifeng heard that he was from the special forces of the Imperial Capital Army, his eyes lit up. When he heard that Zhang Yang was a major, he quickly came over to salute. Hello, Chief. Come on. It's time now. No need to call me Chief. I'll call you Lao Lu. And you can call me Xiao Yang. It's convenient this way. Zhang Yang also hurriedly returned the salute. Lu Taifeng, the company commander, was only a lieutenant, 2 levels lower than a major. But from the actual combat experience, Lu Taifeng was 100% Zhang Yang's master. So Zhang Yang also respected Lu Taifeng. After a brief greeting, the two sat down separately. Lu Taifeng didn't rush to talk to Zhang Yang, but glanced at Su Sanqiu. Where's Lao Lei? Su Sanqiu and Gao Zhandi's faces immediately dimmed. They lowered their heads at the same time. Lu Taifeng's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly asked, Where's the person sacrificed? Su Sanqiu said hoarsely, On the way here, we encountered a group of wild dogs. The company commander was bitten and finally committed suicide. What the hell? Lu Taifeng was confused. Meet a group of wild dogs? Bitten? Then fucking committed suicide? What the hell? A soldier is afraid of a group of wild dogs? Can he commit suicide after being bitten? Lu Taifeng's face darkened instantly, and he was about to lose his temper. But Zhang Yang quickly stood up and explained, Old Lu, I was there too. What we encountered were not ordinary wild dogs. It was a group of wild dogs infected with the virus. Very scary. Then, he described the situation in detail. But he concealed the information of Chen Yu and others. After hearing his words, Lu Taifeng was stunned. He had to believe what Zhang Yang said. But, the wild dogs mutated? It was a bit exaggerated. Why didn't he encounter it? Lu Taifeng didn't know that after all animals mutated, their IQs were greatly improved, and they all knew how to avoid danger. So no mutant animals dared to approach the military convoy casually. The number of people was there. Although Lu Taifeng found it difficult to accept that the combat effectiveness of the mutant wild dog group was so strong, the fact that Lei Bing was sacrificed was in front of him. There was also Gao Ming. These were all elites with super combat capabilities in the company. Gao Ming and the other 3 were the guards of Lei Bing, adding a colonel from the Army Special Forces. This scale suffered a great loss. Lu Taifeng was speechless for a moment, thinking that his brothers in the company had died in the mouths of a group of wild dogs. He felt sad. He slowly took off his hat and mourned, although the sacrifice of his brothers was heavy. But Lu Taifeng recovered quickly. The duty of a soldier is to carry out the mission, defend the country, and protect the people. So the duty is still there. Zhang Yang saw that Lu Taifeng was not abnormal, so he asked about the situation of the refinery. Lu Taifeng quickly explained. It turned out that last night, the Jiangcheng garrison received a distress message. After coordinating the manpower, they actually transferred a company of troops to Yangpu town to rescue. I thought there was a large-scale armed force. I never thought that we would arrive at dawn after traveling on a rainy night. When we arrived at the refinery, it was already daybreak. As a result, there was no armed force around the refinery. Lu Taifeng sent people to search around but did not find any large-scale terrorists, which made him furious. Is it a prank? Are you kidding at this time? Later, when they contacted the person in charge of the 443 of the refinery, They learned that the crazy people who attacked the refinery last night had run away before dawn. How many people? The person in charge of the refinery said a number that almost scared Lu Taifeng. There are more than 3,000 people. Are they crazy? If there are really more than 3,000 people, how can the ordinary people of the refinery, who are only about 300 people, stop them? They would have been wiped out long ago. However, the person in charge of the refinery said something that made Lu Taifeng feel that the situation was serious. At this point, Lu Taifeng looked at Zhang Yang very seriously and said, according to the information provided by the person in charge of the refinery, there is indeed a group of about 3,000 crazy people in Yangpu town. These people seem to be infected with the virus. They are manic and like to kill people. But they are still sane. So they are very difficult to deal with. But there is one thing that is fortunate. These lunatics are very sensitive to sunlight. They are active at night. Once the sun comes out, they run away. I don't know where they hide. Last night, the people in the refinery poured some of the flammable oil in the refinery outside the factory area and burned it into a fire wall, which blocked the lunatics. But the fire was not powerful enough. So many lunatics still broke into the refinery, killing many people and causing certain casualties. When we arrived, the sun had risen, so the lunatics had already hidden. Hearing this, Zhang Yang frowned. What the hell is this? Are they still human beings? And the number is too large to be stopped at all. Then, Lu Taifeng talked about their current plan, which was to quickly transfer the more than 300 people in the refinery during the day. Now they are discussing the target location for transfer. Maybe they have to leave Yangpu town, because those more than 3,000 crazy people are lingering in Yangpu town. No one knows where they hide during the day, and they come out at night. Zhang Yang nodded after listening. Let's evacuate quickly. Fighting with ordinary gangsters, you can shoot him, and he will feel pain. Fighting with these crazy people? Bullets hit them, and they don't feel pain. They are just like zombies. The most terrifying thing is that these things are neither human nor ghost. But they still retain some basic memories. For example, identifying the environment, and identifying dangerous weapons. They all know these. It's very troublesome. After understanding everything, Zhang Yang was ready to leave. And before leaving, he urged Lu Taifeng to decide the transfer location as soon as possible. It's better to search the entire Yangpu town before leaving. If there are any survivors, take them away. After saying goodbye to Lu Taifeng, Zhang Yang hurriedly left the refinery. Back to the factory gate. After seeing Dong Qiule, he asked in confusion, where is Qingyu? Oh, brother, you said he was going to the zoo and didn't let us follow. Ah? He's gone? Chapter 72 What to Suspect. Zhang Yang suddenly became anxious. Brother Zhang, don't worry. Dong Qiule picked up the intercom and said with a smile, look, brother, you left us an intercom. He said to call him if there is anything. Let me see. Zhang Yang took the intercom directly and fiddled with it for a few times. Which channel? Channel 3. I'll call him. Don't lose this kid. Otherwise, I will be responsible. After speaking, he pressed the talk button on the intercom. Chunyu. Chunyu. This is Zhang Yang. This is Zhang Yang. Please reply if you hear me. Please reply if you hear me. The three of them held their breath. They were afraid that Qingyu would really dump them. Fortunately, just a few seconds later, Chunyu's voice came from the intercom. What's the matter? His voice was very calm. It should be nothing. The three people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Zhang Yang took the intercom and walked aside, and said quickly, where have you been? I'll find you. No. I'll be back soon. Zhang Yang asked in confusion, you went to the zoo? Yes. Then okay. We'll wait for you here. Yes. How long will it take? 1 hour. Zhang Yang let out a long sigh and said, okay. I'll wait for you for an hour. If you don't come back after an hour, I'll find you. Zhang Yang. What's going on at the refinery? Zhang Yang smiled. Oh, you're also paying attention to the situation here? Tell me about it. Okay. Listen. Zhang Yang described the situation at the refinery in detail, and finally sighed and said, I suspect that those lunatics are infected with the virus. Just like the mutated wild dogs. Qingyu was silent. Zhang Yang asked in confusion, Chunyu? Chunyu? Are you listening? Yes. Do you have any suggestions? Not yet. If you can move during the day, try to move. Also, if you trust me, Remember my words. Don't eat with the people at the refinery at noon. Try to take them both to the van. There is food in the van. Enough for you. Zhang Yang was stunned. What do you mean? What are you doubting? Not doubting. Just being cautious. What are you worried about? Nothing. Trust me. Then do as I say. If you don't trust me, then it's up to you. Okay. I'm there. After that, the call was disconnected. Zhang Yang was confused. After a few more attempts, Qinyu didn't respond at all. Zhang Yang looked back at the refinery. Confused. Why can't we have dinner together? Lu Taifeng and the others will definitely not cheat me. Right? I can't figure it out. At this moment, Qinyu was already standing at the gate of the zoo. After putting away the walkie-talkie, he looked around and slowly walked into the zoo. Along the way, the whole city felt dead silent. Quiet, people. I didn't see a single living person. This makes people feel strange. Although Yangpu town is a small town, it has a permanent population of more than 40,000. It is impossible that there are only more than 300 living people in the refinery? Even if the more than 3,000 crazy people who attacked the refinery are added, the total population is far from enough. There are also many corpses in the city, but it always feels a lot less. Could they have been moved in advance? Qinyu walked into the zoo and walked along the sightseeing path. As he was walking, he suddenly saw a figure rushing out of the woods in the distance ahead. A figure rushed out on the road in the distance ahead. It was about 200 meters away. Qinyu quickly dodged. He didn't want to get involved with anyone, so he turned around and hid behind a small house. He looked around and decided to take another road. He had just walked less than 10 meters to the side when a loud and strange cry suddenly came from the distance. The voices of a group of people, at least 7 or 8, constantly shouting and yelling, as if teasing and shouting. Among them, there was also a woman's scream. Qinyu stopped. His brows were furrowed, hearing the screams in the distance getting more and more urgent. Even with panic and crying, Qinyu shook his head helplessly and looked up at the small house behind him. Then he turned around and started running. He controlled his muscles with his legs and suddenly pushed the ground with force. The whole person flew up into the sky and jumped onto the roof of the small house with a flip. He took out a telescope from the space. He looked into the distance. There were 10 people on the road. 9 of them were men, and 1 was a woman surrounded in the middle. The men were all carrying guns. They were all in rags. The woman in the middle was holding a child in her arms. It was still in swaddling clothes. It should be a baby. These men kept shouting with weapons and teasing the women. The women were also panicked and screaming. At the same time, there were 2 piles of items on the ground next to them. One pile is mineral water. Another pile is instant noodles. Qinyu suddenly realized. Are these people fishing? They use food as bait to attract survivors who want to try their luck in the zoo. Soon, the child in the woman's arms was snatched away and thrown directly into the grass beside. The baby's cry was very weak. Qinyu's eyes turned cold, and he casually took out another gun from the space. An M16 assault rifle quickly hit the scope. This kind of gun can be fired in single or continuous shots, and can be used as a sniper rifle. Qinyu quickly loaded the magazine and pulled the bolt. This time, the men in the distance had already pressed the woman against the wall beside her and spread her legs. One of them was pulling the woman's pants. Qinyu aimed his gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A gunshot. The man who was pulling the woman's pants tilted his head and was shot out. Bang! 2 more shots. 2 more men fell to the ground. The rest of the people were so scared that they fled and hid in the bunkers. The woman rolled and crawled into the bushes, picked up the baby in the swaddling clothes, and sat there crying loudly. Qinyu aimed at the back of a wall. Bang! 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 4 shots in a row hit the same place. The last shot went straight through the wall and broke another one. A whistle was heard in the distance. The remaining 5 people seemed to have discovered Qinyu's position. So these crazy guys began to fight back fearlessly. He was approaching quickly from behind the buildings on both sides. He fired at the small house where Qinyu was hiding with his gun. There was a constant sound of gunfire. Qinyu was lying on the roof, and the bunker above his head had been riddled with bullets. No. He had to get down. Qinyu rolled sideways and fell from the roof. Then he changed the M16 to burst mode and silently adjusted the muscle strength of his legs. As his calf part slowly turned red, he kicked his feet and his speed soared. He began to move back and forth between the surrounding buildings, while constantly fighting back. The 5 people who were approaching were dumbfounded. They all widened their eyes. Damn! How could this speed be so fast? Even if you see the figure of the person, when you raise your gun to aim, you hear a gunshot. You are dead. In less than 10 minutes, all 5 people were destroyed by Chinyu. Hearing that there was no movement around, Chinyu walked out of the bushes, searched everywhere, and collected the weapons on these people. Then, he turned and walked away. The woman hadn't run away yet. She sat on the ground and cried loudly. When Chinyu came closer, the woman seemed not to hear anything, and didn't even turn her head, but just cried heartbreakingly. Chapter 73. It could be urine. Chinyu slowly moved over to take a look. It's over. Her child died. The face was blue-gray, and the eyes were rolled back. The child's face was densely covered with blue blood vessels, which was very scary. Chinyu shook his head. This was caused by the virus. Even if he hadn't been thrown, the child would have died. Chinyu turned around and walked to the place where food was piled on the side of the road to take a look. Fuck. It's all fake. The liquid in the mineral water bottle was yellow and turbid. It's definitely not pure water. It could be urine. And the instant noodle box was just a packaging bag. Not a single bag was real. Chinyu put away the gun. He looked back at the woman, then turned around and prepared to walk towards the zoo's administrative office. This group of people should live there. Just after walking a few steps, the woman's cry suddenly came from behind. Wait a minute. Whoa. Wait a minute. Help me. Chinyu continued to move forward. As if he didn't hear it, the woman shouted anxiously, Please. Help me. You didn't kill me. And you didn't want to insult me. I know you are a good person. Please help me. Chinyu still didn't look back. I have something to give you. I have a lot of food stored at home. I can give you half of it. Please help me. Chinyu stopped. Have food in stock? When the woman saw Chinyu stopped, she quickly got up and chased him. Help me. I have food in stock at home. I can give you half. Can you just help me? Chinyu turned around and glanced at the woman. Do you have food in stock at home? Yes. The woman's face was full of tears. Her eyes were bloodshot. And she nodded and said, My family is a farmer, living in the suburbs. And there is still some food in stock at home. As long as you do me a favor, I will give you some of the food in stock. Chinyu's heart moved. And he suddenly asked, Before the disaster, did your 883 farmland have a red fire ant disaster? The woman was stunned, shook her head and said, No. Have you heard of red fire ants appearing in anyone's farmland? Yes. In our village, 2 families have red fire ants in their fields. They even asked people to come and eliminate the pests. Chinyu nodded. Okay. What do you want me to do for you? The woman immediately cried excitedly. Can you help me get some antiviral and antipyretic drugs? My husband has been having a high fever at home, and I'm afraid he can't hold on. Wow. Can you help me get some medicine? Is there a pharmacy around here? All the pharmacies around here are empty. I've checked. Chinyu pondered for a moment, then said, Come with me to the administrative building of the zoo. This group of people may live in there. They may have medicine. Okay. The woman nodded repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. You are a good person. I know you are a good person. I am not a good person. Chinyu turned around and took out a pistol, and said coldly, You'd better have some food in your house. If you are lying to me, you will die miserably. I'm not lying to you. I really do. Is that your child you are holding? Whoa. It's my youngest son. He is dead, and he died of the Doomsday virus. You'd better bury him. Otherwise you will die sooner or later. Whoa. The woman cried again, but Chinyu had already walked away with a gun. Soon, Chinyu found the zoo's management center. He observed downstairs for a while. After a while, the woman also ran over. Chinyu looked back. The child was gone. It should be buried. The woman's eyes were red and swollen, and her eyes were bloodshot from crying, looking quite miserable. Chinyu glanced at her and asked casually, What's your name? My name is Li Kaiyun. After that, he asked tentatively, What should I call you? Chinyu. Chinyu. Thank you for saving me. You're welcome. Chinyu looked back at the 5th floor of the management center and whispered, I'll go in first. You stay outside. Hide here and don't move. I'll call you later. Okay. Chinyu rushed into the management center with a Desert Eagle. A few minutes later, there were several gunshots from inside, and then they disappeared quickly. Afterwards, a window of a room on the 5th floor was pushed open, and Chinyu leaned out. Li Kaiyun, come up. Oh! Li Kaiyun staggered into the building. She came all the way to the 5th floor, and when she reached the door of Chinyu's room, she shuddered. There were 2 people lying at the door. They were all dead. Li Kaiyun stepped over carefully, and as soon as she entered the room, she found that there were 4 or 5 women crowded in the corner. They were of different ages. The oldest looked to be 60 years old, and the youngest was only 12 or 13 years old. These women all looked haggard and smelled bad, and their clothes were in disarray. Li Kaiyun's eyes turned red, and tears started to fall. If it weren't for Chinyu, she might have the same fate in the future. Chinyu pointed at the women and said softly, Li Kaiyun, can you take them to your house later? Wipe their bodies, and change their clothes? Yes. It's okay. No problem. The women finally burst into tears after hearing this. Chinyu turned and walked out, saying as he walked, I'll search here. Comfort them, and don't let them cry endlessly. Otherwise, it will easily attract other criminals. Okay. Li Kaiyun hurried over to comfort the women. But seeing the miserable appearance of these women, even the old lady couldn't bear to look at it anymore. It was too horrible to look at. So she couldn't help crying. Just like that. The crying in the room was deafening and getting louder and louder. Chinyu was not affected at all. Just started searching room by room. It seems that this group of people have lived here for a long time. There should be medicines. Right? After checking the 5th floor, there were none. There were none on the 4th floor. The 3rd floor. When checking a room in the middle, it was suddenly found that the room was nailed shut from the outside. What's inside? Chinyu walked to the door and listened. There was no sound inside. Chinyu turned around and found a fire axe, and split the wooden board nailed to the door in 2 or 3 strokes. Just as he was about to kick the door, there was a sudden bang inside, and something roared and hit the door frantically. It was very powerful. Chinyu was secretly shocked. Could it be a mutant animal? He quickly put away the gun in his hand, and directly took out a wide-bladed machete from the space. This knife was looted from the Sakurajima military factory. A very famous military combat machete. The scientific name is Base Magic Armor M Combat Machete. It is made of alloy steel forging, with extremely high hardness, reaching more than 60 HRC. You know, the hardness of ordinary military knives is between 58-60 HRC. So this machete is very hard, and it is no problem to penetrate stab-proof clothing. It was once listed as a global banned knife internationally. The reason why Chinyu took out the cold weapon was because he discovered one thing before. Whether it was hunting the Beast King gorilla or killing the Dog King on the highway. Chapter 70 for the damage of mutant animals. Any animal whose mutation evolution degree exceeds half will have its skin become extremely hard. The damage of bullets to them is completely reduced. So if you are in close contact with these things, it is better to use cold weapons with the physique after the superpower is activated. Chinyu now has the first level of superpower to control muscles. Once the superpower is fully activated, his striking force can reach 2 tons. Swinging the machete with this kind of power, the chopping effect formed is far greater than the damage of bullets to mutant animals. Therefore, Chinyu chose to use a machete this time. As soon as he took out the machete, the door of the room made a loud click and was directly smashed by the things inside. A figure rushed out. He roared at Chinyu. Damn! Chinyu's heart trembled. It was actually a person. His eyes were black, and you couldn't see the white of his eyes. His neck was covered with strange dark green blood vessels. His face was covered with mucus. There were all kinds of bumps, which made people feel sick. Chinyu quickly dodged and retreated. Unexpectedly, his retreating posture instead provoked the crazy attack of that person. A roar. The figure suddenly rushed in front of him. 2 sticky claws went straight to Chinyu's head. In a flash, Chinyu's supernatural power was activated, and the skin on his hands and feet was as red as blood, and even exuded a high temperature and high fever. At the same time, he twisted his body and slashed out with the machete in his hand. Puff! A muffled sound. The weirdo's arms were chopped off at once. The broken arms fell to the ground with a heavy sound. The weirdo screamed miserably, and was actually afraid. He turned his head and wanted to run. Chinyu would never let him run away. He jumped over and slashed the machete around his neck like lightning. Puff! A stream of smelly green blood spurted out. The weirdo's head was chopped off. It fell to the ground and rolled far away. The weirdo's body continued to run forward for 7 or 8 meters before falling to the ground with a plop. It stopped moving. Xinyu twisted his wrist twice, secretly surprised. Judging from the force of the chopping, the monster's skin and bones are already very tough. It is estimated that the most common small-caliber pistol cannot kill him at all. Strange. Xinyu exited the supernatural state and slowly walked to the side of the weirdo. There is no doubt that this is a human infected with the Doomsday virus. However, according to the information Xinyu had in his previous life, after humans were infected with the virus, almost all of them had only one end. That is death. I have never seen such a state. Was it because the information in the previous life was incomplete? Or was it because of my rebirth that triggered the butterfly effect? Has something changed? Xinyu frowned. No matter what the situation is, the weirdo in front of him already exists objectively. Moreover, Xinyu had a hunch. The more than 3,000 lunatics encountered by the survivors of the Yangpu town refinery were probably this kind of weirdos. Let's call them sub-alien for now. If there are more than 3,000 sub-alien, the military's manpower is not enough. Once encountered, the whole army will be wiped out. We must find a time to notify Zhang Yang and ask him to urge those people to move as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the sun sets, everyone will be finished. Xinyu got up and walked to the door of the sealed room and took a look inside. Ha. The collection is actually in here. Boxes of food and mineral water. There are also several medicine boxes. Is that group of people using this sub-alien to protect the collection? Or, after the group found out that the subhuman had mutated, they never dared to come in again. So these collections preserved the dog instead. It was probably the latter. Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked in to clean up everything. Then he searched the medicine box and found some antiviral and antipyretic drugs. Then turned around and hurried out of the room. Back upstairs. The crying had stopped long ago, because just now these women heard the roar of the subhuman downstairs. They were all scared and shivered in the corner. Fortunately, they saw that it was Xinyu who came in. It's okay. Xinyu glanced at the woman inside. Li Kaiyun quickly got up and followed. Can we go? Do you have medicine? Yes. Xinyu took out 2 bottles of medicine from his pocket and handed them over. Great. Li Kaiyun took it and looked at it quickly, tears welling up in her eyes. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Can they leave? If they can, leave here quickly. Except for that old lady. The others can leave. The old lady's lower body has rotted. She said she would not leave, and would stay here and wait to die. Xinyu tilted his head. He took a look at the old lady inside. Sure enough, the lower body was bloody and rotten. Xinyu frowned. The further back you go, the more humanity is lost. Xinyu turned aside, looked at the other women and said in a deep voice, those who can leave should leave quickly. Hurry up. I don't have that much time to waste. When the women in the room heard this, they struggled to get up and leave. When they passed Xinyu one by one, they all bowed to him tremblingly to thank him. Li Kaiyun was the last one to leave. Before leaving, she looked back at the old lady inside. Xinyu looked at 577 silently, then took out his gun. Do you need my help? The old lady inside seemed to be unable to speak, but she clasped her hands together in front of Xinyu, with tears in her eyes, and slowly lowered her head. Li Kaiyun burst into tears immediately. Xinyu fired a shot without hesitation. The old lady died. When she died, she finally had a smile on her face. Xinyu turned and left. Li Kaiyun hurriedly followed him, and said softly with sobs, thank you. You've said thank you too many times. Don't say it again. Soon, everyone went downstairs. After those women, who were in a mess, rushed out of the corridor door. They all closed their eyes and took a deep breath. Finally came out. Xinyu took a look at these women. Their lower bodies were all naked. Their upper bodies were also disheveled. He shook his head helplessly and called Li Kaiyun to his side. That group of people all died over there. You take them to take off the clothes of those people and put them on. I have something to do. Wait for me for a while. Brother, where are you going? Li Kaiyun asked nervously. I'm going to see if there are any living animals in this zoo. Brother, no need to look. I know. There are no living animals here. All dead? Some died during the hottest time some time ago. And some were killed by this group of people. I'm going to see the bodies. Wait for me. Xinyu turned and ran away in a hurry. Li Kaiyun had no choice but to go back to the women and relay Qinyu's words to them. As a result, when they heard that the bodies of the criminals were not far away, a group of women went crazy, turned around and ran, rushing to the place where the bodies were. After running to the place, the scene immediately became extremely bloody. Li Kaiyun was shocked to see these women destroying the bodies of the criminals crazily, and was also terrified for a while. On the other side, Qinyu began to search the cages in the zoo at a very fast speed. 10 minutes later. Chapter 75. Everyone follow me. He couldn't hide his disappointment. There were probably less than 20 animals left in the entire zoo. Most of them died in the extremely hot weather. Only 3 or 5 survived. But they were also killed and eaten by the gang of criminals. They even ate their heads, leaving only the skulls. I didn't see the crystal core. I don't know whether they were eaten by the gang or thrown away as broken bones. Qinyu turned around helplessly and walked back. When he returned to the vicinity of the group of women, the bodies of the gang of criminals were basically broken into pieces, and the scene was in a mess. All the women were also bloody and filthy. But fortunately, every woman has a fig leaf. Qinyu didn't want to waste any more time, and waved to Li Kaiyun. Let's go! Okay. Everyone follow me. A group of women followed behind like zombies. More than an hour later, this group of people left the town and came to a small village not far to the south. Li Kaiyun's family lived in the village. As soon as everyone entered the village, more than a dozen people rushed out not long after they walked. Each of them was holding a steel fork and an iron pickaxe, with murderous looks on their faces. Li Kaiyun rushed out and shouted loudly, I am Li Kaiyun, village chief. It's me. I am the daughter of Li Leiguai. Ah? Kaiyun? An old man, with a dark complexion, and over 50 years old came out, looking at Li Kaiyun in surprise. It's Kaiyun. Quick! Put away your weapons. Kaiyun is back. She's from our village. With a roar, everyone put down their weapons. If that can be called a weapon. Qinyue was completely confused. But it's understandable. There are few people in the village, and they all farm. Sometimes, in a doomsday environment, people here are more likely to live longer, because they don't need to compete for resources. Li Kaiyun ran over to negotiate with the village chief, and explained the situation of the women he brought. The village chief sighed. Without hesitation, he ordered everyone to bring those women back to the village in batches. There are also food supplies. 1 or 2 for each family. Take them home first. Wash them. And then prepare something to eat. Then, Li Kaiyun took the village chief to Qinyu. Village chief. He is my lifesaver. His name is Qinyu. And he killed those bandits in the zoo. After that, he looked at Qinyu and introduced, this is the village chief of our village. Huang Yud. Huang Yud looked at Qinyu and smiled innocently. Young man. Thank you. It's rare to see kind people these days. You're welcome. Qinyu looked indifferent. After a simple reply, he immediately looked at Li Kaiyun and said, take me to your house. I will leave immediately after you have done what you promised me. Okay. Then you come with me. Li Kaiyun nodded quickly. Village chief. I'll take him home. My husband is still lying in bed. He helped me get the medicine. Oh. Then you hurry back. After Huang Yud finished speaking, he quickly reminded again, Kaiyun. Be sure to keep the medicine well after using it. Other families may need it. I know. Li Kaiyun hurriedly took Qinyu into the village. On the way, Qinyu looked around the surrounding environment. It was a very backward village. It was probably the level of a poor village. There was not a single building in the village. There were no cars on the road. They were all 3-wheeled vehicles. But there are still many people left in the village. There are probably about 100 people. When seeing strangers coming, people are staring at the door of every house. And everyone has serious xenophobia on their faces. And they are all very vigilant. Qinyu didn't care. He followed Li Kaiyun and soon arrived outside a door. Before entering the door, he heard violent coughing inside. Li Kaiyun's eyes turned red. Looking back at Qinyu, she said hoarsely, I'll go in and feed my man the medicine and come out. We have our own beam cellar. Over there in the earth. Okay. Qinyu didn't want to go in either. Turned around and waited outside. I hope this trip can be a little rewarding. Li Kaiyun came out. Following behind her were the children. So, there were 4 children in their family. Qinyu sighed. The doomsday environment was very harsh for children. They had no ability to protect themselves. The 3 children who came out with them. The oldest was about 11 or 12. and the youngest was about 3 or 4 years old. They were all dirty, and had no time to take care of themselves. Li Kaiyun looked at Chinyu and said hurriedly, "Brother, let's go. I'll take you to our family's grain storage." "Yes." Chinyu nodded, turned around and followed Li Kaiyun to the land outside the town. He knew that Li Kaiyun was so generous because he came here alone. Even if he was given food, how much could he take away? 1 sack is too much. Who would carry a sack of grain at this time? So Li Kaiyun didn't care at all. 10 minutes later, Li Kaiyun brought Chinyu to a small hill outside the town. There was a door on the hill. Li Kaiyun walked to the door, took out the key and opened the door, looked back at Chinyu and explained, "This is how we build grain warehouses in our village." "Dig a hole in the mountain?" Chinyu was quite surprised, because there was a dark cave entrance in front of him. Li Kaiyun nodded. "Well, the temperature here is suitable. Very suitable for storing grain. Every year, we store the grain that cannot be sold here. Not bad. Brother, let's go in and take a look. Take as much as you can. We have at least 6 more granaries like this." Chinyu was really impressed. "There are 6 more? How big is it?" Chinyu followed Li Kaiyun in. He walked about 10 meters in a winding way, and then climbed down the ladder for more than 5 meters, and finally saw the stored grain. "Wow! This is built like a rat hole. There are many branches. At the end of each branch is a grain storage cave." Chinyu saw a lot of rice, corn, wheat, sweet potatoes, edamame, and even some homemade pickled kimchi. It's really amazing. No wonder so many villagers survived. With this kind of grain storage cave, they can avoid the extremely hot weather at the beginning. So these people didn't go to Jiangcheng at all, and didn't look for official resettlement sites. They stayed in their homes and guarded these stored grains. They can probably live for several years. Chinyu stood in the grain cave and breathed a sigh of relief. "How much grain is there in here?" Li Kaiyun replied casually, "A few 100 tons. I remember you told me at the zoo that you would give me half of your grain." "Right?" Li Kaiyun was stunned. "Don't worry. I won't take half. Don't you have 6 granaries at home? So this one belongs to me. Is there a problem?" Chinyu turned back to look at Li Kaiyun. Li Kaiyun shuddered in her heart and said with a stiff face, "Brother, you can't take away these hundreds of tons of grain? Don't worry about that. I just ask you. This granary belongs to me. Is there a problem?" Li Kaiyun had no choice but to nod. "Brother, no problem. I just think that if you don't have a car to transport the goods, you may not be able to take these grains away at all." Chapter 76 Ungratefulness. "That's my business." Chinyu stretched out his hand. "Give me the key." Li Kaiyun took out the key and handed it over. Her expression was also very depressed. However, she had to admit it. First, Chinyu had a gun on him. How dare she not admit it? Second, he did save her life. People should not be ungrateful. Li Kaiyun's thoughts are relatively simple. So after feeling a little awkward, she was basically relieved. Besides, Chinyu couldn't take so many things away. But he wanted this granary. Maybe he would stay. If he could stay, wouldn't the village have another layer of security? Although this man has a gun and has killed many people, he doesn't seem to be crazy and still has principles. Otherwise, he might have lost more than one of his 6 granaries. Chinyu took the key and put it away, then asked, "Whose farmland has had a red fire ant disaster? Take me to see it. Or point it out to me, and I'll go see it myself." "Okay. Come with me." Li Kaiyun took Chinyu out of the granary. When he went out, Chinyu locked the door and put the key in the space. He was not afraid of someone stealing in. In this village, it is estimated that every family has a granary, and no one would want other people's things. After Li Kaiyun came out, he pointed to the bottom of a hill in the distance and said, "That is the land of Widow Zhang at the head of the village. Her land was rented out. If I remember correctly, her land was infested with red fire ants. Is Widow Zhang still alive?" "Yes. She lives in the village chief's house every day." "Why does she live in the village chief's house?" Li Kaiyun sighed. "Widow Zhang is a newly married widow, and the young wife is quite attractive. So the idle men in the village are targeting her. At this time, many people are lawless. So she is afraid of being harmed. So she lives in the village chief's house." Chinyu casually said, "I'll go over and take a look. Notify Widow Zhang and ask her to help go there. I have something to consult." After that, he turned around and left. Li Kaiyun was shocked. This man is so domineering. No way. Go back and inform him. Li Kaiyun turned and left in a hurry. A few minutes later, Qin Yu came to the edge of the cultivated land under the hill and looked around. The cultivated land here is very large. One side of the hill is connected to the mountain, and the other 3 sides are all farmland. Especially the land within a radius of 100 miles is also very strange. The soil is more or less reddish, different from ordinary black soil. The nest of red fire ants is red, so at first glance, there is no abnormality at all. In addition, due to the extremely high temperature some time ago, the crops in the field were basically dried up, and all of them lay in the ground, completely blocking the surface. Therefore, let's wait for the widow Zhang to come and ask. It will take a long time to find it by yourself. Qin Yu stood at the foot of the hill and waited for about half an hour. It was almost 11 o'clock in the afternoon when he saw a group of people coming late in the distance. The one walking in front was a young wife. She took small steps along the way. There were several old men following behind her. Among them was the village chief Wang Yud. They all looked alert. Qin Yu looked at the widow Zhang and was somewhat surprised. She was really pretty. Li Kaiyun was right. This young widow was very young and looked to be in her early 20s. She had a cherry mouth and willow-shaped eyebrows, and her face was white and clean, like a freshly peeled egg. She had a pair of peach blossom eyes. There were amorous eye wrinkles at the end of her eyes. The group of people quickly came closer. The village chief Huang Yut smiled cautiously. Young man, what do you want to see Xiao for? Nothing. Just asking something. Qin Yu looked at widow Zhang and asked calmly, Hello. I want to ask. I heard that your farmland had a red fire ant disaster before. Is that right? Yes. Widow Zhang nodded timidly. Where can you point it to me? You want to see it? Widow Zhang was stunned. Yes. I want to see it. You'd better not look at it. Widow Zhang shook her head quickly and said nervously. The witch in the village said that it's not red fire ants that are causing trouble there, but it's haunted. Haunted? Qin Yu was stunned. Yes. Because before the disaster, several epidemic prevention workers went there, and all died there. Later, after the disaster, someone found that blood flowed out of the ground at night, which was scary. When Qin Yu heard this, he was shocked. Is it the right place? There is blood? Could it be that the red fire ant colony has begun to mutate? Widow Zhang's name is Zhang Lixia. Under Qin Yu's repeated insistence, she finally agreed to lead the way to see the location of the red fire ant nest. Village chief Wang Yud and several men did not go there. First, the location was not too far away. Standing there, you could still see 2 people. Second, the village was full of rumors about the haunted red fire ant nest, and even some ghosts swore that it was haunted. It was the ghosts of several staff members of the epidemic prevention station who were still there, so no one dared to go there. The villagers were superstitious. Everyone took it seriously. Qin Yu followed Zhang Lixia to the nest. A few minutes later, the 2 came to an area in the middle of the cultivated land to the west. Zhang Lixia stopped and stopped moving forward. She pointed with her hand. It's right there. Qin Yu looked in the direction of her finger. The area seemed to be fenced off. There was a circle of wooden frames around, with a lot of warning tape wrapped around them. But they had all fallen to the ground. The ground was covered with various dry and yellow crops. Qin Yu nodded, thank you. Then he walked over there. Zhang Lixia suddenly asked, Mr. Chen, what exactly do you want to do with that nest? Do research. Qin Yu waved his hand. You can go now. Do research? Zhang Lixia looked puzzled. What time is it? And still doing research? It's inexplicable. So Zhang Lixia left. The village chief and others also left one after another. No one wanted to stay here. Qin Yu walked to the red fire ant nest alone, carefully dug up the pile and took a look. There was really a huge pile of red soil on the ground, but no red fire ants were seen coming in or out. He kicked it twice, and the red soil pile had been baked and completely solidified. It was very hard. Qin Yu looked up and looked around. While there was no one around, he took out an engineer shovel from the space and started digging carefully. He didn't dare to move too much now, because he didn't know how much the red fire ant colony had evolved. Anyway, if the entire group was allowed to evolve to a complete state, the ant colony at that time would definitely be a nightmare. Fire can't burn them, and water can't drown them. They can only be driven back by extremely concentrated strong acid and alkali solutions. Why? Because the red fire ant colony is not dead. They are alive. When the Queen Red Fire Ant senses danger, she gives a command, and the entire colony moves immediately. So it is very difficult to completely eliminate them. Chapter 77 Subaliens. Especially the Red Fire Ant Queen. It is useless to kill ordinary red fire ants without killing it. That is why even the Beast King Gorilla is afraid of the Red Fire Ant colony. Only the most beautiful Corpse King is not afraid. That is also because the strange energy field on the most beautiful Corpse King Suya can scare away the Red Fire Ant colony. Chinyu carefully dug up the red soil pile. It took a lot of effort. Due to the previous extremely high temperature baking, the ground was dry and hard like concrete. Even after a few rains, the ground was still very hard. Under the red soil pile was a dense gap. That was the ant path. Chinyu made up his mind and continued to dig. Another half an hour later, Chinyu, who had already activated his supernatural power, frantically dug a 2-meter square and 1-meter deep pit. But he still didn't find a red fire ant colony. He didn't even see a red fire ant coming in or out. The underground ant tunnels were complicated and breathtaking. It was simply a super large maze. Chinyu stopped digging. He frowned and thought, I don't know how big the ant hole below is. I haven't seen a red fire ant yet. Which makes me feel overwhelmed. Is this already a dead hole? But Zhang Lixia and the others said that this place would be haunted at night. And even a river of blood would flow out. That should be a red fire ant colony. Right? After a moment of hesitation, Chinyu put away his engineer shovel, jumped out of the pit, and turned away. Wait until night. Come back at night to see what the glittering blood river is. Anyway, Chinyu definitely doesn't believe in ghosts. It is also possible that the red fire ants have mutated and come out at night, walk out of the land, and return to the outside of the town. Chinyu thought about it, and simply went directly to the granary of Li Xian's house. Stay here tonight. There is plenty of food in it. Corn and various grains. Eat whatever you want. Chinyu opened the door of the warehouse, cleaned up a little inside, cleared a piece of open space, and took out some necessities. It's already past noon. Get something to eat. Turned around and walked into the grain storage cave. Took some pickled kimchi, corn, sweet potatoes, and other foods when he came out. Then he set up the gas stove and started cooking. During this time, he picked up the radio and contacted Zhang Yang. When he heard that Chinyu was going to stay here at night, Zhang Yang was shocked and immediately said anxiously, How can we stay here? No. Chinyu, how come you don't know the danger? Have you forgotten that there are more than 3,000 crazy people in Yangpu town? Don't worry. I know. Chinyu said calmly, Zhang Yang, don't make a mistake. I'm still free. Before the evening, you take Dong Qiule and Jiang Zhan and follow the large army to leave Yangpu town. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you leave too late, you may be wiped out. What do you mean? From your tone. What do you know? Chinyu let out a long breath and said, I encountered a madman like that. They are not madmen, but humans who have been infected with viruses and have mutated their bodies. I call this kind of human being subalien. I will briefly tell you about the horror of subalien. These subalien, although their behavior is crazy, like dementia, but in fact, they still have the instinct to seek good and avoid danger. They are swift and agile, about twice as strong as ordinary people. They are extremely powerful, also about twice as strong as ordinary people. If there are some subalien people who were infected with the virus early and for a long time, their degree of mutation may be comparable to those submutated wild dogs. Or even better. That is, the skin and bones of some of them may not be afraid of bullets. If you want to kill them, you have to use machine guns or rockets. Do you understand what I said? The intercom was silent for a long time. And then Zhang Yang's voice was heard mumbling, so exaggerated. Where did you meet him? Zoo. Then how did you kill him? Chinyu replied casually, Don't worry about how I killed him. You just need to think about what weapons you have that can kill them. Chinyu. You are now. Zhang Yang. Don't worry about me. One last word. Listen to me and leave Yangpu town. Leave before it gets dark. Otherwise you are done. Okay. I'm going to eat. Don't look for me. You can't find me. Leave the intercom. I will contact you at any time. After saying that, he turned off the intercom. Start cooking. The appearance of the sub-alien made Chinyu alert. In his previous life, he didn't have much information about this, because there were no sub-alien people in Jiancheng. And he had never heard of anyone spreading such a terrible infection. How could this life appear? The only explanation is the butterfly effect. Perhaps my rebirth caused a chain reaction. The appearance of the sub-alien added infinite danger to this period. When the beast tide breaks out, no one knows what these sub-alien will evolve into. Even Chenyu doesn't know. So, I can only keep improving my abilities. Chenyu thought about his worries and started cooking. Cook a few corns. Roast a few sweet potatoes. Pour some pickled kimchi and cook a bowl of porridge. That's it for lunch. While cooking, Chenyu stretched his body on the camp bed. Suddenly, there was a sound outside. It was the sound of stepping on grass leaves. Chenyu suddenly turned over, took out his gun and rushed to the door, pointing the gun directly at the head of the person outside the door. What are you doing? Ah. Standing outside the door were Li Kaiyun and her eldest daughter Yaya. The two of them were holding a few pieces of pickled meat. They were all scared. After all, Chenyu was holding a gun. Li Kaiyun said in panic, "Brother, we just want to give you some pickled meat." Pickled meat? Pickled at home. Chenyu looked down. A few pieces of black and hard pickled meat. It looked pretty good. Look at the little girl hiding behind Li Kaiyun. A look of fear on her face. Chenyu blinked, slowly put away the gun, and said lightly, "Thank you." Huh? It's okay. Li Kaiyun breathed a sigh of relief and smiled awkwardly. "Brother, you are too alert. How else can you survive?" Chenyu reached out to take the pickled meat, glanced at the little girl again, and casually took out a box of Ferrero chocolates from his pocket and handed it over. Li Kaiyun was stunned, staring at the chocolates blankly, and said in surprise, "Brother, this is for the child." Although Chenyu had no expression on his face, his voice was much gentler. Li Kaiyun's nose was unexpectedly sour, and her eyes were red. She looked at Chenyu and said with a sob, "Brother, thank you. I know you are a good person. I am not a good person." Chenyu shook his head, handed the chocolate to Li Kaiyun, then turned around and said calmly, "If I find that your behavior threatens my life, I will kill you without hesitation." "I know. Brother. Don't worry. I won't." Li Kaiyun quickly pulled the little girl to his side and urged, "Yaya, say thank you to your uncle. Hurry up." "Thank you." Chapter 78 Leaving the Granary. Yaya looked at Chenyu timidly. "Okay. You guys go back." "Okay. Big brother. I'll leave. If you need anything, just come to my house to find me." "Yes." Li Kaiyun quickly pulled Yaya out of the granary. On the way back, Yaya's eyes were fixed on the chocolate box, and she whispered, "Mom, can I eat that?" "Yes. Yes." Li Kaiyun looked at her with a smile. "I'll give you one first. When we go back, give one to your younger brother and sister. Let's hide the rest." "Yaya, don't tell anyone else. Do you hear me?" "Yes." Yaya smiled sweetly with excitement. Li Kaiyun quickly opened the box and took out a chocolate ball for her. Yaya took the chocolate ball, couldn't wait to tear open the wrapping paper, stuffed the chocolate ball into her mouth, and chewed it voraciously. Oh my god! It's so delicious. Even before the end of the world, she had never eaten such delicious chocolate. That uncle is so nice. In the granary, Chenyu left a piece of pickled meat outside, and stuffed the rest directly into the space. It just so happened that the porridge was not cooked yet. Add some more rice and change it to stewed rice directly. After stewing, cut the pickled meat into slices and put it in the stewed rice. And then add some small seafood and the like. Just make it into a clay pot rice. So Chenyu started to get busy with great interest. Meanwhile, in Yangpu town, outside the refinery, Zhang Yang told Chenyu about his decision. Hearing that Chenyu is going to stay here tonight, Dong Qiulei said anxiously, "He's not going with you. Then I won't leave either. I'll stay and wait for him." "Nonsense." Zhang Yang frowned. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhan beside him also said faintly, "If Lele doesn't leave, then I won't leave either. Stay here and wait for brother you." "Aren't you afraid of death?" Zhang Yang asked helplessly. "Yes." Dong Qiulei looked at Zhang Yang very seriously. "Although I'm afraid of death, I have my own way of thinking. I think even if I return to Jiancheng with the main force, it may not be much better. Brother Zhang, don't forget that there are also infected people in Jiancheng." Zhang Yang, "In my opinion, staying outside may be less risky. In Yangpu town, it is only dangerous at night, and it is still very safe during the day. Just find a way to avoid those crazy people." Zhang Yang was speechless, because she was right. In fact, returning to the city will face more problems. First, there are many people in the city, so the virus will spread faster. Second, the problem of resources. The further it goes, the less food the military has. People start to tighten their belts. Resource shortages will lead to riots. The city will only get more and more chaotic. There will be fewer and fewer resettlement sites, which is all predictable. Zhang Yang frowned and thought. At this time, a voice came from outside the van. Xiao Zhang. It's me. Zhang Yang looked back. It was Lu Taifeng. He got off the car quickly. Lao Lu. Here you are? What's up? Lu Taifeng walked up to Zhang Yang and said with a smile. Let's go. Let's have a meal together. We will have lunch at the factory. We will leave Yangpu town at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Have you arranged everything? Zhang Yang smiled. Yes. Everything has been arranged. And basically all the places that can be searched in Yangpu town have been searched. Dozens of survivors were received. That's good. Make sure no one is left out. By the way, I'll tell you about the information I just got. Let's go. Talk as we go. Zhang Yang patted Lu Taifeng on the shoulder and walked towards the factory. Lu Taifeng looked back at the two people in the car. Are they not going to have a meal together? Oh, yes. Zhang Yang looked back at Dong Qiulei and Jiang Zhan. Let's go. Let's have a meal together. Coming. Jiang Zhan stood up and was about to leave. But he was grabbed by Dong Qiulei. No need. Brother Zhang. We have food in the car. Brother Zhang. Didn't brother you tell you to stay in the car to eat? Zhang Yang was stunned, remembering Qin Yu's warning before leaving. At this time, Lu Taifeng next to him thought they were afraid that there was not enough food, and hurriedly said with a smile, It's okay. There is enough food in the factory. At least we can have a hearty lunch at noon today. Come on. It's okay. No. Thank you. Dong Qiulei picked up a can in her backpack. Look. We have enough food. Thank you, uncle. Uh-huh. Okay. Lu Taifeng did not insist. Turned around and looked at Zhang Yang and waved. Don't be polite. Now you are the leader. Let's eat together. Don't you have something to say? Yes. Then let's eat together. Zhang Yang wanted to discuss the matter of the alien with Lu Taifeng, so he threw Qin Yu's warning behind his head. After saying hello to Dong Qiulei and Jiang Zhan, he turned around and followed Lu Taifeng. Looking at the backs of the two people, Dong Qiulei frowned. Jiang Zhan on the side asked in confusion, Why didn't brother you let us go there to eat? He hasn't even been in. How can he know what the environment is like inside? I don't doubt brother you. Besides, I always have a feeling that something is going to happen. Ah? How do you feel it? My eyelids are twitching. Which eyelid? Left eye. That's jumping for wealth. That's not what we say in our hometown. We say in our hometown that if your eyelids twitch, disaster is coming. In the big canteen of the refinery, nearly 500 people gathered together. Because the army came. The more than 300 survivors who were trapped saw hope of survival. So everyone was very excited. At noon, the person in charge of the group of survivors in the refinery took out all the stored food. They ate all the food at noon. On the one hand, it was to entertain the people's soldiers who came from afar. On the other hand, it was because they would enter the city with the army in the afternoon and be resettled in Jiancheng. So there was no need to take all the stored food. There was not much in the first place. So, more than 300 survivors, plus the soldiers of a small company, and dozens of survivors who were searched later in the morning. There were nearly 500 people in total. All of them were eating in the cafeteria. When Zhang Yang followed Lu Taifeng to the cafeteria, everyone was already eating. It was very lively. Lu Taifeng took Zhang Yang to a large dining table at the back. Come on. Let's sit here and have a meal. Wow. It's quite rich. Zhang Yang looked at the dishes on the table in confusion. There were vegetables and meat dishes. There were also some canned food. There was also white rice. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle stood up quickly and looked at Lu Taifeng enthusiastically. Lu Lieutenant. Who is this? Oh, let me introduce you. Lu Taifeng pointed at Zhang Yang and said, This is the leader from the imperial capital. Zhang Yang. After that, he looked at Zhang Yang and said, This is the leader of the original 300 survivors. His name is Yu Gang, and he was the deputy director of the refinery. When Yu Gang heard that Zhang Yang was the leader, he immediately reached out and smiled. Hello, leader. Hello. I didn't expect to see you from Beijing. Excuse me. Are you here to support us? Sorry. Chapter 79 Respect and Gratitude. Zhang Yang shook his hand and said seriously, I am here only to carry out the mission. And, if nothing unexpected happens, the Imperial capital should have been destroyed by the super tsunami. Yu Gang's face fell. Even the Imperial capital was destroyed? What hope is there? Zhang Yang immediately patted his arm. Don't worry. The country will not give up on you. As long as we are alive for one day, we will protect you for one day. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Hey. No matter what time it is, our soldiers are the most responsible. The rest are shit. All shit. After saying that, he waved his hands repeatedly. Come on. Sit down. Sit down. Eat. This lunch is also a token of our appreciation. You're welcome. Okay. Thank you. Zhang Yang sat down. Lu Taifeng and Yu Gang also sat down. At this time, Su Sancho, who was sitting not far away, suddenly came over and secretly took out a bottle of Shifling wine from his pocket and handed it to Lu Taifeng. Company commander. Someone gave it to you. Who gave it to you? Lu Taifeng was stunned. Director Yu's lover. Su Sancho smiled. Lu Taifeng quickly looked at Yu Gang and found that Yu Gang's face was very ugly. It was obvious. This bottle of wine was not in his plan. Lu Taifeng quickly put the wine in front of Yu Gang and smiled. Director Yu. We have a rule and cannot take your things. You should take it back. Yu Gang blinked. He cursed in his heart. You spendthrift woman. I only have a few things saved. And you gave them away. What should I do? I have already taken them out. If I take them back, I will be laughed at. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Yu Gang quickly picked up the bottle and unscrewed the lid directly. What discipline is there? Captain Lu. We will leave in the afternoon. Come on. Drink less at noon. It's okay. This is not a gift for you. I opened it myself. He poured a glass for Lu Taifeng. Lu Taifeng looked at the wine in the glass, smelled the aroma of the wine, and his throat went up and down. Greedy. I'm really greedy. Yu Gang then poured another glass for Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was not polite, holding up the glass and said with a smile, Director Yu. I won't be polite then. Old Lu. Okay. Don't be polite. It won't be a problem if you drink less. Okay. Lu Taifeng finally made up his mind. Drink 2 glasses. To relieve his craving. So, he also picked up the glass and clinked glasses with Yu Gang and Zhang Yang. The 3 of them drank it all. Yu Gang continued to pour wine. The 3 of them didn't eat any food. Just drank. They chatted while drinking. In a few minutes, a bottle of white wine was empty. Just when the 3 of them were still unsatisfied and were about to eat some food to make up for it, a woman suddenly came in from outside the cafeteria. A middle-aged woman. As soon as this woman came in, the cafeteria immediately whistled. One after another, many people followed suit. Zhang Yang and the other 3 looked back suspiciously. As a result, Yu Gang's face instantly turned black, and he slapped the table with a bang. Zhang Yang was a little puzzled, but Lu Taifeng knew who the woman who came in was. That was Yu Gang's wife. Her name was Meng Xiuyan. But why did this woman come in wearing such a sexy outfit? Meng Xiuyan is Yu Gang's wife. She is in her early 40s. She is already middle-aged. But today she came in a sexy purple cheongsam with hollows. Her hair was tied up behind her head. Her face was painted with delicate makeup. She had a good figure. She had a little belly. But compared to her exaggeratedly big hips, her waist was as thin as a willow. This woman was truly big-waisted and thin-legged. So she looked very sexy in a cheongsam. However, her cheongsam was hollow and translucent, and the sides were open to the hips. Whenever she walked, the hem of her cheongsam fluttered, and the thighs were faintly visible. It would be strange if this didn't cause a sensation. The whole cafeteria was full of cheers. The men shouted and whistled, and the women scolded their men loudly. Except for the soldiers in the army. Everyone else stood up and looked. Yu Gang's face was so dark. He couldn't understand what was going on with his wife. Especially, she was holding a bag in her hand. What was in it? Suddenly, he felt a sense of fear. Was this prodigal woman going crazy again? Soon, Meng Xiuyan came to Zhang Yang's table, with a mysterious smile on her face, leaning against Yu Gang charmingly, and put the bag in her hand on the table. Lieutenant Lu, in order to show my respect and gratitude to you, I took out all the treasures in my house. Lu Taifeng was a little embarrassed. His eyes could only focus on the space between Ming Xiuyan's eyebrows. And he coughed twice and smiled. Ms. Ming, you are too polite. I just drank a bottle of your wine, which is already against the rules. So I can't take your things anymore. Eat some more food. That's fine. Really? Lieutenant. You're welcome. Ming Xiuyan stretched out her hand to open the bag, revealing the contents. As a result, it was 3 bottles of Wuliangye and 2 bottles of Mao Tai. Everyone present was stunned. Fuck. There is such a good thing? Yu Gang became even more anxious, and suddenly pushed her away and cursed. Are you crazy? You want to die. What a thing that is immoral. What the hell are you wearing? It's embarrassing. Get out of here. You try to curse me again? Fuck. You are still rebelling. I told you that you were sick these days. You shameless bitch. Why are you slapping him? Scold you? I'll slap you. Slap. A big slap. A 5 fingerprint immediately appeared on Ming Xiuyan's fair face. It's over. Lu Taifeng and Zhang Yang were embarrassed and stood up quickly. Okay. Let's stop the fight. Yu Gang and Ming Xiuyan were pulled apart. The scene was noisy. Lu Taifeng and Zhang Yang were a little embarrassed. After all, Ming Xiuyan wanted to get them some wine to drink, which caused this trouble. But you can just take the wine. Just take a bottle. You actually took out all your husband's stock. You know, during this period, it was not so easy to search for some supplies, especially luxury supplies like wine. It's really hard to find. Yu Gang can also hide a few bottles of Wuliangye and Matai, which he definitely treats as treasures. In addition, what is this Ming Xiuyan doing? Wearing such a sexy cheongsam to show off? Even if you can leave in the afternoon, you don't have to be so excited. Right? If this were your wife, she would probably slap her in the face. Therefore, Lu Taifeng and Zhang Yang didn't want to drink anymore. After persuading Yu Gang and his wife to leave, they directly refilled the wine on the table and put it behind Yu Gang. Yu Gang's face was completely lost. He didn't care about the wine at all now, but glared at Ming Xiuyan and scolded, shameless thing. Why don't you go back and change your clothes? You have no shame. But I still have some. Huh? You have some shame? Ming Xiuyan's reaction was strange. Even though she was slapped several times, her hair was messed up, and her cheongsam was torn open, exposing her private parts. She still smiled. She pouted and looked at Yu Gang. Why do you still have some shame? You have lost your manly instincts. So why do you still have some shame? Chapter 80 Dull Expression. As soon as he said this, Yu Gang instantly flew into a rage. He picked up the wine bottle on the table and threw it at him. Ming Xiuyan dodged and luckily escaped. But everyone around him was silent. Everyone looked at Yu Gang with strange eyes. Men's instincts are gone? This is embarrassing. When Yu Gang saw that he didn't hit Ming Xiuyan, he was so angry that he cursed, bitch. You son of a bitch. What are you talking about? It's not that I don't have instincts. It's that I'm not interested in seeing you. Do you know? Stinky bitch. What are you? Do you think I don't know about you and Accountant Liang? You two adulterers. I'm not afraid to tell you that Accountant Liang was thrown out by me. Humph. Your little biscuit was probably eaten up by those crazy people last night? You like to fight him so much. Go find him. Go ahead. No one is stopping you. Get lost. Yu Gang roared. As a result, Ming Xiuyan didn't say anything. Standing aside, with her head down, a strange expression appeared on her face. Lu Taifeng couldn't stand it anymore, and quickly winked at Su Sanqiu and the others, signaling them to get Ming Xiuyan away. He stood in front of Yu Gang. Director Yu. That's enough. Stop arguing. Everyone, stop watching the fun, and eat immediately. We will set off on time half an hour after finishing the meal. Lu Taifeng looked serious. So although Yu Gang couldn't swallow this breath, he didn't dare to get angry in front of Lu Taifeng. He pointed at Ming Xiuyan viciously, and sat down angrily. Ming Xiuyan never said a word, neither leaving nor making a fuss. Slowly raised her head and looked at Yu Gang. Her eyes were frighteningly calm, seeing that there was no excitement to watch. Everyone sat back and continued to eat. Lu Taifeng also sat down to eat. And Zhang Yang couldn't stand this atmosphere. And Ming Xiuyan kept standing there and staring at Yu Gang strangely, with an expression on her face that seemed to be laughing, but also like mocking. This woman is also quite weird. So he patted Lu Taifeng on the shoulder and whispered, "Come on. I'll go out. You guys take your time to eat. I'll wait outside." After that, he left. Lu Taifeng was helpless. Come on! A good meal was ruined like this. Let's eat quickly. Leave immediately after eating. 20 minutes later. Most of the people in the cafeteria had finished eating. They chatted noisily. Lu Taifeng had also finished eating. Seeing that the time was almost up, he stood up, ready to notify everyone to prepare, and let the company members go outside to organize first. As a result, when he stood up, he suddenly felt dizzy. Dizzy? Lu Taifeng shook his head, feeling confused. What happened? Did you get dizzy after drinking so little? This shouldn't happen. He calmed down for a while, then looked at Yu Gang, Director Yu. Notify everyone to get ready. Pack up. Let's go. Okay. Yu Gang stood up and his body swayed. Oh, my goodness. I haven't drunk for too long. I feel a little dizzy. Hee hee. Me too. Lu Taifeng turned and walked towards Su Sancho. Yu Gang wiped his face hard, turned around and suddenly found that Ming Xiuyan was still standing not far behind him, like a sculpture, and couldn't help but get angry. What are you doing standing there like a dead person? Why don't you go back and pack up quickly? What are you packing? Ming Xiuyan asked expressionlessly. What are you packing? Pack your luggage. Bring medicine to my son. Damn. If it weren't for my son, I would kill you today. Kill me? Ming Xiuyan's eyes were full of bloodshot. The weird thing was, it was the kind of blue-purple bloodshot. It looked a bit scary. She also seemed to be drunk. Her body swayed for a while, and then she showed a strange smile. Yu Gang, do you really want to kill me? Just like killing Liang Ming? Fuck. You dare to mention that adulterer? Yu Gang was furious. But Ming Xiuyan turned a blind eye. Just muttered with empty eyes, Yu Gang, I knew it was you who pushed Liang Ming down. You killed him. You thought those lunatics had eaten him up. Didn't you? No. I dragged him back. His bones are still in the factory. Hearing this, Yu Gang was shocked. What did you say? You dragged Liang Ming back? Yes. I dragged him back. Ming Xiuyan was panting. Her face was getting bluer and bluer, and it seemed that her breathing was also starting to become difficult. She slowly looked at Yu Gang and smiled. I love him. So I don't want his meat to be eaten by those lunatics. You know, I cut off all the meat on his body. Yu Gang was suddenly shocked, looking at Ming Xiuyan in shock. You are not. Yes, that's what you think. Ming Xiuyan smiled bitterly. I put his meat in the back kitchen. Tell the chef to use fresh meat. Do you know? Liang Ming has been infected with the virus. Yu Gang looked dazed. Then suddenly his stomach churned, and he turned around and squatted beside him and began to retch. At the same time, Lu Taifeng, who was talking to Su Sancho, also heard Ming Xiuyan's words and was stunned. Human flesh? Then he found that Su Sancho's lips were black, and his eyes were slowly covered with tiny blue-purple blood vessels. Su Sancho. Su Sancho? Lu Taifeng suddenly patted Su Sancho's shoulder. What a pity. He didn't move. He seemed to be frozen. Lu Taifeng's head buzzed, and he felt dry mouth and splitting headache. He stood up shakily and turned to run out. As a result, after stumbling and running for 2 steps, he was horrified to find that everyone in the cafeteria was motionless. Everyone had a dull expression and empty eyes. Everyone's face showed terrible blood vessels. 2 words flashed in Lu Taifeng's mind. It's over. Outside, Zhang Yang returned to the van. He took out bread and canned meat from his backpack and started eating. Dong Qiulei and Jiang Zhan looked at him suspiciously. He smells like alcohol. He should have eaten. Right? Why did he come out again? Brother Zhang, you didn't eat enough in there? Dong Qiulei asked in confusion. Well, what to eat? The atmosphere in there is not right. It makes people lose their appetite. I just drank a few sips of wine and came out. Why is the atmosphere not right? Zhang Yang ate voraciously while mumbling. The person in charge of the refinery had a quarrel with his wife. Fight? Why? Because it's hard to explain. Don't ask so many questions. You little kid. Anyway, it makes people lose their appetite, and I don't feel like eating. Dong Qiulei shrugged and stopped asking. So, Zhang Yang had a lunch in the car. After finishing the meal, he packed up his things and said to Dong Qiulei and Jiang Zhan, the main force will leave soon. Are you 2 sure you won't leave and must stay here? Yes. Sure. Sure. Brother Zhang. Zhang Yang saw that the 2 did not hesitate, and nodded, okay. You two are determined people. Not bad. Then we will wait. Go back and ask Captain Liu for some more weapons to leave for us.